Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball Universe. I am an Earthling. In the world of Dragon Ball, on the outskirts of West City on Earth, within a somewhat dilapidated martial arts dojo, on the training ground, a young boy lay sprawled on the ground, while a beautiful girl knelt beside him, shaking the boy gently. Nearby, a boy with an explosive hairstyle stood there, seemingly at a loss, with tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Wong Quan, wake up! Are you all right? Please wake up. In his dazed state, Wong Quan discerned a voice persistently calling out to him, accompanied by the sensation of his body being shaken. Am I dead? Such a beautiful angel, but where are her wings? As Wong Quan opened his eyes, a lovely face transitioned from a blur to clarity before him. You're awake. Thank goodness. You're all right. Do you feel any discomfort? Look, how many fingers am I holding up? 2 fingers. Am I really not dead? I'm still alive? As Wong Quan regained his senses, he felt immensely fortunate, vividly recalling that he had been struck by a massive truck while trying to save a girl engrossed in her phone on the road. Thank goodness, Wong Quan. You scare me half to death. It's such a relief that you're awake. Suddenly, a large face loomed closer. With an explosive hairstyle, a bushy beard, and tears streaming down his face, the boy seemed quite distressed. What on earth? Who are you? Wong Quan snapped to attention and sat up on the ground. Ouch, my head hurts. Rubbing the back of his head, he felt a sizable bump that throbbed painfully upon gentle pressure. Wong Quan, I'm Satan. Don't you remember me? The bearded boy paused momentarily before inquiring. Get away from me. The beautiful girl forcefully shoved Satan aside, crouched down, and grasped Wong Quan's shoulders with a hint of panic in her eyes. Wong Quan, you really don't recognize him? And what about me? Do you remember who I am? A captivating fragrance wafted from her, and Wong Quan stared blankly at the beautiful girl before him, murmuring, what a lovely lady. Do we know each other? Upon uttering those words, Wong Quan suddenly realized that despite being struck by a truck, he bore no visible injuries, save for the bump on his head. And this enchanting woman, did he truly know her? Rising to his feet and flexing his limbs, he found no signs of injury. What could possibly be happening? Wong Quan glanced around. He was neither on the road nor in a hospital, but rather in a somewhat run-down martial arts training ground. Who are you? Where's this place? He queried, looking at the 2 individuals. Wong Quan, have you truly forgotten? This is the dojo. I'm Satan, and she is Lan Fong. You came here to learn martial arts, remember? The boy with the explosive hair stepped forward, seeking to jog Wong Quan's memory. You, Satan. That name felt strangely familiar, and that foolishly grinning face seemed to have been seen before. Satan. Satan, surely not the Satan of death. Which Satan could it be? Ah, it dawned on him. Satan, from Dragon Ball. Satan, you claim your name is Satan. Do you know Sun Wukong? What about Vegeta? What are you talking about? Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Wong Quan, are you going crazy? Satan appeared bewildered by Wong Quan's sudden outburst. Isn't your name Satan? Then you must be the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, right? Ha ha ha. You think I, Satan, could become the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Ha ha ha. Wong Quan, you certainly have an eye for talent. I, Satan, will definitely become the champion. With hands on his hips, Satan laughed heartily. Observing this familiar scene, Wong Quan was now certain that, for reasons unknown, he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Satan had not yet become the champion and did not recognize Sun Wukong. It appeared that the story of Dragon Ball had yet to begin. The world of Dragon Ball was no safe haven. He needed to contemplate how to survive in this realm. Wong Quan, do you really not remember me? I'm Lan Fong, the owner of this dojo, your coach. Have you truly forgotten? Lan Fong stepped forward and asked. Lan Fong, this name also sounded familiar. Was she not the stunning contestant who had stripped at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Yes, she even had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Wong Quan matched the Lan Fong before him with a character from his memories, recalling how he had admired that page for quite some time when he had seen it. Who would have thought she had now become his coach? Divine Eagle Hero, I wish to learn from you. I don't quite remember. Wong Quan hesitantly replied. Satan, it's all your fault. If something were to happen to Wong Quan, you'd better get lost. Lan Fong turned and roared. I didn't mean to. It was Wong Quan who said he wanted to spar, so I acted. Satan protested, looking aggrieved. Lan Feng, height? Please don't blame Satan. I'm fine, just having a bit of trouble remembering. I might be all right in a few days. Wang Quan tried to placate the furious Lan Feng. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Wang Quan, come with me, I'll bandage you up. Lan Feng turned and led Wang Quan away from the training ground. How could this happen? I didn't use much force. Satan gazed in confusion at his own large hands. In the hall, Lan Feng diligently tied a bow with the bandages. Wang Quan, how do you feel? Does it still hurt? She asked while putting away the medical kit. Much better. Thank you, Sister Lan Feng. What sweet talk. Have you truly lost your memory? Just a few days ago, you wouldn't have called me sister. Lan Feng chuckled lightly. Really, I don't remember much at all. I've even forgotten where I live, Wang Quan quickly replied. Having glanced at his reflection in the hall's mirror, Wang Quan noted that his appearance remained unchanged from when he was on Earth, still as sunny and handsome as ever. You say it's amnesia, but I feel like you become a different person. Lan Feng scrutinized Wang Quan's eyes intently. This insufferable woman has an uncanny intuition. Aha! How could that be? I'm a Guan. I've just forgotten a few things. No, something isn't right. The more you say that, the more I feel you're not suffering from amnesia, but rather have transformed into someone else. Guan. I never said you weren't Wang Quan. I don't know if you remember, but there's a girl who loves robbing banks, who's been in the news lately. She possesses two faces when she's blonde. She's a wild robber, and when she's blue-haired, she's a sweet, obedient girl. Her name is Lan Chi. Seems you know her. How could he not? Lan Chi was a standout female supporting character early in Dragon Ball, far more famous than this mere cameo. Wang Quan thought to himself, "She is my sister," Lan Feng suddenly stated. What? Wang Quan's eyes widened in surprise. You heard me correctly. Lan Chi is my sister, so I'm quite familiar with personality changes like yours. You needn't hide it. So that's how it is. What a convenient excuse. Wang Quan thought and promptly replied, Indeed, I am Wang Quan, but am not the same Wang Quan as before. Therefore, anything he did or anyone he knew, I do not remember at all. You may indeed consider me as a completely different person. What else do you remember? Will the other Wang Quan wake up? I remember nothing at all. As for whether he will wake up, I don't know, perhaps he may never awaken again. Wang Quan deliberately stated. The other Wang Quan might have already entered hell or heaven. He could never return. What are your plans for the future? Lan Feng understood that Wang Quan must be like her sister, forgetting everything the moment he transformed, rendering him as someone without a past. I don't know. Wang Quan gazed at Lan Feng with a pitiful expression. All right, you can temporarily stay at the dojo. Whenever you revert to your original personality, you can move out, Lan Feng said with a hint of resignation. Thank you, Sister Lan Feng. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is also so kind. Wang Quan showered her with flattery. Actually, you're doing just fine now, sunny and bright. You were too reclusive before. Lan Feng sudenli zima. Oh, as long as Sister Lan Feng likes it, I shall remain like this, Wang Quan said with a playful smile. Quit the banter. I'll arrange a room for you. Rest well, for starting tomorrow, you must train diligently. Did you not come here to become stronger? Oh, it was the other you who wished to train, but how about you? Do you wish to train? Of course I want to train. I aim to become the strongest martial artist. Wang Quan replied earnestly. How could he not strive for strength in the world of Dragon Ball? Not to mention the earth-shattering powers of the later arcs. Even the ability to fly was a dream for many. Wang Quan often dreamt of mastering the technique to fly, soaring freely through the skies, only to awaken each time with a sense of loss. Let's begin. Lan Feng arranged Wang Quan a room that was not overly large. Although the furnishings were simple, they were nonetheless complete. Take a look and see if anything seems inappropriate. I will find a solution, she offered. Everything is fine. Thank you, Sister Lan Feng, he replied graciously. Then you should rest for now. I need to keep an eye on Satan. He has registered for next month's youth fighting competition. If he can achieve commendable results, Lan Feng said as she stepped out. Just as Wang Quan was about to lie down, he remembered the large bump on his head and promptly climbed back down. The thought that he had somehow traversed into the world of Dragon Ball sent waves of excitement coursing through him, causing him to wriggle on the bed. However, he quickly recalled the numerous calamities that befell Earth in Dragon Ball, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although it seemed that one could always be revived, who was to say he would not be the unfortunate soul who remained unrevived? Moreover, who would willingly embrace death, particularly in such a repetitive cycle of dying and resurrecting? To seize control of one's destiny, one must possess strength even clinging to the mightiest of allies. Son Goku offers no guarantees. Who could predict whether he might meet the same fate as Krillin, being sacrificed to the heavens? After all, even Son Goku himself endured that endless cycle of life and death. Lacking Saiyan blood, devoid of a system, and unable to locate the Dragon Balls, wishing upon them would not ensure his absolute safety. What of the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma is the daughter of the world's wealthiest man. He could meet her. Yet at this stage, the foremost priority was to cultivate his strength. With power in hand, all problems could be deftly resolved. He remembered clearly Son Goku's training at Master Rossa's place in Dragon Ball. It could be summarized as focusing attention, honing observational skills, and enduring physical trials. It appeared rather crude and simplistic, far inferior to the finesse of traditional martial arts. Speaking of traditional martial arts, this was a term Wang Quan had encountered in a novel from his previous life, referring to the art of combat. It emphasized defeating foes without spectacle, strengthening the nation and its people. This was the essence of traditional martial arts. The portrayal of traditional martial arts in that book was devoid of convoluted intricacies, instead employing familiar principles from everyday life to reveal its wonders. With that thought in mind, Wang Quan descended from the bed. Standing on the ground, he first recalled the descriptions of the horse stance from traditional martial arts, then bent his legs and gradually squatted down. Extending his arms forward as if grasping something, he slightly lifted his gaze, imagining an endless sea before him, waves crashing and seabirds soaring. It felt as though he were riding a swift steed between his legs, his body rising and falling in rhythm with the galloping horse. As he rose, his toes gripped the ground tightly, akin to a chicken's claw. When he descended, his toes relaxed, resembling the webbed feet of ducks and geese. Initially, he struggled to master this. Either he forgot to tightly grip the ground when rising or neglected to visualize the vast scenery, causing dizziness and nausea. After considerable effort, he finally became familiar with this entire sequence of movements and could perform them simultaneously. At this moment, Wang Quan felt the soreness in his knees and the numbness in his thighs dissipate. In its place emerged a warm current from every cell in his body, gentle as a mother's touch, alleviating all his fatigue and pain. The faint pain at the back of his head also transformed into a refreshing comfort beneath the caress of this warmth. However, as time progressed, the warmth accumulated, and Wang Quan felt as though his body were a balloon, gradually inflating, causing him discomfort. Finally, he lifted his head and opened his mouth. With a loud shout, a stream of white energy erupted from Wang Quan's mouth. His body softened, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he managed to lean against the bed. Bang! The door swung open. Wang Quan, what happened? Lan Fong stepped into the room, and upon seeing Wang Quan seated on the bed, seemingly unperturbed, she raised her gaze to the ceiling. There, in the roof, was a hole the size of a fist, with a beam of sunlight illuminating the space. What caused this hole? Lan Fong asked, looking at Wang Quan, who sat by the bed. At that moment, Satan also entered the room. It was me. I did it, Wang Quan said, looking up with a hint of embarrassment. Tu will fix it. How did you manage this? Wang Quan. What method did you employ? Lan Fong inquired excitedly, grasping Wang Quan's shoulders. Tu. Wang Quan was at a loss for words. I was too hasty, do you understand? That is the power of ki, a force only the most formidable martial artists can master. Wang Quan, you can wield ki, how did you achieve this? As she spoke, Lan Fong became increasingly animated. What is ki? I have no idea, Satan scratched his head and asked. Currently, there are very few martial artists in the world who can harness ki, which is why I hadn't mentioned it to you before. Just know this. Only those who master ki are the true martial artists, Lan Fong said earnestly. After speaking, she cast an eager gaze towards Wang Quan. Wang Quan, how did you come to possess the power of qi? Just tell me. I would agree to any condition. I beg you. As she spoke, Lan Fong was about to kneel down. Sister Lanfang, I'll tell you, but why do you desire to learn qi so much? Wang Quan inquired with curiosity. After spending some time together, he found Lanfang to be a wonderful girl. Yet, he could not fathom why, in the original comic, she resorted to such indecent tactics as stripping to win a competition. Now, she was kneeling before him to learn about Qi's power. Was she truly the type to stop at nothing for victory? However, in the original story, it was she who found and awakened little Yukong, who had nearly missed the match due to sleeping. Otherwise, her ranking could have been better. For my sister, Lan Qi, her transformation is caused by her inability to control the Qi within her. If I can master Qi, I might help her revert, and then I could bring her back, Lanfang declared passionately. All right, Sister Lanfang, let us go outside. You will see how it is. Wang Quan felt his body regain strength. He stood up and walked out of the room to an open space in the yard. As he explained, he assumed a horse stance. As time passed, Wang Quan again felt a warm current emerging from his cells. It coursed throughout his body, invigorating him, as he realized that this warmth was the Qi within him. Yet he had no control over it. He could only maintain the horse stance, his body rising and falling. As if he were truly riding a steed of great speed, his body began to swell again. And when he could no longer contain the Qi, Wang Quan lifted his head, a beam of Qi erupted from his mouth. Soaring 7 or 8 meters high before dissipating, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been drained, collapsing to the ground like a limp rag. Wang Quan, are you all right? Don't scare me. Lanfang rushed forward and embraced him. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I need to rest for a while, Wang Quan replied weakly. All right, rest. You need to recuperate, Lanfang said, picking him up effortlessly in a princess carry and returning him to his room, gently laying him on the bed, taking off his shoes, and covering him with a blanket. Rest well. Let me know if you need anything, she said, sitting at the head of the bed. I'm hungry. Could you prepare something to eat? After releasing Qi twice, Wang Quan felt both exhausted and famished. Okay, just wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away, Lanfang said before exiting the room. Satan stood there in a daze, looking up at the sky as if something were up there. Satan, what are you standing there for? Come help me cook? Oh, okay. Satan followed Lanfang to the kitchen, still in shock. The scene he had witnessed had shattered his worldview. It was as if magic, the Qi, had been expelled from a human's mouth. I must learn Qi. The future champion, Mr. Satan, cannot be without it. Chapter 2. Bulma's cannon fire. Why does my body feel so weak? Wang Quan pondered internally. He quickly arrived at an answer. The horse stance of martial arts had stirred the Qi within his body. In his previous world, he had far too little Qi. He would merely sweat a little, and it would be released. Though it was uncomfortable, it was not a significant issue. However, in the Dragon Ball world, humans possessed an abundance of Qi, which he could not control, resulting in it being expelled from his mouth. The loss of such vital energy naturally left him weak. According to martial arts theory, Qi is the most precious resource and should not be released lightly. It regulates the body and enhances physical strength. How does one retract Qi in martial arts? By closing the pores to prevent sweating and Qi leakage. He had yet to reach that point, as he had expelled Qi from his mouth before even sweating. Thus, today's events were a result of overexertion during training. As long as he stopped practicing within his capacity, he could avoid Qi leakage. Realizing this, Wang Quan's lips curled into a slight smile. The martial arts theories from his past life could be applied here in the Dragon Ball world. And soon he would possess strength, gaining a semblance of security in this perilous realm. Wang Quan, it's time to eat. The door swung open, and Lanfang entered. All right, Wang Quan, still a bit weak, was assisted by Lanfang. Feeling her softness beside him and inhaling her fragrance, he found himself regaining some strength on the dining table. Steaming dishes were laid out. Satan was fiddling with the bowls and chopsticks. He never expected that the young Satan had once been such a boy. The three of them sat down, and Wang Quan, who was already starving, was about to begin. Lanfang and Satan clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and exclaimed, "Let's eat." Wang Quan could only look on awkwardly. Once they finished, the three began to eat. Whether it was due to his ravenous hunger or Lanfang's exceptional cooking, Wang Quan consumed more than half the food. Wang Quan, you really can eat. We were planning to save some for late-night snacks, Satan complained. You should say less. You're the only one who gets up in the middle of the night to eat, Lan Fang retorted. Sister, you didn't mention how much I train. Of course, I get hungry quickly, Satan defended himself. Sorry, I released too much chi earlier, which is why I'm so hungry. It won't happen again, Wang Quan explained, though later he would face consequences for his words. What does that mean? Lan Fang's interest was piqued. Today was my first time training, and I made a mistake. Qi is the life force within the body. It should not be expelled easily, that we should refine it for strengthening our physical form. Increasing our power. Merely expelling Qi will lead to physical decline and could even be life-threatening. That's what I realized, Wang Quan stated earnestly. Oh, I understand now. Wang Quan, you're so clever to think of all this. Satan said with admiration. But how do we control the Qi within our bodies? Lan Fang suddenly asked. Wang Quan pondered for a moment, recalling the scenes of Bitterly and Son Gohan training in Dragon Ball. He extended both hands, cautiously experimenting, and said, every person possesses Qi within their body. The To guided out. One must concentrate fully, envisioning a force within that can be gathered in the palms. As he spoke. A flickering light began to manifest between his hands, ultimately forming a sphere of energy the size of an egg. This small orb of energy seemed to possess immense potential danger. Wang Quan ceased speaking, focusing entirely, using his willpower to draw the glowing orb back into his body. Phew, he exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Could it be that he was truly a genius, succeeding on his first attempt? He recalled that in Dragon Ball, Bitterly took an entire afternoon to successfully guide her Qi. Unbeknownst to him, his transmigration had fused the mental energies of two individuals within him that in the original story. Sun Wukong had to meditate beneath a waterfall to master the power of Qi, honing his mental strength. Wang Quan had thus gained a significant advantage, seeing Wang Quan seemingly draw out his Qi with ease. Lan Fang and Satan also extended their hands, their eyes bulging as they muttered about the power within their bodies, attempting to release it from their palms. However, despite their efforts, nothing changed in their hands. Oh, Wang Quan and Lan Fang simultaneously glanced at the bewildered Satan. I think I'll head back to my room, Wang Quan declared, rising and walking away. Satan, Lan Fang, somewhat irritated, rose from her seat and similarly departed from the dining hall. This left only Satan, who was enveloped by a familiar stench, his face flushing as he stubbornly remarked, is it just anger? Satan have released it too. Almost immediately, he clamped his nose shut and dashed away. Upon returning to his room, Wang Quan promptly succumbed to slumber on his bed. In his dreams, he found himself striking Sun Wukong with his fists, kicking Vegeta, and playfully tussling with Beerus, no celestial being, be it angels, the Grand Minister, or the Omni King, stood a chance against him. Awakening in the morning, he felt invigorated, a sensation of comfort unlike any he had ever experienced. Arriving at the training ground, Wang Quan began to stretch his limbs before assuming a horse stance. As he sensed the energy within him swelling, he slowly rose and wandered about the training area. Once the pressure inside him dissipated, he resumed his stance. This cycle continued, and after his third session, a thunderous growl emanated from his stomach. Wang Quan grimaced, gently massaging his belly. Turning to Lan Fang and Satan, he observed that they were still practicing their stances, yet appeared they would require several more days of training to succeed. Wang Quan felt the urge to express his hunger, yet embarrassment held him back. Clenching his fists, he focused on the power within him, recalling Sun Wukong's survival skills in the wild. Resolutely, he approached the edge of the training ground. Gazing at the towering 2-meter wall, with a powerful leap, he unexpectedly soared over 3 meters, landing somewhat clumsily beyond the courtyard wall. Before him lay an expanse of verdant forest. It must be said that the Earth of the Dragon Ball world boasted exceptional greenery. Otherwise, how could such large creatures as dinosaurs have thrived? Bending slightly, like a dart from a celestial blade, he shot forth. The world around him receded rapidly, and the oncoming gusts of wind gave him the sensation of flight. This feeling of power, this exhilarating freedom to run, was an experience Wang Quan had long yearned for yet could never attain. As he continued to sprint, he instinctively harnessed the energy within him, quickening his pace and enhancing his leaps, effortlessly traversing rivers and ravines. Immersed in the joy of his speed, Wang Quan failed to notice he had ventured deep into the forest. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long tiger lunged at the sprinting Wang Quan with a ferocious roar. Ah, Wang Quan exclaimed, narrowly evading the tiger's pounce. Cold sweat broke out across his body. The tiger, frustrated by its missed target, lashed its tail like a steel whip, striking the ground with a resounding crack. Wang Quan remained vigilant, too fearful to move, lest he fall prey to the beast. Finally, the tiger lost its patience. With a growl, it pressed down its forelegs, accompanied by a foul wind, and lunged at Wang Quan. With keen eyes fixed on the tiger's every move, Wang Quan swiftly sidestepped the attack. He soon realized the tiger's movements were rather predictable and not particularly swift. After missing its strike, the tiger twisted and coiled, its tail whipping towards Wang Quan like a steel lash. Wang Quan swiftly executed a roll to evade this assault. Like a tea that moment, the tiger turned and lunged, aiming to bite the rolling Wang Quan. In a critical moment, a yellow energy sphere the size of a chicken egg materialized in Wang Quan's palm. He hurled it into the tiger's wide-open maw. With a resounding boom, the tiger's mouth was drenched in blood, its jaws nearly obliterated. Observing its agony, Wang Quan clenched his fists and delivered a heavy blow to the tiger's forehead. The dull thud echoed as the tiger collapsed, lifeless. Wang Quan raised his hands, gazing at his bloodied fists. "Ha ha! This is power! This is the feeling of strength!" he bellowed with laughter, though he had sensed his strength while successfully standing in the horse stance and channeling his energy. Nothing felt as real as the lifeless tiger at his feet. When it comes to the legendary heroes who have fought tigers with bare hands, one immediately thinks of Wusong. Yet today, Wang Quan had achieved the same feat, and with far greater ease. Bending down, he grasped one of the tiger's hind legs and, with surprising strength, effortlessly lifted the massive creature onto his back. He recalled passing a small creek on his way and resolved to bring the tiger there to skin it and prepare it for a feast. Humming a tune, he bore the enormous tiger on his back. In the Dragon Ball world, this was a feat. In his previous life, consuming tiger meat would have been akin to facing a gunshot. Before long, he heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Arriving at the creek's edge, Wang Quan concentrated on controlling the energy within him, summoning a sharp energy blade at his fingertips to slice the tiger's belly. Everything proceeded smoothly, and he soon stripped a perfect hide from the tiger, but a fire was quickly kindled on the stone bank of the creek, and the tiger, now devoid of its fur, was skewered on a long wooden stake. Sizzling over the flames, without any seasoning, Wang Quan, plagued by hunger, paid little mind to the lack of flavor. With an energy blade at the edge of his palm, he deftly sliced off a generous piece of the roasted tiger meat. Wang Quan began to indulge heartily. The taste was unremarkable, the meat somewhat sour, yet the famished Wang Quan relished every bite. After consuming more than half of the tiger, he felt a sense of satisfaction and began to savor his food more slowly. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from not far away. Wang Quan looked up, puzzled. The sounds of destruction continued, interspersed with the shrieks of a young girl. Wang Quan sprang to his feet and dashed towards the source of the commotion. It was not far, just through a dense thicket along a narrow path. There, a yellow off-road vehicle lay, overturned. Propped against it was a blue-haired girl. In her current state of frenzy, the girl was tossing capsules as if they cost nothing. And as the smoke cleared, an array of weapons, some familiar and some not, emerged around her. In her hands, she wielded a gun resembling a revolver. Yet every time she pulled the trigger, it unleashed the devastating power of an RPG. Centered around her and the vehicle, the land within a radius of several dozen meters had been thoroughly plowed. Witnessing the girl's hysterical antics, it appeared she aimed to turn the very earth upside down. "Are you all right?" Wang Quan called out. Die. She screamed, immediately turned to fire a shot at him. Wang Quan dodged just in time, but the splatter of mud still hit him. "Hey, could you please aim before shooting?" I'm sorry. It was an accident." The girl dropped her weapon, cautiously maneuvering around the craters in the ground to approach Wang Quan. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Wang Quan lifted his gaze to the girl before him. She had blue hair styled in braids, adorned with a pink bow, and wore a loose-fitting dress that showcased her long, slender legs, completed by sporty shoes. "Bulma," Wang Quan exclaimed. "You know me?" Wang Quan was taken aback. He had merely thought she resembled Bulma and sought confirmation. only to find she recognized him. I saw you in the school woods with some delinquents, Bulma replied, eyeing Wang Quan curiously. You seem different. What do you mean different? Wang Quan was astonished to learn that he was Bulma's classmate at a tea school. You never spoke to anyone, and you always seemed like you were inviting trouble, as if you wanted to be bullied. Bulma was perplexed. How could this classmate's demeanor have changed so drastically? As fellow outcasts, she had merely been isolated, while Wang Quan had been genuinely bullied. Videos of his humiliation still circulated online. Yes, I just wanted to change a bit. So, I thought I'd try a different style. Wang Quan never anticipated that he would become a target of school bullying. In hindsight, the original Wang Quan's desire to learn martial arts stemmed from a longing to escape his victimization, or perhaps to seek vengeance. This moment, Wang Quan felt a sudden clarity wash over his mind, that he understood that this was the original soul's obsession. What kind of ordeal could leave a young person with such a lingering attachment, even after death? Wang Quan could not ascertain the answer. But now that he had traversed into this body, he felt compelled to settle this karmic connection as a form of resolution for the original owner. What brings you here? Testing the firearm's power. Wang Quan deftly shifted the topic, not wishing to encounter anyone familiar with the original's past, as that would require explanations. Fortunately, Bulma was not very acquainted with the previous Wang Quan. Although she admired his looks, she deemed him too timid, not meeting her standards for a boyfriend. Haha. It's a holiday, isn't it? I just came out to have some fun. Haha. Well, a ferocious beast suddenly lunged at me, causing my car to flip over. I was just startled. Bulma laughed nervously, instinctively guarding a small handbag around her waist, which had a conspicuous spherical bulge. Wang Quan cast a glance at her waist, causing Bulma to tense up. Thankfully, he refrained from further inquiries. He approached the edge of a shell crater and bent down to lift the corpse of a half-grown rabbit with 2 fingers. A ferocious beast? It's just a rabbit. I thought it was a gray wolf. Even a gray wolf wouldn't withstand such firepower. You could wage a small war with this. Wang Quan observed the mangled rabbit. Grimacing in disappointment as he discarded it into the crater, he knew that Bulma was on a quest to find the Dragon Balls. Yet upon reflection, he realized he had no wishes to fulfill through them. The notion of immortality could always be thwarted by various means. Possessing strength was far more tangible, yet the power granted by the Earth's Dragon Balls was something Wang Quan truly looked down upon. Rather than searching for Dragon Balls, he preferred to dedicate his time to rigorous training, which would soon enable him to surpass the gods. Moreover, wishing upon the Dragon Balls often attracted misfortune. Such matters were best avoided unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Wang Quan had no intention of interfering with Bulma's treasure-hunting expedition. But I'm a girl, and out here, safety is paramount, Bulma teased, sticking out her tongue and batting her striking blue eyes. The playful girl momentarily captivated Wang Quan, as she exuded a beauty distinct from Lan Fong, yet equally enchanting. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he turned away, unable to meet Bulma's charming gaze, and continued, Indeed, the outside world is far different from West City. Ferocious beasts roam freely. Alongside ancient dinosaurs, desert bandits, werewolves, vampires, half-beasts, and various other dangers. Vampires? Monsters? Bulma trembled slightly. You didn't know? Wang Quan asked, surprised as he glanced back. The Dragon Ball Earth is a veritable melting pot, teeming with all manner of beings. I thought those were mere legends. What should I do? Bulma began to falter. Armed with her inventions, she could handle most dangers, but she felt ill-equipped to confront vampires or monsters. Why not just go home? West City is humanity's largest gathering place. Those creatures wouldn't dare to run rampant in the city, Wang Quan suggested casually. But Bulma hesitated, embarrassed to admit that she sought the perfect boyfriend. No more buts. Young lady. You should return home. Wang Quan approached the overturned off-road vehicle, estimating its weight before bending down to grasp one side of the chassis, his muscles bulging as his face flushed. With a mighty roar, he finally righted the vehicle. All right, you could drive off now that I strongly advise you to head home. The outside world is genuinely perilous, he said, brushing the dirt from his hands. Bulma gazed at Wang Quan as if he were a monster, her expression shifting to something peculiar as she remarked, You really didn't have to lift it. I could have just stored it in a capsule and released it later. Ah, Wang Quan was taken aback, still unaccustomed to some of the peculiarities of the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 3. The Martial Arts Hall, Bulma learning boxing. Wang Quan walked ahead, feeling somewhat awkward as Bulma chattered incessantly behind him. A plethora of firearms and an off-road vehicle had been stored within a few small capsules by Bulma. Wang Quan, what are you doing here? How is your strength so immense? Have you undergone genetic modification? Such alterations are against Earth's laws and extremely dangerous. You can still turn back. If genetic backlash occurs, becoming a half-beast would be dire, Bulma exclaimed. Where did you see me modifying genes? Wang Quan replied. Somewhat helplessly, not genetic modification. Then is it mechanical enhancement? No, I haven't modified anything. I'm merely practicing martial arts. Wang Quan could no longer endure her incessant questions. Martial arts? Is that just boxing or mixed martial arts? Oh, and karate, taekwondo, kendo, but even a boxing champion wouldn't possess your strength. Bulma was incredulous. She couldn't believe that an ordinary person could wield such power without enhancements. Bulma, you know nothing of the strength inherent to humanity. Wang Quan turned back, his tone laden with significance. What do you mean? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Wang Quan thought to himself that if she continued her quest for the Dragon Balls as before, she would discover that some humans in this world possessed inexplicable power. The implication was clear. Humans could attain extraordinary strength through proper training. As they conversed, they traversed a thicket and arrived at the riverbank. What luck! The barbecue is still here. Wang Quan hurried forward to place the somewhat cold meat back on the nearly extinguished fire. Bulma, would you like some? It's tiger meat, Wang Quan offered, slicing a generous portion and presenting it to her. That a lady wouldn't eat such things, Bulma exclaimed in protest. Then I shall eat it myself. Wang Quan disregarded her, rotating the meat over the fire as he savored it. Soon, under Bulma's astonished gaze, he devoured nearly half of the tiger's carcass. He had heard that tiger bones were highly nutritious, and he even cracked open the bones to slurp the marrow inside. With a belly as round as a pregnant woman's ass, Wang Quan stood, squatted slightly, and assumed a horse stance. As he moved, his belly visibly shrank at an observable rate until it returned to flatness. Just as he was about to lose control of his energy, he stood up, allowing the energy to nourish his body. What were you doing just now? Performing magic tricks? Bulma's gaze flitted over his belly. What magic? If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. I was training. Do you comprehend what training entails? Wang Quan replied irritably. Training? Indeed, martial artists undergo rigorous training to push their minds and bodies to their limits, thereby unlocking the latent power within. This is the essence of Qi. Wang Quan elaborated, inspired, as small yellow energy orbs appeared in his palms, only to vanish back into his body moments later. Martial artists. Training Qi. How cool! Bulma suddenly realized. The current Wang Quan was a stark contrast to the one she knew from school. The latter was reticent, insecure, and the prime target for bullies. The Wang Quan before her now radiated confidence and vitality, enhanced by his already handsome features. Truly the ideal boyfriend she had always dreamed of. Bulma touched the bulge on her waist, tracing the contour of the Dragon Ball within, and decided to abandon her quest for the elusive Dragon Balls. Wang Quan, I recall you are an orphan. Where do you reside now? Bulma initiated her line of inquiry. Unbeknownst to Wang Quan, his own body was akin to that of an orphan. Yet perhaps this was for the best, as it spared him the sudden appearance of two unfamiliar parents. I have been honing my skills at a boxing gym in the suburbs, where I currently reside. Oh, a boxing gym. Is that where one can practice their skills? How fascinating. Would you be able to take me there? I wish to train and become as formidable as you, Wang Quan. Bulma pressed eagerly. Absolutely. Wang Quan agreed with enthusiasm. The prodigious girl, Bulma, becoming a martial arts master would surely be a delightful prospect. I am heading back now. Would you care to join me? Wang Quan said as he rolled up the tiger skin he had taken from a tree. Sure, Bulma responded eagerly. She produced a capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it away. With a bang, an off-road vehicle appeared. Bulma skillfully entered the vehicle and started the ignition, poking her head out. Get in. I still need you to navigate. Wang Quan opened the rear door and tossed the tiger skin inside before taking a seat in the passenger seat. With a sudden acceleration, the vehicle roared forward like a beast. Truly, the heiress of the universal capsule had impressive taste. The vehicle navigated through various ditches and puddles without losing speed, under Wang Quan's guidance. After more than an hour, accompanied by a screech of tires, the off-road vehicle executed a splendid drift and came to a halt in front of a somewhat dilapidated boxing gym. Is this truly the gym you mentioned? You weren't deceived, were you? Bulma looked up at the peeling door with skepticism. This gym may seem unassuming, but it possesses genuine talent. Besides, as long as I, Wang Quan, am here, this gym will inevitably become the strongest in the world. Wang Quan declared, exuding an air of dominance. Ah, Wang Quan, how handsome! Bulma swooned. Suddenly, the door creaked open with a bang. Hello, I am the gym's coach, Lan Fong. Wang Quan, where have you been? I haven't seen you for ages. Lan Fong exclaimed upon spotting Wang Quan. Sister Lan Fong, I went out to grab a bite to eat. Wang Quan replied, feeling somewhat sheepish about his sudden departure. If you're hungry, just let me know. I would prepare something for you. Why venture out alone? Did you even bring any money? Sister Lan Fong, I may have overindulged a bit. Wang Quan replied diplomatically. What is there to fear? Eating well is essential for building strength, which is necessary for effective training. Don't worry. As long as you focus on your training, this gym, despite its dilapidation, will ensure you are well fed, that if Satan can achieve a commendable position in this youth fighting competition, our gym will experience a revival. Lan Fong firmly believed that Satan, having mastered the horse stance, would undoubtedly excel in the competition. Sister Lan Fong, this is my classmate, Bulma. She too wishes to train at the gym. Wang Quan introduced Bulma, who had been silent until now. You must be Bulma. You want to train in our gym? That's marvelous. Don't let the gym's appearance fool you. We possess remarkable skill. Choosing to train here is the wisest decision you could make. Lan Fong immediately transformed into a saleswoman, showering Bulma with praise. It truly is wonderful as you say. I would like to see for myself. Bulma replied calmly, though her mind was filled with disdain for Lan Fong. What was wrong with this woman? Dressed so scantily, with a figure so provocative, and a face resembling that of seductress. Speaking so intimately with Wang Quan. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing him, completely disregarding her own age. What a shameless older woman! Yes, please come in and take a good look around, Lan Fong said with a beaming smile, ushering Bulma into the gym. Miss Bulma, to be frank, our gym is currently facing tough times with no students, but rest assured our teaching quality remains impeccable. Here, you will learn authentic martial arts. Lan Fong led Bulma to the training area. Satan, show us what you can do. In the training area, Satan squatted in the horse stance, continually adjusting his movements, yet struggling to coordinate them all. Just as frustration began to set in, he heard his senior's voice. Turning around, he immediately recognized the unfamiliar Bulma and grasped his senior's intention. Little girl, do you wish to practice boxing? Come to our gym. If you join us, you too can achieve what I have. Satan proclaimed, retrieving a capsule from his pocket, pressing the button, and tossing it away. With a bang, smoke dispersed to reveal a neatly arranged stack of tiles. Satan extracted 10 tiles and stacked them on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand high, forming a knife-like palm. Satan exhaled forcefully, executing a knife hand strike, shattering all 10 tiles into halves. Impressive. I assent it. This is the prowess of yours truly. Mr. Satan. Little girl, if you train here, you too can accomplish such feats. With his hands behind his back, Satan exuded an air of superiority. Upon closer inspection, one might notice the corners of Satan's mouth twitching slightly. Beads of sweat trickling down from beneath his wild hair, and his left hand fervently rubbing his right palm. Wang Quan observed this display of skill and mused. No wonder Satan always performed such feats on the arena in Dragon Ball. It was a skill honed from childhood that he recalled that at the peak of his prowess, Satan could slice through 50 stacked tiles. It seems Satan still had a way to go before reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Bulma, too, was awestruck by Satan's display. While Wang Quan appeared even more formidable, his overwhelming strength left her with a sense of unreality. However, Satan's demonstration felt different. It was a tangible representation of power achievable through training. A true embodiment of strength. Not an ordinary individual, Bulma quickly regained her composure after the initial shock of Satan's performance and turned to Wang Quan, declaring, I recognize the strength of this gym. I have decided to train here. Miss Bulma, how long do you wish to train with us? 1 month? 3 months? 6 months? Or perhaps a year? Lan Fang inquired. Does it make a difference? Miss Bulma, I would recommend a year of training. For 1 year, the tuition is 1 million yuan, which provides ample time to truly learn martial arts. At a month, however, would cost 200,000, and to be honest, you would learn much in such a short time. It would be more worthwhile to enroll in a fitness or yoga class. Lan Fang, not truly a shrewd merchant, laid out the advantages and disadvantages for Bulma. And what about him? What about Wang Quan? Bulma asked, directing her gaze towards Wang Quan. Wang Quan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he was uncertain about how much tuition he had paid or how long he was allowed to learn. Wang Quan paid a tuition fee of 100,000 yuan for 2 months of training until the summer vacation concludes out of course. He works at the gym to offset his tuition. But that was in the past. Now he's a part of our gym, Lan Fang explained, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she looked at Wang Quan. Does he live here? Bulma suddenly inquired. Yes, Wang Quan replied helplessly, realizing he didn't even know where his previous home was. He could only reside in the gym now. The former Wang Quan had also been a recluse. Even Satan didn't know where he lived. I too wish to live in the gym. I'm not short on funds, Bulma thought, observing Lan Fang's gaze towards Wang Quan, one that seemed as if she wished to devour him. The wave of unease washed over her. This older woman clearly harbored ulterior motives towards Wang Quan, who was merely a hot-blooded youth. How could he withstand her temptations? If she were to live here, she must distance herself from Lan Fang, ensuring the latter had no opportunity to exploit. Very well, no problem. The accommodation and meal fees will be an additional 200,000 a month. Lan Fang was indifferent to what Bulma might be thinking, as the dojo was on the verge of financial ruin. Living in the dojo, Bulma would cling to Wang Quan whenever she had the chance, and naturally, the two grew closer. It was during this time that Bulma realized that the teachings of the dojo, while significantly superior to the common karate and taekwondo, paled in comparison to the profound martial arts refined by Wang Quan. After 2 months of vacation, the dojo had undergone a remarkable transformation. A brand new sign now adorned the entrance, replacing the mundane characters that once read dojo with the elegantly crafted 3 characters. Guoshu Guan, National Martial Arts Hall. That a great deal had occurred in those 2 months. Wang Quan and Bulma had officially established a romantic relationship, and he had finally located his former residence. However, Wang Quan chose not to reside there any longer. He sold the house, garnering a modest sum, and truly became a part of the dojo. Satan had triumphed in the youth fighting competition, gaining a modicum of fame within the fighting circle. The notoriety he brought indeed attracted a plethora of young martial arts enthusiasts. In the dojo, now the National Martial Arts Hall, was no longer desolate. Lan Fang was overjoyed each day. Throughout the 2 months, Lan Fang, Satan, and Bulma had successively mastered the horse stance, channeling the energy within their bodies, breaking through the limits of their physical capabilities. When Wang Quan indicated that the horse stance was merely a foundational skill and that the essence of martial arts was vast and profound, Lan Fang decisively opted to rename the dojo to Guishu Guan and gifted Wang Quan half of the shares of the hall. Wang Quan, unable to refuse, accepted the offer, and the exchange of half the dojo shares for Wang Quan's martial arts expertise rendered it unclear who truly benefited from the arrangement. Nonetheless, with a beautiful and affluent girlfriend like Bulma, Wang Quan was not overly concerned with wealth. He was genuinely content not to be a mere kept man, unlike Vegeta from the original tale, who, despite being one of the strongest warriors in the universe, was merely a man living off another's fortune. During their passionate romance, Bulma confided in Wang Quan her desire to seek the Dragon Balls, summon the Eternal Dragon, and wish for a perfect boyfriend. She even showed him her Dragon Balls and her homemade Dragon Radar. The radar revealed that aside from the one in Bulma's possession, the other Dragon Balls were converging together, astonishingly culminating in a gathering of 9 Dragon Balls. Wang Quan understood that even without Bulma, Son Goku had departed from his mountain sanctuary. However, he remained uncertain how his adventures would differ from the original narrative. As Wang Quan deepened his understanding of energy, he developed a heightened sensitivity to it. Just days prior, he sensed an immense surge of energy that erupted suddenly, and he later heard on the news that the Flame Mountain, which had been ablaze for over a decade, had vanished entirely. On the night when the 9 Dragon Balls converge on the radar, it happened to be a full moon that a violent and potent energy surged throughout the night, only subsiding once the moon disappeared. Wang Quan discerned that the force responsible for obliterating the Flame Mountain was Master Matedo, and the energy on that full moon night belonged to Son Goku in his great ape transformation. He felt that his own explosive power could not match the Kamehameha of Master Roshi, nor could his sustained combat prowess compare to that of the transformed little Goku. However, having achieved such results after merely 2 months of training, Wang Quan felt immense satisfaction, knowing he was just beginning to stand in the horse stance. The profundity of martial arts was undeniably superior to the transformations of Saiyans. Upon discovering that the 9 Dragon Balls were gathering on the radar, Bulma rushed to find Wang Quan. "Wang, look! Someone else is collecting the Dragon Balls, and they've gathered 9 already, just missing my one. What's this, Bulma? Are you still hoping to wish for a boyfriend?" Wang Quan teased, pulling her into his embrace. Please don't mock me," Bulma retorted, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Wang Quan's waist. "Ow, ow, ow. All right, Bulma. I won't say another word." Despite her delicate appearance, Bulma's strength after training was no less than Satan's. I'll make sure you don't bully me again." After releasing her grip, Bulma gently kneaded Wang Quan's waist a few times. "I won't dare again," Wang Quan assured, grasping her petite hand. "You needn't worry. If they find us, their wishes will likely be good intentions. If you wish, you can give them the Dragon Balls. If not, you needn't concern yourself if they dare to take them. Let us see if they have the capability to do so." With that, Wang Quan clenched his fist, the air within his palm bursting with a resounding pop. "Haha, indeed. I'm Bulma, and I'm not one to be trifled with." She suddenly unleashed a flurry of punches, the sound of air being shattered resonating through the air as her delicate fists left trails of afterimages. Chapter 4. Bulma's distress. Bulma's worries proved to be unfounded. The 9 Dragon Balls that had gathered on the radar had not moved for several days. As the vacation came to an end, the National Martial Arts Hall fell quiet once more, as over half the students returned to their academic pursuits, with only Zhou Jiu re-attending for training, and some who had lost their resolve simply never returned. In Wang Quan and Bulma's room, the basement housed various high-tech devices that Wang Quan could not even name. "Bulma, are you truly considering not attending school anymore?" Wang Quan inquired, observing Bulma's fingers dancing over the keyboard. The numbers on the display, flowing like a waterfall. "I've already mastered everything taught at school. It's far too tedious being around those childish kids that I've discovered that studying martial arts is genuinely fascinating." As she spoke, Bulma pressed the enter key, and a 3-dimensional image appeared on the screen that depicted a tiger in motion, vividly lifelike, devoid of any stiffness. As Bulma continued to type, the tiger's fur vanished, followed by its muscles, until only a skeleton remained. She began enlarging the image on the display until only a segmented spine was visible. Meanwhile, various formulas and values that Wang Quan could not comprehend populated the screen. With a triumphant smile, Bulma exclaimed, "What do you think? Didn't you say that the next step in martial arts was to reach the spine? Are you satisfied with my gift?" "Exceedingly satisfied." Wang Quan lifted Bulma into the air, spinning her around joyfully. "Haha, martial arts truly is remarkable. Living organisms can harness such power, utterly redefining scientific understanding." Bulma chimed, her excitement palpable. "Indeed, martial arts is extraordinary. Mastering the control of the spine is merely the threshold. Even greater wonders await us ahead. I will always be by your side, witnessing the marvels of martial arts." Bulma smiled tenderly. "How wonderful it is to have you." Wang Quan lowered his gaze slightly, as Bulma raised hers to meet his. "Wang, you should go out for now. I'll succeed soon, and I have a surprise for you tonight." Bulma breathed heavily, reluctantly stepping out of Wang Quan's embrace. "All right, Bulma, if you're tired, take a break. There's no rush." Wang Quan gently stroked her blue hair. "That I understand. You can leave now." Bulma ushered Wang Quan out of the basement, closing the door behind him as she activated the 3D printer to begin crafting her device. Wang Quan emerged from the basement, leaving the room to find the training ground revitalized. A handful of students were diligently practicing, while Satan walked among them, occasionally correcting their stances. The students hadn't yet learned martial arts. They were still practicing the techniques taught in the former dojo. Sister Lan Fong had departed the National Martial Arts Hall a few days prior, once she could adeptly control her inner energy. She was eager to leave, stating she needed to find her sister, Lan Chi. The former dojo had indeed possessed some genuine techniques, particularly in the realm of mental training. Unfortunately, these methods required the accompaniment of energy to be effective. Without having cultivated energy, the techniques for mental control were rendered ineffective, serving only as psychological suggestions to help one concentrate on a single aspect. However, once the user harnessed energy, the methods for controlling mental prowess could yield significant results. Lan Fong had mentioned that she was now confident in her ability to cure her sister's transformation. Wang Quan, I can now control the energy within my body. What should I practice next? Satan, upon seeing Wang Quan, hurried over and inquired, Your internal energy seems rather insufficient. Practicing other disciplines may not be beneficial for your body. What you should focus on next is to nourish your physique with energy, fortifying your flesh. Wang Quan observed that although Satan appeared muscular, he was severely depleted in vitality, and he advised against learning any form of energy manipulation that could squander the essence within his body. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, replied Wang Quan. Satan had not gleaned any new insights from Wang Quan, yet he remained unconcerned, aware that his previous relentless pursuit of physical training had left his body in less than optimal condition. Wang Quan moved to a nearby open space, assuming a horse stance for a full 3 hours, feeling as if his body had transformed into a balloon, with warm currents faintly emanating from his pores. He understood that he could no longer continue his training and promptly ceased, slowly rising to walk in circles, each step taken with utmost caution as though traversing through muddy waters after several laps. The sensation of impending explosion within him finally subsided. Wang Quan halted, pressing his hands down and exhaling a stream of warm air. A long white line, akin to a laser, shot forth from the corner of the room, creating a dark hole in the ground. Although he had yet to master the martial arts, his physical prowess and the energy contained within him had grown immensely. In recent days, he had been contemplating the art of levitation, which ultimately was just another application of energy. He endeavored to release energy from various parts of his body, but to no avail. He recalled the levitation technique from Dragon Ball, which required the body to float first. It dawned on him that the transformation of energy ought to occur within the body rather than externally. With this newfound clarity, Wang Quan began to devise a way to escape the Earth's gravitational pull and achieve levitation. His initial thought was of a hovering car, which levitates by altering its magnetic field before utilizing thrusters for movement. Thus, to master the art of levitation, one must control the energy within to modify their magnetic field, allowing them to float and subsequently release energy externally for propulsion. Having grasped the principle, Wang Quan recognized the direction of his efforts. He bent his knees and leapt into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters. As the force of ascent waned and he began to descend, he concentrated entirely on the gravitational pull below him. After a few seconds, he landed on the ground. With his eyes closed, he attentively sensed the force that tugged at him during his descent. What did I just see? Did Wang Quan really leap over 10 meters high? You are not mistaken. I saw it too. Huh. Did you all witness that? This is the prowess of the Martial Arts Academy. With diligent practice, you too will achieve this someday. Satan, can you do it too? Show us what you've got. Step aside and watch me. After a few students moved aside, Satan crouched deeply, then let out a mighty roar as he leapt into the air. Like a gorilla, he soared over 10 meters high before landing with a thunderous thud. Huh. Satan laughed heartily, masking the fatigue in his legs. Satan, you are incredible. Indeed, I must train harder. If I can jump high enough, I will surely make the school basketball team. Several students began to train with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Satan turned his gaze towards Wang Quan, curious about his contemplations. The commotion around him failed to capture Wang Quan's interest. He focused entirely on sensing the gravitational force pulling him down, attempting to mobilize the energy within his body to counteract it. Minutes later, Wang Quan opened his eyes and leapt into the air once more. After descending, he closed his eyes in deep thought. This time, he pondered for over 20 minutes before leaping again. The cycle continued, with Wang Quan's periods of contemplation lengthening. The training ground gradually emptied, leaving only Satan watching Wang Quan. Suddenly, Satan sensed a slight movement in Wang Quan's body, as if he had shifted, yet remained still. Just moments later, he beheld Wang Quan, eyes closed, floating effortlessly in midair. Wang Quan wobbled slightly, suspended over half a meter off the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Satan gaping in astonishment. Suppressing his joy at this success, Wang Quan gradually regulated the flow of energy within him, stabilizing his body and halting its swaying. He then released a portion of energy from his feet, causing his body to ascend slowly, gaining speed as he did so. Satan gazed upward, watching as Wang Quan became a mere speck in the sky. Wang Quan grew increasingly adept at flying, quickening his pace and attempting various maneuvers. "Ah!" he exclaimed, soaring freely through the sky. The exhilarating sensation of wind against his face was utterly intoxicating. Wang Quan soared for over half an hour, traversing beyond the western city and into a dense forest, flying over the very spot where he had first encountered Bulma. Finally, sensing his energy reserves dwindling, he returned to the martial arts academy, landing gracefully on the training ground. Wang Quan, the moment his feet touched the ground. Bulma rushed over and embraced him. "Bulma, see? I wasn't lying. Wang Quan truly flew away." Satan interjected from the side. "Wang Quan, how did you manage to fly?" an excited Bulma asked, gazing up at him. "Huh, Bulma, it was all thanks to the power of energy. I can teach you. It's quite simple." Wang Quan eagerly explained how to manipulate energy within the body to counteract Earth's gravity. Bulma quickly grasped the concept, realizing it was based on the same principle as the hovering car. She attempted to control the energy within her, and within minutes, she began to wobble and float. However, her energy reserves were still too low, and she had not yet mastered flying, causing her to descend shortly thereafter. As for Satan, his control was insufficient for levitation, but with practice, he would soon learn. "Wang Quan, I had intended to surprise you, but it seems you surprised me instead." Bulma retrieved a capsule from her bosom, pressed a button, and tossed it into the air. With a poof, smoke dissipated to reveal what appeared to be an exoskeletal armor. "What is this?" "A training aid for martial arts," Bulma declared proudly, bending down to pick it up. "Here, Wang Quan, put this on." Bulma helped him don the exoskeleton. Then, she produced a remote control from her pocket and pressed a button. With a series of mechanical clicks, the armor secured itself around Wang Quan. "Wang Quan, try standing in a horse stance." "All right," Wang Quan complied. As Bulma pressed another button on the remote, Wang Quan felt a surge of energy coursing from the back of his head down his spine. Culminating in a powerful push at his coccyx, a shiver ran through him, causing his unkempt hair to stand on end, resembling Satan's wild mane. "Huh, this is the sensation. This is the essence. Bulma, you are simply marvelous." Wang Quan reveled in the movement of his spine, etching that feeling deep into his memory. He turned to embrace Bulma, spinning her around in excitement. Capturing that sensation, Wang Quan became entirely immersed in the realm of training. During this period, he felt as if he were in a dream. Regardless of what he was doing or where he was, his thoughts remained fixated on his spine. "Bulma, you needn't worry. Wang Quan will be just fine." Satan reassured her that he has been like this for several days. "It is quite worrisome." Bulma cast her gaze towards Wang Quan in the courtyard. With every step he took, he appeared remarkably stiff. Had one been able to observe his physique, they would have noticed that each time he lifted his foot, his toes would curl tightly, only to relax completely upon the descent of his foot. This moment, he had seamlessly integrated the horse stance into every action of his, be it walking, sitting, or lying down. He was also perpetually engaging his spine, striving to cultivate that elusive, invigorating power. Suddenly, Wang Quan halted in his tracks, becoming utterly still. "Wang Quan," Bulma clenched her fists, her face etched with concern in that instant. Wang Quan's body trembled violently, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed through the air, and his disheveled hair stood on end, resembling a devilish explosion. "This is the sensation. Yes, this is it. Ha ha ha. I have finally succeeded." After his triumphant laughter, he gently crouched down. His body began to undulate. This crouch of the horse stance persisted for the better part of a day, when Wang Quan felt the vital energy within him nearing a boiling point. Threatening to erupt from his pores, he envisioned a tail sprouting from his back. With a flick from the tip of the tail, it surged upward along his spine until it reached the nape of his neck. A sudden jolt coursed through his body, causing him to shudder as all his pores instinctively closed, raising a layer of goosebumps the size of mung beans on his skin, effectively sealing the vital energy that was on the verge of escaping. Slowly, Wang Quan rose to his feet, raising his hands to his forehead before pressing them down to his lower abdomen. Exhaling all the air from his belly that a beam of white energy akin to a laser shot from Wang Quan's mouth, creating yet another pit in the stone ground below. Once he concluded his practice, Wang Quan turned his gaze towards Bulma, who had remained steadfastly by his side, a glimmer of tenderness flashing in his eyes. During this period, he had immersed himself entirely in his training, with Bulma silently supporting him and managing all the mundane affairs. Wang Quan, have you succeeded in your training? Bulma inquired. Indeed, I have taken a significant step forward in my martial arts. What lies ahead is merely honing my skills. Bulma, thank you for being by my side all this time. It's nothing. I was merely worried about you. These past few days, it seems as though you've been possessed. Wang Quan, I've noticed that you've been pushing yourself relentlessly. Why? You are already so powerful. Why do you continue to train so fervently? I don't understand. Bulma's voice quavered as she spoke, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Quan enveloped Bulma in his embrace, gently massaging her shoulders. Bulma, you do not understand. What don't I understand? Tell me. You are my boyfriend, yet I know so little about you. I don't comprehend how you can conceive such extraordinary martial arts. I do not know what frightens you, nor why you are so fervently obsessed with power. I am unsure if you love me, or if you are merely using me for your research. Bulma pushed Wang Quan away, pouring out the words she had held back. She realized she was being infatuated, wishing for a perfect boyfriend, yet she was not Na'vi, regardless of how wonderful he might be. If he were not sincere with her, she would not cling to him. Wang Quan appeared somewhat dazed. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As a traveler from another world, he understood the dangers of the Dragon Ball universe and had been diligently training. However, in the presence of others, he would unconsciously adopt an air of superiority. Especially when interacting with characters from the original story, he was aware of their personalities and histories, which often led him to believe he could alter their fates, either to compensate for his past regrets or simply out of his own whims. When it came to Bulma, the undisputed female lead of Dragon Ball, he knew everything about her and had once held a fondness for this animated character. Thus, when Bulma developed feelings for him, their relationship progressed seamlessly. He reveled in his own pride, yet he had never genuinely attempted to understand Bulma. He failed to recognize that Bulma was now a living, breathing young woman, not merely an NPC from the anime who provided assistance to the protagonist in the early stages. That Bulma's heartfelt words jolted Wang Quan into realization. This was a genuine world where everyone possessed living souls. He was not engaged in a solitary game. He, too, was an integral part of this world. So that is how it is. Upon this epiphany, Wang Quan laughed heartily towards the heavens. His spirit began to transcend, his soul perfectly aligning with his physical form, as if a layer of shackles had been removed, granting him an unprecedented sense of ease. From that moment forth, Wang Quan could be considered to have truly integrated into the world of Dragon Ball. Wang Quan. Bulma was taken aback by a sudden outburst of laughter. Her concerns momentarily overshadowed as she gazed at him. Bulma? Wang Quan looked down at her tear-streaked face. Let me pursue you once more. Wang Quan proclaimed, a warmth radiating from his smile that he had never exhibited before. Chapter 5. The superhero meets the parents. Quan, I want that one, and that one, and that one, please, in an amusement park. Before shooting booth, Bulma wrapped her arms around Wang Quan's, bouncing excitedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with desire as she pointed at the adorable plush toys displayed at the stall. All right, Bulma, just watch me. I will secure them all for you. Wang Quan beamed with confidence. Boss, hand me the gun. He extracted some bills from his pocket and handed them to the stall owner, receiving a toy gun in return. Wang Quan, you can do it. Bulma cheered, her fists clenched in encouragement. With your blessings, I shall surely succeed. Just wait to bring these toys home. Wang Quan raised an eyebrow in pride, clumsily experimenting with the toy gun in his hands. The craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Cradled in his arms, it felt authentically heavy that he awkwardly mimicked the stance of soldiers from movies, resting the stock against his shoulder, aligning his aim with the small signs beneath the plush toys several meters away. Bang! With his first shot, Wong Quan distinctly observed the bullet veer far off target. It's quite normal to miss on your first try. Keep it up, the owner chuckled warmly. Wong Quan adjusted the angle of his gun, guided by the previous sensation. Bang! His expression darkened. Quan, I believe in you. Bulma offered him a radiant smile. Wong Quan set aside his initial dismissiveness, slowly attuning himself to the nuances of the toy gun in his hands. Bang! Though he still missed, he had grasped the technique. Bang! A small sign toppled over. Congratulations, young man, the owner approached, retrieving a plush rabbit from the shelf and presenting it to Bulma. Quan, you're amazing. I want that little cat too. Bulma exclaimed, cradling the toy rabbit with delight. All right, let us go for the cat. Bang! What a lucky shot, young man. Yay! Bulma stood on her toes and planted a hearty kiss on Wong Quan's cheek, continuing, now I want the turtle. Bang! Here's your turtle. Young lady. The owner's smile was nearly impossible to contain. I want more. Bang! That little dog. Bang! You're incredible, Quan. Bang! After finishing all his shots, Wong Quan returned the toy gun to the dejected owner. Little brother, you're a sharpshooter, the owner remarked with a mix of admiration and envy. My apologies. I'm just here to accompany my girlfriend. As long as she's happy. That's all that matters. Wong Quan replied, glancing at Bulma, who was surrounded by a pile of toys, her face radiating joy. He then retrieved a few more bills from his pocket, pressing them into the owner's hand. This is too much, the owner protested, though his grip remained firm. Wong Quan paid no heed to the delighted owner, walking over to Bulma. Bulma, we can't possibly carry all these toys. Let us store them in the capsule instead. Okay, bang! All the dolls had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a solitary capsule on the ground. Bulma picked it up and solemnly placed it in the capsule case. As the heiress of the universal capsule. Bulma was never in want of anything. She merely relished the joyful moments spent in the company of Wong Quan. Where shall we venture next? Bulma inquired. Wong Quan pondered, contemplating whether to visit the haunted house or the pirate ship. Suddenly, both Wong Quan and Bulma furrowed their brows, their ears twitching slightly. They exchanged a glance, then leaped into the air, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the tourists below, a few blocks away from the amusement park. Several police cars were in hot pursuit of a few modified off-road vehicles. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Stop! Pull over! You cannot escape. Only an idiot would stop. Behold my Gatling gun. A burly man wearing a black hood burst through the sunroof of the off-road vehicle, his upper body protruding. Amid his maniacal laughter, the 9-barreled Gatling gun in his hands unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles. Two police cars, caught off guard, flipped over the roadside, and 2 bloodied officers struggled to crawl out through the shattered windows, their fists pounding the ground in frustration. Damn it. You little cops are a century too early to catch us. The burly man cackled as he returned to the vehicle. Wong Quan and Bulma hovered in midair, observing the chaotic chase below. The public safety in West City is abysmal. During our days of dating, there's been a crime nearly every day, Wong Quan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Frankly, West City in the Dragon Ball world is more lawless than any free country. It's simply excessive freedom. We must descend. That police car is about to explode, Bulma exclaimed before diving downwards. Wong Quan also soared towards a group of off-road vehicles. As he faced the speeding vehicles, Wong Quan lowered his stance, his fist shooting forth like a cannonball. With a resounding boom, the foremost off-road vehicle abruptly halted, its front end crumpling inward, the rear wheels lifting off the ground, before it tumbled over Wong Quan's head. Skidding several meters down the road, it finally crashed into the guardrail, coming to a stop. Wong Quan repeated his technique, dispatching the remaining vehicles with a single punch, while the last off-road vehicle halted before him, its occupants paralyzed with fear. The hooded criminals inside had already urinated in their pants. Meanwhile, a tremendous explosion erupted from a police car behind, engulfing the area in flames and smoke. Bulma descended slowly from the sky, carrying 2 police officers. At that moment, The other police cars had arrived, surrounding the stationary off-road vehicles that a group of officers disembarked, guns raised cautiously as they approached. Thank you. Thank you. You must be the Superboy and Supergirl we've seen on the news. You are the heroes of West City. The two officers, trembling and supporting each other, expressed their gratitude to Bulma. No. You brave officers protecting the city are the true heroes, Bulma replied before soaring away with Wong Quan. Have they flown away? The officers looked up at the sky in a WEIS that's some form of advanced technology. It must be. Didn't you notice? That Supergirl seems to be Bulma, the heiress of the Universal Capsule. An officer pulled out a handheld computer, quickly uncovering Bulma's identity. She is the daughter of Dr. Brief. She must be using some invention of his. The officers discussed amongst themselves as they took the injured criminals away. In the sky, Wong Quan and Bulma flew side by side toward the distant foreign art museum. Suddenly, an electronic watch on Bulma's wrist emitted beeping sounds and flashed with light. Bulma halted mid-air, tapping the screen, silencing the beeping as a disheveled old man appeared on the display. Dad? Bulma raised her arm to address the screen. Bulma, your mother and I saw the news. That Supergirl is you, isn't it? The elderly man leaned closer to the camera, his face filling the small screen. Why Haven T, you returned home for so long? What have you been up to out there? You aren't experimenting with body modifications. Are you? Let me tell you, that path is a dangerous one. Please, we Bulmas are far too clever for that, Bulma retorted, and the screen shook as the blue-haired old man vanished, replaced by a golden-haired woman who bore a resemblance to Bulma, albeit more mature and smiling radiantly. Bulma, forget about your father. If the Superboy is with you, your mother saw you both on TV. Are you on a date? Oh, Bulma, please do me a favor. I want to date the Superboy too. Bulma's forehead twitched with irritation. Is this really your parents? Wong Quan asked, having known Bulma for some time without ever meeting her family. They seem quite concerned for you. Bulma, who is speaking beside you? Is it the Supergirl? Bulma's mother implored. You must bring him home. I want to meet him. Please. The glamorous woman on the screen, resembling a little girl queen, pleaded with Bulma. Not a chance, Bulma shouted, her finger pressing firmly against the screen. Wong, my mother is quite eccentric. You needn't pay her any mind. Bulma turned to Wong Quan. It's clear your mother has a youthful spirit. Wong Quan chuckled. Sometimes I can't tell if she's my mother or just a little girl. Bulma ruffled her hair and continued. Wong, I need to return home. Dad thinks I've been using modification technology and is probably very worried. I need to explain everything to him. All right, I'll accompany you. Consider it a visit to meet your future in-laws. Wong Quan replied. Humph. You Haven T even secured my agreement to marry you, Bulma retorted as she flew toward the city center. Bulma, wait for me. Wong Quan followed her. Before long, they arrived above a grand estate. Wong Quan looked down, overwhelmed by the opulence. This was the residence of the richest person on Earth that IT resembled a vast forest park, with countless animals frolicking, and Wong Quan even spotted a few dinosaurs wandering through the trees. Bulma, your home is enormous, Wong Quan exclaimed as they landed before the grand entrance. Humph, I don't like it here. It's just filled with cold, lifeless robots and a yard full of animals. Bulma scoffed. Yes, she spoke. She approached a display screen at the entrance. Miss Bulma, please come in, a mechanical voice announced as the grand doors slowly opened. Wong Quan followed Bulma inside. An automated hovering car awaited them at the entrance, which Bulma effortlessly opened, and they both took their seats. The vehicle then set off on its OWN as they traveled. Various flora and fauna coexisted harmoniously, with countless robots busily tending to the garden, feeding the animals and cleaning up, each robot diligently performing its assigned tasks. Although the courtyard was bustling within minutes, the hovering car arrived at a massive spherical villa. As Wong Quan and Bulma alighted, they found her parents already waiting at the door, a short old man in a white lab coat holding a black cat, and a tall, stunning blonde woman. Dad, Mom? Bulma rushed forward, embracing both of them. Bulma, you finally decided to come back. Why didn't you inform us about dropping out of school? Do you know how worried your father and I have been? Dr. Brief spoke, observing Bulma closely, his concern gradually fading as, this is the Superboy mentioned on TV. He truly is quite handsome, that I don't suppose you would encourage your mother to date him, would you? Bulma's mother smiled at Wang Quan. Not a chance. Wang belongs to me. Bulma leapt from her parents' embrace. Little Bulma, how could you betray your mother? Bulma's mother bowed her head, concealing her face as if she were on the verge of tears. Mother, do show some restraint. Bulma exclaimed. Ah, Bulma has grown up. Can you no longer deceive her, mother? Bulma's mother lifted her head, revealing traces of her earlier sorrow. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Wang Quan, and I am Bulma's boyfriend. Upon witnessing the tender interaction within Bulma's family, Wang Quan stepped forward and bowed, slightly da-da. Superboy, let us take a picture together. Bulma's mother suddenly produced a camera from seemingly nowhere, positioning herself next to Wang Quan. Pouting playfully, and with a click, the flash illuminated the room. Mother, Bulma's irritation flared, prompting her mother to retreat to the kitchen to brew a cup of coffee. With a smile, Bulma's mother exited. Wang Quan, you claim to be Bulma's boyfriend? Dr. Brief furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wang Quan. Indeed, we have been together for several months, Wang Quan replied with respectful confidence. Meeting his future father-in-law's gaze, I s at you who has kept my precious daughter away from home for so long. Dr. Brief's expression darkened. Father, I've been training at the Martial Arts Academy, Bulma interjected, somewhat displeased. Martial Arts Academy, training Bulma, you still have not explained how you became a supergirl capable of flight. What is the meaning of this? Dr. Brief inquired. Uncle, please observe, Wang Quan declared, a small orb of pale yellow energy materializing in his hand. He then hurled the orb away. With a thunderous crash, a large tree toppled. What is this? How extraordinary! How did you achieve this? Dr. Brief stepped closer, seizing Wang Quan's wrist in eager inquiry. This is Qi. It exists within every person's body. With training, one can harness this inner Qi to perform incredible feats, Wang Quan elucidated. Indeed, I have been learning how to utilize Qi during these past few days. Bulma added Qi. Dr. Brief appeared perplexed. Yes, Qi is the vital energy within the human body. The stronger the individual, the more potent their Qi, which correlates with their combat prowess, Wang Quan further clarified, suddenly struck by inspiration. He continued, Uncle, could you assist me in creating a power detector? A power detector? Yes, the more Qi a living being possesses, the greater their combat strength. You can use the detector to gauge the amount of Qi within a being, thereby assessing their combat capabilities, Wang Quan explained. That seems straightforward, but how do you intend to quantify combat power? Dr. Brief inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke, that a healthy adult male will have his combat power set of 5. The larger the detection range, the better, Dr. Brief stated, glancing between his daughter and Wang Quan before heading toward his laboratory. Why don't you allow me to assist you in creating this detector? I could manage it as well. Bulma suggested that I only just thought of in truth. This detector may prove useful now, but it will lose significance when our powers grow even stronger, Wang Quan replied. What do you intend to do with it? Bulma asked. Don't you wish to know how powerful we truly are? Don't you want to discover how many genuine martial artists are on Earth? Don't you long for a chance to spar with different martial artists? It has become tedious only practicing with Satan. Originally, we had Sister Lan Fong, but now she's also absent. You aim to use the detector to seek out skilled fighters on Earth? Bulma inquired. Precisely. As they conversed, they entered a room and ascended the stairs to Bulma's personal quarters. Wang Quan observed that the room was adorned similarly to hers at the Martial Arts Academy, enveloped in a charming pink hue, with various inventions scattered about, though lacking some supplementary training tools. Knock, knock, knock. Bulma's mother entered, carrying an exquisite tray. Bulma, Wang Quan, try the coffee I made. You must savor it, she proclaimed, setting the tray down and crossing her arms with a smile. Little Wang Quan is indeed a handsome young man. Have you given any thought to dating me? Ah, mother, please leave, Bulma exclaimed, exasperatedly ushering her mother out of the room and slamming the door shut. When will you two be getting married? I am eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Bulma's mother's voice echoed from outside. Go away. Bulma opened the door, just enough to poke her head out, and roared before retreating and firmly closing the door again. This, my mother, Bulma hesitated, unable to meet Wang Quan's gaze. Your mother has quite the sense of humor. Wang Quan chuckled as he poured 2 cups of coffee, He handed one to Bulma and brought the other to his lips. Quite delightful, he remarked, raising an eyebrow in admiration. Mother particularly enjoys experimenting with coffee and tea, Bulma admitted, equally relishing her cup. As Wang Quan and Bulma sat in the room, sipping their coffee and discussing martial arts training. Chapter 9. The Detector, Seeking a Skilled Fighter for Practice unfolded. The dinner at Bulma's home was remarkably lavish. Yet Wang Quan and Bulma's appetites astonished her parents. In just a few months' absence, Bulma had transformed beyond their recognition. Though her manners remained graceful and her eating etiquette ladylike, the rapidly emptying plates beside her left her parents with an uncanny sense that this was not their daughter. "Oh, this is the change that comes from your martial arts training?" Dr. Brief inquired, cradling a cup of tea. "Indeed, father, after training my body has grown stronger, and naturally my appetite has increased," Bulma replied matter-of-factly. "I understand that physical activity consumes energy and heightens hunger, but I still find it hard to believe regarding the two of you." Dr. Brief remarked, retrieving an electronic device from his lab coat pocket that resembled the one on Bulma's wrist. He tapped the device a few times, and, as the screen illuminated, a series of fluctuating numbers appeared. He glanced at the watch, then back at Bulma and Wang Quan seated on the sofa. In disbelief, he tapped the screen again. The numbers continued to fluctuate before eventually stabilizing. 0.43, 339 for 37. The latest 4 readings displayed on the screen. "Dear, what is the matter?" Bulma's mother inquired, noticing her husband's sudden bewilderment. "Take a look at this." Dr. Brief handed the watch to his wife. "What is this?" Bulma's mother examined it, confused by the numbers that danced across the screen. Unable to discern their meaning, "It's a little gadget Wang Quan asked me to create. It can detect the inner power of individuals," Dr. Brief began, but Bulma interjected, squeezing in closer. "Father, have you completed it?" Let me see, she exclaimed, snatching the watch from her mother's hands and pressing a few buttons on the screen. After a series of beeps, she quickly grasped how to operate the device. Let me see. 3 points here, father. You are quite weak. 4 points here, mother. You are slightly stronger than father. This 339 points that S me, and this strongest reading of 437 points. Is it you, Wang Quan? Have we truly become this powerful? Bulma marveled at the combat power readings, her mouth agape in disbelief. Let me see. Wang Quan took the watch from Bulma, and under her guidance, he operated it as well. Indeed, the screen displayed their respective combat powers. Especially upon noticing his own reading of 437, a swell of pride surged within Wang Quan. "Thank you, Dr. Brief. You managed to create this detector so swiftly. It is truly a tremendous help," Wang Quan declared. Donning the watch-like detector on his wrist, it was no trouble at all, but I never anticipated that after training, one could become this formidable. Bulma, your strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary person by several-fold. It is truly astonishing. No wonder that fellow Gero is so obsessed with his research on bioengineering. Dr. Brief exhaled a plume of smoke from his mouth and remarked, "Gero, do you know Dr. Gero?" Wang Quan, intrigued, pondered the implications that Dr. Gero was the mastermind behind the creation of androids, though he ultimately met his demise at the hands of his own creations, Androids 17 and 18, but nevertheless, his contributions to the field of android research were unparalleled. It is said that after being reported for his experiments with androids and cyborgs, he has been in hiding for quite some time. One wonders where he could be now. He is indeed a brilliant scientist. Dr. Brief mused with a hint of nostalgia. Listening to Dr. Brief's account, Wang Quan secretly reflected on how Dr. Gero was currently living quite lavishly among the Red Ribbon Army, poised to create androids with combat capabilities in the billions. Though that was a matter for many years hence to be why that time, his own strength would undoubtedly be formidable as well. After all, androids were ultimately derived from Earthlings, signifying that Earthlings, too, could possess great power, especially considering his mastery of national martial arts. In the realm of Dragon Ball, aside from the peculiar abilities such as fusion and instantaneous movement, the fundamental practice of martial arts paled in comparison to his national martial arts, which fueled Wang Quan with ample confidence. "Doctor, what is the detection range of this device?" Wang Quan inquired, fiddling with the detector on his wrist. "The manufacturing time was too brief. It can only cover Earth. Beyond that, it is ineffective, with a maximum measurable value of only 1 million. Dr. Brief replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. You're truly being modest, Wang Quan retorted, slightly exasperated. If his memory served him correctly, the latest models of detectors in the universe could only detect power levels up to 100. 000. Anything beyond that would risk damaging the device. Wang Quan lowered his head and began tapping the screen, revealing a multitude of tiny dots. He then set the combat power threshold to above 100. And the screen displayed only a few luminous points. Clicking on the sole intersection of two glowing points, the screen displayed the numbers 339,437, his own and Bulma's. Bulma? Wang Quan suddenly turned to her. A spark of excitement illuminating his face. Yes. Bulma understood Wang Quan's implication and clenched her small fist, producing a cracking sound. Their usual sparring sessions were more playful banter than serious combat, with most of their time devoted to honing their martial arts skills. While they possessed immense power, their combat experience was severely lacking. The notion of wielding a formidable weapon, igniting a desire to fight, was not lost on them. Otherwise, why would they have been so eager to combat crime in recent days? Justice was one aspect, but more so, it was a means to channel their own combat urges. Yet ordinary individuals did not pique their interest. Even when confronted with firearms, their initial instinctive panic quickly dissipated into indifference. Bulma, do you want to go out and explore, to witness the prowess of other masters on Earth? Wang Quan asked with palpable excitement, extending his wrist in invitation. Let me see. Who are these masters? Bulma began tapping the screen. 103, 118, 125, 183, 179, 199, 370. My goodness! I had no idea there were so many masters on Earth. We must see who they are, Bulma exclaimed, her delicate fist clenched, creating a resonant sound in the air. The brief couple gazed at their daughter, now unrecognizable from the girl who once delighted in research and invention. How has our delicate daughter transformed into such a forceful person? Before they could voice their thoughts, Bulma interjected, Mom and Dad, I'm going on an adventure. Don't worry about me. I'll call back later. Standing up, she gestured to her ear as if signaling for contact, and then took Wang Quan's hand, ready to depart. This child, having just returned, is already eager to run off. She's truly grown up, Bulma's mother sighed, turning to Dr. Brief with a playful pout. Darling, Bulma no longer needs us. Once outside the Brief residence, the two ascended rapidly into the sky. Wang Quan lifted his wrist to select the nearest combat power reading .370, a formidable opponent. Let's see where they are, he stated, beginning to tap on the screen to check the map. This place seems familiar, he remarked. Of course, it's our martial arts dojo. Bulma rolled her eyes. Then this combat power must belong to Satan. Has Satan become that powerful? Wang Quan was taken aback. With no choice, he sought the next closest reading. Itsu. Bulma, let us go to in an instant. Wang Quan and Bulma soared eastward. Half an hour later, they had ventured several hundred miles from West City, landing in a quaint town reminiscent of early 20th century China. The detector indicated a master with a power level exceeding 100 was within a few hundred meters. The crowd was dense, making precise identification impossible. Fortunately, both Wang Quan and Bulma had learned to sense auras. Though their still limited strength necessitated the use of the detector, they extended their senses, meticulously searching for the nearby master. Suddenly, an intense aura erupted in the distance. Wang Quan and Bulma exchanged glances and moved toward the source of the disturbance. After rounding a couple of corners, they found a shop surrounded by a throng of onlookers, with sounds of fear emanating from within. Sharing a knowing look, an invisible force seemed to part the crowd. Allowing them passage, they entered the shop. Various garments and unfinished products adorned the walls and shelves, while tables were cluttered with measuring tools, scissors, and partially cut fabric. A corpse lay sprawled next to a sewing machine. A small, slightly translucent hole the size of a thumb in its forehead, the wound cauterized, emitting a nauseating odor. A half-hearted apprentice lay on the ground, eyes vacant, mouth agape in a silent scream of terror. Wang Quan's expression darkened, while Bulma's face paled, covering her mouth and turning away in horror. Bulma, are you all right? Let us leave, Wang Quan urged, grasping her small hand tightly as they exited the shop and navigated through the crowd toward a specific direction. "Was it you who did this?" Bulma's voice, though no longer as pale, emerged hoarse. "Indeed. Why did you kill him?" "Ha ha. I ordered him to make me a garment, and when he asked for payment, I had none on me. However, I wouldn't take his goods without recompense. As a killer, I offered to take a life in exchange for the garment. Since he had no one he wished to kill, I had no choice but to eliminate him." "Ha ha. He hit the jackpot. My rates are quite high. You are a madman." Bulma trembled, unable to comprehend such twisted logic. "Madman. Ha ha. I possess power, the invincible power to do as I please." Tao Pai Pai laughed heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Bulma, this fellow is the world's foremost assassin, utterly indifferent to human life that there's no need for excessive dialogue. Let us engage him directly and incapacitate him so he can no longer harm the innocent." As Wang Quan spoke, he exerted force with his feet, and with a resounding thud, his body shot forward like a dark shadow, delivering a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, Tao Pai Pai, filled with arrogance, made no other move and countered with a punch of his own. The instant their fists collided, Tao Pai Pai's expression changed. His body, as light as a feather, seemed to absorb the impact and drifted backward. Wang Quan pursued relentlessly, his fists dancing in the air, creating a flurry of strikes. Tao Pai Pai employed both hands and feet to intercept Wang Quan's blows, occasionally retaliating with treacherous attacks aimed at vulnerable points. The eyes, throat, near the liver, and the groin, each strike leaving Wang Quan flustered and in perilous situations. Internally, Tao Pai Pai felt a growing anxiety. Who was this young man with such heavy fists and swift movements? Were it not for his almost non-existent combat experience and his erratic flailing, he would have been no match for him. However, as the battle dragged on, this young man, as punches began to exhibit a discernible technique, and the challenges Tao Pai Pai faced increased, it was only a matter of time before defeat was upon him. With a crafty glint in his eye, Tao Pai Pai subtly shifted his body in a particular direction, yet Wang Quan remained oblivious. With each punch and kick, Wang Quan sensed a shift in the dynamics of their confrontation. Despite having only studied the principles of martial arts to enhance his strength, he was woefully unversed in practical fighting techniques. The martial arts passed down from Sister Lanfang were rudimentary at best. Only slightly superior to Wang Quan's own clumsy style that he recalled that Master Roshi had never imparted any combat techniques to Sun Wukong or Krillin, stating that the essence of the Turtle School's martial arts lay within the foundational training, revealing one's true strength when facing combat. Wang Quan resonated deeply with this philosophy, silently reflecting on the theories of martial arts while adjusting the muscles and bones in his body. His techniques gradually diminished, and the flurry of punches faded, each movement becoming increasingly distinct, yet the pressure he exerted on Tao Pai Pai intensified. Tao Pai Pai felt a rising urgency. The young man's combat experience was undeniably improving, with evident connections forming between his techniques. This was untenable. If he lost his advantage in strikes, he would be in grave danger. With a sly grin, he cast a glance from the corner of his eye. While evading Wang Quan's strikes, he began to channel his internal energy. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Wang Quan, exclaiming, "Dodging beam!" A blinding white light erupted from his fingertip, shooting toward Wang Quan to be careful. Bulma cried out. Wang Quan executed a bridge maneuver, narrowly evading the energy attack. He caught a whiff of burning hair, realizing he entirely escaped. A few strands had been singed away. "Ha ha, little girl. You should worry about yourself." After unleashing the dodging beam, Tao Pai Pai leaped back, his hands resembling talons as he seized the unsuspecting Bulma. "Ha, you little brat. I acknowledge your strength, but your companion is now in my grasp. What can you do about it?" Tao Pai Pai stood behind Bulma, his right hand clasped tightly around her slender neck. "Tao Pai Pai, what do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly." Upon rising, Wang Quan realized Bulma was held captive and was thrown into disarray, utterly at a loss. "What do I want?" Tao Pai Pai initially contemplated using Bulma as a hostage to ensure his escape, but his thoughts swiftly shifted. The world's top assassin, second only to his brother, Master Crane, and his arch-rival, Master Roshi. He considered himself one of the most formidable fighters alive. as a powerful individual. He relished the authority that came with strength, the power to snuff out another's life at will. Yet this young man, so youthful and already possessing strength that surpassed his own, instilled a fear of failure within him. No, he could not allow anyone stronger than himself to exist. Yes, he must not allow it. That person must die. Tao Pai Pai's expression darkened, twisted into a malevolent grin as he continued. You make me feel quite insecure. Brat, aren't you rather cocky? Look at how tense you are. She must be your woman. Right? Ha! If you want her unharmed, you'd best break one of your own arms first, or else. Suddenly, Tao Pai Pai let out a piercing shriek as he was launched backward, his chest caving in. Blood spewing forth, mingled with internal organs. You used trickery. You two are a martial artist. Tao Pai Pai pointed a finger at Bulma, who was holding the Iron Mountain posture, uttering fragmented words before he fell silent, leaving only Bulma, gasping for breath, and Wang Quan, frozen in shock. Chapter 7. Bulma's outburst, a wooden tragedy. Bulma. It's all right. You mustn't blame yourself. Tao Pai Pai's demise is not your fault. He brought this upon himself. He deserved it. In the room, Wang Quan held the still damp Bulma, gently patting her back and offering comfort. When Bulma was taken hostage by Tao Pai Pai, Wang Quan momentarily forgot that she was a martial artist far superior to Tao Pai Pai. He had been thrown into disarray. Wang Quan hadn't anticipated that after some initial panic, Bulma would silently summon her internal energy and, with a sudden explosion at her neck, break free from Tao Pai Pai's grasp. Forcefully leaning backward, her shoulders struck him like a mountain, crashing into his chest. The disparity in combat power left Tao Pai Pai with no chance to resist. His ribs shattered, and his internal organs turned to pulp. Not uttering a single complete word before his nefarious life came to an abrupt end. Coming back to her senses, Bulma doubled over, violently retching, expelling nearly everything from her stomach. After a tumultuous ordeal, she ceased feeling nauseous, but her vitality seemed drained. She retrieved a universal capsule, conjuring a modest villa in an open space, and staggered inside. Wang Quan used his energy blast to create a pit nearby and buried Tao Pai Pai, granting him a semblance of peace, albeit for a blood-soaked assassin. Subsequently, Wang Quan followed her inside, settling onto the sofa while reflecting on his battle with Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai's combat prowess was merely over 100, while he himself surpassed 400. Yet, through his extensive experience and ruthless techniques, Tao Pai Pai managed to maintain an even footing with him. Although Wang Quan's proficiency improved, putting Tao Pai Pai in a precarious position, he still managed to seize Bulma. Thankfully, Bulma was equally formidable. Had she been an ordinary person devoid of power, Wang Quan was uncertain how the day would have concluded. As for why Bulma, who was slightly weaker than Wang Quan, could dispatch Tao Pai Pai in a single blow, it was because her strike had landed squarely on him. Wang Quan had fought Tao Pai Pai for an extended period without landing a solid punch. Either he dodged or deflected Wang Quan's strikes with minimal effort. Wang Quan understood that to become a true master, one must possess not only immense physical prowess and energy, but also refined techniques and profound combat experience. Henceforth, he could not solely focus on practicing martial arts to increase his strength. He needed to engage in combat with others, fully transforming his physical power into fighting capability, thus becoming a genuine martial artist rather than merely a health enthusiast. Before long, Bulma, draped in a bathrobe with damp hair, emerged from the bathroom, head bowed. She approached Wang Quan, resembling a timid kitten, slowly nestling her soft, fragrant body into his embrace. Quan, I killed someone? I didn't intend to. Bulma's voice was muffled against him, her head still lowered. It's not your fault. It's all my doing. I failed to protect you. If I had defeated Tao Pai Pai from the start, you wouldn't have been threatened by him. Wang Quan gently stroked her hair, offering solace. But, I killed him. I took the life of a living person. Bulma lifted her head, ripples shimmering in her cerulean eyes. It is not your fault, Bulma. You acted solely to protect yourself. That despicable Tao Pai Pai. He deserved his fate. Killers are often met with death themselves. You vanquished him, saving countless lives, including my OWND. You realize how maddening it was to witness you being held captive by Tao Pai Pai? My mind went blank in sheer horror. Had it been you in peril, I cannot fathom what I might have done. Wang Quan tenderly caressed Bulma's cheek. Bulma raised her delicate face, her starry eyes dreamy. Her cherry lips slightly parted, seeking something from Wang Quan. With practiced ease, he pressed her down upon the sofa. After a night passed, Bulma's demeanor was markedly transformed. She no longer tormented herself over Tao Pai Pai's demise. All her negative emotions were unleashed upon Wang Quan, leading him through an exceedingly wild night. Wang Quan had no intention of seeking out other formidable fighters just yet. He needed time to recuperate, to fully integrate the combat techniques he had learned during his battle with Tao Pai Pai into his muscle memory. With both Wang Quan and Bulma residing in this place, the creatures of the forest were undoubtedly suffering. The two voracious eaters consumed copious amounts of food at each meal, many animals falling prey to their appetites. Simultaneously, their sparring sessions propelled their martial prowess to astonishing heights, nearly allowing them to unleash their full combat potential. On a particular day, amidst the canopy of the forest, two figures clashed and entwined, producing rumbling sounds akin to distant thunder. Circles of white light flickered in the air. Bulma, your progress is remarkable. I find myself somewhat challenged. After yet another collision, the two remained intertwined, gripping each other's fists, locked in a stalemate mid-air. Hee, Quan, I am a genius, Bulma exclaimed, her face aglow with pride. Indeed, you are a prodigy. That should suffice. Wang Quan withdrew his fist from Bulma's grasp, clenched his own hand, and with a gentle tug, pulled her into his embrace, the two of them descending from the sky together. Bulma, we have thoroughly deciphered Tao Pai Pai's fighting style. We should seek the next martial artist. Quan, I hope the next one isn't like Tao Pai Pai, Bulma asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Rest assured, Bulma, individuals like Tao Pai Pai are few and far between. The majority of martial artists are benevolent. There is nothing to fear. Wang Quan reassured her. Very well. Let us set forth. Bulma approached the villa and pressed a button. With a resounding boom, the villa vanished, leaving behind only a small capsule on the ground. And no matter how many times he had seen it, Wang Quan remained awestruck by Dr. Brief's ingenious invention. He raised his wrist, tapping the detector a few times, ultimately pinpointing the nearest martial artist on the map. Bulma, we shall depart. All right. With a whoosh, Wang Quan and Bulma soared into the sky. Traversing the horizon, they flew over mountains and plains, and Wang Quan noticed the greenery diminishing while the sun blazed hotter in the sky. With his current physical condition, he felt parched and dehydrated. Quan, is that martial artist truly here? The heat is unbearable. Well, we are near the equator, so it is indeed hot. That let's descend and find shelter, Wang Quan said as he began their descent. Upon landing, they discovered the air was exceedingly arid. The ground cracked and barren, the few plants present appearing lifeless. The fields were devoid of any greenery, and distant passers-by resembled the living dead, swathed in coarse burlap, leaving only their yearning eyes visible. As Wang Quan and Bulma made their way, they observed the harsh realities of life for these people. Every drop of water was precious, reserved solely for drinking. They used sand to cleanse their utensils, clothing, and bodies. Even so, there were instances of people succumbing to thirst. Many were attempting to dig wells, only to unearth mounds of dry sand, with no sign of water. They are truly pitiable. Bulma gazed at them with compassion. This is their way of survival. They have lived like this for generations. When the rainy season arrives, they will continue their lives, Wang Quan explained. Yet, many may not live to see the rainy season. Bulma said sadly, observing a frail youth swaying unsteadily. This is their survival code. If you truly feel for them, we can offer them some water. Agreed, it is settled then. Bulma's spirits lifted. Wang Quan had already discerned the martial artists they were to meet, the formidable Nam who had first appeared during the World Martial Arts Tournament. He recalled that Nam's purpose for entering the tournament was to win the prize money to secure sufficient water for his hometown. Later, with Master Roshi's guidance, he had utilized the universal capsule to obtain an ample supply of water from the well behind the tournament arena. I found him! Wang Quan suddenly felt a surge of realization and turned to Bulma, who mirrored his excitement. Following their instincts, they ventured toward a remote, desolate area where the sound of rumbling echoed intermittently. There, they beheld a gaunt, ebony-skinned youth, his head wrapped in a cloth, his torso bare, clad in loose trousers, and his bony feet unshod. His gaze was one of fierce intensity, as though he were prepared to incinerate his very essence. "Who goes there?" Nam, engrossed in his training, suddenly sensed two dangerous auras akin to predatory beasts and turned, alertly eyeing Wang Quan and Bulma. "Never mind who we are. Let's engage in combat." Wang Quan suppressed his power to match the youth's level and, without further ado, launched a punch. The lean youth, though emaciated, possessed arms as solid as iron, crossing them to block Wang Quan's powerful strike. "Bring it on." The young man felt the pressure upon his arms, and in his gaze, a fiery determination ignited. For the sake of his younger brother, for the village, he endeavored to cultivate his strength, striving to become more formidable. Yet upon achieving this newfound power, he found no one in the village who could rival him. Thus, he sought solace in the wilderness. Battling against the imagined adversaries within his mind, he had never truly comprehended the extent of his own strength until this moment, when the boy before him instilled a long-forgotten sense of pressure. After absorbing Wang Quan's forceful blow, Namu's long limbs sprang forth with the elasticity of a steel rod, tracing an uncanny arc as he aimed a kick at Wang Quan's chest. Wang Quan retreated to evade the strike, but Namu pursued relentlessly. His arms, equally supple and springy, unleashed a barrage of punches that caught Wang Quan off guard at every turn, leaving him somewhat flustered. Namu's assault contrasted sharply with that of Tao Pai Pai, whose attacks were insidious and lethal, direct in their approach. Once familiar with Tao Pai Pai's tactics, one could easily anticipate them. Enamored, however, seemed to possess joints that could detach at will, his slender form akin to that of a serpent, launching strikes from unexpected angles that rendered defenses futile. Fortunately, Namu was inherently kind. Each of his strikes instinctively avoided targeting Wang Quan's vital areas, ensuring that even when he landed a few punches, they did not inflict grave harm. Though Wang Quan maintained control over his combat prowess, it was merely a matter of strength and speed. His physical resilience remained unaltered. With a combat capacity nearing 500, he faced Namu, whose physicality barely surpassed 100, an overwhelming disparity. Thus, although he struggled with Namu's techniques, Wang Quan relied on his toughened physique to absorb the onslaught while simultaneously acclimating to Namu's fighting style. In the midst of battle, Namu sensed something amiss. Initially, this youth's response to his unique offensive was evidently lacking, yet his strikes had failed to yield any significant impact, concerned about causing injury. Namu had refrained from unleashing his full power and avoided targeting Wang Quan's vulnerable spots. However, after a series of exchanges, he realized that his opponent seemed largely unaffected by his attacks. Gradually, Namu began to unleash his strength, fighting without restraint. As Namu launched a tempestuous flurry of strikes, Wang Quan absorbed the entirety of the assault with 5 times Namu's physical prowess. Crafting a powerful counterattack that, on the sidelines, Bulma understood that Wang Quan was in no real danger, yet witnessing him receive continuous blows stirred an uncontrollable wave of concern within her, her petite hands clenching tightly, knuckles whitening. "Ha ha, I've unraveled your techniques." Wang Quan laughed heartily, leaping backward to exit the fray, allowing Namu to catch his breath amidst the storm of attacks. "Bravado! This is an ancient martial art passed down through generations. How could you decipher it so swiftly?" Namu struggled to regain his breath. "Whether it is true or not, you'll see for yourself," Wang Quan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he began to advance toward the poised Namu. Observing Wang Quan's self-assured demeanor, Namu felt an absurd sensation arise within him. Could it be that this boy had truly grasped the essence of his martial art? With this thought, Namu could no longer maintain his composure. He abandoned defense, opting instead for an aggressive assault. "Let us see how you counter," he exclaimed, his body twisting like a giant python, shifting his center of gravity with fluidity. His approach mirrored the slithering motion of a serpent, twisting to strike at Wang Quan with arms that darted like venomous fangs. Wang Quan's confident smile intensified as he bent slightly, evading Namu's peculiar strike, then retaliating effortlessly with a punch that landed squarely on Namu's body. Fortunately, this blow was not delivered with full force, causing Namu only to stiffen momentarily before launching a silent kick toward Wang Quan. If anticipating his move, Wang Quan calmly stepped back, evading the attack with ease. He then advanced, entering Nam Mu's defensive range, delivering another straightforward punch that astonishingly struck the exact same spot as before. Mu's body jolted, and the glimmer of hope in his eyes was swiftly eclipsed by despair. It cannot be. This is mere coincidence. My ancient martial art cannot be so easily unraveled. This is false. This is false. Namu muttered, as the energy within him began to boil. His emaciated form seemed to swell, transforming into a more robust figure, culminating in a thunderous roar as he launched himself at Wang Quan. Wang Quan, be careful. Bulma observed Namu's unsettling change and promptly warned, Fear not, Bulma. I am unharmed. Wang Quan assured her as he met Namu's tempestuous onslaught. Enveloped in madness, Namu exhibited a marked increase in both strength and speed, elevating his power by a significant 30% compared to earlier. Yet Wang Quan's true potential was fivefold, rendering Namu's momentary surge insufficient to pose any real threat. As Namu's relentless barrage continued, Wang Quan swiftly escalated his own combat prowess, appearing behind Namu and delivering a precise chop to the back of his head. Namu let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground as his inflated physique gradually reverted to its previous gaunt state. Wang Quan, are you all right? Why did he suddenly change like that? With Namu down, the outcome was clear, and Bulma rushed to Wang Quan's side, her small hands exploring his body for any injuries. She had witnessed the relentless punishment he endured. Do not fret. Bulma, I am fine. His combat capabilities could never inflict harm upon me. Wang Quan reassured her, grasping her hands that roamed over him to as for him. It appears to be a surge of energy, an explosive increase in combat power over a short period. Wang Quan remarked, glancing at the collapsed Namu. The dark skin of Namu began to manifest a purplish hue. It seems that this explosive technique places considerable strain on his body. Wang Quan noted, bending down to lift Namu. Bulma, his condition is a result of our actions. We should attend to his recovery, he suggested, turning to her. Bulma retrieved a capsule from her pocket, pressing the button and tossing it with force. With a loud pop, a grand villa materialized. Bulma led the way as Wang Quan carried Namu into the villa. Upon entering the infirmary, they placed Namu onto a bed that a blue light enveloped him from head to toe, while a 3D holographic image of Namu appeared on the display nearby, showcasing various health metrics. Climbing up to inspect, Bulma remarked, There's nothing serious. He is merely exhausted and has suffered some minor capillary ruptures. With a few days of rest, he should recover fully. After speaking, she opened a safe and retrieved a vial of green liquid. Carefully extracting some with a disposable syringe, she returned the remainder to the safe. She then injected the green liquid into Namu's neck, visibly witnessing the purplish hue recede, restoring his original dark complexion. Chapter 8. Namu fetches water, ascends came house. Are you awake? Namu blinked, opened his eyes to a strange ceiling. Having never experienced the comfort of a soft bed, and saw a strikingly handsome boy and girl before him. His previously dazed expression sharpened instantly as he pushed himself up from the bed, adopting a defensive stance. Who are you? Where is this place? Hold on. We're not foes. My name is Wang Quan, and this is my companion, Bulma. We're martial artists traveling the world, seeking to exchange knowledge with formidable fighters such as yourself. I apologize for the sudden bout. It was merely a moment of excitement, Wang Quan explained, extending his hands in a gesture of peace. Oh, I thought you were bandits intruding upon my village. My name is Namu. However, what do you mean by formidable? Even with a potential unlock technique, I am no match for you, Namu replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. How could a striking beauty like me ever be a bandit? Bulma gently tucked her long hair behind her ear and spoke in a sweet voice. Namu, why do you lower your head and avoid looking at me? So radiant and captivating. Namu, do you harbor some hidden troubles? Even if I have seen through your fighting techniques during battle, it shouldn't drive you to madness and self-harm, Wang Quan inquired. Upon hearing Wang Quan mention that his techniques had been deciphered, Namu's expression fell, his eyes lost their luster, and the vitality seemed to be drained from his body in an instant. Our village endures great hardship. We suffer from a chronic water shortage, and nearly everyone teeters on the brink of dying from thirst. Some have lived their entire lives without ever seeing clean, clear water. The reason I toil diligently in my training is to participate in the martial arts tournament 6 months from now. I have heard that the champion receives a prize of 500,000 yuan. If I could obtain that sum, I would use it to buy water, ensuring that no villager would have to suffer from thirst again. However, if you can easily see through my techniques, then surely there will be others who can defeat me in the tournament. I carry the hopes of my entire village. They provide me with all their food and water so that I may train. If I cannot become the champion, Namu's voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Why do you need to buy water? It's only your village that lacks it. There are many other places abundant with water. You could simply bring it back from elsewhere using a universal capsule, which can transport a large quantity of water in one go. Bulma was perplexed by his reasoning. Water is the most precious commodity. Without money, how could one obtain it? I would never resort to violence to seize it. Namu furrowed his brow in protest, asserting his dignity as a martial artist. Water is exceedingly expensive here, but in other locations. It is free, isn't it? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. What? Water is free. Namu's eyes filled with incredulity. The very essence of life, which he revered, was considered free elsewhere. Yes, it's true. Water from other places is genuinely free. Namu's eyes sparkled with longing, as if he were a drowning man grasping at a final straw of hope. We would never deceive you. Namu, we will take you to fetch water. After Wang Quan's declaration, the three stepped out of the small villa, which Bulma transformed into a capsule. She then tossed out another capsule, and a small aircraft materialized on the ground. They boarded the plane, with Bulma confidently taking the pilot's seat. This is an airplane. I have only heard of them, but have never seen one. Namu gazed out of the window as he observed his village shrinking in size until it became a mere brown speck. Below, vast stretches of brown were nearly devoid of green. As time passed, patches of green began to emerge on the land, causing Namu's heart to race with anticipation. Eventually, they soared over expansive fields of green and blue, and Bulma located a clearing to land the aircraft. Stepping out of the cabin, Namu stood in stunned silence before a vast lake, its sapphire waters glimmering amid the verdant landscape. As if on a pilgrimage, he approached the lake's edge with reverence. Looking down at his reflection in the water, tears streamed down his face, and he knelt beside the lake, burying his entire face in its cool depths. Wang Quan and Bulma could not fully comprehend the depth of his emotions, yet they understood. However, they had not come here for self-indulgence. Bulma retrieved several blank universal capsules, and the two flew to the center of the lake, starting to fill them with water. Namu experienced a sensation he had never known before, the refreshing coolness of the lake water on his skin. When he could no longer hold his breath and lifted his head, he was astonished to see Wang Quan and Bulma floating in the center of the lake, the water level gradually descending. In no time, Wang Quan and Bulma had filled several capsules with lake water and returned to the shore. Namu, this water is more than enough for your village. Wang Quan handed several capsules to Namu. Thank you so much, Namu replied, his hands trembling as he held the capsules. Upon returning to the village with the water, the villagers erupted in cheers. Wang Quan and Bulma became the most beloved guests among them. They spent several days in the village, bringing water to the other villagers and receiving warm welcomes. They also engaged in friendly sparring with Namu. Wang Quan and Bulma learned Namu's ancient martial arts techniques, deepening their understanding of martial arts, while Namu gained insights into the use of energy and flight techniques from Wang Quan and Bulma. With each making progress, eventually they agreed to meet again at the martial arts tournament to continue their battles before departing. Where to next? Let me see, Wang Quan said, tapping on the screen of his detector as they soared through the sky. Bulma, look, this power level must belong to Master Wu Tian, Wang Quan remarked confidently, eyeing a reading located in the sea. Master Wu Tian, isn't he a figure from 200 years ago? How could he still be alive? Bulma asked, puzzled. Ha ha ha. Bulma, that old pervert, the turtle hermit, could easily live another 100 years. Wang Quan chuckled as he flew toward the ocean. Old pervert. Come on, Master Wu Tian is the god of martial arts. How could he be an old pervert? Bulma questioned, following closely behind Wang Quan. Unconvinced that, I don't blame you, Bulma. Once you meet him, you'll understand that by the way, be cautious. Don't let him take advantage of you, Wang Quan advised. Humph. If he's truly as you say, my fist won't be idle either. Bulma retorted, shaking her small fist on a picturesque island. Beneath several coconut trees, 5 hammocks were tied up. In those hammocks, 2 children slept soundly, while an old man wearing sunglasses struggled to control his wandering gaze, sneaking glances at the other side. The remaining 2 hammocks were occupied by 2 women who bore striking resemblances to each other. Both possessed beautiful faces and curvaceous figures. One exuded a mature allure, while the other radiated youthful charm. The old man, covertly admiring the beauties, suddenly sat up in his hammock and gazed into the distant sky. Master Wu Tian, is something wrong? Is there a problem? The 2 women in the hammocks noticed the turtle hermit's serious demeanor and sat up as well. Such powerful energy. This is bad. They're coming here. The turtle hermit leaped from his hammock, his expression grave as he stared at the sky. The 2 women also got out of their hammocks, looking up at the sky in bewilderment. They're here. A flash of white light seemed to flicker behind the turtle hermit's sunglasses. 2 small black dots appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging until they transformed into 2 figures descending toward them. Hilao Gui, are those your people? The turtle hermit murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures landed on the ground. Wang Quan, Bulma, Sister Lan Fong. What are you doing here? 3 Lan Fong. Do you know them? The turtle hermit turned to the beaming Lan Fong. Master Wu Tian, this is Wang Quan, whom I spoke of, and this is Bulma, also a student from our dojo. Lan Fong introduced them to the turtle hermit. Wang Quan, Bulma, this is the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian, and this is my sister, Lan Qi. Lan Fong joyfully took Lan Qi's hand and addressed Wang Quan and Bulma. Sister Lan Fong, is this your sister? She's truly beautiful. Congratulations on your reunion. Bulma stepped forward, grasping Lan Fong's hand. That you're beautiful as well. The 3 women immediately began chatting animatedly, bonding effortlessly. Meanwhile, Wang Quan gazed at the turtle hermit, the current foremost expert on Earth. You are Master Wu Tian. A surge of intense fighting spirit welled up within Wang Quan. Let's fight. Ouch! Suddenly, atop the hammock, the child with tousled hair sprang up, his bleary eyes transforming into a fierce battle stance. Simultaneously, the little bald boy sleeping beside him was jolted awake from his dreams and tumbled off the hammock. Truly, the Saiyan warrior was a combat nation. What keen instincts they possessed, Wang Quan mused. You are formidable. Let us engage in a contest. The tousled-haired child, now fully alert, gazed at the battle-ready Wang Quan, eager to test his mettle. Wukong, you are no match for him. Master Roshi extended his bamboo-like arm, pulling son Wukong behind him. Young man, your name is Wang Quan, correct? What is your relation to Master Crane? Master Roshi inquired suddenly. I do not know any Master Crane. That if you are unfamiliar, from whom did you learn the art of flight? The art of flight? You mean the technique for flying? I developed it myself. Developed it yourself? Impressive indeed. That if that old rascal Crane were to learn that his most prized technique was mastered by youth, he would surely be furious. Master Roshi muttered to himself. Master, I wish to challenge you to witness the prowess of the martial arts deity. Wang Quan clenched his fists, the joints cracking rhythmically. Very well. I too am curious to see just how strong you are. Young M.N. As he spoke, Master Roshi assumed the initial stance of the turtle school. Prepare to spar, aware that Master Roshi would not initiate the attack. Wang Quan propelled himself forward, launching a punch aimed at Master Roshi's face. What incredible speed! Before Wang Quan's fist even made contact, Master Roshi felt the force of the punch whip past him, causing him discomfort. With a swift maneuver, Master Roshi redirected Wang Quan's punch and followed up with a strike of his own. Wang Quan sidestepped, executing a sweeping kick towards Master Roshi's head. Master Roshi raised his arm to absorb the blow, then leaned to the side, using one hand to support himself as he performed a roll to evade Wang Quan's subsequent attacks. After several backflips, Master Roshi created some distance between them. He removed his sunglasses and casually tossed them onto the hammock. His aged face took on a serious demeanor. Bulma, how did you two find this place? And you can fly now. Young Wang Quan has become so powerful. It seems I have missed much. Lan Fang observed the brief skirmish between Wang Quan and Master Roshi. Noting that Wang Quan appeared to hold a slight advantage, her eyes fixated on his increasingly handsome visage. Indeed, Sister Lan Fang, much has transpired during your absence, Bulma echoed, equally attentive to Wang Quan. Lan Shi looked at Wang Quan with curiosity. Krillin, having gotten back up, stood beside little Wukong. Krillin, did you see that? Master Roshi and that big brother are incredible. I can hardly keep up with their movements. I am so excited. Little Wukong clenched his fists. Eyes wide with anticipation, determined not to miss a single moment, Krillin's mouth fell open, his eyes spinning in amazement. This is terrifying, truly terrifying. They are far superior to the masters of the Dorian Temple. He thought to himself, young man, it has been many years since a martial artist of your caliber has emerged. Be cautious, for I shall unleash my full strength. After their brief encounter, Master Roshi sensed Wang Quan's power and resolved to wield all his might to ascertain whether this youth was indeed a champion of righteousness. Upon declaring this, Master Roshi tightened his fists and let out a powerful roar as the energy within him began to swell rapidly, transforming his very physique. In an instant, the frail old man morphed into a muscular figure, akin to a bodybuilder champion. This transformation bore resemblance to a previous instance of irrational fury, yet was far more pronounced, devoid of any signs of losing control. Let the second round commence. Now fully transformed, Master Roshi charged at Wang Quan like a heavily armored tank, exuding formidable strength. Wang Quan, unafraid, surged forward to meet the muscle-bound Master Roshi. A thunderous crash erupted where they collided, sending ripples of transparent energy outward. Be careful, Bulma cried out, grabbing hold of both Lan Fang and Lan Shi. Unfortunately, little Wukong and Bald Krillin were not so fortunate. They tumbled several meters away. Fortunately, being on the beach, they quickly got up, spitting out sand and sustaining no injuries. Wang Quan and Master Roshi paid no heed to anything else, their full attention devoted to one another. The stalemate lasted but a second before they erupted into fierce combat. Crackling sounds filled the air as their battle escalated to a fever pitch. Wang Quan's fighting prowess surged, yet his techniques and experience were comprehensively dominated by Master Roshi, who had a combat power just over 200. Wang Quan, on the other hand, needed to exert nearly double that to even contend. Their battlefield expanded as they seamlessly transitioned to the seaside. With each clash, deep pits appeared in the sand. Only Bulma could perceive their movements. Lan Fang and little Wukong could only hear the relentless, thunderous sounds and witness the swirling sand. After a round of fierce exchanges, Wang Quan's combat skills rapidly advanced, while Master Roshi began to struggle. Following a fierce clash, the two separated by several meters, glaring at each other. Wang Quan appeared battered, his clothing tattered, yet his breathing remained steady. In contrast, Master Roshi bore no visible signs of injury, but gasped heavily. Unable to maintain his transformed state, quickly reverting to his original frail form. Oh dear, I can hardly move. Master Roshi, now resembling a feeble old man, trembled as he bent over, knocking on his lower back before slowly making his way toward the house. Master Roshi, are you done? Just as Wang Quan found his rhythm, Master Roshi decisively ceased, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation and need to continue. You have far surpassed me, that I hope you do not become a slave to your own strength. Master Roshi remarked as he turned to leave. Wang Quan promptly followed, both heading toward the house. Master Roshi, with my current strength, I am far from formidable. The notion of being a slave to power is simply absurd. Wang Quan replied with a smile. In the latter stages of Dragon Ball, power levels soared into the millions, and with his modest 500, the idea of being a slave to strength was laughable. You are the strongest martial artist I have ever encountered, though your techniques are somewhat crude. That is a minor issue. With more experience, you will swiftly elevate your skills that time. Even I may struggle to contend with you. Such formidable power, and you are not satisfied? Master Roshi suddenly turned to Wang Quan. Wang Quan's words hinted at a dangerous obsession with strength, akin to a martial artist relentlessly pursuing power. Wang Quan chuckled lightly. As Earth's foremost master, Master Roshi had seen little increase in his strength over the past 2 centuries. Among ordinary humans, he was akin to a Superman. Yet, when the Saiyans invaded in a decade's time, the disparity in power would surely be striking. Chapter 9. Lan Shi's Transformation. The Divine Descending Technique. Sister Lan Fong, is that why you chose to remain on Turtle Island? There was no choice. Lan Shi's condition was severe, and my strength was insufficient, my spiritual energy lacking to heal her completely. Thankfully, Master Wu Tian has been assisting, and Lan Shi's ailment is nearing resolution. Lan Fong held her younger sister tenderly in her embrace, affectionately stroking her violet-hued long hair. In ancient times, Lan Fong's family was a distinctive lineage, skilled in the arts of psychological suggestion and self-hypnosis, which they employed to awaken the latent potential within their bodies, thereby enhancing their combat prowess, a practice they referred to as invoking divine possession. However, in the modern era, as science flourished and superstition was dispelled, belief in deities waned, rendering self-hypnosis ineffective and leading to the gradual decline of their family's martial arts dojo. Yet, Lan Shi stood as an exception. Although she too failed to achieve divine possession, under immense psychological strain, she experienced a split in her psyche, manifesting two entirely distinct personalities, with her former memories entirely forgotten. The newly emerged personalities were as follows. 1. Gentle and timid, lacking even the strength to swat a fly, and the other, tempestuous and ferocious, boasting remarkable combat abilities. The gentle Lan Shi sported flowing blue hair, while the volatile Lan Shi had a mane of golden locks. Each transformation was heralded by a resounding sneeze. As Wang Quan conversed with Lan Fong, a gust of sea breeze swept through, playfully tousling Lan Shi's violet hair, which fluttered past her elegantly sculpted nose. Achoo! Following a robust sneeze, her violet hair began to morph from the roots into a brilliant golden hue. Her expression shifted from one of serene repose in her sister's arms to that of a rebellious young delinquent. Simultaneously, astonishing changes were occurring within her physique. The density of her bones, the strength of her organs, and the power of her muscles were all undergoing remarkable transformations. Most strikingly, her previously smooth, flat abdomen appeared to inflate, revealing subtle, yet distinct abdominal muscles and an enticing line of definition. With a brusque shove, she pushed Lan Fong aside and rose to her feet, demanding, "What is this place, you filthy bastards? Do you think you can capture me? You're 100 years too early." Without warning, she produced a machine gun from seemingly nowhere and unleashed a hail of bullets towards Wang Quan and his companions. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the golden-haired Lan Shi was ultimately subdued. Master Roshi, removing his sunglasses, directed an intense gaze shimmering with curiosity at the restrained golden-haired Lan Shi, whose struggles gradually diminished until her golden locks began to revert to their original violet hue. "Sister, have I lost control again?" the now violet-haired Lan Shi asked, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes as she turned toward her sister. "It's all right. Lan Shi, you're safe now. I'm here. And so is Master Wu Tian. You will recover fully in no time." Lan Fong reassured her, holding her sister tightly and soothingly stroking her back. "How astonishing!" Wang Quan exclaimed as he observed the readings on the device strapped to his wrist. The combat power of the violet-haired Lan Shi was merely 4 points. Yet upon her transformation, disregarding the personality shift that contributed to her combat effectiveness, the energy within her surged past 20 points. Do not underestimate a score of 20. Consider this. A healthy, physically active adult male typically possesses a combat power of only 5 points, while athletes who dedicate themselves to combat sports rarely surpass 10 points. They are already considered formidable within the realm of ordinary individuals. Combat power exceeding 10 points is predominantly found among professional mercenaries, assassins, and covert operatives within governmental agencies, individuals who inhabit a world unknown to the general populace. Thus, a combat power of 20 is indeed formidable. In the Marvel Universe, even without a shield, Captain America would struggle against such strength. "What is the matter, Wang Quan?" Bulma inquired as she perched herself on Wang Quan's shoulder, her little head peeking out to observe the wrist device he was manipulating. "Look here, Bulma." This figure indicates Lan Chi's current combat power, which is only 4. And here, this represents her combat power during her recent transformation. Wang Quan explained, tapping the screen of his watch. Oh, remarkable, 20 points. Many devote their entire lives to training and never attain such combat power, Bulma marveled. Although she now possessed over 400 points of combat power herself. It was a result of her rigorous training in the mystical martial arts and mastery over Qi. Since embarking on her journey of cultivation, Bulma had not abandoned her research. Rather, she had redirected her passion for mechanics towards martial arts and Qi. She amassed a wealth of knowledge on various martial art styles, ranging from ancient and enigmatic techniques to modern scientific combat practices. The concept of Qi was mentioned only in certain ancient schools, often shrouded in mystery and obscured by vague descriptions, leading many to dismiss it as mere legend. As for contemporary scientific fighting, it entirely lacked any notion of Qi, focusing instead on muscle kinetics, nutrition, and scientifically grounded techniques of exertion. Consequently, martial artists trained through such methods were merely considered skilled among ordinary folk, with their combat power often pitifully low, making it exceedingly difficult to breach even 10 points. Yet Lan Chi's single sneeze propelled her combat power to 20, leaving Bulma in awe. Indeed, and have you noticed, Bulma? After Lan Chi transforms, she can revert without any apparent strain on her body. Remember that fellow? After his strength surged upon losing consciousness, he suffered ruptured capillaries throughout his body. Had it not been for that nutritional restorative injection, he would have been bedridden for days. Yet look at Lan Chi. She appears completely unscathed. Wang Quan shared his insights. You raise a valid point. I too sense something amiss, Master Roshi interjected, contemplating the peculiarities of the situation. Lan Fong held her sister closely, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Sister Lan Fong, please share anything you know. Perhaps we can discover a definitive cure for Lan Chi. Wang Quan encouraged. Wang Quan, Master Wu Tian, I truly do not know. Our family's martial arts are not particularly powerful. They merely surpass the modern scientific combat techniques by a slight margin. In ancient times, our true core ability was divine possession, harnessing the power of deities to attain great strength. Furthermore, once the divine presence departed, there would be no after effects. Surely, this is quite normal. Lan Fong elucidated. Divine possession, yes, I am familiar with it. Also known as divine descent, it is a cunning method devised by martial artists who, despite arduous training, fail to perceive the Qi within their bodies. Master Roshi remarked suddenly. What? Lan Fong exclaimed in disbelief. While every individual possesses Qi within their body, it is often too sparse for the average person to detect. Therefore, to master the power of Qi, one must undergo rigorous training to increase the total quantity of Qi within their body. When the Qi is sufficiently abundant, it becomes effortless to harness its power with mere gestures. However, such individuals with extraordinary physical attributes are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. Master Roshi paused, recalling the little Goku still laboring on construction sites. Wang Quan mused that while Earth may lack such prodigies, the universe teems with them. These individuals, oblivious to the nuances of Qi, possess innate strength and can wield Qi as effortlessly as they breathe. Master Roshi continued, thus, martial artists endeavor to cultivate their physical bodies while simultaneously honing their mental faculties, employing meditation, Zen practices, faith, and various methods to concentrate and amplify their spiritual power, enabling them to sense the Qi within their bodies. This is the authentic path of traditional martial artists. Are there indeed non-traditional martial artists? Bulma inquired, intrigued. Certainly, some martial artists, for various reasons, remain oblivious to the existence of Qi. Most of them give up, yet a small fraction persists in their quest, ultimately developing a method that temporarily bestows immense power. This is the origin of divine descent. Is this truly the origin of divine descent? Lan Fong questioned, incredulous. Indeed, this is the truth behind divine descent. Those who practice it strive to train diligently, but their power gains are often negligible. However, when they invoke divine possession, they instantly acquire tremendous strength, Master Roshi explained. But why is that? As the most knowledgeable in the realm of science among those present, Bulma was not swayed by such superstitious notions. The so-called divine descent technique was, in essence, merely self-hypnosis, conjuring a fictitious deity within one's mind to supplant one's own consciousness, thereby manipulating the energy within the body to enhance combat prowess. As I previously mentioned, to master chi, one must fulfill two criteria. First, the chi within the body must be potent enough to be sensed. Second, the mental fortitude must be formidable and focused, allowing for a clearer perception of the existence of chi. The divine descent technique utilizes hypnosis to fully concentrate one's mental energy, casting aside distractions, thus providing an opportunity to perceive and control the chi within one's body. The turtle sage elucidated the principles behind this technique. Hypnosis? Is it not the case that a deity truly possesses one? Lan Feng asked, bewildered. Oh, young lady, in this modern society, does anyone still believe in the tricks of divine descent? The turtle sage inquired with curiosity. Lan Feng found herself at a loss for words. Her family's traditions instilled in her a belief in the existence of divine descent. Yet modern scientific education led her to recognize such notions as mere fabrications. I it that your family possesses no records regarding the principles of divine descent. The turtle sage asked, intrigued. None, Lan Feng replied. The texts state that our strength derives from the divine, urging us to devoutly believe in their existence. However, as faith dwindled, so too did the mastery of divine descent, leading to the decline of our martial arts school. I see. Suddenly, Wang Quan struck his palm with a fist. What have you realized? Speak, speak! Bulma shook Wang Quan's shoulders eagerly. Sister Lan Feng, when your belief in the divine waned, did your strength not begin to increase? Wang Quan remarked with a knowing smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Feng affirmed, indeed, after we ceased to practice divine descent, our power did see some enhancement, yet this increase pales in comparison to the strength gained from the technique, which ultimately led to the downfall of our school. Just so, it must be so, Wang Quan asserted confidently. The emergence of divine descent was intended to master chi, harnessing the power of hypnosis to focus the mind. Yet, regardless of the hypnosis employed, they understood it to be false, resulting in a low initial success rate. Nevertheless, these individuals did indeed harness the power of chi through this method, becoming martial artists, following various tribulations. They expunged the original purpose of divine descent, leaving behind only the methods of practice. Consequently, later practitioners came to wholeheartedly believe in the existence of deities, which, while enhancing their success rates, led them to attribute their powers solely to divine gifts. Thus, under this self-deceptive belief, their everyday strength remained modest. Yet upon invoking divine descent, their combat capabilities surged. In truth, the prowess they wielded was the result of their diligent training, their own strength, ensuring that once the divine descent concluded, their bodies bore no burden, for they were not merely unlocking latent potential, but rather releasing the power they had sealed within, thus imposing no strain upon their bodies. That's so. So, it is. Indeed, no wonder Lan Chi, despite her rigorous training in her youth, made no progress. She was deeply disheartened, until one fateful day, after a sneeze, her hair transformed into a golden hue, bestowing her extraordinary strength, overwhelming all the students of the dojo. As Lan Feng reminisced, she gently caressed her younger sister's violet locks, reflecting on the differences between her and Lan Chi. Impossible. Merely through hypnosis can one seal away all their power. Bulma expressed her skepticism. Bulma, have you heard of an experiment wherein an individual is confined within an enclosed space, bound hand and foot, blindfolded, and told they must cut their wrist, leading to their demise through blood loss? You can then merely scratch their wrist without breaking the skin, and by simulating the sound of dripping blood into a basin, they will eventually succumb to shock and die, all the while having never lost a drop of blood. Wang Quan explained, prompting Bulma to ponder. You're saying the brain deceives them into believing they are bleeding, leading to their eventual shock and death. Bulma mused, resting her slender fingers on her chin. Precisely. Although Lan Chi does not believe in the divine, for reasons unknown, she is split into two entirely different selves, channeling all her aggression, ambition, and malice into the golden-haired Lan Chi, while embodying kindness, gentleness, and grace in the blue-haired version. As for herself, she has succumbed to a slumber. Wang Quan elaborated confidently. A super bad girl. Lan Shi suddenly interjected with a sulky tone that a super bad girl? Lan Feng glanced down at her younger sister. I feel so lonely. Mom and Dad are always focused on my sister, who trains diligently every day. Whenever I seek your attention, you always say, I'm sorry, next time I'll be with you, but next time never comes. I can only entertain myself, reading comics alone that I wish to be like the super bad girl, free to do as I please. I could rob banks, travel anywhere, or even run away from home, as Lan Shi rambled on. Bulma retrieved a tablet from her capsule and, with a flurry of taps, discovered a comic titled Superbad Girl. The cover depicted a strikingly voluptuous, rebellious blonde woman, exuding confidence while wielding a submachine gun, leaning against a punk-style motorcycle, surrounded by fluttering banknotes. This is the Superbad Girl. Bulma turned the device towards Wang Quan, the Turtle Sage, and the Lan Feng sisters for all to see. Indeed, that's her. Upon seeing the comic cover, Lan Shi's eyes sparkled with fascination, and her hair began to change once more from the roots. Bulma promptly closed the tablet, cutting off Lan Shi's view, halting the transformation as her hair reverted to its original violet hue. Thus, it appears that her childhood loneliness, the lack of attention from others, led her to desire becoming a character from a comic. With your family also possessing the methods of divine descent, fate intertwined. Transforming Lan Shi into what she has become, Bulma concluded. Indeed, it must be so, Wang Quan affirmed. Lan Feng, filled with remorse, embraced her sister, repeatedly murmuring apologies. It is my fault for focusing solely on training and neglecting you. The well-traveled Turtle Sage also mused. The world is vast and filled with wonders. There are many things yet unseen. However, why does the golden-haired Lan Shi's emergence coincide with the appearance of the blue-haired Lan Shi? Bulma pondered. Perhaps it is as follows. Lan Shi, in her desire to escape her family and home, created a new self, entirely devoid of the original's memories, emerging in the form of the blue-haired Lan Shi after the golden-haired one vanished. Wang Quan speculated. Lan Shi, why do you resist returning home? Mom and Dad miss you dearly. It's not that we do not care, but during that time, the dojo was on the brink of collapse, and we were all desperately striving to save it. Lan Feng explained that I don't know, that I just don't want to go back, to be ignored by you all. Lan Shi choked out that I'm sorry for having overlooked you. As Lan Feng comforted her distraught sister, Goku and Krillin returned, playfully bantering, both covered in dirt and sporting yellow safety helmets. Grandpa, we received our pay. Hurry, let's eat. I'm starving. Chapter 10. Your stance cannot match mine, Master Roshi. Meeting Bulma's disdainful gaze, collected the banknotes from Goku and Krillin's hands. Ahem, Lan Feng, Lan Shi, it's time to prepare dinner. Why are you both so late? Master Roshi rose and began directing the Lan Feng sisters. The two siblings composed themselves and walked hand in hand towards the kitchen. We haven't even started cooking yet. I'm about to starve. Goku's spirit immediately deflated, and even his tail, which had been wagging energetically, drooped listlessly behind him. Please excuse his behavior. Goku has no sense of decorum, Krillin said as he pulled the little monkey-like Goku aside, clasping his hands together and bowing apologetically to Wang Quan and Bulma. Ha, it's quite all right. Goku is rather adorable, Wang Quan replied with a smile. Bulma, her curiosity piqued, glanced at Goku's tail and asked, Is that tail real? Why are you pretending to have one? She wondered if the child understood martial arts practice. Perhaps imagining that having a tail would help him control his spine and enhance his abilities, hence the faux appendage. What's this nonsense? My tail is real. Grandpa says every man has a tail. Look, Goku exclaimed, turning his back and expertly pulling down his pants, revealing his rosy backside, while simultaneously manipulating his tail to straighten, bend, and sway in various motions. Goku, what are you doing? Krillin bellowed, his mouth agape as he hastily pulled Goku's pants back up. Hee, I'm just showing them my tail. Weren't you curious at first too? Goku giggled nonchalantly as he refastened his waistband. You fool. How could you just take off your pants in front of others? Krillin felt exhausted, as if he were a fool himself for having such a companion. Is it really true? Quan, do you think he's a half-beast due to genetic modification? Bulma whispered to Wang Quan. No, he is an alien. Wang Quan replied casually. What? An alien? Do extraterrestrials really exist? How do you know he is one? Bulma turned to Wang Quan, astonished. Even Master Roshi and Krillin looked curiously at Wang Quan. Then at the grinning Goku, Bulma. Haven't you noticed? Goku is quite different from us. Wang Quan pondered how to deflect the conversation. He couldn't outright say that Goku was not from Earth, but rather a warrior race known as Saiyans, born to be fierce and ruthless, all serving under the cosmic tyrant Frieza. If Bulma were to ask how he knew this, Wang Quan would have no answer. It was best to keep such secrets to himself, that a tale. Yes, but have you not observed that his physical prowess surpasses ours? His combat power is comparable to Krillin's, yet his physical condition is vastly superior. Even we cannot match him, Wang Quan pointed out to Bulma. When we utilize our inner energy, we can withstand bullets. But without it, we can still be injured or even lose our lives. Goku, however, can endure a barrage of bullets from Lan Chi's machine gun with nothing more than a yelp of pain, without sustaining any harm. After Wang Quan's explanation, the group turned to gaze at the smiling Goku, realizing that none of them were ordinary. They could dodge Lan Chi's gunfire, thus they had not noticed Goku's extraordinary resilience against bullets. This was why, in the realm of Dragon Ball, Master Roshi, despite being much stronger than Goku, refrained from provoking the Red Ribbon Army. He could not maintain constant vigilance, and a moment's lapse could lead to his demise under their firepower. Goku, on the other hand, possessed a body as unyielding as iron. Ordinary firearms posed no threat to him. Similarly, in Dragon Ball, Krillin, with a combat power exceeding several million, had once been injured by a bullet while working as a police officer. It was a known fact that if he had channeled his energy fully, he could stand at ground zero of a nuclear explosion without suffering the slightest harm on Earth. There is no creature with his level of physicality, nor any monkey possessing such attributes. Therefore, he cannot be merely a genetically modified being. He must be an alien who has come to Earth, Wang Quan continued. What? You're just speculating, Bulma replied, somewhat dissatisfied. Well, regardless of whether Goku is from Earth or another planet, his physical capabilities are indeed terrifying. That he appears like an ordinary human, yet possesses the strength of steel, Wang Quan remarked, poking Goku's arm. The sensation felt just like that of a human, but when Wang Quan applied more force, Goku's skin only dented to a certain extent before resisting further. At that moment, Wang Quan's strength was nearing a combat power of around 100 at ouch. That hurts, Goku cried out, pulling his arm away. Wang Quan turned and, with a mere finger, pierced a hole through a coconut tree as effortlessly as if it were tofu. See, the force I used on Goku's arm was the same as this poke, yet Goku only felt a bit of pain without any injury. He explained. The group simultaneously glanced at the hole in the tree, and Krillin imagined such a strike landing on his arm. He certainly would not emerge unscathed, likely suffering a wound similar to that in the coconut tree. Turning back to the blissfully ignorant Goku, he felt a mix of envy and resentment. As they contemplated Wang Quan's hypothesis, they wondered if Goku might truly be an alien. What are you all discussing? Come in for dinner. Lan Fang called from the doorway. Can we eat now? That's wonderful. At the mention of food, Goku sprang to life, bouncing onto the dining table in the living room like a little flea. Young folks, come join us for a meal. Master Roshi warmly invited Wang Quan and the others, though his old eyes behind those sunglasses were ever wandering over Bulma's chest, waist, rear, and thighs. Master Roshi, if you keep staring, don't blame me for not respecting my elders. Wang Quan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Bulma, cracking his knuckles ominously. Old man, I can't help it. You have to indulge me. I must say, your taste is commendable. This girl is a true beauty. Those curves, that figure, absolutely exquisite. Master Roshi, undeterred by Wang Quan's threats, tiptoed closer, leering at Bulma with a lecherous grin as he critiqued her appearance. Perverted old man, shut your mouth. Bulma snapped, realizing the chaos she had caused. Her body radiated a white aura, her blue hair lifting as she released her full combat power of over 400, causing the very structure of Master Roshi's house to tremble as if caught in a tempest. Calm down, young lady. Do you wish to demolish my home? I will not dare again. Cold sweat streamed down Master Roshi's forehead. While battling Wang Quan, Master Roshi had felt only a slight pressure from his 400 combat power. as Wang Quan had not fully unleashed his inner energy. However, Bulma's full release created an oppressive force far greater than anything Master Roshi had experienced even in his youth against the Demon King Piccolo. Thankfully, Bulma's aura lacked the malevolence of Piccolo, or Master Roshi would have been even more terrified. "Humph, Quan told me you were a lecherous old man. I didn't believe it, but it seems you truly are as described," Bulma remarked, realizing the chaos she had caused and quickly tempering her energy. "What kind of training have you two undergone? Even if you have been training since the womb, such power is unfathomable." Suddenly, the turtle sage inquired with curiosity. After having been the world's foremost master for several centuries, he was taken aback to find himself outmatched by two mere youths. The once complacent turtle sage felt a mounting pressure. "Haha, you're a martial arts expert. I was just about to seek your guidance. Let us converse after our meal," Wang Quan replied with a smile. "Very well, it is settled then. After we dine, we shall engage in a thorough discussion." Upon entering the room, the Lanfang sisters and little Wukong appeared visibly shaken. "Little Wang Quan, what transpired outside? Why was the entire room shaking?" Lanfang was the first to speak. Directing her question at Wang Quan, "Sister Lanfang, I must reiterate, please refrain from calling me Little Wang Quan. I am now an adult," Wang Quan replied somewhat helplessly. Ever since he had crossed over, Sister Lanfang had treated him with exceptional kindness, yet she always regarded him as a child. Even though he now possessed half of a martial arts academy, she still insisted on calling him Little Wang Quan. "All right, Little Wang Quan, do tell your sister what happened outside." It was Bulma. The turtle sage was disrespectful, and Bulma got angry, unleashing a bit of her fighting spirit. Wang Quan realized that convincing Sister Lanfang to stop calling him Little Wang Quan would be a long and arduous journey. "Ha ha!" Wang Quan's explanation left the Lanfang sisters and Krillin enlightened, though little Wukong remained puzzled, glancing around in confusion. "Hurry and serve the food, Grandpa. I am absolutely starving," little Wukong's voice rang out. "All right, ha ha ha. Let us eat." The turtle sage awkwardly shifted the topic. The group gathered around a large round table, gazing at the feast laid before them, and simultaneously exclaimed, "I shall begin." Instantly, the dining table transformed into a battlefield. Little Wukong became a glutton. Food splattered across his face, while Wang Quan morphed into a relentless eating machine, the empty plates beside him piling higher and higher. Beside him, Bulma appeared exceedingly graceful and demure. Yet her hands, as elusive as phantoms, revealed that she was no delicate flower. She was indeed a formidable eater herself. The turtle sage, Krillin, and Lan Chi had initially thought that little Wukong's eating habits might be embarrassing. Yet they soon realized that these two were not to be outdone. Only Lanfang seemed to anticipate this, elegantly and swiftly devouring the food before her. In the end, Lanfang managed to consume the meals intended for the turtle sage. Krillin and Lan Chi, while little Wukong, Wang Quan, and Bulma each devoured portions sufficient for dozens to ha ha ha. "Wang Quan, Bulma, you two can eat just like me. No wonder your strength is so formidable. Only when one is well-fed can they have the energy to cultivate." Little Wukong leaned back in his chair, cradling his round belly with a broad grin. Little Wukong is correct. To possess immense strength, one must eat abundantly, for only then can one have the vigor to train. Wang Quan stood, his body slightly undulating, and soon noticed his slightly protruding belly shrinking visibly. Bulma experienced a similar transformation. Lanfang glanced at Wang Quan and Bulma, rising from her chair, adopting a horse stance. Her belly's changes were not as rapid as Wang Quan's and Bulma's, but within 3 to 5 minutes, she too managed to retract her slightly bulging stomach. "What is happening? What are you doing? Teach me. Teach me. This way, I can eat even more." Little Wukong, disregarding his discomfort, straightened up, his eyes brimming with eagerness. The turtle sage observed this scene, deep in thought. Ha ha ha. This is the horse stance I devised in my martial arts. "Little Wukong, would you like to learn? I can teach you," Wang Quan declared with great generosity. "Martial arts horse stance? Young man, your horse stance is quite extraordinary, isn't it?" The turtle sage's sunglasses seemed to glimmer with intrigue. "The turtle sage has sharp eyes. Indeed, my horse stance differs from the ordinary," Wang Quan acknowledged. "Earlier, you inquired how Bulma and I cultivated to become so powerful. I can now reveal to you that it is precisely due to the martial arts I invented that we have attained such strength. We certainly did not begin our training from the womb. In fact, we have been training for less than half a year. Wang Quan spoke with a hint of pride. What? Less than half a year? That is impossible. Even if you were to torture your bodies in training, you could not possibly possess such strength in such a short time. You are deceiving me. The turtle sage expressed disbelief. Even losing his composure slightly, ha ha ha. Just because others cannot does not mean we cannot. Moreover, we have not employed any brutal methods in our training. On the contrary, our physical fitness is now several times superior to that of an average person. This is impossible. How exactly do you train? What is this martial arts you speak of? The turtle sage inquired eagerly, as the legendary god of martial arts, having held the title of the world's strongest for over 2 centuries. He possessed unshakable confidence in his martial arts knowledge, and could not fathom that there existed any training methods of which he was unaware. Turtle sage, allow me to ask you, what is the purpose of the horse stance in your turtle school? Wang Quan posed the question out of course. It is to strengthen the power of the waist and legs. A well-practiced horse stance allows one to maintain balance on the ground and avoid mistakes in battle. In the turtle school, the horse stance is of paramount importance. However, in schools like the crane school that prioritize agility and lightness in combat, the horse stance loses its significance. The turtle sage explained in a measured tone. Do you know what our horse stance entails? Wang Quan asked with a sense of triumph, a feeling of dominance welling up within him. Our horse stance is foundational to our martial arts. Without mastering the horse stance, one cannot hope to learn the martial arts at all. The horse stance not only enhances the strength of the waist and legs, but, more importantly, it allows for gradual improvement of physical fitness while also cultivating mental fortitude. In essence, through a seemingly ordinary horse stance, we harmonize both body and spirit. Impossible! How could a mere horse stance have such a profound effect? The turtle sage remained skeptical. Ha. Our horse stance is not like yours. When we practice, we must truly envision riding a horse beneath us. Wang Quan revealed without reservation, explaining the methods of the horse stance, its essential points, and the reasoning behind such practices, as Wang Quan elaborated. The turtle sage and his 2 disciples began to rise from their seats, attempting to imitate and learn. Once Wang Quan finished his explanation, little Wukong's voice rang out with excitement. Ha. I can feel it. I feel warm all over. Ha. My belly is shrinking. The others turned to little Wukong, and indeed his body seemed to be contracting, his belly not as pronounced as before. In contrast, the turtle sage and Krillin, while diligently adjusting their bodies, clearly realized that success would not come swiftly. The turtle sage, abandoning his efforts, stood up, gazing at little Wukong with pride. Little Wukong is indeed a martial arts prodigy. When little Wang Quan taught me, it took me over half a month to master the horse stance. Lan Fong looked at little Wukong, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes, as for Krillin. He was left with self-pity and unabashed jealousy. Why is it that I, who am clearly smarter than that Wukong fellow, cannot surpass him in training? I cannot run as fast, jump as high, nor push as much stone as he can. And now even in the horse stance, I cannot learn as quickly. Krillin lamented in his thoughts. The turtle sage's voice broke through Krillin's reverie. Krillin, you are not too shabby either, though you did not master it in one go like little Wukong. After several attempts, you too have learned it. The turtle sage glanced at Wang Quan and Bulma, who had evidently surpassed him, before turning to his 2 disciples, finally feeling the weight of his age. Chapter 11. Arise, Shinran. Wang Quan, how on earth did you conceive of such extraordinary martial arts? It truly has opened my eyes. Master Roshi and King Quan stood side by side, observing as the young Goku and Krillin squatted on the ground. Practicing their stances, the 2 boys appeared as if they were floating weeds upon the surface of a river, rising and falling in rhythm with the gentle waves. Eventually, as Krillin's face flushed with exertion, he cast a reluctant glance at his good friend beside him. With a sigh of resignation, he stood up, beginning to move about slowly, gathering the energy within his body to nourish his physical form. Meanwhile, Goku maintained his position for an additional hour, his skin visibly reddened, yet he did not rise like Krillin. Instead, he coiled his tail behind him and then suddenly snapped it out with a sharp crack. Following this, a series of faint explosive sounds emanated from within his body, causing him to jerk upward, his already fluffy hair standing on end like that of a porcupine. This peculiar stance persisted for roughly half a minute before his hair gradually settled, and he exhaled, creating a small crater in the ground before finally standing up. Master Roshi, King Quan, your training method is remarkable. I can feel my strength increasing. Goku exclaimed joyfully, throwing punches and kicks, the sounds echoing like thunder as his limbs blurred into indistinct shadows. Beside him, Krillin, burdened by a turtle shell for weight training, gazed on with envy. While Goku grasped the stance in one attempt, Krillin struggled through numerous efforts, barely managing to master it. He realized he needed to refine his technique down to his spine. While Goku, endowed with a tail, succeeded effortlessly in one go, leaving Krillin feeling disadvantaged. Days had passed, yet he had made no progress. Imagining a tail sprouting from his back and utilizing its motion to influence his spine, while controlling the pores of his body, felt like an insurmountable challenge for him. Krillin cast an envious glance at Goku's tail and his luxuriant hair, then patted his own rear and felt his bald head, deepening his sense of discomfort. Not to mention the stark contrast in their physical prowess. Although he was aware Goku was slightly stronger, he had always believed that his own intellect surpassed Goku's. In a genuine confrontation, the outcome would likely be a close call. However, after practicing the stance, the gap between them widened at an alarming rate. Despite training for the same duration, Goku's advancement outpaced his own, and Goku could train for even longer. This clearly indicated Goku's superior physical constitution, allowing him to sustain prolonged training sessions and harness greater amounts of energy. Goku was not only stronger than him, but even Master Roshi favored Goku over him. Now, Krillin found himself secretly believing King Quan's speculation that Goku might not be a creature from Earth at all. Haha, Goku, do not become arrogant. Remember that there are always greater talents beyond your own, and the path of martial arts is endless, Master Roshi admonished, observing Goku's momentary lapse into pride. That I understand, Master Roshi. Just thinking of the countless masters out there excites me. Goku replied, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with exhilaration. King Quan sighed inwardly, noting that it was indeed the hallmark of the Saiyan race to possess such fervor for battle, as if it were embedded in their very DNA. After a brief moment of excitement, Goku hoisted the turtle shell and began weight training alongside Krillin. King Quan and Master Roshi then turned to leave, returning to their quarters. Inside, Bulma and the Lan Fong sisters awaited them, with Lan Chi sporting blue hair at this moment. Over the past few days, King Quan and Master Roshi had exchanged insights, both benefiting immensely from their discussions. Master Roshi indeed possessed some profound knowledge. Although his training methods were rudimentary, the application of energy he taught was nothing short of exceptional. The perception of energy, its release, its enhancement of the physical body, and its use in healing, he could wield the same energy to unleash a combat prowess several times that of King Quan's. With his specialty being the conversion of energy into lightning today, as for the so-called sky dance technique, Master Roshi could master it in an instant, yet he refrained from doing so out of respect for his senior. King Quan had always felt that the battles within the Dragon Ball universe lacked any semblance of artistry, consisting merely of punches and kicks, a collision of speed and strength, with the occasional energy wave thrown in for good measure. The climactic moments of each battle seemed to culminate in a clash of energy waves. King Quan believed it was imperative to infuse fresh vitality into the monotonous combat style of Dragon Ball. In addition to their martial discussions, King Quan and Master Roshi had thoroughly examined the divine descent technique of the Lan Fong family, proposing various solutions. Ultimately, it was Master Roshi's suggestions that held the most weight, as he was well-versed in mental fortitude and hypnosis. King Quan, on the other hand, merely offered a few half-baked ideas, yet they did inspire Master Roshi in many ways. Lastly, there was Bulma, since delving into martial arts. She had redirected her brilliant intellect from mechanical engineering to biological sciences. Her understanding of the human body had nearly reached the level of the world's foremost biologist that I in the past few days. To facilitate Lan Chi's treatment, she had immersed herself in the study of neurology, psychology, and the brain, mastering much of this knowledge in a matter of days. After extensive discussions and hypotheses, the three concluded that they could not guarantee a complete restoration of Lan Chi to her original form. Their only recourse was to have Master Roshi utilize his formidable mental strength to guide and summon Lan Chi's true personality. However, any sudden sneeze would trigger her transformation once more, leading to a chaotic state of mind and memory loss. Each transformation resulted in her forgetting previous memories. Witnessing Lan Chi's deteriorating condition, Lan Fang wore a perpetual frown, while King Quan, Master Roshi, and Bulma tirelessly sought solutions. Even Krillin sensed the struggles faced by his mentors, harboring worries during his own training. While only the carefree Goku remained blissfully engaged in his training and meals, making rapid progress. One morning, King Quan and Bulma emerged from their small villa, making their way to Master Roshi's abode. The previous night, they had conceived a new idea and wished to consult Master Roshi regarding its feasibility. Upon entering the turtle house, they had yet to see Master Roshi when they heard Goku's voice. "Grandpa, I will train diligently today. You can rest assured I shall return tomorrow. What's wrong with that old pervert? Wasn't he just fine yesterday?" Bulma muttered, walking towards the source of Goku's voice. King Quan shared her curiosity as they ascended the stairs, discovering Goku bowing before a cabinet in a small room. "The Dragon Ball?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide. Before Goku, on a cabinet draped in plush fabric, lay a wooden box containing an orange glass sphere, shimmering with ethereal light. "Hey, King Quan, Bulma, how did you get in here? You know about the Dragon Balls. Are you here to steal mine?" Goku turned, his expression initially innocent, but quickly shifting to a wary gaze directed at King Quan and Bulma. "Goku, how do you have a Dragon Ball here? Do you mean to say that all 9 Dragon Balls are in your possession?" Bulma recalled the 9 Dragon Balls clustered on her radar. "How do you know I have 9 Dragon Balls? Are you both here to take them from me?" Goku's caution intensified upon Bulma, revealing the existence of 9 Dragon Balls in his possession. "Ha ha ha, Quan, we need not take risks. We can simply summon the eternal dragon with the Dragon Balls and wish for Lan Chi to be restored," Bulma exclaimed, gleefully grasping King Quan's hand. "Of course. How did I not think of that?" King Quan lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration. A time traveler. He had been so fixated on finding a solution himself that he had overlooked the existence of a completely unreasonable tool in this world, the Dragon Balls. While Earth's Dragon Balls, due to their creator's limited power, provided minimal assistance in terms of strength, they remained tremendously useful in other respects. "Goku, we are not here to steal your Dragon Balls. We merely wish to summon the eternal dragon and make a wish to restore Lan Chi to her original form, so she no longer transforms unexpectedly," King Quan explained to the still wary Goku. You want to help Sister Lan Chi? That's fine. You can have all my Dragon Balls," Goku readily offered. Upon hearing that his assistance was required for Lan Chi, the little Wukong immediately acquiesced. He bent down and opened the cabinet, retrieving a small cloth pouch from within. Upon unwrapping the pouch, one could discern the shimmering light emanating from it, resonating harmoniously with the orb resting atop the cabinet. Little Wukong then took the orb from the cabinet and handed both to Bulma. "Bulma, how do we use the Dragon Balls? Please help Sister Lan Chi." Bulma received the pouch in one hand while grasping the other Dragon Ball with the other. As she looked down, she noticed the orange translucent sphere embedded with 4 red 5-pointed stars. It's the 4-star ball. "Little Wukong, why do you pay homage to it and call it Grandpa?" Bulma casually tossed the 4-star ball into the air and caught it. Glancing down at little Wukong with curiosity, "This is a relic of my grandpa, so I revere it, as if he were still by my side," little Wukong replied, grinning as he scratched the back of his head. "And what about these others? How could you possibly have gathered them?" Bulma inquired, shaking the pouch in her hand. "These were collected by others. They stole my grandpa's relics while I was away. I chased them from Bowsy Mountain, encountering numerous peculiar individuals and many friends along the way. In the end, not only did I recover my grandpa's relics, but I also obtained 4 identical spheres from them, and I discovered another one at Master Roshi's." Little Wukong explained with a cheerful smile. He then added, "I overheard some villains mention that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would summon Shenron to grant a wish. I only have 9. We are just 1 short. Shall we all embark on a quest to find it?" "Hee hee, little Wukong. The last Dragon Ball is with me." We will soon behold the true Shenron. Bulma exclaimed with delight. As the trio conversed, they descended from the loft, finding everyone gathered in the living room. Ha ha, Sister Lanfang, we have a solution. Lan Chi's predicament will soon be resolved, Bulma joyfully announced before even reaching the bottom of the staircase. Really, Bulma? That's wonderful, Lanfang exclaimed, embracing her sister. The purple-haired Lan Chi equally thrilled as she gazed at her sibling. Each transformation felt to her like being trapped in a small, dark room, which nearly drove her to despair. Oh, what scheme have you two concocted? We must think this through carefully. We cannot afford any mistakes, Master Roshi stated with his usual composure. Klin, standing nearby, nodded his little bald head in agreement. We need not resort to those methods anymore. We shall use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and make a wish, Bulma declared proudly, shaking the pouch and the 4-star ball. Dragon Balls? Indeed, precisely that. Gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and you can summon Shenron, who will grant one wish. Any wish. Long ago, someone gathered the Dragon Balls and made a wish, and it seems he became a king, Bulma elaborated. But we only have 9. We still lack one. Where shall we search for it? Master Roshi raised a pertinent question. Humph. Who says we only have 9? The 7th has always been in my possession. Come, let us go make our wish, Bulma proclaimed with spirited confidence as she took the lead. Once everyone exited the Turtle Hermit's abode, Bulma set down the 4-star ball and produced the Dragon Balls from the pouch. As the 9 Dragon Balls were placed together, they began to emit a rhythmic golden light. Wait here. I shall retrieve the 7th, Bulma announced before dashing back to her villa. In less than half a minute, she emerged, clutching another glowing orange glass sphere. Bulma placed this final Dragon Ball on the ground. And as the 7 Dragon Balls congregated, their flickering frequency noticeably quickened. With anticipation building, everyone awaited the summoning of Shenron, while the Lanfang sisters clasped their hands tightly together, murmuring incantations that it will surely work. Shenron will undoubtedly fulfill our wish. Bulma rose to her feet, filled with hope as she called out, "Come forth, Shenron." As Bulma's voice resonated, a golden lightning bolt erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, thick dark clouds gathered, enveloping the vicinity in darkness, leading many to believe a solar eclipse was occurring on Turtle Island. Wang Quan and the others stared in awe at the massive azure dragon peering from the clouds. Sensing the unique pressure emanating from it, Wang Quan understood that although he could overpower this dragon in sheer force, in terms of life dimensions, there was no comparison. The colossal dragon lowered its head, its blood-red eyes gleaming as a deep, authoritative voice echoed, "State your wish, human who summoned me. Any wish can be granted, but only one. Shenron, I wish for Lan Chi to no longer transform, to have all her memories merged, and to revert to her original self," Bulma declared loudly. The dragon turned its gaze toward the hopeful Lan Chi, its eyes radiating a crimson glow. "Very well, your wish is granted. Farewell," the dragon proclaimed before its form dissipated into light. Simultaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls floating in the air scattered like shooting stars, and the dark clouds vanished as if they had never appeared, restoring brightness to the world. "Ah, Grandpa!" little Wukong exclaimed, but all the Dragon Balls had already disappeared from sight, leaving no trace behind. Wang Quan approached the despondent little Wukong and ruffled his messy hair, bending down to reassure him. "Little Wukong, do not fret. The Dragon Balls will turn to stone within a year after a wish is made. After 1 year, they will revert to their original state, and you can seek the Dragon Ball left by your grandfather. Fear not, it will not be lost. Bulma possesses a Dragon Ball radar that can locate them all." "Is that true, Wang Quan? Can we really retrieve the Dragon Ball left by Grandpa?" little Wukong asked, lifting his head with a face full of hope. "Of course. How could I deceive you? I will lend you Bulma's Dragon Ball radar afterwards." "That's splendid. I thought I would never find Grandpa's Dragon Ball again." Little Wukong sighed in relief. With Shenron's departure, all eyes turned to Lan Chi, who wore a troubled expression, her hair flickering between purple, blue, and gold before finally settling on purple. Ceasing its transformation, her body exhibited varying degrees of change, and her aura underwent a distinct transformation as well. The qualities of the purple-haired Lan Chi's introversion, the blue-haired Lan Chi's adorably gentle demeanor, and the golden-haired Launchi's wild temperament coalesced, exuding a unique charm. She resembled an ice queen, yet unwittingly displayed a touch of warmth and innocence. Among the four males present, only little Wukong remained oblivious. Wang Quan, Master Roshi, and Klin were instantly captivated, their eyes transforming into hearts. Even Bulma and Sister Lanfang, both women, could not help but feel a tinge of envy at the sight of the transformed Lanchi. Lanchi, how do you feel? Do you still remember me? Lanfang inquired, her voice trembling as she gazed at the seemingly unchanged yet distinctly altered Lanchi. Sister, it's me. I'm Lanchi. I remember everything now. Sister, will you always stay by my side? Lanchi's icy queen, Fa Ade, melted away, revealing a little girl yearning for companionship and attention. Of course, I will, sister. I will never let you go again. Lanfang exclaimed as she embraced her sister tightly. Chapter 12. Satan's terrifying imagination. Wang Quan, feeling somewhat dejected and futile, attempted to defend himself. Humph, in my eyes, you will forever remain that little Wang Quan who cried and shouted to learn martial arts. Lanfang blinked her beautiful large eyes. Wang Quan mused inwardly. The Wang Quan you speak of no longer exists. I am now the time-traveling Wang Quan. How could I know that the original Wang Quan would turn out like this? Master Roshi, thank you for your guidance these past days, for teaching us so many methods of harnessing qi. Wang Quan, resigned, ceased his argument with Lanfang and turned to face Master Roshi. Ha, little fellow. Your martial arts are truly remarkable. It seems I, the old man, have benefited from it, Master Roshi chuckled. Little Wukong, Krillin, make sure to train diligently, for the World Martial Arts Tournament is fast approaching and I am eager to witness your progress. Wang Quan lowered his gaze towards little Wukong and Krillin. Wang Quan, I will definitely defeat you, little Wukong exclaimed confidently. I will strive to train hard, Krillin responded with a more restrained demeanor. All right, we must take our leave. Until we meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wang Quan's body gradually levitated as he waved goodbye to the few below. Simultaneously, Bulma and the Lanfang sisters concluded their farewells and soared into the air, joining Wang Quan. Goodbye. Farewell. In the sky, Wang Quan and Bulma instantly accelerated to their maximum speed, resembling two white arrows of energy, swiftly vanishing into the azure horizon. Master Roshi turned around, his expression serious as he spoke. All right, little Wukong, Krillin, you have witnessed the strength of Wang Quan and Bulma. You are still far from their level. If you wish to place in the World Martial Arts Tournament, your current abilities are insufficient. From today onward, both of you must train diligently. Yes, Master Roshi. Yes, Teacher Wuqian. The two little ones immediately filled with vigor and began their training. Observing his two disciples diligently exerting themselves, Master Roshi slowly departed from the Kame house and eventually halted in a distant forest. Relaxing his aura, he meticulously sensed the surroundings. After a considerable time, a satisfied smile graced Master Roshi's face. However, the demeanor of the martial arts master swiftly shifted to one of anxious urgency. These youngsters are truly a handful, each one a prodigy, and their strength is advancing at an astonishing rate. I'm the god of martial arts. No, I too must elevate my abilities. Otherwise, how can I present myself as a venerable elder before them? Master Roshi muttered to himself, gradually crouching down before commencing a series of exercises. Feeling the warm currents emanating from each cell within him, he internally lamented, "This Wang Quan, I wonder what goes through his mind." A simple horse stance has become an elaborate feat for him. I haven't experienced this sensation of continual strengthening for over 2 centuries. As time passed, when Master Roshi sensed his body reaching its limits. He recalled the tale of little Wukong and, with a sudden thought, aligned his spine, causing a surge of energy to flow through him, culminating in his snowy beard exploding outward. Not only was Master Roshi secretly training, but even the Lanfang sisters were engaged in their own practice, having just grasped the power of qi and capable of executing simple mental techniques. Lanfang eagerly departed the martial arts hall in search of her sister. Upon locating her sister via various wanted notices, she fortuitously encountered little Wukong and Krillin, who were on a quest to find beautiful women, and the sisters accompanied them back to the Kame house. Ultimately, it was Master Roshi who intervened, temporarily awakening Lan Shi's original personality. Without such intervention, Lan Shi would have failed to recognize her sister, Lan Fong. Living together in the same house, the sisters took charge of the daily needs for Master Roshi and his two disciples. Although Lan Fong shared her family's legacy with Master Roshi to aid in her sister's recovery, she refrained from disclosing the horse stance taught to her by Wang Quan, believing it to be his personal technique and thus not to be shared with others. Therefore, until Wang Quan and Bulma arrived at Kame Island, she had never practiced the horse stance. That it was only when Wang Quan and Bulma demonstrated it before Master Roshi that she finally employed it herself. Now that Wang Quan had exchanged all martial arts insights with Master Roshi, she naturally felt no need to hold back and began training alongside her sister. In the West City, Wang Quan and Bulma streaked across the sky like two white meteors, producing sharp whistling sounds. Upon reaching the martial arts hall's vicinity, they slowed down, eventually landing lightly on the training ground. On the training ground, students were engrossed in their practice, and a glance revealed that their numbers had increased by over a dozen since Wang Quan and Bulma's departure. Wang Quan, Bulma, you two have finally returned. Where have you been? You've been gone for so many days, leaving me all alone in the martial art hall with no time to train. Satan, weaving through the students and occasionally correcting their postures like a great gorilla, rushed up to Wang Quan and Bulma. Satan, thank you for your hard work. It seems you've taught these students remarkably well during our absence. Wang Quan grinned and fist-bumped Satan. Humph, you both ran off and left me alone in the dojo. Having to teach so many students with no time for my own practice, at this rate, when will I ever become the champion of the world? Satan lamented. Satan, spare us your complaints. Bulma and I encountered many formidable masters during our journey, especially the god of martial arts, Teacher Wu Tian. We've learned a plethora of techniques that I can teach you afterward, Wang Quan replied, stepping forward and draping an arm around Satan's shoulders. Meanwhile, while the two conversed, Bulma had already greeted Satan and departed for her room. Teacher Wu Tian? He is still alive. Didn't he turn 200 years old? How could he still be alive? Satan inquired, astonished at the mention of Teacher Wu Tian. With Teacher Wu Tian's constitution, I wouldn't be surprised if he lived for another 200 years. That, of course, he is still alive. Lan Fong and her sister Lan Shi are currently with Teacher Wu Tian. Really? Sister is so lucky to be living with Teacher Wu Tian that if only I could receive some guidance from him, my martial arts training would surely progress at an astonishing rate, Satan thought enviously. Imagining his sister basking in the teachings of the god of martial arts. Satan, do you look down upon my martial arts? Wang Quan retorted, rolling his eyes to no. Wang Quan, your martial arts are impressive, but he is the god of martial arts. His training methods must be far superior to ours. Wouldn't you agree? Satan attempted to placate Wang Quan while still praising Teacher Wu Tian. That's nonsense, Satan. Let me tell you, my martial arts are not only the strongest on Earth, but also the best in the entire universe. If you can learn them, you should be grateful. Teacher Wu Tian only has 200 more years of combat experience and expertise in chi manipulation than you. If it comes to a head-to-head strength comparison, you would have already surpassed him. In the realm of martial arts, it is evident that Satan tends to veer toward extremes. Within the original narrative of Dragon Ball, Satan had never encountered a true martial artist possessing genuine energy. As the reigning champion of the world of combat, a behemoth who shattered the limits of the human body, his initial encounter with the Z fighters left him utterly incredulous regarding their prowess. He dismissed their abilities as mere illusions, even going so far as to assert that they must have concealed explosives to create such explosive effects. Even after being obliterated by Cell in a single strike, he remained unconvinced that humanity could wield such formidable power, insisting that all was mere trickery. Before him stood a Satan who had, through the teachings of his martial arts, attained a combat power exceeding 400. Yet, the more he sensed his own strength, the more he shrank back in fear, convinced that those renowned martial artists must be far more formidable than himself. As for the legendary martial arts god, the world's number one, he believed that such an entity would undoubtedly surpass him by countless magnitudes. What Satan failed to realize was that his current state was, in part, a result of his own efforts. During their time together, King Quan often spoke of the limitless nature of martial arts, of being able to shatter planets with a single punch, and emphasized the importance of cultivating the heart before strength. lest one becomes enslaved by power, a mere puppet to its whims, leading to the world annihilation. Satan had, on occasion, ventured to desolate locales to test his own strength, with a combat power of over 400. Unleashing a full-power energy blast could instantly erase a city of 1 million from existence. But he understood that he now possessed the capacity to obliterate human civilization. Yet upon reflecting on King Quan's tales of individuals capable of shattering planets with a single blow, his resolve faltered in his mind. Having trained for merely a few years, and lacking any notable fame, he wielded the power to annihilate humanity. Surely, those seasoned martial artists who had been renowned for years must be even more powerful, potentially including those whom King Quan spoke of, those capable of shattering worlds with a mere punch. Not to mention the venerable Master Wu Tian, who had held the title of the world's greatest for over 2 centuries. He could likely obliterate the solar system with a mere sneeze. It must be said that Satan's imagination was quite prodigious to me, surpassing Master Wu Tian. Impossible! How could that be? Satan vehemently denied. How could it not be possible? Are you truly unaware of your current strength? King Quan replied, Doubt, of course I know. I could level a mountain with a single energy blast, but so what? That is Master Wu Tian we are discussing. The god of martial arts, the foremost in the world. How could I possibly be his match? Why must you be so obstinate? Look here, King Quan said, extending his wrist to reveal a device akin to a smartwatch. He tapped the screen, and a series of numbers appeared. Satan, behold. This is a combat power detector created by Bulma's father, capable of accurately measuring the energy contained within any living being and converting it into combat power. As long as one does not deliberately diminish their energy, it can accurately assess everyone's combat power. But I've expanded its detection range to over 100, meaning individuals with combat power below 100 will not appear on this display. You see these 3 overlapping points? They represent you, me, and Bulma. Observe these numbers. 985 is my combat power, 597 is Bulma's, and the last one is yours, 459. Now look here, as he spoke. King Quan tapped again, revealing a scaled-down world map speckled with white points of light that he began to zoom in, ultimately focusing on a small island. When he tapped on one of the points, 2 additional lights appeared. Oh, who are these 2? Little Goku, Krillin, or Sister Lanfang? King Quan murmured, tapping on the 3 points which revealed numbers. 219, 100, and 103. Satan, see here, the 219 combat power belongs to Master Wu Tian, and one of these 200-plus readings must surely belong to Sister Lanfang. King Quan indicated, urging Satan to look at the device on his wrist. Impossible. How could Master Wu Tian possess such low combat power? Satan protested, unconvinced. How could he not? He has only recently resumed his training and has just surpassed 200. A mere fortnight ago, his power was only in the 190s, King Quan explained. How could this be? You said that a strong fighter can obliterate planets with a punch. I understand now. Master Wu Tian must be concealing his true power. You mentioned that if one hides their energy, the detector cannot accurately assess their strength. Look at me. After muttering to himself, Satan lowered his energy, prompting King Quan to scan him once more, though he knew the result already. He obliged, and indeed, the screen displayed a number. 109. Haha. I knew it. I knew Master Wu Tian could not possibly possess such limited power. He must be hiding it. A martial arts deity like him would never flaunt his power like you do. He must be doing it to maintain a low profile. Satan convinced himself, bursting into laughter. All right, fine. I can't reason with you. Your 400-plus combat power is merely trivial. A power exceeding 10,000 is but cannon fodder. And those with millions are merely small fry. Renowned masters boast combat powers exceeding 100 million, and the strongest among them are beyond your imagination. King Quan stated plainly, his standard being the entire universe. Is this true, King Quan? Renowned fighters with combat powers exceeding 100 million. I think I shall refrain from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Satan mistakenly believed King Quan was referring to the Earth's martial arts community, feeling he needed several more decades of training to even dream of becoming the world champion. After all, had not Master Wu Tian been over 200 years old? Satan, what nonsensical talk is this? Did you not strive since childhood to become the champion of combat? The World Martial Arts Tournament is your finest stage. Why would you choose not to participate? I tell you, though the tournament's influence may be waning, its prestige is undeniable. Those boxing, sanda, karate, taekwondo, wrestling, and mixed martial art competitions may seem popular worldwide, but they are mere facades. True martial arts masters disdain such competitions. Think of the opponents you faced in that youth fighting championship against the current you. A mere breath would send them all flying. Such a title holds no meaning. Only the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament can truly claim supremacy in the martial arts realm. Are you truly willing to forego this opportunity? Even if you do not secure the championship, you will still witness various masters. Master Wu Tian will participate as well, along with many renowned martial artists. It would be a pity for you not to attend. After hearing King Quan's lengthy entreaties, Satan's resolve to abstain from the World Martial Arts Tournament only solidified. The mention of many famous martial artists participating, those monsters with combat powers starting at 100 million, not to mention Master Wu Tian, the god of martial arts and the world's #1, left Satan daunted. What could be the true extent of his power? 1 billion, 100 billion, or even 1,000 billion? The mere thought was unfathomable. As a mere ant with a combat power of just over 400, venturing into a battlefield of beings with powers exceeding 100 million would surely mean certain death. While he aspired to become the world's greatest combat champion, he was not foolish. He understood the need to develop cautiously and steadily. Let you all revel in your arrogance for another decade or so. Once I, Satan, train for another decade, I shall surely become the #1 in the world. At that time, I will host a tournament called the Satan Games, challenging all martial artists on Earth, and then vanquish all masters to become the true world champion of combat. Ha ha! Chapter 13. The Divine Beings, the Plump Cat, Transformation Techniques, and the Fox Spirit. Wang Quan, after much persuasion, found that Satan was resolute in his refusal to participate in the world's foremost martial arts tournament. With no further recourse, Wang Quan ceased his entreaties. Moreover, Satan now trained with a fervor reminiscent of the Z warriors from Dragon Ball, as if he were racing against time, fully aware that the Saiyans would invade Earth in a year. Fortunately, Wang Quan's martial arts training method was a benign means of enhancing physical prowess. Had he trained as recklessly as in the original Dragon Ball without the aid of divine beings, Satan's body would have long since succumbed. Speaking of combat, Wang Quan suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How could I be so foolish? The Dragon Ball universe is not solely about world-shattering power and absurdly versatile capsules. There are other wondrous items as well. Undoubtedly, the most precious treasure of the Dragon Ball world is the Dragon Balls themselves, capable of granting any wish. However, Wang Quan was acutely aware of the principles of cause and effect and equivalent exchange, and he possessed no insatiable desire for any particular wish, which is why he had never contemplated acquiring the Dragon Balls. Aside from the Dragon Balls, there were indeed other remarkable items that could be of use to him. Yet Wang Quan had astonishingly forgotten all of them. Of course, upon entering the Dragon Ball realm, the prospect of martial arts training, gaining power, soaring through the skies, and unleashing energy waves was every boy's dream. And Wang Quan was no exception. Thus, he had relegated all other thoughts to the back of his mind. It was only now that he recalled the divine beings, prompting him to meticulously ponder which miraculous tools and powers from Dragon Ball could assist him. Just one divine being, regardless of the severity of one's injuries, could bring one back from the brink of death. The special techniques learned by Sun Wukong on planet Yardrat, namely the fusion technique and instant transmission, were equally intriguing. However, the most unassuming yet fascinating to Wang Quan were the transformation techniques of Oolong and Puar. Without hesitation, he sought out Bulma to assist him in locating the addresses of the Corinne Tower and the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. After an impressive flurry of keystrokes on her computer, Bulma successfully unearthed both locations. The Southern Transformation Kindergarten was relatively easy to find, but Corinne Tower was not marked on any maps, nor could satellites capture its image. Ultimately, its approximate location was derived from ancient texts and mythological accounts, followed by the discovery of a group of indigenous people who had dwelled there for generations, which confirmed the specific site of Corinne Tower. Wang Quan, what do you need these two places for? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Wang Quan had been deeply engrossed in contemplating his martial arts. diligently training each day, so it was puzzling for her that he suddenly sought out two seemingly unrelated locations. "Ha ha, Bulma, when I return, I shall present you with a grand surprise," Wang Quan proclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on Bulma before soaring out of the martial arts hall, vanishing into the horizon. "Humph, refusing to tell me. Just wait until you come back. I shall see how I deal with you." Bulma playfully rolled her eyes, then delicately touched her rosy lips with her finger, savoring the warmth left by Wang Quan. Her mouth curving into a sweet smile. Above the tranquil sea, a thunderous roar erupted, sending splashes of water as the drenched Wang Quan materialized mid-air. With a flash of red light, white mist billowed forth, and he found himself dry once more, glancing down at the diminutive figure in his grasp. A smirk crept across his lips as he unleashed a long stream of white energy, propelling himself toward a primeval forest on the mainland. As he flew, he referenced the map displayed on his watch. Hours later, a slender pillar piercing the heavens abruptly emerged in the distance. "Ha! Corinne Tower! Right here!" Wang Quan laughed heartily and darted toward the tower. Ascending its height, as he traversed through layers of cloud, the temperature around him gradually dropped, and the oxygen thinned, prompting him to struggle for breath. He marveled internally at the lofty residence of the cat sage. A mere mortal would likely succumb to oxygen deprivation by now. In his estimation, he had clearly surpassed the troposphere and stratosphere, nearing the thermosphere, yet the surrounding environment remained unchanged, with the same blue sky and white clouds. Looking up, he still could not discern the tower's summit. Thus, he continued his ascent. That moment, the cat sage stood before a large water basin, gazing intently at Wang Quan's reflection within. "Meow, who is this formidable little creature? How could it possess such strength? Even Piccolo, who nearly brought about the world's destruction, lacks such power. Fortunately, it does not exude an aura of malevolence. Otherwise, Earth would face yet another calamity in the higher echelons of the divine temple where the cat sage resided. The celestial deity, who had worn a perpetual frown for 2 centuries, appeared increasingly at ease over the past 6 months, as though he had finally cast off a heavy burden, despite his fearsome appearance. Green and ghastly, he exuded an ethereal demeanor, embodying a transcendent state of mind unmarred by worldly concerns, particularly now, as he stood at the temple's edge, gazing down below with a long-lost smile, his attendant, Bobo, rejoiced for his master and for Earth. Unbeknownst to Wang Quan, who was still in flight, he had attracted the attention of the celestial beings on Earth. However, even if he were aware, it would not elicit much excitement from him. For a traveler, only the gods of destruction, angels, grand priests, and Zeno from the Dragon Ball universe warranted his attention. As for the lesser gods of Earth, whose battle power barely exceeded 300, he held no interest. After soaring for quite some time, Wang Quan finally beheld the pinnacle of Corinne Tower, which featured a circular structure. "This must be the Corinne Temple. It is hidden so high," Wang Quan exclaimed, proceeding to ascend directly to the temple's platform. A plump white cat, holding a wooden staff, regarded the descending Wang Quan with a serious expression. "You must be the cat sage." Wang Quan greeted amicably, seeking assistance. "Indeed, human warrior, what brings you to Corinne Tower?" "With your strength, the trials here hold no significance for you, meow," the cat sage inquired, tilting its fluffy head with curiosity. "Yes, greetings, cat sage. My name is Wang Quan. I have come to request something from you. I shall not ask without offering something in return. I bring you a gift that you will surely appreciate." As he spoke, Wang Quan produced a small box from his garments, revealing a neatly arranged array of universal capsules. He retrieved one capsule and tossed it, causing a plethora of fresh fish to materialize, an assortment of varieties. "Meow, Wang Quan, what do you desire?" "Let me see if I have any more." The cat sage's throat rolled as he spoke, clearly tempted by the bounty. "Cat sage, there are many more fish. All of these capsules are filled with various kinds of fish, and they are all for you. All I request in return is a few divine beans." "Divine beans?" The cat sage was about to readily agree when suddenly his eyes darted, and he sighed, saying, "Meow, Wang Quan, your politeness is commendable, and I would like to grant you some divine beans. However, here in the heavens, I can only consume divine beans if I were to give you some. I would be left starving, meow." But Cat Sage, I've already given you so many fish. How could you possibly go hungry? Meow. Fish must eventually be consumed. Point one divine bean sustains me for 10 days without food, and I simply cannot part with it, meow. The Cat Sage appeared genuinely troubled. This insufferable fat cat. Sun Wukong had received divine beans upon his first visit, and that glutton Yichiro had devoured several jars of them. Here he was, bringing gifts, and this creature was being so evasive. Did it truly believe he would refrain from forcefully taking what he desired? Meow. However, the Cat Sage said with a hint of slyness. However, what? Wang Quan had already resolved that if this old cat remained obstinate, he would have no qualms about using force. Meow. If you can continually send me some fish, I might consider parting with a few divine beans, meow. Fine, you old cat. It is a deal. I shall bring fish regularly, and you will provide me with divine beans in return, Wang Quan asserted confidently. Not all of them. I must retain some for seeds, meow. Ha. If you can cultivate divine beans, I shall trade you fish for them, Wang Quan replied with a smile. Then it is settled, meow. A solitary figure and a cat reached an accord. As the feline sage directly produced a small jar, placing it before the sovereign, upon inspection, the jar brimmed with celestial beans, a rough estimate suggesting thousands upon thousands of them. The sovereign, filled with exhilaration, promptly secured the jar. Each of these celestial beings represented a life. How could the gluttonous Gero consume them all within just a few years? If Sun Wukong and his companions possessed these beings, their Saiyan physiology, which allowed them to increase their battle power each time they were severely injured, would enable them to ascend to the pinnacle of the universe merely by consuming these beings. Sun Wukong would not have faced death so frequently. However, now that these celestial beings were in his possession, he certainly would not waste such treasures carelessly like the corpulent Gero. These were the very essence of life itself. After bidding farewell to Master Karen, the sovereign followed the map to the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. Here, the students were predominantly half-beast children or were not human at all, with genuine human beings being a rare sight. Within this realm, the sovereign gained profound insight into the diversity of intelligent life on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. Swiftly, he navigated through the kindergarten, evading detection by the small creatures. Before long, he discovered the resource room containing the educational materials. Glancing around to ensure he was alone, he slipped inside. The resource room housed several rows of bookshelves, and in one corner, a pink sofa beckoned. Upon sitting, he found it remarkably comfortable and springy, accompanied by a subtle, lingering fragrance. This scent reminded him of Bulma, suggesting that someone frequently visited this space to rest, likely a woman. Rising from the sofa, the sovereign began to meticulously search the bookshelves, quickly locating a slender volume emblazoned with the words transformation technique, and a surge of joy filled his heart, only to be dashed upon opening it, much to his chagrin. It was merely a table of contents. Following the instructions within, he sought the complete set of transformation techniques, only to be left speechless. Surely, this was merely a kindergarten curriculum. Why did a single transformation technique require more material than his 9 years of elementary school? Complaining silently, he activated the recording function on the device on his wrist and commenced documenting the texts. His fingers moved with remarkable speed, the sound of pages turning echoing in the room. Just as he prepared to record the entirety of the transformation technique, a sound echoed at the doorway. Instantly, he turned to see a figure exuding an aura of allure standing in the entrance. A gasp was abruptly stifled. Quick-witted and agile, the sovereign lunged forward, pulling the newcomer into the resource room, while simultaneously shutting the door and covering her mouth with his hand. I am not a villain. I merely seek some information. If I release you, please refrain from screaming. All right? If you agree, just blink. The woman regarded the sovereign, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes, before she slowly blinked, with a sigh of relief. The sovereign gradually removed his hand from her crimson lips, stepping back reluctantly, releasing her. Only then did he fully behold her visage, his cheeks flushing as he struggled to meet her gaze. Bulma, the Lan Fong sisters, each a paragon of beauty. And Bulma was his girlfriend. One would presume the sovereign possessed formidable resistance to such allure. Yet, confronted by this unexpected woman, his mind was flooded with rosy fantasies, though clad in formal attire that concealed her figure. The moment the sovereign laid eyes upon her, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her presence. A physiological response stirred within him, prompting him to silently channel his internal energy, seeking clarity amidst the pink haze. However, he dared not scrutinize this woman any further. As he evaded her gaze, she too observed him, pondering silently about the mischievous little rascal behind this transformation, skillfully masking his identity. Such precociousness in these children. She mused, prideful of her femininity, yet hoping her students would focus on their studies, especially as they were but kindergartners. Reflecting on the expelled little pig, a frown creased her brow. Why was she cursed in such a manner? Every man who beheld her seemed eager to devour her whole. Teaching at the university, high school, or even middle school often incited chaos, with male faculty and students alike becoming hopelessly enamored with her. Ultimately, she found herself teaching a gaggle of small, half-beast children. Though she too belonged to the fox tribe, the aesthetic standards of foxes aligned with those of humans, unlike those of other half-beasts. This way, her charm would not invite trouble. Her astonishment. A little pig had developed an affinity for human beauty, even going so far as to steal her undergarments. This thought crossed her mind. Her gaze toward the sovereign deepened with significance. She had concluded that he was one of her little troublemakers, transformed into a striking human boy to take advantage of her. She scrutinized him closely, seeking any signs of the transformation technique. Oh, you wish to consult the materials? What do you seek? Speak to your teacher, and I shall assist you. Feeling her peculiar smile and proximity, the sovereign sensed his voice tremble. Avoiding her gaze, he concentrated on maintaining his composure, stammering, "The transformation technique. I wish to research the transformation technique." He grasped the last volume, discreetly flipping to the final pages, attempting to record the contents with his device. The teacher is the best instructor of transformation techniques in the kindergarten. Why not inquire directly with me? The woman, believing the sovereign to be her student in disguise, intended to nip his mischief in the bud, preventing him from engaging in absurd antics like the little pig you longed. She leaned closer, scrutinizing him. The sovereign felt her warmth and fragrance envelop him. He subtly shifted his body to evade her touch, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily recorded the last few pages of the transformation technique. Just as he exhaled, preparing to make his escape, the woman unexpectedly seized his ear, gently twisting it. So your house or sheepaw, have you grown bold? The transformation technique is so adept that even I cannot unravel it. Tell me, what are you truly doing hidden away in this resource room? Are you aiming for expulsion like you long? You children never make things easy. As she spoke, she continued to twist his ear lightly. The soft touch, the enticing aroma, and the almost magical allure of the woman sent the sovereign spiraling into a dreamlike reverie. What are you doing? Change back. You're not house. You're not sheepaw. Who are you? In the darkness, muffled murmurs escaped his lips. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to a blinding light in the shadows. A melodious voice echoed. The sovereign froze, feeling their bodies entwined. The realization dawning upon him, he raised his hand, a glimmer of white light dancing on his fingertips. Instantly, the resource room illuminated as bright as day, revealing the woman in his arms. One glance made his heart race, nearly leading him to lose his composure once more. She was a siren, a bewitching vixen, not a metaphor, but a true description. Her fiery red hair cascaded down, and fluffy red ears adorning her head twitched adorably. Her beauty and figure were unparalleled, complemented by a long, fiery tail that intertwined with his, emitting unique fragrance. She opened her dreamy eyes and fixed her gaze upon the sovereign. She inquired, "Who are you?" Truly. Wang Quan swiftly turned his head to evade, simultaneously reaching out to seize her delicate hands, effectively restraining her. He felt the surge of power emanating from the woman. A sense of trepidation gripped him. Her combat prowess was nearing the threshold of 100, akin to that of a minor superhero. However, in the face of Wang Quan's formidable combat strength, exceeding 900, she found herself utterly powerless. Instinctively, she began to channel the energy within her body. Although her strength had indeed escalated, the most striking change was the unique fragrance radiating from her, coupled with an exponential increase in her allure. The two, already open-hearted and forthright, instantly recognized each other's transformations amidst their struggle. This battle persisted until dawn, with Wang Quan leveraging his significant advantage to claim a narrow victory, despite the female sprite no longer shouting for combat, as she had exhausted her strength. It is my fault that this transpired. Yet you cannot lay all the blame at my feet. What you practiced was an indecent technique. The moment you harnessed your energy, it became uncontrollable, Wang Quan lamented, exhibiting the demeanor of a cat. Humph, what are you huffing about? Am I wrong? I merely wished to learn transformation technique, yet I was met with such a predicament, she retorted, as Wang Quan felt a sharp pain at his waist. He promptly grasped that tender hand, extricating it from his side, then shifted the conversation, declaring, "It is all my fault. I, Wang Quan, am shameless and lecherous, a toad coveting a swan's flesh. Yes, I forced you, Tamamo no Mei." Tamamo no Mei, is that truly your name? Wang Quan inquired with sudden curiosity. Tamamo no Mei. Tamamo no Mei, by my stars, how has this illustrious figure from the Dragon Ball universe materialized here? Is it mere coincidence? Wang Quan marveled, observing her fiery red hair, the occasional flick of her ears, and that fluffy crimson tail. Could she truly be a fox spirit, perhaps tied to the legendary figure? Wang Quan pondered, grappling with the enormity of the situation. However, he quickly reassured himself. What was Tamamo no Mei in the grand scheme of things? After all, Sun Wukong had wed the daughter of the Bull Demon King, and Taishang Laojun transformed into a beautiful maiden. In this world, no matter how bizarre the occurrences, he would not be easily taken aback. "Do you have any objections to my name?" she questioned, as Wang Quan sensed her delicate hand once again inching towards his waist. He tightened his grip and replied with a smile, "How could I? Tamamo no Mei is a beautiful name, especially for a member of the Fox tribe. It is simply perfect for you." Upon hearing Wang Quan refer to her as a member of the Fox tribe, Tamamo no Mei stiffened. Then, as if drained of energy, she softly asked, "Do you dislike half-beasts?" Wang Quan hesitated momentarily, sensing her body tense in his embrace. Internally chastising himself, he quickly replied, "What of half-beasts? They are intelligent beings. Humans of Earth, merely genetically altered. How could I harbor any disdain? You see, there was a time when I envied those half-beasts with tails immensely." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly began to caress Tamamo no Mei's tail. She sighed, her body melting into relaxation, her eyes sparkling with allure as she breathed out, "Are you truly sincere? You do not mind my tail?" "Of course, I am sincere. There was a period when I desperately wished for a tail of my own. I even considered having a mechanical tail installed." Wang Quan professed with unwavering conviction. However, he refrained from disclosing to Tamamo no Mei that his desire stemmed solely from practicing spinal alignment, not wishing to actually grow a tail himself. The notion of a mechanical tail was merely for training purposes, ultimately opting for a training device crafted by Bulma instead. Yet he was not entirely deceitful. He found himself utterly enamored by Tamamo no Mei's tail. Tamamo no Mei, tracing circles on Wang Quan's chest with her fingers, seemed uncertain how to compel this man to take responsibility. "But I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, you are mine now, and I shall be accountable for you. However, I implore you to temper your allure. Your magnetic charm draws too much attention, and it leaves me unsettled," Wang Quan stated, tightening his embrace around Tamamo no Mei. I also do not wish for this," she murmured, her voice trailing off as Tamamo no Mei's tail unfolded. Wang Quan's eyes widened. Her story bore a touch of the extraordinary. Tamamo no Mei, a half-beast of the Fox tribe, was a product of genetic synthesis during the era of technological explosion. It is said that nearly all half-beasts on Earth today are remnants of that time. Subsequently, numerous events transpired, leading to the prohibition of genetic modification and biological cloning, while some clandestine research persisted. The broader societal framework largely curtailed these ethically dubious practices. Although half-beasts possessed the same civil rights as humans, the disparities in appearance and lifestyle resulted in minimal interaction between the two groups. For instance, at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, nearly all students and teachers were various half-beasts, with scarcely a pure human in sight. Half-beasts of the Fox tribe, endowed with sharp intellect and human-like features, were arguably the most successful among their kind. Tamamo no Mei exemplified this, having honed her transformation techniques to perfection at the kindergarten, later disguising herself as a human and excelling academically, ultimately gaining admission to the finest teachers' college in the human realm. Her ambition was to become a great educator, nurturing the brightest students. Yet, on the day of her coming of age, she seemed cursed. Every male who laid eyes on her became akin to a frenzied bull, nearly losing their wits. After enduring her educational journey, her misfortunes began. Male teachers and classmates from university to kindergarten clashed violently over her, while some with ulterior motives sought to impose their will upon her. Fortunately, as a half-beast, even the Fox tribe's members, who were not particularly combat-oriented, were not easily victimized by ordinary humans. Ultimately, she could only return to her alma mater, teaching a group of half-beast children with vastly different aesthetic sensibilities. Yet still, some mischievous youngsters were captivated by her, leading to inappropriate antics, such as one piglet attempting to steal her undergarments. Remarkably, in the Dragon Ball universe, it was merely a conversation between Puar and Oolong regarding Oolong's expulsion for stealing a female teacher's underwear. And that teacher turned out to be Tamamo no Mei. She inadvertently altered the aesthetic preferences of a young piglet, shifting its desire from charming, robust sows to an infatuation with human girls. So, this irresistible allure of yours is not something you crafted deliberately? Wang Quan mused, tapping his chin in contemplation. Of course not. Who would enjoy having men gaze at them like wolves every moment? Tamamo no Mei retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Stop, stop, stop. Please do not move, Wang Quan exclaimed. Hastily dismounting from the sofa to retrieve the capsule box that had fallen to the ground, he extracted the capsule containing his clothing and began to dress. He feared that should he remain unclothed any longer, he might succumb to the temptation of this sprite once more. Should that happen, he could not guarantee his ability to maintain his victory. As a staunch traditionalist, Wang Quan could not fathom accepting defeat, thus opting for the prudent course of donning his attire. Once fully dressed, he noticed Tamamo no Mei reclining on the sofa and felt a surge of frustration. He rummaged through his belongings once more and produced an outfit for her to wear as well. Once they were both presentable, they resumed their prior conversation. You claim it was unintentional, yet last night, as you channeled the energy within you, you undeniably amplified your allure. Otherwise, we would not have. I am not angry, Tamamo no Mei exclaimed with a bewildered expression. How could you not be? Every living being possesses energy. It is the essence of life. Only lifeless objects lack it. The energy you harnessed during our battle last night was precisely this energy. Oh, you mean my demon power? Tamamo no Mei responded, her face illuminating with realization. Demon power? Indeed, among our half-beasts, there exists a faction that possesses demonic power from birth. Those half-beasts endowed with such power exhibit strength and speed far superior to their ordinary counterparts, along with a variety of unique talents. Much like the werewolf tribe and the man-wolf tribe, who undergo transformations on the night of the full moon, one shifting from human to wolf, and the other from wolf to human. Zamkian elucidated the circumstances surrounding their half-beast kin. And what of your fox tribe? What innate talents do you possess? Wang Quan felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Fox spirits, I presume, must have maximized their enchanting abilities. This could very well explain why Yazamkian is regarded as a living aphrodisiac. Our fox tribe has very few members with demonic power. Most excel in illusionary arts, and many renowned magicians hail from our clan, Yazamkian confessed with a hint of shyness. Although the fox tribe thrives in human society due to our sharp intellect and human-like appearances, we are undeniably a weak race among the strength-oriented half-beasts. Illusions indeed, it is reasonable that fox spirits, adept in such arts, would be so. After all, creatures like the Shenlong, foxes, and raccoon dogs are all known for their proficiency in the art of illusion. Wang Quan pondered quietly within his mind. And you, do you possess the ability to conjure illusions? Wang Quan inquired. Haha, does that mean you cannot? I see now. Yeo Zamkian, you have awakened another innate talent of your fox tribe, enchantment. Your aura, is your demonic power, flowing through your body in a specific manner, creating an allure that stirs desire in others. Should you fail to master it, as your strength grows, Not only will you captivate men and women, but even animals will fall under your spell. At that moment. Oh, please, no more. I do not wish to hear this. Surely there's a way to control it. There must be. I refuse to become that way. The mere thought of all beings becoming enamored with her sent shivers down Yozamkian's spine, as if countless ants were crawling all over her. Indeed, there is a method. This is merely the influence of your aura. And the flow of demonic power. If we can control the direction and timing of the demonic energy's flow, we can dismantle this allure, Wang Quan asserted confidently. Wang Quan had not anticipated that aura could serve such a purpose. He had learned about the transformative properties of aura from the turtle sage. He could now manipulate his aura into lightning, flames, and light, yet he had never considered that the flow of aura could influence human mental faculties. Although the turtle sage also employed techniques like hypnosis, mental connection, and control, these were predominantly reliant on his formidable mental strength, with aura playing a mere supportive role. Yozamkian's enchanting ability, however, relied almost entirely on the manipulation of aura itself. How do we control the flow of demonic power? Yozamkian asked anxiously. The demonic power you speak of is fundamentally akin to aura. True martial artists can control their own aura. Over the years, have none of your half-beasts pursued martial arts? Wang Quan inquired with curiosity. Given that half-beasts possess unique physical attributes, they should find it relatively easy to cultivate aura, leading to the emergence of many martial artists among them. Why then do they only engage in instinctual manipulation of aura, developing various abilities without systematic training? Human martial artists? Our half-beasts would never stoop to practicing such trivial arts, Yozamkian scoffed. Why is that? Wang Quan was perplexed. After much contradictory explanation from Yozamkian, Wang Quan could only lament that such absurdities could never exist in the real world. Initially, half-beasts were the pinnacle of human technological creation. They viewed themselves as the embodiment of technology. The future of humanity. Martial artists were relics from millennia past, deemed backward and ignorant. How could half-beasts deign to learn such foolishness? Then, a significant upheaval altered the entire world, transforming everything. The powers half-beasts were born with became known as demonic power, and those capable of wielding it were labeled as monsters. Consequently, martial artists became synonymous with mystery and strength among ordinary humans, while monsters became figures of terror in folklore. Thus, they began as scientifically minded beings, dismissive of the mystical martial arts, only to evolve into mythical tales, equally dismissive of martial arts that were merely a shade more mysterious than the average human. These half-beasts remain oblivious to what they have forsaken. Undoubtedly, the absence of half-beasts has deprived the martial realm on Earth of much. Yet now that they have crossed paths with me, Wang Quan, there is no turning back as fellow inhabitants of Earth. It is imperative that we elevate them beyond their current mediocrity. The journey of half-beasts in martial arts begins today, with Yozamkian as the catalyst. The thought of countless half-beast masters emerging on Earth in the future filled Wang Quan with exhilaration. He grasped Yozamkian's delicate hand, channeling his aura into her being. Wang Quan, what are you doing? Wang Quan rolled his eyes, exasperated by the fox spirit. Feel closely. This is my aura, nearly indistinguishable from your demonic power. If you can learn to control your aura as I do, you will master your enchantment, Wang Quan explained, guiding the flow of aura through a specific pathway within Yozamkian's body. After a cycle, amidst Yozamkian's alluring gasps, her body began to float unsteadily. You see? This is the effect of aura. If you can control the aura within you and direct it this way, you too can soar. As he spoke, Wang Quan altered the flow of aura once more within her. Yozamkian exclaimed, falling into Wang Chuan's embrace. Raise your hand. Yozamkian obediently lifted her delicate hand, akin to white jade. Boom! My hand is on fire. The sudden change caused Yozamkian to cry out, flailing her arms as she attempted to escape Wang Chuan's grasp. Do not move. It won't burn you. This flame is also a transformation of aura. If you can master your aura, you too can achieve this. Wang Quan tightened his grip, ensuring she remained steady if she were to flail about. They were in the archives. One spark could lead to disaster. Wang Quan had already taken considerable advantage. He could not afford to take further liberties. Oh, it truly isn't hot. How marvelous! Yozomkian marveled at the bright red flame dancing upon her hand. Completely devoid of any burning sensation, it felt akin to the illusions of other creatures in her clan. Curiously, she moved her hand closer. Ah, that foolish fox. Had Wang Quan not swiftly retracted his aura, her beautiful, fiery locks would have been singed. Sensing the scent of her scorched hair, Yozomkian murmured, "It's real fire, genuine fire. Of course it is real. Would I deceive you? This is the allure of martial arts. This is the power of aura. Once you master it, you can not only control your enchantment, but also acquire these extraordinary abilities." Wang Quan seized the opportunity to entice her further. "Very well, Wang Quan. I, Yozomkian, shall pursue martial arts. I refuse to let every creature become enamored with me." Yu Zhao Qian clenched her small fist tightly. The mere thought of being unable to control the consequences of her allure sent shivers down her spine. Ultimately, Yu Zhao Qian resolved to resign from kindergarten and accompany Wang Quan back to the martial arts academy for training. What had transpired could not simply be dismissed as though it had never occurred. In truth, Yu Zhao Qian found herself devoid of options. She would undoubtedly depart with Wang Quan, whether to learn the methods of mastering her powers or for the sake of Wang Quan himself. As they prepared to leave, Wang Quan also caught sight of the house and Shipa in Yu Zhao Qian's mouth. One was a young centaur, still losing its baby teeth, and the other a goat-headed creature, sporting two small bumps atop its head. The gaze directed at Yu Zhao Qian was one of reluctant attachment, while the glance cast toward Wang Quan was one of sheer defiance. Amidst peals of laughter, Wang Quan stepped forward and playfully ruffled the hair of the two little creatures. Before, under Yu Zhao Qian's mockingly reproachful glare, he scooped her up and soared into the sky. Chapter 15. Wang Quan's capsize, the tragedy of Bic in the outskirts of West City, within a martial arts academy. Wang Quan sat upright in the hall, appearing much like a child caught in wrongdoing, with his head bowed and silent. Beside him, Yu Zhao Qian did not transform into a human, but maintained her fox spirit form, exuding her feminine charm and abundance, a look of pride and arrogance upon her face. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might notice her eyes flickering and her elegantly raised leg trembling slightly on the other side. Satan stood with arms crossed, wearing an expression of sheer curiosity, occasionally raising an eyebrow and winking at Wang Quan, his gaze filled with envy and schadenfreude, though he dared not look at Yu Zhao Qian. As if evading a terrifying poison, seated opposite them, Bulma wore a pallid expression, her eyes slightly reddened, fixating intently on Wang Quan in silence, which overwhelmed him with a sense of immense pressure. After a prolonged silence, Wang Quan summoned his courage to speak. "Bulma, this is everything that has transpired since I went out these past 2 days. This is a Sinza bean. Regardless of the severity of injury, one bean can restore one's health instantly. Each bean is essentially a life. Additionally, this contains all the information regarding transformation techniques. This transformation art is truly remarkable. It can alter anything from characters and objects to flowers and creatures, and as long as one's strength is sufficient, one can wield the full power of whatever is transformed." As he spoke, Wang Quan pushed the small jar containing the Senzu beans forward on the table, simultaneously removing the detector from his wrist and placing it atop the table. Satan's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the items on the table, while Bulma and Yu Zhao Qian, however, were not focused on the table, but were scrutinizing each other. "Quan, do you have nothing to say?" Bulma turned her gaze towards Wang Quan. "I'm sorry, Bulma, but I cannot deny what I have done." Wang Quan raised his head, looking firmly at Bulma. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao Qian's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Very well, you are quite something. Then you shall be with this half-beast." Tears that Bulma had been holding back finally cascaded down her cheeks. She stood up, glared at Wang Quan one last time, and then exited the hall, returning to her room. With a sigh of relief, Wang Quan relaxed his body and leaned back against the sofa. Yu Zhao Qian, too, retracted her smug expression, patting her sizable conscience with a sense of relief. Only Satan, at that moment, was utterly devoid of curiosity, his eyes shining as he stared at the two items on the table. "Wang Quan, is it true? Are these little beans really as miraculous as you say?" Satan lifted the lid of the jar, extracting a few flat, yellow-green beans, which he held in his palm, prodding them with his finger as he questioned skeptically. Yu Zhaoqian also regarded the malnourished beans in Satan's hand with a look of disbelief. What do you know? These are the sins of beans grown by Master Karen. I exerted great effort to obtain them. Each bean can save a life. Be careful, Satan. Don't drop the sins of beans. As Wang Quan spoke, Satan grew anxious, nearly dropping the beans he held. Really? Then I should keep them safe. We can't afford to waste them. Satan cautiously placed the beans back into the jar, just as Wang Quan was enlightening Satan and Yu Zhaoqian about the miraculous nature of the sins of beans. Both Satan and Wang Quan suddenly lifted their heads to gaze at the ceiling. Bulma, has she left? Wang Quan murmured, lost in thought. Hey, idiot, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and chase after her. Satan leaned down, banging his hands on the table, nearly splattering saliva on Wang Quan's face. Wang Quan sprang to his feet, flinging open the door and soaring into the air, creating a long white trail behind him as he pursued Bulma's fading presence. In the sky, several kilometers away, Bulma abruptly turned around, her lovely face streaked with tears. Clenching her fists and leaning forward, her voice thick with emotion, she exclaimed, What do you intend to chase me for? Haven't you already made your choice? Haven't you brought back other women? You chose someone else. What more do you want? To humiliate me? Bulma, listen to me. I never said I didn't want you. I love you. How could I ever give you up? Wang Quan's heart ached at the sight of Bulma's sorrow. You love me. Now that is truly a joke. You claim to love me while entangled with other women and even brought one back. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept such love from you. As she spoke, Bulma began to laugh again, but her smile was laced with profound sadness. Bulma. Wang Quan reached out, wanting to wipe away the tears on her face. Don't touch me. Bulma retreated a step back. Bulma, since you've decided to bring that woman back, then so be it. This is the end for us from now on. We shall never meet again. I hate you. With that, Bulma erupted with fury and turned to fly away. Bulma. Wang Quan surged forward abruptly, only to halt suddenly. He reached out to catch a glimmering droplet suspended in the air, bowing his head to behold the dampness resting in his palm. A profound sorrow enveloped his heart. Bulma. Wang Quan bellowed into the heavens, unleashing the full extent of his energy as he soared upwards with all his might. Thousands of meters away, Bulma heard Wang Quan's anguished cry, her body freezing mid-air. Trembling, tears blurred her vision as she murmured, Wang Quan, I hate you. After a moment, she forcefully wiped away her tears, transforming the sorrow and despair etched on her face into an expression of cold resolve. Without a backward glance, she flew towards the heart of West City. Wang Quan ascended with all his strength, traversing the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. The environment around him grew increasingly hostile. Hypoxia, frigid temperatures, violent winds, and cosmic radiation. Yet, he remained impervious to the agonies that would swiftly claim the lives of ordinary beings. His mind was consumed by the myriad memories shared with Bulma. Their first meeting, her charming yet comical demeanor. The way she would gaze at him with starry-eyed admiration, her efforts to adorn herself with various outfits, her relentless dedication to mastering martial arts, and her tireless endeavors to create training aids. The first time they held hands, their inaugural kiss, each cherished memory was inextricably linked to Bulma at that moment. Wang Quan had breached the atmosphere, fully exposing himself to the vastness of outer space. In mere moments, his exposed skin turned a deep shade of purple, the temperature and radiation of the cosmos far beyond what a mere Earthling with a power level of just over 900 could endure. The final image etched in his mind was of Bulma, tears streaming down her face, uttering I hate you, before turning away and departing. Then, he succumbed to a profound darkness, losing consciousness as he began his descent back through the atmosphere. Friction ignited his clothing, engulfing him in flames, transforming him into a human fireball, which ultimately crashed into the sea with a thunderous roar. The ocean roiled violently, unearthing countless long-buried relics from beneath the sediment. As Wang Quan plummeted from the atmosphere to the ocean's surface, his descent exceeded the speed of sound. At such terrifying velocity, the once soft surface of the water became as hard as steel. In that fleeting moment between life and death, he awoke, hastily enveloping himself in his remaining energy, surrendering to fate thereafter. The colossal impact left Wang Quan grievously injured. Struggling against the surging waves, he swam with every ounce of strength toward the shore, but soon could no longer contain his injuries. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed heavily onto the sandy beach, motionless. Behind him, the relentless waves continued to batter the shore, while various debris, unearthed by the collision, washed ashore. Bones, shells, plastic waste, and tire remnants littered the beach. Among this detritus lay an inconspicuous seal jar, encrusted with rust and barnacles. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not merely a jar, but an antiquated rice cooker discontinued over 2 centuries prior. Despite its disrepair, a pristine yellow paper was affixed to the battered rice cooker, inscribed with a distorted seal. The paper's remarkable condition was attributed to the faint power it contained, a power that was rapidly dissipating in the blink of an eye. The energy vanished entirely. In a gust of sea breeze whisked the once vibrant paper away, as if it had endured countless years in an instant. The inert rice cooker began to tremble gently, escalating into violent convulsions. With a resounding pop, the rust flaked away, and the cooker burst open, releasing a verdant glow. I, King Piccolo, have returned. Earth, prepare to embrace my reign of terror. The malevolent, aged laughter echoed as dark clouds gathered overhead, malevolent energy swirling around, even the seawater turning an ominous black. The green light faded, revealing a wicked elder radiating dark energy, his skin a ghastly shade of green, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, and 2 antennae sprouting from his forehead, adorned in a flowing robe emblazoned with a large character for demon. Wu Tai Do, did you think I would not discover your seal? Your sacrifice has been undone today. I, King Piccolo, have returned. Who can thwart my dominion over Earth? The aged Piccolo cackled maniacally, his laughter resonating across the tranquil sea, which now mirrored his chaos. Enough of this drivel. Just as King Piccolo reveled in his newfound freedom, an irksome voice broke through the air. Who dares speak? King Piccolo's expression darkened, and the storm clouds above unleashed a series of lightning strikes upon the sea. Old man, are your eyes failing you? Can't you see me standing right here? The voice belonged to Wang Quan, trembling as he rose from the sandy shore, caked in mud. Seeking death, King Piccolo sneered upon seeing the figure emerge from the mire, pointing an accusatory finger, unleashing a ki blast aimed directly at his head. Wang Quan narrowly evaded the attack, tilting his head just enough to avoid the lethal strike. Old man, it seems your voice is as unpleasant as your character. Unfortunately for you, your ambush has failed, Wang Quan teased, a defiant smirk adorning his face. Insufferable brat. You shall pay. King Piccolo could no longer contain his fury, propelling himself toward Wang Quan, fists raised to strike. Now, this is more like it. Wang Quan sidestepped, preparing to deliver a powerful kick to send King Piccolo flying, but a sudden, excruciating pain seized him, freezing him in place as King Piccolo's follow-up punch landed squarely. With crossed arms, Wang Quan braced for impact, attempting a knee strike aimed at King Piccolo's abdomen. Yet as fate would have it, he faltered, caught off guard as King Piccolo executed a sweeping kick. Wang Quan barely managed to pivot, absorbing the brunt of the attack against his back, propelling him several meters away into the ocean. Humph, overestimating yourself, are you? Your words are bold, but your prowess is lacking. Now you understand the might of King Piccolo. Do you? Alas, it is too late. I shall break every bone in your body, one by one. Standing upon the beach, King Piccolo laughed heartily, gazing down at the tranquil sea. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the water erupted, and a figure emerged, naked and hairless, bearing extensive burn marks, floating precariously upon the surface, eyes ablaze with determination. King Piccolo, do not forget, the one who seeks your demise is Wang Quan. After catching his breath atop the water, Wang Quan unleashed his full combat prowess. Charging toward the beach where King Piccolo stood, that a resounding clash ensued. For Wang Quan knew this was his only chance. He had to muster all his strength to vanquish King Piccolo. Failure meant his end. Thus, he fought with fervor, exchanging blows in a fierce contest where each strike bore the weight of desperation to ha. You're fighting with all your might. Yet even in desperation, you will find only death awaits you. Feeling the frenzied onslaught of King Quan, the skilled use of psychological warfare by the great demon King Piccolo was evident. King Quan found himself utterly devoid of the strength to speak. The intensity of the battle exacerbated his injuries, causing his internal organs to ache profoundly. He could sense that the moment he uttered a word, he would uncontrollably spew forth blood to that moment. He clung desperately to a single breath, for if he were to exhale it, he would immediately lose his combat prowess and become vulnerable to defeat. Even so, blood continued to flow uncontrollably from his clenched jaws. The combat prowess of the great demon king Piccolo exceeded 200, yet his age and frailty prevented him from exerting his full strength. On the other hand, King Quan, despite possessing a power level exceeding 900, was likewise unable to unleash his total potential due to his myriad injuries. Thus, the two were evenly matched, engaging in a fierce exchange. Their battle transcended the confines of the small beach, manifesting in the skies where they scattered white clouds. Upon the ocean's surface, leaving trails of water, and even beneath the waves, causing fish and shrimp to scatter on the sandy shore. Clouds of dust were raised as they fought, with red and green blood incessantly spilling. In a surprising turn of events, it was the heavily injured King Quan who gradually gained the upper hand, initiating one-sided assaults on the great demon King Piccolo. Each of his punches crackled with brilliant arcs of electricity and resonated with sharp sounds. When Piccolo was struck by such blows, his body would stiffen momentarily, and it was this incremental accumulation of advantage that ultimately allowed King Quan to overpower the great demon King Piccolo completely. As Piccolo became increasingly incapacitated, King Quan relaxed, opening his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Undeterred, he continued to pummel Piccolo. "Oh, so you're the great demon king, are you? Seeking to dominate the world. Are you? Wanting to kill me, is that so? You are hideous, aren't you? And your laughter is quite unpleasant. I must say, sayonara." In the end, King Quan hurled the nearly defeated great demon King Piccolo into the air, conjuring a brilliant ball of lightning in his hand, which he then launched at him. The resulting explosion was thunderous, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding white light, taking a considerable time to dissipate. When clarity returned, Piccolo had vanished entirely, leaving the sky devoid of even a single cloud. After casting the lightning sphere, King Quan succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing heavily onto the beach, unaware that, with nothing but his head remaining. Piccolo expelled an egg from his mouth, sending it soaring toward the distant mountains. Of course, even had he known, he would not have intervened. He held a certain admiration for the second-generation demon from the Dragon Ball universe. The battle that unfolded by the sea, though unbeknownst to many humans, was witnessed in its entirety by the deities and Bobo within the subspace temple. The deity maintained a grave expression throughout, only exhaling in relief once King Quan had completely vanquished the great demon King Piccolo. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of concern as he gazed toward another corner, where a small green figure had just emerged from an eggshell. With a mix of relief and trepidation, the deity departed from the temple's edge. The following morning, 2 aircraft descended upon the beach. As the cabin doors opened, a dozen soldiers leaped from the planes, fully armed with cutting-edge weaponry. Strangely, their uniforms bore no insignia of the Earth Federation's regular army, but instead a red ribbon resembling a bow tie. Chapter 19. Entering the Red Ribbon Army, search meticulously. Leave no clue unexamined. Dr. Gallo's satellite detector has indicated that a tremendous energy collision occurred here yesterday. You must locate those 2 energy sources. Anyone who fails to search diligently will report directly to the doctor's laboratory. Like a chilling gust from the Arctic, all soldiers shivered, suppressing the rising fear within, carefully wielding their instruments as they scoured every inch of the terrain. Report, Colonel Zilu. We have made a discovery. An excited soldier rushed to the woman by the sea. Bowing respectfully, "Excellent, lead the way." The woman, adorned in military attire, turned and strode forward with an air of confidence. Yes, the soldier straightened, momentarily captivated by the woman's alluring silhouette before quickly masking his expression, jogging ahead to guide her. As they traversed the beach, they encountered numerous circular pits, each measuring several meters across, as if struck by some force to the edges of each pit. One or two soldiers were diligently probing with their instruments. With each soldier they passed, they would lower their equipment and salute the woman. Colonel Zilu. The woman pressed her purplish lips together, her sharp gaze fixed ahead, showing no inclination to return the salutes, leaving only a beautiful silhouette and a fragrance mingled with gun oil and violet. Colonel Zilu, look here, we have discovered a person. Surrounding a sand pit with a diameter of over 30 meters were several armed soldiers on guard, while a few others formed a small circle within, pointing and discussing. Let us take a closer look. Colonel Zilu spoke sparingly, leaping gracefully into the 5-meter-deep sand pit, adopting a slight crouch as she stood and walked toward the center. The guiding soldier sidled down the inclined edge of the pit and quickly rose to catch up with Colonel Zilu's pace. Stand aside. Everyone. Colonel Zilu is coming through. The lead soldier rushed forward, parting the clustered soldiers. Colonel Zilu, she queried, approaching with a measured step, peering down to examine the scene, that a fleeting look of alarm crossed her icy visage, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She immediately compelled herself to avert her gaze and turned to the surrounding soldiers, inquiring, is this the only body you have found, or are there other discoveries? Reporting, ma'am. He is still alive? A soldier saluted. Still alive? Colonel Zilu no longer hesitated, bending down to remove her gloves, revealing hands as delicate as white jade, which she placed before the man's nose. A faint warmth emanated, prompting her to spring upright. Quickly, bring a stretcher. We must take him away. He surely knows what transpired here yesterday. Colonel Zilu commanded, and the soldiers efficiently lifted the bear man onto the aircraft. Once everyone boarded, both planes ascended simultaneously, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. On board, the man had undergone a brief cleaning and bandaging, now lying on a makeshift stretcher, unconscious. Colonel Zilu regarded him with curiosity, realizing he was merely a young boy. The boy's body was marred with injuries, bearing the marks of blunt force trauma and scars from burns, with several broken bones, indicating a life hanging by a thread. He was devoid of hair and eyebrows. Resembling a patient undergoing chemotherapy, akin to her own brother, a wave of disorientation washed over Colonel Zilu as she gazed at the boy, her eyes warming momentarily before the chill returned. Colonel Zilu. We have arrived at Base B, the pilot's voice announced. Understood. Prepare for landing. Amidst the arrival of the two aircraft, a thunderous roar echoed throughout a mountainous region. With the sound, a flat area on the mountainside parted, revealing a vast cavern as the planes descended vertically into the opening. With a resounding crash, the rocks shifted, concealing the cavern from view. Once the aircraft entered, the interior of the cavern illuminated brilliantly, revealing a hidden paradise, as nearly the entire mountain had been hollowed out. The planes landed on the helipad, where a team of doctors awaited, swiftly wheeling the stretcher away. A towering, muscular man, clad in military garb that strained against his physique, approached and lowered his gaze toward Colonel Zilu. Colonel Zilu, is this the prize from this operation? Colonel Duke inquired, casting a shadow over her. Our Red Ribbon Army is not a charitable organization. This matter is of no concern to you. Colonel Duke, attend to your own responsibilities, Colonel Zilu replied, unperturbed as she walked past him, the sound of her footsteps ringing crisply in the air. You. Colonel Duke turned his head, only to find that Colonel Violet had completely disregarded his intentions. Her gaze fixated in admiration upon her own exquisite silhouette for a moment, before she eventually turned away to notice the soldiers around him were observing him with curiosity, prompting him to bellow. What are you staring at? Get down and carry out your duties. And you, come here. Duke pointed to one soldier and then turned to leave. That soldier was the very one who had guided Colonel Violet along the beach. Charles, during this mission, did Colonel Violet encounter any peril? Duke's voice carried from ahead. Report, Colonel. There was no combat during this mission, and Colonel Violet faced no danger. Good. You are to remain by Violet's side, should she find herself in jeopardy. Notify me immediately. Yes, sir. Now you may go. Yes, sir. Violet, why can't you comprehend my feelings? Duke pondered, oblivious to how the military rose known as the Rose would eventually bloom for him. In the operating room, a cluster of doctors clad in white coats found themselves at a loss. After much effort, they were merely able to clean the wounds of the injured, applying fresh medication and rebandaging, leaving them to stare helplessly. The patient seemed less like a human and more like a monster draped in human skin. Neither scalpel nor needle could pierce his flesh, rendering their world-class medical skills utterly ineffective. Fortunately, the patient possessed a self-healing ability that was equally monstrous. His wounds were healing swiftly, especially after a nutrient infusion tube was inserted into his mouth. The recovery speed becoming visibly rapid. His scarred visage was gradually returning to its former handsome state, though the nutrient solution was depleting at an alarming rate. What would sustain an ordinary patient for a month was consumed in merely half an hour. The doctors, unwilling to vacate the operating room, found themselves witnesses to a remarkable medical miracle. Eager to observe the recovery of this extraordinary patient, that a few astute doctors had already begun to collect the blood and skin they had washed off the patient. Recognizing it as precious research material an hour later, the doctors in the operating room had grown numb. The patient on the bed could no longer be referred to as merely injured. His heartbeat, blood pressure, and other indicators confirmed that this severely wounded boy, who had seemed destined never to leave the operating room, was now fully restored to health and could awaken at any moment. Suddenly, the operating room door was forcefully flung open. With a loud bang, the boy lying on the bed sat up abruptly. As he did so, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body, instantly shredding the bandages that enveloped him into a flurry of snowflakes. After losing consciousness, Wang Quan instinctively began to channel the energy within him to heal his injuries. However, due to the severity of his wounds, combined with his battle against the Demon King, though victorious, he had exhausted the last remnants of his energy, resulting in a painfully slow recovery that barely sustained his life. But upon being taken by the Crimson Ribbon Corps into the operating room, the nutrient solution proved to be a tremendous AIDS. It entered his system. It was swiftly digested and absorbed, transforming into energy that flowed throughout his body, subsequently converting into life force, Qi, under the influence of his martial arts training. From there, the process became straightforward. With the depleting nutrient solution, Wang Quan harnessed his martial arts to completely restore his injuries. At this point, he was fully healed and, fortuitously, had gained significant strength, his combat power now surpassing 800 points. Thus, when he startled awake at the sudden noise, he could not contain the explosive surge of his newfound power, causing the bandages to burst apart. Fortunately, he quickly realized that several individuals were nearby and managed to temper his energy. Otherwise, those doctors would have met the same fate as the shredded bandages, becoming mere splashes of blood. Why steel rose? Wang Quan exclaimed as he spread his arms wide, revealing the stunning female officer before him. Momentarily at a loss for the present moment, with long, deep purple hair, strikingly defined features, and a figure akin to a Victoria's Secret angel, clad in a perfectly fitted military uniform, she struck a chord deep within Wang Quan's being. This was true temptation. Wang Quan, captivated by her beauty, failed to notice the state of his own attire. The officer at the doorway underwent a rapid transformation of expressions, shifting from rage to concern. Then shock, surprise, curiosity, infatuation, admiration, shyness, culminating in a hasty retreat. With a loud bang, she slammed the operating room door shut and quickly exited. After leaving the operating room, Violet took a few steps aside and leaned against the corridor wall. She gazed up at the ceiling, feeling as if her heart might leap from her throat, her icy countenance melting like a glacier, even igniting with an inner flame. The heart she thought would never beat again was now racing tumultuously. Violet vigorously shook her head, as if trying to dispel the vivid image she had just witnessed. But in doing so, she inadvertently tilted her military cap, the earlier scene still etched deeply in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Violet forced herself to calm the rapid beating of her heart, rubbing her cheeks vigorously, then patting her face. "Violet, you can do this," she whispered to herself, regaining her composure as the steel rose. In the operating room, Wang Quan felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing the female officer had departed. However, he quickly recognized his own predicament. His handsome face now flushed a deep red, akin to a monkey's rear. It was no wonder the officer had fled. Despite his commendable physique and striking looks, being naked was too much for a first-time meeting with her. Wang Quan leaped from the hospital bed, wrapping a sheet around his waist, and glanced at the trembling doctors nearby. "Hey, where am I?" he asked, tightening the sheet around him. "It's the operating room," one of the doctors stammered. "That's obvious. I can see that it's the operating room." "What city is this? Which hospital? Who brought me here?" Wang Quan finally secured the sheet. The doctors, in a state of confusion, were equally unaware of their location. Some had been kidnapped to this place, while others had sought employment. Yet it was all highly confidential. They had been blindfolded upon arrival, and even the Crimson Ribbon's own doctors only knew it by a code name. Stammering and unable to articulate where they were, Wang Quan remarked, "With such cowardice, how can you operate on patients? Fine, I won't ask you anymore, that I'll go inquire with the front desk nurse about who brought me here. I need to express my gratitude." Wang Quan assumed the doctors were merely flustered by his sudden display of energy, causing them to falter in their speech. With a creak, Wang Quan opened the operating room door and stepped out. Upon turning, he immediately spotted the officer leaning against the corridor wall, and his spirits soared. "Oh, Miss Officer, you haven't left yet. May I ask you something?" Wang Quan approached with a smile. "Miss Officer, Miss Officer." Violet's ears only registered the repeated address of Miss, causing her to momentarily forget her surroundings, as if her own brother stood before her. "Miss Officer, what's wrong? Are you all right? May I ask you something?" Wang Quan noticed the officer's gaze drift after a brief glance at him. Her focus seemingly lost, her expression clouded with sorrow. It appeared this officer, too, had her own story. "Huh? What are you saying?" Violet snapped back to reality, awkwardly turning away and adjusting her hat as her arm fell. She discreetly wiped her eyes. My name is Wang Quan. I don't yet know your name. Mississippi, I would like to ask if you know who brought me to the hospital." If Wang Quan truly wished to ascertain who had brought him here, the most prudent course of action would have been to inquire at the hospital's reception or the admissions office. Instead, he found himself questioning this military officer, a clear indication of ulterior motives. "Violet, it was I who brought you to the hospital," she said, turning to face Wang Quan. In that moment, she realized that this youth, named Wang Quan, bore significant differences from her own brother. Their only shared trait was their shaved heads and striking good looks. However, there were distinctions. Her brother possessed a face almost identical to her own, which could be described as beautiful rather than handsome. Gazing at him felt like looking into a mirror, yet Wang Quan's features quickened her heart rate. Their physiques were also dissimilar. Her brother, ravaged by illness, had become little more than skin and bones, while Wang Quan, clad in a bedsheet around his waist, exhibited a physique reminiscent of ancient deities sculpted in marble. Having been surrounded by various muscular men in the military, such as Colonel Duke, she was accustomed to the robust forms that exuded strength and a sense of security, albeit tinged with a hint of fear. Wang Quan, however, was different. Simply observing his physique made her pulse race. "Violet, what a lovely name. Are you a soldier? How did you find me? Thank you for bringing me to the hospital." I hope you remember to thank me after you enter Dr. Gero's laboratory. "Come, let me get you a change of clothes before we leave this place," Violet said, turning to lead the way to Dr. Gero. "Is this truly the Red Ribbon Army?" Wang Quan exclaimed. Suddenly looking up, he was unfamiliar with Violet, but immediately recognized the name Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was an inescapable figure in the Dragon Ball universe. The crisis surrounding the androids was orchestrated by him, leading to the emergence of a parallel universe due to their existence. The most popular female character in Dragon Ball, Android 18, and the formidable Cell, who easily overpowered all the Z fighters, were both products of his creation. In the past, Wang Quan had watched many episodes featuring Android 18, particularly the segment where she was absorbed by Cell. Gero was indeed a researcher for the Red Ribbon Army, who, having survived the destruction of the army by Goku, had hidden himself away, studying the combat abilities of the Z fighters while creating androids, with the ultimate goal of avenging the Red Ribbon Army by eliminating Goku. Yet he was likely unaware that the leader of the Red Ribbon Army had assembled such a formidable force merely to seek the Dragon Balls and wish for a perfect physique. Ironically, it was not Goku who would bring about his demise, but rather the former second-in-command of the Red Ribbon Army, the now darkened General Blue, who, after realizing the futility of his ambitions, succumbed to despair. Chapter 17. Miss Violet, do you know about the Red Ribbon Army? Violet abruptly turned around. Is this truly the Red Ribbon Army? Did you find me? What do you intend to do? Wang Quan inquired immediately. Given your appearance, it is clear you understand the nature of the Red Ribbon Army. Initially, I merely sought to learn what transpired at the beach yesterday, but it seems you yourself are the most valuable discovery. Violet crossed her arms and regarded Wang Quan. Me. Indeed, your remarkable regenerative abilities and those extraordinary powers you just displayed are precisely what the Red Ribbon Army requires of us, so how about joining us? Violet extended her hand toward Wang Quan. Don't you think I should be dressed more formally to discuss such matters? Wang Quan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of modesty. Very well, follow me. Violet's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to lead the way. The base was a labyrinth of corridors bustling with activity. The personnel, clad in various uniforms, paid no heed to Wang Quan's appearance, merely nodding to Violet before returning to their tasks at the tea that moment. Wang Quan noticed that despite the varied work attire, they all bore the same insignia, a bow-tie-like red ribbon. Violet, why did you choose to join the Red Ribbon Army? A woman of your beauty should be pursuing a career as a star, an actress, or something equally glamorous. Why affiliate yourself with this terrifying military organization? Wang Quan followed Violet, captivated by her swaying hips, alluring figure, and the fragrant aroma of her violet perfume mingled with the scent of gun oil. Sister, could you not be so distant? Please share your reasons for joining the Red Ribbon Army. If your justification is compelling enough, I might consider your proposal. Are you perhaps harboring ambitions of world domination? If that is the case, I will not join your ranks. Violet remained silent, prompting Wang Quan to continue his monologue. Here we are. Please enter. Appropriate clothing will be provided shortly. Violet suddenly halted before a silver metallic door. Oh, my apologies. I didn't expect you to stop so abruptly, Wang Quan said, inadvertently colliding with Violet's back and leaning against the door. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance wafting from her long purple hair and feeling the softness of her body. Wang Quan smirked before quickly donning a flustered expression, offering profuse apologies as he retreated. With Wang Quan's capabilities, such a mishap should never have occurred. Indeed, he had intentionally taken advantage of the situation. At that moment, Wang Quan was in a state of disarray. Bulma's departure weighed heavily on him, and he sought to distract himself from the emotional agony. Through physical pain, he soared into the cosmos, nearly meeting his demise, and encountered the resurrected demon King Piccolo. Engaging him in battle despite his injuries, it was not thoughts of justice or duty that fueled him, but rather a desire for a cathartic fight. As the Fire Cloud Evil God once stated, I simply wish to either defeat you or be defeated. After this outburst, Wang Quan fell unconscious from his severe injuries, but he felt a slight alleviation of his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, his perspective on relationships began to shift. Wang Quan would not claim to be utterly devoted, but he could certainly uphold responsibility and restraint. In truth, he was more attracted to mature women like Lan Fong than to younger girls like Bulma. Yet, due to Bulma's infatuation, he became her boyfriend, distancing himself from Lan Fong and suppressing his desires as a testament to his loyalty to Bulma. However, the emergence of Tamamo no Me thrust Wang Quan into an emotional crisis. And with Bulma's despondent departure, he realized that those he loved may not always remain by his side, nor could relationships be everlasting. Thus, he pondered why he should not seize the happiness before him, believing that love should be pursued, with no barriers to his right to seek joy. For instance, at this moment, he found himself in the operating room, instantly enamored with this military officer, whether one deemed his attraction as lustful or labeled him a cad. He simply yearned to know everything about her thoughts, her soul, and her body, ultimately desiring to possess her. Beware, there will be no second chances. Otherwise, I shall hand you over to Dr. Gero, Violet said, her ears, hidden beneath her hair, flushed crimson. Without turning to face Wang Quan, she feigned calmness as she removed her gloves. Placing her palm against a panel on the door frame, a beam of blue light scanned her hand from top to bottom. Subsequently, a green light flickered, followed by a soft mechanical sound, as the metallic door slowly opened. Such drama, truly necessary. Wang Quan mused as he followed Violet into the room. The metallic door closed automatically behind them. The chamber was spacious, filled with an array of sophisticated equipment that left Wang Quan in awe. Violet removed her cap, hanging it aside, allowing her long, cascading purple hair to flow down like a waterfall. Breathtaking in its beauty. Wait a moment. Your clothing will arrive shortly, Violet stated, perching on the sofa with her legs crossed. Wang Quan, seated opposite her, felt somewhat indecorous and lowered his gaze to cover himself with the bedsheet wrapped around his waist. For a moment, Violet felt a tinge of awkwardness, striving to maintain her icy demeanor. Sister, you still haven't explained why you joined the Red Ribbon Army. As far as I know, they are notorious for their misdeeds. What compelled you to join their ranks? Wang Quan observed Violet's eyes darting away, and he leaned forward, asserting his presence as he pressed her for answers. Humph, Navi and reckless, she retorted. Violet turned her head to the other side. Disdain evident in her voice. Is it not true that the Red Satin Brigade rules over many regions with terror, indiscriminately causing slaughter and destruction? The monarchy is pressing in tightly. What do you have to say about that? Violet was reluctant to discuss this topic and did not turn back. There was a knock at the door. It swung open, revealing a soldier holding a set of military attire. Colonel Violet, here is the uniform you requested. Charles, put it down and leave. Yes, ma'am. The soldier respectfully placed the clothing on the table, saluted Violet, and exited the room. Go ahead and change in there. Violet gestured toward a room. Thank you, sister. Wang Quan quickly grabbed the uniform and slipped inside. Although she was quite confident in her figure, it was inappropriate to remain undressed for long. Violet had not stripped herself for display. Once the door was closed, Wang Quan unwrapped the package and examined the uniform. It was impressive, complete from head to toe, inside and out, and it was indeed a military outfit. Her face lit up with joy as she quickly donned the uniform, but in her previous life, the only military attire she had worn was a camouflage suit during university training. This outfit fulfilled her long-held dream of wearing military garb. Wang Quan gazed narcissistically at the dashing figure in the mirror, the uniform impeccably tailored. The only flaw was the red satin insignia on her chest. It would have been perfect had it featured the hammer and sickle instead. Dressed to perfection, Wang Quan opened the door. Under Violet's astonished gaze, she assumed a serious expression, standing tall and walking with discipline toward Violet, who had risen from the sofa. Coming to a sharp salute, she declared loudly, "Report. Instructor, you look stunning." A smile tugged at the corners of Violet's mouth, but she quickly regained her icy demeanor, although her piercing gaze softened slightly. "Does this mean you're willing to join the Red Satin Brigade? What is this attire you wear? It is utterly mismatched. Become a qualified soldier of the Red Satin Brigade. You need to be remade." "Sister, how is this mismatched? Our class received the exemplary flag during university training performances," Wang Quan protested, feeling indignant. Though her movements may not rival those of a ceremonial guard, they were still clean and precise. It was merely that the military posture in this world differed from what she had learned. "What university training? Let me ask you, do you wish to join the Red Satin Brigade?" Violet insisted. Seizing on this point, "Sister, why do you so desperately want me to join the Red Satin Brigade?" Wang Quan realized that Violet seemed keen for her to enlist. Suddenly, the metal door creaked open, and both Wang Quan and Violet turned to see a towering figure, a muscular man resembling Schwarzenegger, stepping into the room. "Colonel Duke, this is my room. What brings you here?" Violet approached, blocking his entry. "Colonel Violet, I have heard that the individual you brought back has fully recovered. You must understand that both the intelligence in his mind and the secrets of his body are precisely what Dr. Gallo needs. That we should expedite his transfer to Dr. Gallo's laboratory." Duke spoke with the cold detachment of a robot, increasingly reminiscent of the T-800. "This is my mission, and there is no need for you to concern yourself. Colonel Duke has already joined the Red Satin Brigade and will henceforth be my subordinate. I will not hand him over to Gallo AS for the intelligence. I will deliver it personally to Dr. Gallo." Violet stood her ground, unwavering. "Colonel Violet, you know how valuable his superpower is to Dr. Gallo's research. He must be sent to the laboratory." Duke's expression remained impassive as he continued. "I have stated that Wang Quan is now part of the Red Satin Brigade. He is my subordinate, and I will not allow him to be sent to the laboratory," Violet replied, her lips pressed tightly, her beautiful eyes firm and unyielding. "Humph, Colonel Violet, I will report this intelligence to the marshal. I suggest you hand him over. Duke shot a glance at Wang Quan in the room, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of disdain passing through his gaze before he turned to leave. I'll be back, Wang Quan mused internally, providing a voiceover for the imposing figure. Once the door closed, Violet turned to Wang Quan, an unusual urgency etched on her face. Wang Quan, you must promise to join the Red Satin Brigade. Her tone was resolute as she reached out to grasp Wang Quan's hand. Why? Wang Quan sensed that Violet was trying to persuade her to join the brigade for reasons beyond mere duty. If you do not join, you will face a dead end. No, you will wish you were dead. Violet's voice trembled slightly at the mention of such despair. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Quan intertwined their hands, offering her some emotional solace. What do you mean? What danger am I truly in? You are aware that your body possesses a unique superpower. Yes. Dr. Gallo is conducting research on enhanced beings, and individuals like you are the prime experimental subjects. Should you become a test subject, you will suffer unbearable agony, ultimately leading to your demise. However, if you join the Red Satin Brigade and become my subordinate, I will plead with the marshal on your behalf, possibly sparing you from the fate of becoming Dr. Gallo's test material. At this point, Violet noticed that Wang Quan held both of her small hands, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she pulled them away with a start. So, you're trying to save my life. But why? As a colonel of the Red Satin Brigade, do you not simply send me to the laboratory if Dr. Gallo truly discovers something from my body? Wouldn't that only enhance your brigade's power? Do you have a personal interest in me? Wang Quan teased, her gaze playful. Stop speaking nonsense. You merely remind me of my brother. Violet's voice rose sharply. Yet, as she explained, it softened, as though she was struggling to convince herself. Indeed, upon first seeing the nearly lifeless Wang Quan, she had felt a strange sense of familiarity with her brother, especially after Wang Quan regained her health and affectionately called her sister. At that moment, Violet almost lost control of her emotions and embraced Wang Quan. But quickly, she delineated the differences between the two. Nevertheless, she found herself harboring a special affection for Wang Quan. Originally, she had planned to personally deliver Wang Quan to Dr. Gallo's laboratory, but in that brief distance back to the room, Violet relinquished what was easily within her grasp and chose instead to protect Wang Quan's life. Whether it was the shadow of her brother she saw in Wang Quan or the abnormal fluttering of her heart, both compelled Violet to make this decision. Was it merely the memory of her brother? Wang Quan discerned the fleeting vulnerability in Zi Luo Lan's demeanor and promptly stepped forward, executing a bold move that pinned her against the wall. Leaning down slightly, he gazed in her eyes with a playful smile. Fortunately, adorned with a military cap, Wang Quan epitomized the archetype of a domineering rather a noble scion of the military. Had he not been wearing the hat, his bald head would have rendered his attempt at a wall slam merely comical, contrasting sharply with the romance typically associated with such gestures. The Luo Lan, caught off guard, could only utter a single syllable before averting her gaze from Wang Quan's penetrating stare. Her striking visage tinged with a delicate blush as she lowered her head slightly. Observing this charming rose's bashfulness, Wang Quan's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he gently grasped her chin. Lifting her face to meet his and pressed his lips against hers, in an instant, Zi Luo Lan's eyes widened, her hands instinctively pushing against Wang Quan's chest, though soon they transformed into gentle caresses, her arms wrapping around his neck. As she succumbed to the intoxicating blend of his dominance and tenderness, her initially wide eyes gradually fluttered shut, her lashes quivering as she lost herself in the moment. After what felt like an eternity, her mind began to regain clarity, igniting a fire of indignation within her as she clenched her silver teeth tightly. Suddenly, Wang Quan withdrew from her lips, a faint metallic taste lingering, and he looked down at her. Noting the slight swelling of her ruby-red lips and the delicate trace of blood at the corner, her once sharp eyes now shimmering with unshed tears, rendering her irresistibly alluring, yet harboring a flicker of annoyance. Ah, why did you bite me? Are you a little dog? Wang Quan retreated a couple of steps, distancing himself from Zi Luo Lan as he tentatively moved his tongue. Humph, serves you right, she retorted, her tone playfully scolding. Ah, can you truly blame me? Sister, you are simply too enchanting. I couldn't help myself. Wang Quan, recognizing her playful demeanor, immediately sensed the opportunity and showered her with flattery. Ziluo Lan huffed softly, turning away as if to dismiss him, only to pivot back, her expression earnest as she advised. In the future, just tell them you are my subordinate. The marshal should consider my feelings and hand you over to Dr. Gero. Sister, are you overly concerned? I will do as I please. What of the Red Satin Brigade? They cannot compel me to act against my will. Wang Quan replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice that, oh, you truly comprehend the terror of the Red Satin Brigade? We practically control 10% of the cities on this planet and 70% of its rural areas. Our military might is not at all inferior to that of the Earth Federation's regular forces. In many regions, all they know is the Black Marshal of the Red Satin Brigade, unaware of the Earth Federation's king. Ziluo Lan explained, sensing Wang Quan's nonchalance regarding the formidable organization. Dear sister, you are utterly oblivious to the true extent of power. You wish to know what transpired at the seaside yesterday, did you not? Allow me to enlighten you. I soared into outer space, and Wang Quan exaggeratedly recounted his exploits, embellishing the tale of how he encountered the formidable Majin Bu and heroically vanquished him, all while ensuring that he remained the paragon of valor in his narrative, conveniently omitting the fact that his reckless journey into space was precipitated by a botched romantic entanglement and a fiery breakup. Chapter 18. Resignation. No, she aspires to be the boss. Wang Quan, animated in his storytelling, spoke until his throat grew parched, while Ziluo Lan regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Sister, what is that look? Do you doubt me? He inquired, sensing her skepticism. Wang Quan, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that what you've described is utterly implausible. Perhaps such tales might fool Na'vi young girls. But how could I possibly accept such absurdities? We have martial artists and superhumans in the Red Satin Brigade, yet none of them exhibit the exaggerated prowess you claim, Ziluo Lan replied with a hint of annoyance. Disbelieve me if you must, but perhaps this will alter your perspective, Wang Quan declared as he paced the room, gathering his energy before slicing down with his palm. Crack! The metallic edge of the table fell to the ground, producing a resounding clang. How did you accomplish that? Ziluo Lan stepped closer, cradling his hand as she inspected it meticulously for any signs of extraordinary qualities, upon confirming that his hand bore no abnormalities. She glanced at the metal table's edge, noting its smooth, clean cut. This is real. You can sever metal with your bare hands. This metal is several times sturdier than ordinary steel. So, everything you said was the truth. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment, brimming with newfound hope. Indeed, all of it is true, Wang Quan affirmed unapologetically. I simply neglected to mention Bulma and Tememo. Is it truly possible for martial arts to transform humans into such formidable beings? Ziluo Lan questioned incredulously, still holding the piece of metal he had cleaved. Yes, that is indeed the case. Although not everyone can attain my level of expertise, there are certainly those slightly less powerful who can successfully cultivate their skills. Wang Quan boasted, ever keen to elevate his own status. Luo Lan regarded him with a complex expression before speaking. With your strength, the Red Satin Brigade poses no threat to you, let alone Dr. Gero. It seems I have misjudged the situation. How could that be, sister? You saved my life by making me your subordinate. I have yet to express my gratitude for bringing me back from the seaside. Why would you jeopardize your position with Dr. Gero on my behalf? Wang Quan queried, intrigued by her seemingly selfless actions despite her high standing within the Red Satin Brigade. When I first saw you on the plane, you reminded me of my younger brother, Ziluo Lan murmured softly. Your brother? Wang Quan was taken aback. Though he had affectionately referred to her as sister, he had not intended for it to be taken literally. My brother fell victim to a peculiar illness, one that resisted all forms of treatment, only serving to amplify his suffering. After countless rounds of chemotherapy, he lost all his hair and spent his final days languishing in a hospital bed, barely clinging to life. You bore such a striking resemblance to him, Ziluo Lan confessed, her gaze shifting from Wang Quan to a distant memory, filled with concern. Is that so? Wang Quan removed his military cap, running a hand over his bald head, inwardly lamenting the limitations of his nascent powers. If he could hone his martial arts to perfection, perhaps he could even control hair growth. For now, However, he would have to endure the transient phase of being bald. And your brother Wang Quan began, but he could sense the weight of her sorrow and hesitated, unsure of how to console her. I'm fine. That was long ago. She reassured him, her eyes softening as she met his gaze. In my quest to secure funds for my brother's treatment, I fell into the underworld as a hired muscle. As the demands for money escalated, I became increasingly entangled, ultimately joining the Red Satin Brigade. I told myself it was all for my brother. As long as I could cure him, I would cease my involvement. Unfortunately, when my brother's condition didn't improve, I found myself unable to extricate myself from the Red Satin Brigade. Sinking ever deeper into darkness, she spoke. Ziluo Lan retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her military uniform pocket, effortlessly lighting one up and inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke from her violet lips. Sister, do you wish to leave the Red Satin Brigade? Wang Quan asked, observing her despondent demeanor amidst the swirling smoke. That's impossible. The Red Satin Brigade isn't the kind of organization you can simply join or leave at will. Unless I perish, I cannot extricate myself, she replied, leaning back against the sofa, her graceful silhouette accentuated as she exhaled a series of smoke rings. Nothing is impossible. If you truly wish to leave, I can assist you. Wang Quan offered boldly. Wang Quan struck his chest with a resounding thud. Please, how can you assist me? Can you persuade the Black Marshal to allow my withdrawal? You can, he insisted earnestly. Sister, I can compel that Black Marshal to grant your exit. If he refuses, I shall force him to comply. Wang Quan declared with determination. Wang Quan, I appreciate your comforting words. They bring me joy, yet it remains impossible. And no matter how formidable you may be, you cannot rival the Red Satin Brigade, nor alter the will of the Black Marshal. Violet responded, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray as she gazed at him. Sister, you have yet to attempt it. How can you be so certain of failure? Perhaps others may falter, but with my support, you shall undoubtedly secure a safe exit from the Red Satin, Wang Quan asserted, grasping Violet's delicate hand. Sister, resisting the Red Satin Brigade could lead to your demise, Violet replied, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Quan. Do you wish to remain with the Red Satin Brigade, continuing to kill, to set fires, to rob, to enslave others? Wang Quan's eyes bore into Violet's eye. I have no choice. Violet's expression shifted from icy sharpness to one of vulnerability, guilt and uncertainty as she absorbed Wang Quan's words. Tell me, sister, do you wish to persist in this manner until one day you perish upon the battlefield? Wang Quan pressed her insistently. I do not. I refuse this existence. I dislike killing. But there are no buts. As long as you are unwilling, no one can compel you, Wang Quan affirmed resolutely. What am I to do? Violet felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. You need not do anything. I shall handle everything. Wang Quan displayed a confident smile. I believe in you. Seeing Wang Quan's self-assured demeanor ignited a flicker of hope within Violet. She resolved silently that, regardless of the outcome, she must protect Wang Quan from harm. Having already lost her brother, she could not bear to lose him, the only man who had captured her heart over the years. Let us depart, Wang Quan suddenly declared. Where to? Violet turned to inquire. Naturally, we are leaving this place. I am not accustomed to dwelling underground. Wang Quan had already sensed with his aura that this base was situated within the mountain. Violet's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean, This is merely a sub-base. We shall head to the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade and have a thorough discussion regarding your resignation with your superior, Wang Quan replied with a smile, rising to pull Violet to her feet. Wang Quan, perhaps we should reconsider. It is far too perilous. I shall escort you out of the base, and you can leave from there. Violet began to withdraw. Slap. What are you doing? Violet yelped as Wang Quan playfully smacked her rear. What danger could possibly compel me to leave? What do you take me for? I've already decided that you, sister, are mine. Your affairs are now my concern, Wang Quan declared possessively. Violet felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, wishing to rub her sore backside, but ultimately suppressing the impulse. However, hearing Wang Quan's bold claim stirred a sweet sensation within her heart. Whatever you say, you shall heed my commands. That insignificant Red Satin Brigade cannot pose any real threat, Wang Quan scoffed. He took Violet's hand and led her out of the room. but upon seeing the labyrinthine corridors outside, he paused, realizing he needed to determine their direction. Violet lowered her gaze, her small hand clasped in Wang Quan's. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Wang Quan had halted, his expression one of urgency as he scratched his head in confusion. "Wang Quan, how shall we proceed?" Violet asked curiously to, "Sister, where's the exit to this base?" Wang Quan turned to inquire. Seeing Violet's eyes widen in surprise and amusement, Wang Quan quickly added, "It's not that I cannot find a way out, but doing so would cause significant destruction. This base could be completely obliterated, and the personnel within might suffer casualties. Although they are members of the Red Satin Brigade, not everyone is guilty. Many are like you. Sister, ensnared against their will." "I understand." Wang Quan. "Leave the next steps to me." Violet smiled after listening to Wang Quan's explanation, then withdrew her hand from his grip and marched ahead. Wang Quan, resigned, followed closely at her side. As they walked, Violet issued commands with ease. Upon reaching the helipad, they found a dozen fully armed soldiers awaiting them. From a distance, Wang Quan spotted the towering figure of Colonel Duke standing before the soldiers. "I'll be back," Wang Quan thought, mentally dubbing him. "Colonel Violet," Duke addressed her, "I am preparing to return to headquarters. Do you have any intelligence to report to the higher-ups?" Colonel Violet remained professional, showing no signs of wanting to resign. "Colonel Violet, you have made a wise choice to do not entertain any treacherous thoughts. The Black Marshal cannot abide betrayal," Duke said mechanically, though a hint of relaxation flickered in his eyes. "Humph, tend to your own affairs," Violet replied before leading Wang Quan onto the aircraft. With a rumble, the ground began to rise, and the cave's ceiling shifted open, sunlight streaming in. The helipad ascended, ultimately revealing the mountainside. The airplane's propellers began to spin, and the intense pressure caused the surrounding foliage to bend outward. In no time, the aircraft soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. "Wang Quan, what shall we do next?" Violet inquired. Glancing at him, "We shall return directly to headquarters and negotiate with your superior," Wang Quan replied, his fingers cracking ominously, but he understood that any negotiations would merely be a pretense. He was all too aware of the true nature of the Red Satin Brigade, and he sensed that bloodshed was inevitable. The other soldiers at the airport exchanged glances, bewildered by this handsome newcomer who seemed even more formidable than Colonel Violet, who appeared to obey his every word. Was he perhaps a general from headquarters? They could only exchange furtive looks, refraining from questioning Colonel Violet. The Red Satin Brigade was notorious for its rigid hierarchy. Any minor disagreement could result in violence, although there were no rumors about Colonel Violet being particularly ruthless. As mere soldiers, they dared not overstep their bounds. After a long flight, the airplane finally descended within a massive military fortress. Wang Quan followed Violet off the plane, his aura expanding as he assessed the surroundings and the combat capabilities present. This location was as expansive as half of West City, yet devoid of any civilian facilities, consisting solely of military installations. Aircraft, tanks, and armor vehicles were abundant, and various firearms were scattered throughout in certain areas. Wang Quan sensed a distinct danger, devoid of any life force, evidently emanating from advanced technological weaponry. As for the inhabitants, they were divided into two categories, soldiers and scientists. Wang Quan detected some impressive combat potentials, with the strongest possibly exceeding 100 points, though they might not be human, as their aura felt entirely different from that of human. Within the military fortress, aside from a few scientists, all soldiers possess combat power exceeding 7 or 8 points, with some exceptional individuals surpassing human limits, boasting combat power over 10 points. Additionally, there were several masters with combat power exceeding double digits. Truly, the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade was composed of the elite among elites. Following Violet, Wang Quan navigated through layers of scrutiny before finally being granted an audience with the formidable Black Marshal, whose countenance was stern, albeit not particularly tall, accompanied by his African deputy, the Blue Marshal. "Colonel Violet, you have performed admirably on this mission. This must be the individual Colonel Duke mentioned in his report. Indeed, quite the striking figure. Please escort him to Dr. Gallo," the Black Marshal said, puffing on a cigar. A flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes as he spoke of the striking figure, quickly drowned by a sense of vindictive satisfaction that, I shall forego visiting Dr. Gallo's laboratory. I am here to discuss Violet's dissatisfaction with her current position. She wishes to resign and seek alternative employment. Might the Black Marshal be so kind as to sign her resignation letter? From a moment he entered the office, Wang Quan, who had not uttered a single word, suddenly took a step forward and smiled as he spoke. "You scoundrel, what gives you the right to speak here?" The Black General stepped forward, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, and roared in anger. "Colonel Ziluo, this is no laughing matter. Quickly send your captive to the laboratory." The Black General completely ignored Wang Quan and turned his attention to Ziluo, exuding an oppressive aura from his diminutive stature, akin to that of a towering mountain. In an instant, Ziluo recoiled, her face paling as beads of sweat swiftly formed on her forehead. She gazed at the Black General, who resembled a demon king in her eyes, casting a pleading look towards Wang Quan, only to find him furrowing his brow. Her heart plummeted, but after a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself, determined to defend Wang Quan. So this is power. My path has become clear." Wang Quan suddenly looked up, bursting into hearty laughter while uttering nonsensical phrases. "Black General, I have changed my mind. Colonel Ziluo will not resign. Instead, let her replace you as the general." "General Ziluo, doesn't that sound delightful?" Wang Quan, unfazed by the menacing Black General, raised an eyebrow and addressed him directly. Upon hearing Wang Quan's proposal, Ziluo felt utterly despondent. There was no way for either of them to survive. No matter how she explained, the Black General would not spare a single soul. She realized she should never have harbored fantasies of escaping this dark hell. Now, facing death herself, Wang Quan had no chance of fleeing either. No matter how strong he was, it was futile. What could she do to ensure Wang Quan's survival? As Ziluo racked her brain, contemplating how to save Wang Quan, the Black General finally acknowledged him. "Kid, don't joke around carelessly, or you may lose your life." The Black General's eyes were as cold and venomous as a snake, sending an uncomfortable shiver down Wang Quan's spine. Wang Quan couldn't help but reflect on the audacity of this man, who had nearly ruled the world. Although his lifelong endeavors were merely to attain a perfect height, an utterly absurd aspiration, he was undeniably a remarkable figure in other respects, lacking any understanding of martial arts and possessing a combat power of merely 3 points. His aura rivaled that of the turtle sage, only slightly inferior to that of the cat sage. Although Wang Quan's combat prowess was unrivaled on Earth, he lacked the commanding presence that others possessed. Even when he unleashed his energy, causing sand to swirl and the heavens to change color, it was merely a display of raw power, instilling great pressure upon others in a state of calm. He evoked no fear. Yet, the Black General could impose a sense of pressure with just a slight lean forward and a shift in gaze. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Chapter 19. I haven't even tried yet. And you're already down, kid. You're far too arrogant. You might have had a chance to survive upon entering the laboratory, but now, prepare to die. The Black General's aide pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Wang Quan's forehead. As he spoke, he glanced at the Black General, who remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Then, with a sinister grin, the aide decisively pulled the trigger. "Don't!" Bang! Ziluo's scream coincided with the gunshot. As she rushed forward, she quickly realized that Wang Quan had not collapsed with the sound of the gunfire. At some point, his right hand had appeared before him, and most importantly, he was pinching a deformed bullet between his index and middle fingers. All martial arts are invulnerable to destruction. Only speed can break through. Wang Quan suddenly found the scene familiar, and thus uttered this pretentious line. "Impossible! Die, die, die!" Contrary to Ziluo's surprise, the Black General's cigar felt his thigh, unnoticed as he stared blankly at Wang Quan. The aide, having pulled the trigger, was now in a frenzy, repeatedly firing the gun. Bang, 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 in a single breath. He emptied an entire magazine, yet he did not cease, continuing to pull the trigger, the pistol emitting a relentless clicking sound. A wicked smile spread across Wang Quan's face as he opened his fist, causing dozens of deformed bullet casings to clatter onto the floor, producing a melodious sound. Such a delightful sound was like a death knell in the ears of the Black General and the aide. "You cannot be. There is no way you possess such a formidable superpower. I refuse to believe it." The aide hurled his empty gun to the ground, then clenched his fists, preparing to strike with a series of sharp jabs that whistled through the air. Be careful. The aide is the strongest boxer, Luo cautioned. Humph. Luo, it seems you've truly betrayed us. None of you will leave here alive today. The aide appeared to regain his confidence, dancing lightly on his feet. His upper body swaying, his fists protecting his head and chest like a clumsy pot. Even the black general, seated behind his desk, seemed to have faith in the aide's combat prowess, adjusting his fallen cigar and watching Wang Quan and the aide with keen interest. Ha ha! If even a gun cannot harm me, what makes you think those flabby fists will do anything? Wang Quan chuckled at the aide, who resembled a gorilla. Flabby fists? Humph, I will soon turn that detestable face of yours into pulp. The aide lunged forward, his fist hurtling towards Wang Quan's face like a cannonball. This fellow had a bit of pride in his abilities. Such a punch would send an ordinary person away. By combat metrics, the aide's strength had surpassed 50 points, making him a bona fide superhuman. However, he faced Wang Quan, whose combat power exceeded 800 points and who had mastery over energy. Wang Quan did not even glance at the approaching fist. Instead, he anticipated the strike and delivered a resounding slap to the aide's face. Crack. The aide's head spun 3.5 times, his thick neck twisted into a knot, and his face turned backward, blood gushing from his orifices as he stared unseeing at Luo. Luo let out a piercing scream. Though accustomed to death as a member of the Red Ribbon Army, the bloody impact was overwhelming. Yet, being a decisive soldier, she quickly stifled her scream, her gaze towards Wang Quan now reflecting a newfound admiration for strength. Black General, what are your thoughts on having Miss Luo appointed as general? Wang Quan said nonchalantly, as if swatting away a fly, directing his attention to the visibly pale black general. It was not that Wang Quan was particularly ruthless. The Red Ribbon Army was rife with unworthy individuals. Even Luo, had she not been a beauty, would have faced the same fate without hesitation if she had not abandoned the army's ideals. Wang Quan was no hero. He had never been one. Nor was he now. He was merely an ordinary person with a semblance of kindness. Heroes strive to do good, but he did not. Heroes do not kill, yet he would, without hesitation. Who exactly are you? What conditions did Luo offer you? I can fulfill any demand. I could even make you the Deputy General of the Red Ribbon Army, second only to me, above all others. Wealth, power, beauty, everything you desire. So what do you say? Come to me and serve me. The black general's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Quan's expression. Oh, what an enticing offer. I'm almost tempted. However, are you sincere? Your hands hidden beneath the desk. Are you plotting something? Wang Quan chuckled softly. Haha, fool. With a maniacal laugh from the black marshal, both his desk and the chair he occupied plummeted downward, and in the blink of an eye, the black marshal vanished from the office. Simultaneously, countless small holes appeared in the wall surrounding the office, unleashing a torrent of fiery tongues. Rat dash a dash tat dash tat. Dot bang, dash bang, dash bang. An array of bullets whizzed through the office, a thick layer of spent cartridges accumulating on the floor. The air was thick with blue smoke and flickering flames, permeated by a strong scent of gunpowder. Caught off guard, Wang Quan instantly embraced Luo Lan, shielding her from the barrage of bullets. Before extending a hand, from which emerged spherical energy blast the size of marbles, precisely disarming all the hidden firearms, in a mere few seconds, the floor was strewn with a considerable quantity of bullet casings, a testament to the ferocity of the recent onslaught. Yet for Wang Quan, there was no hint of danger. His act of using his body to shield the lovely maiden earned him a rather fervent kiss. The mechanical whirring and the sound of valve switches echoed through the room, accompanied by several voices. Wow, how romantic! A passionate kiss amidst the chaos of gunfire. Look who it is, our icy beauty, Colonel Luo Lan. So you fancy the pretty boys, do you? Poor Duke. Humph, disgusting woman. However, this handsome young man is to my taste. Ugh, get away, you pervert. Aren't you just a bit jealous? I also enjoy strong men like you. Come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting. Ugh, get lost. As Wang Quan and Luo Lan separated their lips, they turned to see two figures emerging from a recently opened corridor. Both were clad in military uniforms. One was a towering man, over 2 meters tall and more robust than Colonel Duke, wielding a military dagger with a grotesque expression on his face, while attempting to distance himself from his companion. His comrade stood around 1.8 meters tall, a strikingly handsome man with meticulously styled hair and a neatly pressed uniform, his appearance immaculate. His gaze towards Ziluo Lan was filled with unbridled jealousy and disdain. Yet when he looked at Wang Quan, it evoked a sensation akin to a toad leaping onto him. Wang Quan, be cautious. They are both generals with formidable combat prowess, especially that blue general. He possesses the ability to completely control his opponents. Rendering them immobile, Ziluo Lan warned. Her breathless form nestled against Wang Quan. Fear not, sister. They're not my match. And besides, I lack any superpowers, Wang Quan replied, raising his gaze to the two generals across from him. He had already sensed their combat capabilities, and indeed, they lived up to their title as generals, each surpassing a power level of 100 currently. The likes of Xiao Yukong and Klin were no match for them. Yet for Wang Quan, whether it was 100 or 200 points made no difference. They were both easily dispatched foes that love truly is blind, Ziluo Lan. Who would have thought a woman of your caliber would choose to betray the Red Ribbon Army? Do you comprehend the consequences of treachery? The burly man directed his gaze at Ziluo Lan nestled in Wang Quan's arms. I have long asserted that filthy, ugly women are untrustworthy. You have indeed betrayed us. Now, let me, the Blue General, obliterate you completely. I shall peel that beautiful face of yours away and then grind it into a pulp. Ha! The dashing yet deranged Blue General initiated the assault, appearing before Wang Quan in an instant. Reaching out to snatch Ziluo Lan from his embrace. Wang Quan, however, would not permit such an act. He seized the man's arm with greater speed, forcefully flinging him away. Bang! The Blue General landed deftly on the ceiling, executing a roll before hitting the ground with a thud. White General, our opponent is formidable. Let us strike together, the Blue General declared, his eyes locked onto Wang Quan. In that fleeting exchange, he recognized that he was absolutely no match for the young man before him. Yet, this only intensified his interest. Capturing this boy and controlling his power would allow him to play with him at will. He reveled in this notion. The Blue General licked his lips, his gaze towards Wang Quan brimming with unabashed desire. Damn it, it's you perverted fiend. Wang Quan had already discerned something amiss with the Blue General at that moment. He recalled who this individual was, the homosexual pervert Blue General who remained unmoved by Bulma's charms in Dragon Ball, mercilessly beating her into a pulp. The unfiltered gaze directed at him induced a visceral reaction in Wang Quan's stomach, and he had already sentenced him to death in his mind. Perverted bastard. Cover me. As soon as the White General's words left his lips, he reversed his grip on the dagger and charged at Wang Quan. His speed and strength eclipsed that of the Blue General, employing lethal techniques honed in military combat. This was Wang Quan's first encounter with a skilled military fighter, and he found the opponent's unique fighting style to be quite enlightening, though both fighters aimed for maximum lethality. The White General's techniques bore a significant contrast to Tao Pai Pai's. While Tao Pai Pai's moves were almost exclusively one-hit kills, the White General's approach was heavily imbued with martial arts principles. He did not excessively pursue instant kills. Rather, each strike aimed to sap his opponent's combat effectiveness, and his techniques bore little trace of martial arts. Wang Quan, invigorated by the challenge, adjusted his own speed and strength to match that of the White General, leading to a fierce, dynamic exchange that appeared evenly matched. Yet, the White General was acutely aware that he was not Wang Quan's equal, not to mention that Wang Quan was still cradling someone in his arms during their battle. Since the onset of the conflict, he had already exhausted nearly all his resources, while Wang Quan seemed effortlessly capable of neutralizing every assault, as if he was merely studying the White General's combat techniques. Perverted bastard, are you not going to act? Feeling the pressure mounting, the White General bellowed. I could see that moment. The Blue General remained stationary, an eerie energy swirling into his eyes, from which two beams of light shot forth, instantly illuminating Wang Quan and Ziluo Lan. Upon contact, the green beams expanded into a protective dome, enveloping both Wang Quan and Ziluo Lan. Wang Quan, be careful. I can't move. Ziluo Lan felt her body become unresponsive. Simultaneously, Wang Quan recognized the formidable nature of this superpower. Realizing he too was rendered immobile, that he began to unleash his suppressed power levels. 200, 300, 400, 500. As his combat strength surged, the green light surrounding him prompted him to struggle, while the blue general endured immense pressure. Quickly, I can't maintain this for long. He managed to mutter through clenched teeth, blood oozing from his eyes and nostrils. Die. The white general poured all his might in his right hand, the dagger becoming a lightning-fast streak aimed directly at the immobilized Wang Quan and Ziluo Lan. Quan. In the face of life and death, Ziluo Lan could only call out Wang Quan's name. With a mighty roar, Wang Quan unleashed the entirety of his energy. Boom! His power, exceeding 800, erupted instantaneously, sending the white general flying as if he were a mere ragdoll caught in a 12-level typhoon. Crashing against the ceiling before rebounding heavily onto the floor, his body shattered, insides pulverized, spewing forth blood mixed with internal fragments. And then he lay still, devoid of breath. As for the blue general, he was met with the backlash of his own superpower. His head resembling a crushed watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Quan. As the explosion subsided, Ziluo Lan curled tightly against Wang Quan. It's all right. We are both unharmed. Look, I'm unscathed, and you are too. Neither of us is injured. As the regal Wang Quan sought to soothe the delicate violet, he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of the black marshal. Clap, clap, clap. A resounding applause erupted, followed by the black marshal's taunting laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly a magnificent performance. Those two imbeciles are indeed no match for you, young and why admiration for you grows ever deeper. What say you? Join me in my endeavors. I could easily pardon Colonel Violet's transgressions and bestow her upon you. Without allowing the black marshal to finish his sentence, Wang Quan raised a hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast that obliterated a speaker affixed to the ceiling. Enough of this drivel. Wang Quan had already locked onto the black marshal's energy signature, rendering his presumed concealment utterly futile. Just as Wang Quan was poised to breach the expansive office and confront the black marshal, the very floor beneath him lost its weight, plummeting downward. Wang Quan instinctively cradled the startled Violet in his arms, employing a technique of levitation to gently descend, eager to witness the black marshal's next trick. After a descent exceeding 300 meters, the floor finally halted, and Wang Quan, still cradling Violet, surveyed his surroundings. He discerned that the overhead space had been sealed off, measuring merely 20 meters high, with a shining silver metallic surface above. The surrounding area was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters, yet it contained only Wang Quan and Violet. Ha, young man, I concede your strength, but you shall never be a match for my delightful creature. Ha, you will soon be its meal. The nauseating voice of the black marshal echoed from an unknown source. As his words faded, a gaping hole, 10 meters in diameter, manifested in the wall. Boom, boom, boom. With each reverberation, the ground trembled, as if a horrifying demon lurked within the abyss. A foul stench wafted through the air, announcing the emergence of a grotesque creature. Its pink body was grotesquely adorned with red tumors, resembling a monstrous fusion of a dinosaur and a toad, rotund and towering at 5 meters, stretching over 10 meters in length. Each movement it made resonated with a thunderous crash, causing the entire space to vibrate. Is this all you've got? Wang Quan scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. He had already assessed the creature's combat prowess, which exceeded 190, marking it as the most formidable force within the Red Ribbon Legion. Considering its size, its actual combat capability could be even greater. However, no matter how powerful it might be within the Red Ribbon Legion, it posed no threat to him. Are you scared now? The fear has come too late. You shall all become its dinner. The black marshal's voice once again filled the space. Enough of this noise. Wang Quan pinpointed the source of the sound and, with a swift motion, unleashed an energy projectile that dismantled all surveillance equipment and speakers within the vicinity. Roar! The creature, now aware of Wang Quan and Violet, opened its grotesque maw filled with jagged teeth, spewing corrosive saliva that hissed as it met the ground. Ugh! How repulsive! Wang Quan grimaced as he hurled an energy orb the size of a soccer ball into the creature's mouth. Boom! The creature's head vanished in an instant, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! Violet's gasp was abruptly silenced. Wang Quan playfully tapped her nose and said, "Sister, could you muster a little faith in me?" No more gasping in shock. Chapter 20. Long live the Red Ribbon Legion. Long live Martial Violet Wang Quan. How do we escape? Despite witnessing the colossal creature's swift defeat, Violet remained perplexed about how they would exit this sealed space. "Ha ha, dear sister, is that not simple?" Wang Quan replied with a grin, placing his hands on his hips, palms forming a flower-like gesture. "Kamehameha!" As he shouted, a pale yellow energy sphere materialized between his hands in an instant. It erupted into a colossal beam of light, akin to a torrent of laser energy that effortlessly melted everything in its path, penetrating with ease. When Wang Quan ceased the energy discharge and lowered his hands, a vast opening appeared at the ceiling, golden sunlight pouring through. "Sister, we can leave," Wang Quan exclaimed, cradling Violet and soaring into the passageway. As they ascended, they soon discovered themselves surrounded by an army, machine guns and rocket launchers trained on them. Floating in the sky, aircraft, tanks, and an array of military hardware mobilized, creating an impenetrable barrier around them. I acknowledge your formidable strength. You may be the mightiest of humanity, but you are but one man. You cannot escape the encirclement of my army. Colonel Violet, I truly envy you. Where did you acquire such a monster? Yet you are on the brink of annihilation." The Black Marshal's voice resonated from the exterior of the encirclement, emanating from a grotesque giant mech. "Humph, do you think you are safe hidden within that shell?" Boom! Amidst the sonic boom, Wang Quan appeared atop the mech. "Warning, danger!" Red lights flashed atop the mech as an automated voice incessantly alerted to the peril. Yet before the Black Marshal could react, Wang Quan unleashed all his might, delivering a devastating punch to the mech. Clang! Boom! The mech soared into the sky, exploding mid-air, and the Black Marshal was obliterated alongside it. In an instant, the soldiers surrounding them were taken aback, unable to comprehend that their leader had just ascended into the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. For a moment, they forgot their weapons. However, as realization dawned upon them, they beheld Wang Quan, floating majestically above like a deity, and their confidence in their arms waned. The Red Ribbon Legion had always been a terroristic organization, while they had remained loyal under the Black Marshal's reign. His sudden demise left them in disarray. The vision of their leader being reduced to ashes before their eyes made it unreasonable for them to attack Wang Quan, who now appeared as a monstrous figure. Wang Quan surveyed the multitude of soldiers surrounding him, thousands strong, armed to the teeth. Such military might, while ineffective against a martial artist like him, would be devastating against unarmed civilians. Slowly, he descended to the center of the encirclement, lowering Violet before floating upward once more. Gazing down at the bewildered soldiers, he unleashed his combat power, causing the very fabric of reality to shift as an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, leaving them breathless. Wang Quan extended his arms, gathering energy into a colossal energy cannon, which he then hurled into the distance. The cannon soared gracefully through the air, ultimately landing in a desolate mountain range miles away. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the sky, followed by a tremendous explosion and the rise of a mushroom cloud. Moments later, the earth trembled violently as the sound of the cataclysmic blast reached them. Fear gripped the faces of all as they turned toward the source of the explosion. Half a minute later, as the smoke cleared, the once majestic mountain had vanished, replaced by a vast basin where water began to surge upward. It was evident that, in due time, a grand lake would emerge. Such a monumental alteration of the terrain instilled terror in the hearts of all present. Clang, clang, clang. It was unclear who initiated it, but one by one, the soldiers discarded their weapons. Wang Quan, satisfied, realized that his power had instilled fear among the ranks of the Red Ribbon Legion. He descended once more, lifting Violet into the sky, landing atop a towering building. Addressing the multitude of bewildered soldiers, he proclaimed, "All soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion, your Black Marshal has been vanquished. You know well what kind of man he was. Many of you were coerced into joining this legion. With his demise, you are free. As for those who joined to pursue their own nefarious desires, I urge you to abandon your ambitions and cease your wickedness. From this day forth, Colonel Violet shall lead the Red Ribbon Legion. Who stands in favor? Who stands against? As Wang Quan's voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the circle of thousands. After a quiet pause of half a minute, Wang Quan continued, since no one has raised any objections. Then Colonel Violet shall be proclaimed Marshal Violet. Long live Marshal Violet. Long live Marshal Violet. Long live Marshal Violet. The initial shout came from an unknown source, soon followed by a chorus of voices, until nearly everyone was vociferously cheering. Amidst the fervent applause below, Violet, perched on the rooftop, quietly inquired, Wang Quan, what are you doing? The Red Ribbon Army has lost the courage to oppose us. Can't we simply depart? Why must you announce me as Marshal? Sister, look at them, Wang Quan replied, pointing to the frenzied crowd below. Most of them, like you, joined the Red Ribbon Army for various reasons, but there are others among them, ambitious individuals, wicked souls and miscreants. If we were to leave now, they would immediately vie for power, leading to a catastrophic conflict where countless lives would be lost. The victor would then embrace the Red Ribbon Army, perpetuating the tragedies we have witnessed under the former Black Marshal. Sister, do you wish to see such a future? As Wang Quan articulated this vision, it vividly materialized before Violet's eyes. No, it cannot be allowed. This cannot be the way. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the dismal future from her mind. Therefore, sister, you must become the Marshal and reshape the Red Ribbon Army into the entity you envision. Rest assured, with my military support, you will undoubtedly succeed. Sensing Violet's lingering uncertainty, Wang Quan patted his chest with conviction. Humph. Who says I cannot? Wang Quan, just watch. The Red Ribbon Army will indeed transform under my leadership. Violet suddenly regained her composure, embodying the fierce demeanor of a formidable female officer, her words resonating with a resounding strength. Very well. Let us see what our Marshal Violet shall accomplish, Wang Quan remarked with a smile. Violet cast him a playful eye roll before stepping to the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the soldiers who seemed to be caught in a frenzy. Suddenly, she stood upright, raising her fist and striking it heavily against her chest. Wang Quan watched with a pang of heartache as Violet's gesture unfolded. Those soldiers who could see her ceased their cheers, standing at attention, fists pounding against their chests in unison, as the front row began to act. The movement cascaded like a wave, with all the soldiers standing erect, fists clenched, striking their chests with force. All soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, I am Colonel Violet. Some of you know me, while others do not. But that is of little consequence. That I must convey that just 2 days ago, I received an urgent mission. During this mission, I uncovered a grave secret regarding the Black Marshal. He has deceived us. His sole objective was to unleash a demon, sealed for over 2 centuries, known as the Great Demon Bick. This Bick is no mere human. He is a true demon, and if released, he would annihilate humanity, harvesting our souls. The Black Marshal's intention was to sacrifice us all to the demon in exchange for prolonged life and immense power. Fortunately, our actions were intercepted by the Guardians of the Seal. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. Now, the malevolent Black Marshal has vanished, and I, Violet, shall lead you all and restore the Red Ribbon Army to greatness. Long live the Red Ribbon Army. Long live the Red Ribbon Army. Long live Marshal Violet. The thunderous cheers erupted once more, even more fervent than before. Sister, you truly have a way with words. Do you think they will believe it? Wang Quan observed Violet as she spun tales, distorting truths and fabricating realities, realizing just how little he understood women. They will believe it, and I am not entirely fabricating. After all, I did encounter you during my mission. Violet winked at Wang Quan. He gazed at the fervent crowd, nodding thoughtfully, pondering that perhaps this grand and nefarious vision was indeed fitting for the mantle of the Black Marshal. It was reminiscent of the Dragon Ball saga, where a character built a formidable organization capable of rivaling the Earth Federation merely to gain a few inches in height. Only in a comedic narrative could such absurdities unfold, as the enthusiasm of the crowd began to wane. Violet declared, all generals and colonels, convene in the conference room. The aides shall escort all soldiers back to their respective barracks. Dismissed. With that command, Violet departed from the rooftop, while the generals and colonels meticulously briefed their aides before making their way to the military conference room. Under Violet's leadership, Wang Quan arrived at the conference room first. "Sister, did you not leave anyone to oversee those soldiers? What if someone remains loyal to the Black Marshal and incites chaos?" Wang Quan queried. Intrigued by Violet's transformed demeanor, "Oh, Wang Quan, your concerns are unwarranted. With you here, no one would dare act foolishly," Violet replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. Soon, dozens of individuals clad in various military uniforms entered the conference room, their eyes reflecting deep fear, curiosity, and scrutiny directed toward Wang Quan. He scanned the room and noted that the Red Ribbon Army was indeed a hidden treasure trove. None possessed combat prowess below 20 points, and several exceeded 100. For context, Violet herself boasted over 30 points of combat strength. Violet unhesitatingly took her place at the head of the conference table, while Wang Quan languidly settled to her left. With the incoming officers taking their seats according to their ranks, what followed was Violet's personal showcase. Wang Quan remained silent throughout, yet his mere presence beside Violet served as a formidable deterrent. Ultimately, the summary revealed that, due to the Black Marshal's personal failings, the Red Ribbon Army had suffered certain setbacks. But fortunately, only a handful of utterly depraved individuals have been eliminated, leaving the army itself relatively unscathed. Colonel Violet's indelible contributions to humanity and the Red Ribbon Army during this upheaval were recognized unanimously, leading to her promotion to Marshal, tasked with continuing to lead the Red Ribbon Army. Concurrently, several special operations of the Red Ribbon Army were rescinded, actions that would have resulted in tragedy. The Army's focus began to shift as well, no longer solely concentrating on military might, but redirecting efforts toward development and civilization. The Red Ribbon Army occupied vast territories, yet these lands were predominantly backward rural areas, starkly contrasting the advanced Western capital, which felt centuries ahead. If these regions could flourish, the Red Ribbon Army would surpass the Earth Federation and emerge as the true rulers of the planet. Violet's impassioned speech ignited fervor among the ranks, each individual eager to contribute their all to the organization. After the meeting adjourned, Wang Quan and Violet exchanged smiles, although Wang Quan had not spoken a word. His thoughts and intentions had been conveyed to Violet with precision. Having once belonged to a family of farmers, he found himself drawn more to cultivation than to warfare. "Wang, thank you that I never imagined I could transform the Red Ribbon Army, to cease its malevolence and instead pursue endeavors that would bring happiness to all." Violet gazed at Wang Quan, her eyes sparkling with stars. The past 2 days felt like a dream. No, even in dreams, one could scarcely envision escaping the Red Ribbon Army's dark legacy. And yet, she realized she could change, not just herself, but the entire Red Ribbon Army and all its members. This transformation was made possible by the very boy before her, whose formidable strength bolstered her resolve to enact change. Contemplating this, Violet secretly resolved to act. Sister, I would do anything for you, so there is no need for thanks. Besides, this is merely a small effort for me, far easier than battling the great demon Bick. The Red Ribbon Army has indeed gone too far. The impoverished in the North live in fear under its tyrannical rule. The Red Ribbon Army can change, and that is a fortuitous development for many. Wang Quan chuckled softly as he scratched the back of his head, only to find it completely bald. He absent-mindedly ran his hand over his entire smooth scalp, and to his surprise, the sensation was rather pleasant. For you, Wang Quan, it may be a trivial matter, but for me, the Red Ribbon Army is an inescapable nightmare, a veritable abyss of hell for those who have suffered under its tyranny. Wang Quan, do not underestimate your worth. It is you who has rescued them, liberated the Red Ribbon Army, and saved me. Upon finishing her words, Violet rose on her toes and gently kissed Wang Quan on the lips, her cheeks flushing as she turned away, saying, "Come now, so much has happened today. We should rest well." With that, Violet exited the conference room, and Wang Quan followed closely behind. It turned out that the office of the Black Marshal, along with the entire area, had been reduced to ruins by one of Wang Quan's Kamehameha waves. However, as this was the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, it was a simple matter to temporarily allocate a set of Marshal's quarters. Upon entering alongside Violet, Wang Quan recognized some of the soldiers on guard. They were familiar faces from the missions Violet had undertaken. The soldiers greeted Wang Quan and Violet with palpable excitement and enthusiasm. Their superior had ascended to the position of the new marshal, and naturally, their status within the Red Ribbon Army soared as well. As they walked, Violet graciously yet authoritatively acknowledged each soldier who saluted her. Until they reached the marshal's quarters, dinner was a lavish affair, and Violet watched in astonishment as Wang Quan consumed an astonishing amount of food, hundreds of kilograms, his belly only slightly protruding before the evidence of his feast vanished at an almost visible pace. "Sister, eat up, don't just stare. You know about the conservation of energy, right? With my immense strength, it's only natural for me to eat a bit more. If you learn my martial arts, you too could become a voracious eater," Wang Quan said calmly while sipping tea. Oh, Violet replied, momentarily taken aback, before resuming her own meal. After dinner, Wang Quan enjoyed a refreshing bath and lay on the soft bed, contemplating the events of the past few days. Not only did Violet feel as if she were dreaming, but Wang Quan shared the sentiment. In just 2 or 3 days, so much had transpired. Bulma had departed, and the Demon King Piccolo had been vanquished by him. He wondered if the second-generation Piccolo would still appear. The Red Ribbon Army had changed leaders early due to his actions, and he pondered whether Dr. Gero would continue his experiments with androids. This butterfly effect he had initiated was already influencing the world's fate. Thankfully, his own strength remained intact, and he hoped that the changes on Earth would not disrupt the cosmic order. If the Saiyans and Frieza made their appearance prematurely, Earth would be in peril. Deciding against dwelling on such dangerous thoughts, Wang Quan resolved to train diligently. As long as his strength was formidable enough, he would fear nothing. He clenched his fists, motivating himself. Suddenly, with a creak, the bedroom door slowly opened, and in walked Violet, draped in a purple bathrobe, her hair still slightly damp, resembling a water lily. "Sister, let me express my gratitude properly," she said. Chapter 21. Leaving the Red Ribbon. Returning to the Martial Arts Academy, these past few days have been the most carefree period since Wang Quan's arrival in this world. His formidable martial prowess allowed him to occupy a position akin to that of a supreme ruler within the Red Ribbon Army. Especially after discovering that the newly appointed Marshal Violet was living with him, which further elevated his status. Simultaneously, due to Wang Quan's influence, some ambitious individuals were compelled to suppress their ambitions and heed Violet's commands. Wang Quan also encountered Dr. Gero, a rather socially awkward old man. However, upon learning of Wang Quan's unique abilities, he transformed into a veritable whirlwind of curiosity, eager to dissect Wang Quan piece by piece. After extracting the scant knowledge Wang Quan possessed regarding martial arts, Dr. Gero, resembling a heartless rogue, unceremoniously cast Wang Quan aside and immersed himself in his laboratory. Wang Quan, having laid down strict regulations against human experimentation, ensuring that consent was obtained beforehand, felt reassured enough to let Dr. Gero return to his work. In the meantime, he focused on his training while enjoying a blissful 2-person world with Violet. 1 could not deny the intoxicating allure of being desired by an iron-willed queen who wielded the power of life and death over countless souls. This sense of possession and fulfillment left Wang Quan utterly enchanted. Moreover, Violet was not only a commanding figure, but also an exquisite beauty. During this time, Wang Quan imparted his martial arts teachings to Violet without reservation, and her abilities flourished at an astonishing pace, soon surpassing the combat power threshold of 200 with such strength. As long as Dr. Gero did not engage in any reckless experiments, she could easily dominate the entire Red Ribbon Army. Furthermore, since Violet's ascension, although the Army's overall strength had not yet improved, the internal atmosphere was gradually transforming for the better. Thus, those who had reluctantly accepted Violet's promotion to Marshal due to Wang Quan's martial prowess began to genuinely recognize her authority. In summary, Violet was now capable of operating independently without Wang Quan's protection, effectively commanding the Red Ribbon Army. That night, Violet was particularly fervent, repeatedly facing defeat but refusing to surrender, consistently launching counterattacks against Wang Quan until the formidable combatant, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed. High above in the skies en route to West City, Wang Quan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, occasionally paused mid-flight to rub his sore lower back. Women are like tigers. They can be terrifying. Thankfully, I haven't indulged in pleasure these past few days and have been diligently training, steadily increasing my combat power. Otherwise, I might have found myself utterly subdued by Sister Violet. With no hope of ever rising again, I in midair. Wang Quan released his energy, enveloping his waist, and after a while, the soreness subsided. Then, he unleashed a surge of energy, creating a long wave of force accompanied by a piercing shriek as he soared towards West City. Wang Quan, you've finally decided to return. Do you have any idea how much trouble that Tamamonome you brought back has caused me? Upon his arrival at the Martial Arts Academy, Satan appeared before him as if he had teleported. Ah, Wang Quan, did you change your hairstyle? And what's with your pallor? What have you been up to these past few days? Did you encounter any danger without informing anyone? Satan's complaints were interrupted as he noticed Wang Quan's haggard appearance. Resembling someone recovering from a grave illness Satan, my apologies, I'm fine. I ensured a lot has happened, but I've managed to resolve everything. No need to worry, Wang Quan replied with a slightly awkward smile as he stroked his fluffy head. You resolved everything, brother. Did you handle Bulma? When is she coming back? Satan nudged Wang Quan with his shoulder, raising an eyebrow inquisitively. Bulma? What Bulma? Wang Quan asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. That weren't you chasing after Bulma that day? Now you say you've resolved everything. Does that mean you've dealt with Bulma too? Satan furrowed his brow. Oh, you meant Bulma? Wang Quan suddenly understood. What did you think I was talking about? Satan looked at him incredulously. We broke up, Wang Quan said, his head drooping slightly, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Really broke up? Truly broke up? Satan gently placed his hand on Wang Quan's shoulder, initially intending to offer some comfort. However, upon recalling that this young man had parted ways with the youthful and enchanting Bulma, only to return with the alluring and seductive Tamamonome, he felt unqualified to console him as a mere single dog. Subsequently, he delivered a heavy punch on Wang Quan's shoulder and exited the room. Wang Quan, wincing and rubbing his shoulder, was bewildered by Satan's sudden shift in demeanor. Moments ago, everything had seemed fine. Yet now it had all changed in an instant. Upon returning to his own room, Wang Quan hastily took a shower and then nestled into the familiar warmth of his bedding, slipping into a deep slumber. In a bid to uphold his dignity as a man, he had exerted himself to the utmost the previous night, barely maintaining a slight edge, yet he was utterly exhausted. Now, back in his cozy sanctuary, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Wang Quan drifted into dreamland. The bedroom door was quietly pushed open. Clad in practice attire, Tamamonome entered, taking a seat at the head of the bed and gazing at the weary, asleep Wang Quan. Initially filled with resentment, she recalled their first encounter, where she had surrendered herself to this young man. Accepting her fate due to her unique abilities, she had abandoned everything to follow him. Yet, to her dismay, he had a beautiful girlfriend. Though she felt a pang of guilt for the young girl, she remained confident that her maturity and allure would ultimately lead her to victory. To her surprise, before she had even made her move, her rival had already withdrawn, but before she could savor the sweetness of triumph, Wang Quan had ventured out to find that young girl, disappearing for over a month. During that time, her hatred for him had intensified, his sweet words promising to teach her martial arts, control her inner energy, and manage her unique charm had seemed so appealing. Yet he had insisted that his affection was exclusively for her, lest he become jealous. How absurd! Were it not for the patient guidance of Brother Satan, she would have been unable to step outside her room. She vividly recalled the day when all the students had been enchanted by her allure. Thankfully, Brother Satan's formidable strength had allowed him to subdue everyone, sparing her from harm. Without his intervention, she would likely have been unable to escape from those budding martial artists. The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills down her spine, and all she could see was Wang Quan, her sole source of reliance. Her thoughts oscillated between longing and resentment for him. Aware of his return yet hesitant to confront him, she wanted him to seek her out and apologize. However, after waiting in vain for his appearance, Tamamonome ultimately found herself unable to suppress her urge and entered Wang Quan's room, only to discover he was already fast asleep. In an instant, fury surged within her. This scoundrel had tossed her aside after their encounter and vanished for over a month. Finally returning, He showed no urgency to provide her with an explanation, instead opting for a peaceful slumber. The urge to stomp on his face was almost overwhelming. Yet upon witnessing his haggard visage, her anger dissipated, replaced by a pang of sorrow. The events between them were merely a series of misunderstandings born of circumstance. He had done nothing wrong, yet was left to bear the consequences. The departure of his young girlfriend must have hit him hard. Surely, the past month had been arduous for him, alone in the world that a strong man like him, appearing so weary, could not possibly be due to physical ailments. It must be psychological. Her astonishment, she found herself feeling a twinge of jealousy at the depth of his feelings for that girl. Lost in her thoughts, Tamamo realized that what had begun as mere physical attraction had blossomed into something deeper, taking root and flourishing. Gently caressing Wang Quan's tired face, she silently vowed to use her tenderness and affection to help him emerge from the anguish of his heartbreak. As she pondered, an impulsive desire took hold of her. Stealing glances around to ensure no one was watching, she gradually lowered her head and pressed her soft, crimson lips against Wang Quan's in his dream-filled slumber. Wang Quan sensed a familiar fragrance nearby, but felt no threat, and thus remained blissfully unaware, continuing to enjoy his restful repose. Moments later, in a hazy state, he noticed that the figure beside him had no intention of leaving and was inching closer. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find a lovely face mere inches from his own. Still dazed, he momentarily failed to recognize her, staring vacantly into her eyes, just as Tamo's lips were about to meet his. His sudden awakening startled her, causing her to let out a shriek and sit upright, her gaze averting from him. Tamamo, how did you end up in my room? With her exclamation, Wang Quan was fully alert. Sitting up in bed, Tamamo stammered, at a loss for words. That you've arrived at the perfect moment. Tamamo, I have some matters I need to discuss with you, Wang Quan declared as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. Hesitating only briefly before shedding his pajamas and beginning to dress, Tamamo gasped again, quickly turning her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly. It's not as though you haven't seen it before. Why hide? After all, we are destined to live together, Wang Quan chuckled, donning his clothes. Come, let's have a proper conversation. With that, he exited the bedroom and made his way to the living room, opening the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of green tea. Turning back to Tamamo, he inquired, what would you like to drink? Coffee, beer, green tea, or perhaps cola? With a rosy complexion, resembling a bashful bride, Tamamo emerged from the bedroom and softly replied, just like you. All right then, 2 bottles of green tea, Wang Quan said, pulling another bottle from the shelf before closing the refrigerator door. Approaching her, he handed her a bottle of green tea and settled onto the sofa, opening his own to gulp down half of it in one go. Refreshing, Wang Quan exhaled, placing the bottle on the table as he noticed Tamamo standing there, bewildered. Why are you just standing there? Sit down. We need to talk. Tamamo awkwardly took a seat on the sofa. Unable to meet Wang Quan's gaze, she felt a distinct change in him. He appeared more assertive and captivating than before. How have you been adjusting to living here? You seem to have started training in martial arts and can control your energy now, right? Was it Brother Satan who taught you? You truly are a martial arts prodigy. That I'm sorry for leaving you hanging and disappearing for over a month. That I promise it won't happen again. I'll make sure to inform you of anything going on from now on, Wang Quan said, his hands clasped together, thumbs tapping as he gazed sincerely at Tamamo. Her hands tightened around the drink bottle. As the complexity of their relationship loomed over them, intimately connected yet strangers having only spent a day together. Had Wang Quan not left for a month, they might have harmonized beautifully. But now, after their separation, they were left with only estrangement and awkwardness. About Bulma, Tamamo hesitated, wanted to know what had transpired between Wang Quan and Bulma during his absence. Bulma has already left. That we should focus on our own relationship now. Wang Quan's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Bulma, and he turned his gaze back to Tamamo. What is our relationship? Tamamo's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, fixated on the bottle, as if it held an immense secret. Are you pretending to be oblivious? What is our relationship? You are my woman, and I am your man, Wang Quan proclaimed with authority. Tamamo's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze locking onto Wang Quan's, her expression flickering with a mix of embarrassment and joy. "What's wrong, Tamamo no Me? Whatever happened to the fierce determination you had when you held my neck and demanded responsibility? Are you having second thoughts?" A flicker of reminiscence danced across Wang Quan's eyes as he smiled and inquired, "No, I haven't." Yu Zhao Qian suddenly rose, her chest heaving violently. "There is no best, Yu Zhao Qian, and I assure you. Even if you waver, I will not acquiesce. I will bind you to my side with rope if necessary." Wang Quan also stood, gazing down at Yu Zhao Qian's somewhat astonished countenance, a brazen smile creeping upon his lips. Ew. Yu Zhao Qian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She realized that Wang Quan had indeed changed. She was uncertain whether this transformation was for better or worse. Yet at this moment, she found herself enamored by his evolution. "What do you mean what? From now on, I shall be your boyfriend, that if you don't mind, you may call me husband." He chuckled, laughing at his own jest. How absurd! Yu Zhao Qian rolled her eyes dramatically, yet soon turned to Wang Quan with a gentle smile. "Catapom, what are you two discussing that brings such joy? Honestly, all of you just laze about while I, Satan, toil endlessly. Wang Quan, the martial arts hall belongs to you and your senior sister. Could you not put in a little more effort?" "I am merely a student," Satan exclaimed as he entered, promptly launching into complaints. The martial arts hall, inherited from senior sister Lan Feng, had changed its name to the National Martial Arts Hall after Wang Quan's arrival. The shares were divided equally between the two, but within days, senior sister vanished without a trace. Wang Quan, though romantically involved with Bulma, continued to instruct students without faltering, yet his penchant for leaving home will left only himself to manage the vast martial arts hall. "I came to learn martial arts, to achieve my dream of becoming the world's #1 fighter, not to work as a laborer," Satan ranted inwardly. "Ha, Satan, the opportunity to learn my martial arts is a privilege for you. Just managing the hall is a tremendous boon," Wang Quan quipped, then rose to circle the table, wrapping an arm around Yu Zhao Qian's slender waist. "Satan, I appreciate your care for Yu Zhao Qian during this time. I shan't express my gratitude in words. Instead, I will impart to you some unique applications of qi that I have acquired." "Really? You've developed new skills? That is fantastic, brother. Keep it up." Satan beamed at the prospect of learning even more formidable techniques, then glanced at Yu Zhao Qian leaning against Wang Quan, giving her an encouraging fist pump before hastily departing to his own quarters. "Yu Zhao Qian, are you at ease now?" As Wang Quan's voice faded, Yu Zhao Qian, who had been struggling, gradually ceased her resistance, silently leaning against him. From that day forth, Wang Quan's martial arts training returned to its rightful course in his practice of the national martial arts. He had reached the pinnacle of Ming Jin, where every punch and kick could unleash his full strength, his entire being coiling into a singular force that erupted instantaneously. The next phase would be in Jin, which entails the sudden release of pores to expel sweat that could injure, at least according to earthly definitions that in the world of Dragon Ball, as long as one can control the chi within. One could unleash an energy wave for long-range attacks. However, this does not imply that his understanding of Jin was uniform. It merely reflects the differences in worlds and the intensity of power therein. Merely releasing the pores in Jin delves into the realm of spiritual cultivation, a level where Wang Quan still had much to traverse. Although he possessed unrivaled strength on Earth in terms of spiritual awareness, he remained the same unremarkable individual. To grasp in Jin, he must steadfastly pursue a singular direction, seeking that profound resonance which stirs the soul, thus granting him the chance to enter the realm of Jin. Chapter 22. The chaos triggered by the Great Serpent in Jin seemed a distant prospect, yet this did not hinder the elevation of Wang Quan's power. His combat prowess had surpassed the 1,000-point threshold, and while practicing the national martial arts, his strength continued to rise steadily, with no sign of slowing down. Furthermore, Wang Quan sensed that with the increase in his combat power, his training pace accelerated as well. Initially, his combat power would increase by a few points each day, but upon surpassing 1,000, he began to witness daily increments in the dozens that, of course, along with the rise in combat power, came an insatiable appetite. He now consumed enough food daily to match half of the total intake of all the students at the martial arts hall. It should be noted that after practicing martial arts, Everyone becomes a voracious eater. Satan, Yu Zhao Qian, and the 30 or so students collectively consumed only a fraction of what Wang Quan devoured alone. Consequently, due to this substantial increase in food consumption, the tuition fees at the martial arts hall rose significantly, primarily due to meal costs. Although the students' combat power visibly improved, some could not afford the exorbitant fees and departed from the hall. The ancient adage, the poor cultivate literature, while the rich cultivate martial arts, holds true. Fortunately, when Wang Quan departed from the Red Ribbon Army, Violet had slipped a limitless overdraft bank card into his pocket. Otherwise, the newly flourishing National Martial Arts Hall would have been devoured by his own appetite. What do you mean by living off others? This is not living off others at all. Violet is entirely Wang Quan's, and her money is as good as his. Wang Quan occasionally pondered, with his combat power only slightly over 1,000, how he could consume so much. What would happen when his strength reached billions? Would he not deplete Earth's resources? Setting aside whether such sustenance could even be available, would he then do nothing but eat endlessly? If that were the case, even becoming the strongest in the universe would lose its charm. Clearly, he had much to accomplish. Having noted this, Wang Quan resumed his training, as previously mentioned, and Jin remained a distant goal. And without any clear direction, he could only hold firm to his convictions and diligently practice. Amidst his martial arts training, Wang Quan also began to organize the transformation techniques he had brought back from the Southern Kindergarten. With Yu Zhao Qian as his transformation instructor, he practiced by day and night, swiftly mastering the techniques. Together, they devised many more intriguing applications of their transformation abilities, leading to Yu Zhao Qian radiating allure daily. Even without employing her special powers, exuding an immense charm, in contrast, while Wang Quan's combat power steadily progressed, his physical condition deteriorated. The dark circles under his eyes seemed permanent. Fortunately, Wang Quan recognized this in time and resolutely curtailed his desires, focusing intently on refining his combat skills, ensuring that the future cosmic war god would not meet an untimely end. Now, Wang Quan possessed substantial combat experience, although he predominantly relied on overwhelming strength to dominate. He had also engaged in a battle that was evenly matched. Indeed, it was during the life-and-death struggle with King Piccolo that he discovered various issues in the world of Dragon Ball. Combatants overly depended on raw power, with little emphasis on systematic techniques. During fights, everyone seemed to flail wildly. Fists and kicks flew in a seemingly chaotic manner. Yet the true determinant of victory lay in the disparity of power and the ability to unleash energy waves. From a combat power of merely 5 to participating in the strength tournament as a pinnacle warrior in the universe, each individual reflected on their strikes, contemplating their opponent's defenses and how to evade incoming attacks. It is essential to understand that the elite fighters in the tournament struck with speeds akin to light, often surpassing their own thought processes. This meant their potential was constrained by their cognitive limitations. Thus, when Goku unleashed the Ultra Instinct technique, it was akin to effortlessly dominating a novice, ultimately securing the championship. The Ultra Instinct, a martial arts realm accessible only to deities, enables every strike to be executed without conscious thought, as the body instinctively makes the most accurate judgments. However, such a state was beyond Wang Quan's current capacity at the Ming-Jin stage. Only upon breaking through to Jin and reaching the Hua-Jin stage would he achieve this level of mastery. Yet, even if he could not attain it now, it was imperative to take action. Wang Quan contemplated creating a set of techniques to ingrain them into his muscle memory, thereby allowing him to engage opponents without the need for conscious deliberation on each punch or kick. By deploying a complete sequence, his adversaries would undoubtedly become flustered, thus granting him the advantage in battle. With unwavering determination, Wang Quan began to contemplate his own combat techniques. After 2 days of intense reflection, he found himself at an impasse, for the only routines he was familiar with were mere performances on television. Setting aside the question of their applicability in actual combat, he had never even witnessed a complete routine. As desperation loomed, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to rise and burst into hearty laughter. Following his mirth, he lifted his right hand, extending his index finger, and with a soft pop, a flickering crimson flame manifested atop it. He then assumed a rather theatrical pose, shaking his finger before bringing it to his lips, gently extinguishing the flame. "The flames beckon you, Yagami Iori," he uttered a cryptic phrase. "Demon, what has Wang Quan been up to these past 2 days? I am genuinely concerned for him," observed Satan alongside Tenmonome, as they both kept a watchful eye on Wang Quan. Over the past 2 days, his peculiar antics had raised eyebrows. He frequently gestured animatedly and muttered to himself, reminiscent of a madman. "Fear not, this is merely a phase. That lad has exhibited such behavior before. He must be innovating a new martial art." Satan reassured the visibly anxious Temamo. Note made an is that truly the case. Yet he has barely slept and scarcely touched his food. How can I not worry? Tamamonome remained unconvinced. "Perhaps we should rouse him," Satan suggested, somewhat reluctantly. Just as the two were observing Wang Quan's eccentricities, he suddenly sprang to his feet, laughing uproariously before striking a rather provocative pose, channeling his energy into flames that danced atop his finger, concluding with yet another enigmatic utterance. "This is dire. Wang Quan may genuinely have lost his mind." Satan, astonished by Wang Quan's bizarre display, turned to Temuname, only to find her transfixed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Quan. Turning back, Satan's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide in disbelief. That moment, Wang Quan was engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike igniting brilliant red flames that traced mesmerizing arcs through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was not merely flailing about. His movements were fluid and cohesive, evolving from initial clumsiness into a harmonious sequence of techniques that beautifully merged strength and elegance. As Wang Quan became engulfed in flames, resembling a deity of fire, he leaned forward, raising his right hand high above his head, channeling the collective flames toward it. Moments later, the energy surged in his hand, threatening to unleash a cataclysmic force. This cannot be. If released, half of West City will be reduced to ashes, and the survivors would surely meet their doom. That I must not unleash this devastating technique within the city. With a primal roar, Wang Quan summoned all his strength, twisting his body and directing the fiery energy skyward. A massive fire dragon erupted from the martial arts training ground, soaring high into the sky. Followed by a thunderous explosion, in an instant, the entire sky ignited, prompting the inhabitants of West City to look up in astonishment. Yet, as they stood bewildered, they soon found themselves gasping for breath, despite their deep inhalations. They could draw in no air. Panicked, they grasped their throats, seeking to alleviate their suffering, but to no avail. "What are you standing around for? Help me save them!" Wang Quan's commanding voice snapped Satan and Tamonome back to reality. Realizing the air had grown alarmingly thin, with several weaker trainees collapsing on the training ground. "What should we do?" Tamamonome cried out. "Follow my lead." Wang Quan had no time for lengthy explanations, summoning a colossal sphere of energy in his hands. He pushed it forcefully skyward. A resounding explosion erupted as the immense firestorm in the sky began to dissipate. Satan and Tamamonome exchanged glances before unleashing their own energy blasts into the heavens. Simultaneously, several trainees adept at energy manipulation directed their attacks skyward, creating a symphony of blasts that filled the air. Amidst this chaos, a familiar energy signature caught Wang Quan's attention. "Bulma," he murmured under his breath. The cacophony of explosions continued, the flames in the sky extinguishing, leaving a vast vacuum. The surrounding air rushed to fill the void, creating a powerful whirlwind that spiraled menacingly. Though West City was spared from suffocation, the trajectory of the vortex suggested an impending calamity. "Wang Quan, what do we do?" Satan asked, his voice trembling as he gazed at the growing tornado. "What do we do? It's a mess. Stay back. It's too dangerous." Wang Quan retorted, his irritation palpable as he surged into the sky. As Wang Quan ascended, another figure soared upward from the city center. Hovering at the edge of the tornado, Wang Quan unleashed his full power, exceeding 1,200 in battle strength, allowing him to withstand the tornado's pull. Observing the expanding vortex, he pondered his next move. Yet the scant knowledge he had retained from his previous life offered no solutions to this disaster. His mind clouded by sheer muscle, he knew that brute strength alone could not suffice. Any miscalculation could lead to an even greater crisis. Just then, a familiar presence emerged in the sky nearby. Bulma! Thank goodness! You must have a plan, right? Wang Quan exclaimed, joy lighting up his face as he approached Bulma, who appeared slightly plumper. You caused this mess, Bulma replied curtly, her focus fixed on the intensifying tornado. Her brows furrowed in concern as she muttered under her breath. Each word was clear to Wang Quan, yet the context eluded him. I'm sorry, Bulma. I had no idea this would happen. I simply wanted to practice a combat routine. Wang Quan scratched his furry head, his gaze locked onto Bulma, eager to discern any changes in her demeanor, whether she bore any sadness or distress. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Bulma had matured significantly. A month prior, she had been a naive girl, unable to conceal her emotions. Now, however, she exuded a different aura, her playful braids replaced by sleek, flowing locks. Her radiant face bore no trace of makeup, and her seemingly aloof gaze concealed a profound gentleness, though it occasionally flickered with hints of melancholy and fatigue. Are you done staring? If you are, then get to work. Bulma's sudden outburst snapped Wang Quan from his reverie that I can never get enough of looking at you. But what should I do? Wang Quan instinctively replied, only to catch a flash of anger in Bulma's eyes. He then turned his attention to the tornado, which had begun to extend its tendrils downward. From here, unleash your energy blast with all your might. Wait for my signal before you begin, Bulma instructed, her gaze never leaving the swirling tempest. Understood, Bulma. I will follow your lead. Wang Quan replied promptly, eager to please her. Bulma paid him no mind, soaring to the opposite side of the tornado as her voice resonated in Wang Quan's ears. Prepare yourself. When I count to 3, release your energy blast in my direction. Do you understand? Listening to Bulma's voice echoing in his ears, Wang Quan wore a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth. This technique of transmitting sound over great distances was a method he had envisioned and that Bulma had diligently researched. During their passionate romance, their fondest moments were spent conversing in secret whispers while in the presence of Satan and Lan Fong. Bulma, how have you been during this time? Wang Quan sent his voice out into the ether. No time for chit-chat. I'm counting down now. 1, 2, 3, go. As Bulma's voice reached him, Wang Quan felt her energy rapidly expand. He began to condense his own energy into a ki blast, and as soon as Bulma's words were spoken, he hurled the ki cannon in the direction she indicated. Simultaneously, on the other side of the whirlwind, Bulma mirrored his actions in the opposite direction. Boom! Following a tremendous explosion, the tornado was torn asunder, and the crisis was finally averted. Bulma, wait! Realizing she was about to depart, Wang Quan unleashed all his energy and soared to her side. Is something the matter? Bulma did not look at him, her gaze fixed on the surviving citizens below in the city. I just want to know if you were doing well. Faced with Bulma's indifference, Wang Quan's fervent emotions were doused with cold water. I'm fine. No need for you to worry. Bulma still did not turn to him. As long as you're well, that's all that matters. I'm sorry. Wang Quan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Affection, guilt, and pity. All his words condensed into a simple apology. You have nothing to apologize for. We simply weren't meant to be. After uttering those words, Bulma instantly ascended into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the white clouds. Wang Quan gazed upward, and after a few breaths, he lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh. He then rubbed his cheeks, revealing a bittersweet smile, before his body fell like a shooting star toward the martial arts hall in the outskirts. In the distant sky, droplets of water clung to Bulma as she looked down below, seemingly able to pierce through the vast, billowing sea of clouds to see the person hovering in the air beneath. After a long while, Bulma gently caressed her abdomen with her right hand, a tender smile gracing her lips. In an instant, she exploded with energy, soaring out of the clouds. The sunlight illuminated her, scattering into a spectrum of colors through the droplets, especially at the corners of her eyes, where cascades of colorful pearls fell. The events of that day would forever haunt the citizens of West City. Within a mere 10 minutes, they had danced on the brink of death multiple times. First, a fire dragon ascended into the sky, an occurrence that few had noticed. Those who did merely assumed it was a promotional stunt for a new film, marveling at the extravagant display. wondering how much such a spectacle must cost. As the fire dragon ignited the entire sky, people still believed it to be mere special effects. However, the ensuing suffocation and lack of oxygen made them realize that it was no illusion. The sky was truly ablaze, and they were in grave danger. The subsequent chaos unfolded like a runaway horse. One wave of turmoil followed another. Yet, in the end, some faintly discerned two figures amidst the tornado. Once the dust had settled, the citizens, relieved to be alive, pondered who had brought this disaster to an end. It must be the Superboy and Supergirl. They saved West City, a voice echoed from somewhere. Indeed, it must be Supergirl and Superboy. Yes, I've seen Superboy. He can fly. The figure in the sky must be him. An increasing number of citizens affirmed that it was indeed Superboy and Supergirl who had saved the world. Superboy, Supergirl, the entire city reverberated with their names. Chapter 23. The Ancient Martial Arts of Grass, Shaving Well Done. Master Wong Quan. I knew you could handle it. Who was it just now who was scared and wanted to flee? Who? Who doubted Master Wong Quan's strength? We weren't talking about you. Why are you so anxious? In the martial arts hall, the students wore expressions of pride. All right, disperse now. Go practice on your own. You all saw? With diligent training, you too can possess such power. Satan turned away, urging the gathered students to spread out and practice independently. Satan, was there someone up there just now? Yu Zhao Qian looked up at the sky and suddenly spoke. Was there? I didn't notice. When Wong Quan comes down, you can ask him. Anyway, don't look at me. I'm talking about you that I've told you countless times that you just can't seem to learn. Come, let me teach you again. Satan deftly changed the subject, ultimately dragging away an exceptionally skilled student to guide him through his movements. Satan! Yu Zhao Qian's hand fell limply to her side as she watched Satan retreat hastily. Muttering softly, isn't that just Wong Quan's little girlfriend? I knew that even without you saying it. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she sensed Wong Quan's energy plummeting, but then relaxed, her face breaking into a sweet smile as she gazed warmly at Wong Quan, who was descending slowly before her. Yu Zhao Qian, it's all fine now. No need to worry. I've taken care of everything. Wong Quan felt a twinge of guilt, his eyes flickering that I knew you would handle everything perfectly. Yu Zhao Qian skipped forward, wrapping her arms around Wong Quan's, pressing closely against him. Wong Quan, what were you doing just now that you suddenly transformed all your energy into flames? It looked beautiful, though. Yu Zhao Qian initially wanted to mention the power, but realizing the city had nearly been destroyed, she refrained. Wong Quan assumed Yu Zhao Qian would surely ask about the other figure who had helped him in the sky, but to his surprise, she did not bring it up at all, instead focusing on his use of flames. But he promptly discarded the multitude of explanations he had prepared and looked at Yu Zhao Qian with exhilaration. Ha, you asked me that. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have told you. Yu Zhao Qian, your husband is a genius. Ha. Wong Quan beamed with self-admiration. But what is it that has you so thrilled? You haven't told me yet. Yu Zhao Qian playfully shook Wong Quan's arm, asking in a somewhat coy manner. Faced with the charming fox spirit's playful demeanor, Wong Quan found it hard to maintain composure, especially now, as he longed for someone to share in his joy of success. Come, Yu Zhao Qian, let's practice a bit, and you'll see why I'm so happy. Wong Quan led Yu Zhao Qian to the training arena. Wong Quan, you can't hurt me, okay? Yu Zhao Qian shook her fox ears, looking adorably pitiful. Don't worry. How could I bear to hurt you? I just want to show you my results. I won't hurt you. Wong Quan gently ruffled her hair before stepping back to create some distance. Upon seeing Wong Quan and Yu Zhao Qian take to the training ground, the students ceased their practice and gathered at the edges of the arena, watching the two with eager anticipation. Say, Master. Is Master Wong Quan and Yu Zhao Qian going to spar? A student asked excitedly from behind Satan. Sure, just watch closely. Wong Quan doesn't show his skills often, Satan replied, arms crossed, his expression composed. Hey, who do you think will win between Master Wong Quan and Yu Zhao Qian? Another student nudged his companion, his face alight with excitement. That goes without saying. It has to be Master Wong Quan. A student replied confidently without turning around. Not necessarily. Just look at Yu Zhao Qian. If it were you, would you have the heart to hit her? There was a student with a pair of small, twinkling eyes, who was constantly captivated by Yu Zhao Qian's presence. You are absolutely right. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to let go either. Just as the student was about to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed that the space around them had grown noticeably vacant. The surrounding students were distancing themselves from the two of them, with several female students casting disdainful glances in their direction, while the male students bore expressions of sympathy, as if to say, "You've really messed up," but in an instant, the two felt completely isolated, gazing at one another with a sense of despair. Although nearly all the male students regarded Yu Zhao Qian as their dream partner, upon realizing she was already taken and belonged to the formidable Wang Quan, they could only suppress their feelings. The two exchanged greetings, leading to a social demise. Fortunately, Wang Quan and Yu Zhao Qian soon engaged in combat, allowing everyone to momentarily forget about the two awkward males and focus on the unfolding battle. Yu Zhao Qian displayed a somewhat alluring smile, her body swaying casually, instantly exuding an astonishing charm that left the onlookers dazed and entranced. The primary target of her allure, Wang Quan felt the power of her enchantment more intensely, his confident smile quickly morphing into one of salaciousness. "Wang Quan, are you mesmerized?" Yu Zhao Qian noted his complete enchantment, her lips curling into a satisfied smirk. She swayed her fiery red tail behind her and approached him with an elegant feline stride, delicately extending her slender fingers, adorned with red lipstick, to touch the center of his brow. Just as her finger was about to make contact, Wang Quan's dazed expression suddenly cleared, his smile returning to one of confidence. Tinged with a hint of cunning, he slightly tilted his head, evading Yu Zhao Qian's finger while summoning a ki blast the size of a ping-pong ball, which he aimed at her voluptuous chest. The ki blast merged with her body, filling her with warmth that swiftly turned to numbness, leaving her rooted to the spot, unable to move. "Wang Quan, what have you done to me?" Yu Zhao Qian maintained her S-shaped stance, one finger extended as she inquired. The sudden turn of events jolted the surrounding students from Yu Zhao Qian's enchanting influence, redirecting their gazes toward Wang Quan. "Yu Zhao Qian, first and foremost, you must learn to fully control your alluring power. That is commendable. By doing so, you can avoid many troubles in life, and your idea of utilizing it in combat is splendid. However, you place too much faith in your allure. Just moments ago, you approached me without any caution. How could you be so certain that I would be completely entranced by you and that you would not be in danger? Remember, the moment you feel victory is assured, you must exercise greater caution. Why did you walk up to me? You could have kept your distance and resolved me with a ki blast from afar. You walked directly into my range. Had this been a real life and death battle, you would already be dead." As he spoke, Wang Quan playfully tapped Yu Zhao Qian's forehead with his index finger, causing her head to bob slightly. With Wang Quan's admonishment, Yu Zhao Qian's ears drooped listlessly. "All right, do not be disheartened. You did wonderfully. Being able to integrate your alluring power into combat is quite impressive. Just remember, do not place absolute trust in your allure. Prioritize your safety. Let us continue our spar. My true skills have yet to be showcased." Noticing Yu Zhao Qian's despondent demeanor, Wang Quan softened his tone, gently stroking her head. After Wang Quan finished speaking, Yu Zhao Qian felt her body regain its mobility. Shaking her ears, she raised her flushed face, determination shining in her eyes as she declared, "Wang Quan, I will remember every word you said. Just watch my performance from here on." "Excellent." Wang Quan clenched his fist in a gesture of encouragement. He then regulated his combat power to match Yu Zhao Qian's level before pushing off the ground with his right leg, twisting his waist, and pivoting to throw the punch at her. As he swung his fist, a burst of crimson flames erupted from it, amplifying his combat power significantly. Yu Zhao Qian gasped, executing several backflips to create a distance of several meters. Upon regaining her footing, she nervously ran her fingers through her fiery red hair, relieved that it hadn't caught fire. She then glared at Wang Quan with indignation. "Yu Zhao Qian, focus. We are currently engaged in a spar. Yet you are preoccupied with your hair," Wang Quan accused playfully. In truth, Yu Zhao Qian had dodged just in time, and Wang Quan had mentally prepared for the possibility of her hair being singed by the flames. Wang Quan had initially controlled his combat power to match Yu Zhao Qian's, allowing them to engage in an evenly matched duel. However, he anticipated that channeling the moves of Kyo Kusanagi from King of Fighters would enhance his combat prowess. Catching Yu Zhao Qian off guard at IT was no wonder that in King of Fighters, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami could overpower Ryo Sakazaki and Terry Bogard despite having similar strength. Wang Quan had chosen to emulate Kyo Kusanagi's moves simply to practice, as he had frequently used them in previous gaming sessions, never expecting such an unexpected advantage. Humph! Wang Quan, Yu Zhao Qian huffed, her hands outstretched, each palm conjuring a swirling fireball. Daha! With a delicate shout, she thrust her hands forward, sending the two fireballs hurtling toward Wang Quan. Bring it on! Wang Quan leaped to the side, narrowly evading the fireballs, then spun mid-air to execute a powerful kick aimed at Yu Zhao Qian on the ground. Yu Zhao Qian performed a small jump backward, evading Wang Quan's descending kick. Boom! Cracks appeared in the hard, rocky ground beneath them. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Quan was still grounded, Yu Zhao Qian lifted her stunningly long leg high, her toes surpassing her head, and then brought it down like a samurai sword. Wang Quan rolled away with his right hand pushing against the ground, narrowly avoiding her lethal kick. Boom! Her elegantly high-heeled shoes, enveloped in red flames, shattered the rocky surface completely. Wang Quan had already rolled behind Yu Zhao Qian, rising to his feet with his body slightly angled, channeling power from the ground through his feet and waist to his shoulder. He gently thrust forward, pressing his shoulder against her back. Yu Zhao Qian's body became uncontrollable, sending her soaring into the air. Wang Quan quickly followed, his legs moving like scissors, alternating kicks upward. Each strike was light, yet it kept Yu Zhao Qian suspended in midair, unable to descend. Next came Wang Quan's showcase of skill. A seamless series of combos left Yu Zhao Qian with little chance to retaliate. Even her occasional attempts to counter were swiftly subdued by Wang Quan. When Wang Quan ultimately stood sideways, raising his right hand to unleash a ball of flame upon Yu Zhao Qian, her eyes had lost their luster, and she stood motionless, fully accepting her defeat, as the flames extinguished. Revealing Yu Zhao Qian with slightly curled hair, Wang Quan stepped forward to inspect the injury-free beauty before him. Secretly pleased with his enhanced control, he had completely dominated Yu Zhao Qian without inflicting a single bruise. Well done! Wang Quan is truly formidable. Impressive. Yu Zhao Qian was thoroughly suppressed. Indeed, have you noticed? Master Wang Quan's speed and power are not excessive. He is deliberately restraining his combat ability. That is obvious. If Master Wang Quan didn't restrain himself, what would be the point of sparring? As the battle concluded, the students marveled at Wang Quan's prowess. Only Satan observed the scene in silence, and if one were to scrutinize closely, they would notice his gaze was not fixated on Wang Quan and Yu Zhao Qian, but seemed to drift beyond the confines of the arena. Wang Quan, why? Why is your reaction speed always faster than mine? How can you defeat me with less combat power? Yu Zhao Qian adjusted her slightly wrinkled attire and cast a glance towards Wang Quan. Upon hearing Yu Zhao Qian's words, the students perked up their ears, attentively listening, while Satan also set aside his thoughts and focused intently on Wang Quan. You all have noticed, haven't you? Indeed, during the battle, my reaction speed surpassed yours. Do you know why? Each of your attacks and defenses must be processed through your brain before you can issue commands to your body for the corresponding actions that I, however, am different. Have you noticed that many of the techniques I employed in our recent skirmish were quite similar? That's right. I have designed a set of technique for myself to address various situations that may arise during combat. If an unexpected scenario occurs, I merely need to make slight adjustments to certain techniques, and I can continue to utilize them. This way, in the midst of battle, I need not rely on improvisation. Regardless of the opponent's fighting style, I have a series of combos ready to deploy. Wang Quan shamelessly claimed this set of combat techniques as his own, yet in this world, they were indeed his original creations, without question. So that's how it is that I think I understand a bit now. After listening to Wang Quan's explanation, Satan stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, Master Satan, what have you understood? Please share it with us. The students clamored eagerly. Wang Quan had spoken directly to all the students. But once he finished, he turned and took Yu Zhao Qian's small hand, departing. The students could only gather around Satan, chattering animatedly. Wang Quan merely proposed a concept. The honing of specific techniques still required personal effort. It was impossible for Wang Quan to teach each individual step by step, and as for martial arts techniques, there's only what suits oneself. There's no absolute best, and Wang Quan could not assist them further. They would have to explore on their own. Provided they engage in enough battles, they would surely uncover their habitual techniques. Through arrangement and combination, they would be able to handle various combat scenarios, thereby crafting their own unique fighting skills. Take Wang Quan, for instance. Although he practiced the ancient martial arts of the Kusakari style, the various force application techniques and flame manipulation were all his own research, with the only similarity being their outward appearance. In a sparring match, while Wang Quan deliberately suppressed his combat prowess, ultimately exerting merely a fraction of his full strength, he had already gained a profound understanding of the power that the Kusakari style manifested in combat. Until one reaches the level of no techniques surpassing techniques, it is necessary to practice forms. Otherwise, one could only resemble Sun Wukong and his companions, who flail about wildly, striking with abandon, only to resort to crude techniques when the fight becomes exhilarating. Wang Quan, Yu Zhao Qian's voice interrupted his contemplation. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Wang Quan turned to look at Yu Zhao Qian. Although she had not been injured, being suppressed throughout the encounter must have been disheartening for her. Can't you give me a little face? Yu Zhao Qian was about to say something else, but upon Wang Quan's prompting, she scrunched her nose and looked at him with a hint of grievance. My apologies. It was my fault for focusing solely on familiarizing myself with the techniques. How about this? I will tailor a set of combat techniques specifically for you. If you practice them until they become second nature, you will gain the upper hand in future battles. Wang Quan gazed at the alluring Yu Zhao Qian, her fiery red tail swaying behind her, and noted her penchant for transforming her energy into flame during combat. It was all too coincidental, since he had already cosplayed as Kusakari Kyo's fighting style. Allowing Yu Zhao Qian to cosplay as my Shiranui seemed inconsequential. Moreover, Yu Zhao Qian wouldn't need to wear the revealing ninja outfit, as she already possessed a tail, thus eliminating the need for alterations to her attire. She could perfectly control her flames without scorching her clothing, allowing her to remain adequately clothed. Of course, when it was just the two of them, Wang Quan still preferred Yu Zhao Qian to wear the outfit that perfectly replicated my Shiranui. Chapter 24. The start of the world's premier martial arts tournament, really? Wang Quan, you're going to design a set of combat moves for me. Yu Zhao Qian's earlier frustration evaporated the moment she heard Wang Quan's words. Of course it's true. You are my beloved wife. Who else would I help if not you? So, how about it? Are you touched? Yu Zhao Qian, how will you reward me? Wang Quan playfully ruffled her fluffy ears and smiled. Hubby, you can have me however you want. Yu Zhao Qian suddenly cast a sultry glance, extending her little tongue to lightly lick the edge of her red lips, her body melting against Wang Quan as if devoid of bones. Dear wife, please don't do that. I can't handle it. Serving my wife is a matter of course. How could I extort a reward? Am I that kind of person? Wang Quan stammered, feeling a mix of fluster and admiration. Although the two were already intimately familiar with each other, Wang Quan found himself utterly defenseless against Yu Zhao Qian's charm whenever she turned serious. Having just recovered from his recent fatigue, he dared not provoke her further and resolved to focus on his training, conserving his energy for a while. Hubby, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me check. Noticing Wang Quan's evasive demeanor, Yu Zhao Qian intensified her teasing, adopting a concerned expression as her delicate hands began to explore within Wang Quan's embrace. No, dear wife, is it not enough that I have acknowledged my faults? Wang Quan flustered, managing to grasp her small hands to regain control, conceding. Humph, let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future. Yu Zhao Qian pouted, her demeanor shifting to one of playful defiance. I wouldn't dare. I promise never to do it again. Wang Quan endured the humiliation, vowing silently to himself that he must train diligently, increasing his combat strength. How could he face those cosmic overlords if he couldn't even handle a little fox? Your performance will determine that. Yu Zhao Qian laughed lightly after saying this. She realized that Wang Quan's assertiveness could be quite endearing at times. He always wanted to maintain the upper hand, yet as a fox spirit, she wielded an innate advantage that made him wary of her. Come, let us find a secluded spot. I will design a set of combat techniques for you. With that, Wang Quan led the delightfully eager Yu Zhao Qian off to practice. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the 21st World's premier martial arts tournament to commence. Despite Wang Quan's persistent encouragement, Satan ultimately refused to participate, leaving Wang Quan no choice but to take Yu Zhao Qian along with the two strongest students, Peter and Bruce, as they departed the western capital for the southern island hosting the tournament. The four of them employed the sky dance technique, soaring through the air without the need for transportation. Wang Quan had even specially designed martial arts uniforms adorned with the insignia of the National Martial Arts Academy for Peter and Bruce. Their outfits bore resemblance to those worn by Sun Wukong and his companions, albeit with different colors and without the rather unsightly turtle emblem. The back of the uniforms featured a fully armored five-clawed golden dragon, while the left chest displayed the characters for national martial arts. Wang Quan and Yu Zhao Qian also donned uniquely styled combat attire. Wang Quan wore a white jacket featuring a coiled dragon on the back, layered over a black t-shirt emblazoned with a large white cross, complemented by frayed blue jeans and brown leather shoes. His overall appearance closely mirrored that of Kusakari Kyo from the King of Fighters 2002. As for Yu Zhao Qian, having mastered all of Mai Shiranui's skills, she possessed a dedicated battle robe. However, that particular outfit would only be worn during sparring with Wang Quan. She would never don it in public, and Wang Quan would not permit it either. Currently, she was clad in a loose pink kimono embroidered with cherry blossoms, wrapping herself snugly. This attire closely resembled Mai Shiranui's New Year special outfit from the King of Fighters Destiny, both elegant and practical for combat. Using the sky dance technique to its fullest, the quartet flew over the vast ocean and descended upon a bustling island. Wang, is this the island where the world's premier martial arts tournament is held? It is so vibrant and filled with people. Yu Zhao Qian clasped Wang Quan's arm. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the bustling crowd surrounding them. Peter and Bruce, too, cast inquisitive glances at the throngs of people. With the martial arts tournament imminent, combat enthusiasts from around the globe had congregated on this modest island, but a glance revealed a sea of humanity. Men, women, the young and the old, humans and beastmen alike, all present in abundance. Moreover, under the scrutiny of their auras, over 10,000 formidable fighters boasted battle powers exceeding 20. Indeed, it was a grand spectacle. Typically, in a large city, one would be hard-pressed to find a martial artist with a power level surpassing 20. Yet here they were, clustered together. Each individual present possessed the capability to easily defeat Captain America. Of course, without the protagonist's aura that Captain America typically enjoyed. The World Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 3 years, was the pinnacle of the martial arts community. Although its influence had waned over the years and paled in comparison to boxing and wrestling, to true masters, the significance of the World Martial Arts Tournament remained unparalleled. Come, let us register, Wang Quan declared, leading Yu Zhao Qian and the two students toward the registration area at that moment. While the island was populated with numerous experts, the actual number of registrants was relatively modest, totaling just over 150, excluding a few weaklings lacking self-awareness. Most competitors boasted battle powers exceeding 50 points. Among the registrants were not only humans, but also a fair number of half-beast fighters, whose exceptional physical attributes ensured their combat prowess was generally impressive. Once Wang Quan and his companions completed their registration and arrived in the competitors' area, they immediately sensed several powerful auras nearby. Wang Quan smiled slightly and turned to Yu Zhao Qian and the two students, saying, "Come, I shall introduce you to a few masters. They are also my friends." "Your friends, Wang Quan? I had no idea you had other acquaintances," Yu Zhao Qian remarked gently, keeping pace with Wang Quan. As for Peter and Bruce, they seemed oblivious to what Satan had mentioned to them. Since their arrival on the island, they wore expressions of unease, as if perpetually prepared to flee, their vigilant eyes scanning every individual around them. Closely following Wang Quan, in a corner, a bare-chested figure, wrapped in burlap, was meditating. Upon sensing two powerful auras approaching, he abruptly opened his eyes and turned to face their origin. Upon recognizing them, a genuine smile spread across his previously expressionless face. The man stood up, beaming as he looked at the approaching youths. "And Amu, Wang Quan. Ah, you truly came to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Your strength has progressed remarkably." Sensing that Namu's battle power had surpassed 200, Wang Quan playfully delivered a light punch to his bare chest. "It is thanks to you, Wang Quan, that I have learned to harness Qi and the art of aerial movement, enabling my rapid advancement in strength," Namu replied with a hint of bashfulness. Namu, we have also benefited greatly from learning your unique ancient fist techniques. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Zhao Qian, my girlfriend. The slightly smaller one is Peter, and the more robust one is Bruce. They are both students at my martial arts academy, and I brought them along to broaden their horizons. Wang Quan grasped Namu's hand while introducing Yu Zhao Qian and the others. "Hello, you must be Wang Quan's friend. I am Yu Zhao Qian, his girlfriend," she said gracefully, curtsying slightly. "Greetings, I am Peter, and this is Bruce," the two said, their eyes warily fixed on Namu. Hello. Namu, having never encountered a beauty like Yu Zhao Qian, found himself blushing profusely. Yet he turned to Wang Quan, his expression puzzled. Wang Quan's girlfriend was not the quirky Bulma he had known, so why was it now this Yu Zhao Qian? However, as a friend, Namu refrained from voicing his curiosity. Upon learning that Peter and Bruce were students of Wang Quan's martial arts academy, Namu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It dawned on him that the two dangerous auras he had detected earlier emanated from these two individuals, each matching his own strength. Yet with Wang Quan and Yu Zhao Qian, Namu was astonished to realize he could not sense their auras. No, it was not that he could not detect them. Rather, they felt as if they were ordinary people, their presence weak and lacking the aura of formidable martial artists, which gave rise to a flicker of doubt within Namu that moment. Wang Quan detected several familiar auras entering the competitor's area, and a smile immediately graced his face. Namu, Yu Zhao Qian, a few more friends have arrived. Come, let us welcome them," Wang Quan exclaimed, taking Yu Zhao Qian's hand as they made their way toward the entrance of the competitor's area. Peter and Bruce followed closely behind, while Namu, intrigued, wondered who Wang Quan's friends might be. They weaved through a throng of robust individuals, eventually spotting a group of 5, all clad in black suits, white shirts, and dark sunglasses. Master Wu Tian, you look quite dapper today," Wang Quan approached, addressing the Turtle Sage, though his gaze briefly flicked past Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the Turtle Sage. Clad in their little suits, Krillin and Sun Wukong appeared quite adorable, while the Turtle Sage exuded vitality, yet they paled in comparison to the alluring Lan Fong sisters standing nearby. The tailored black suits worn by the Lan Fong sisters not only exuded charm, but were utterly captivating. Not only Wang Quan, but every male present found themselves drawn to the sisters' enchanting presence. The sisters resembled the secretary duo, Mai and Wei, from the King of Fighters series. Beneath their beauty lay a concealed danger, while Lan Chi's wild ferocity echoed the cruel elegance and mocking brutality of a predator. Wang Quan, you're not looking too shabby yourself. The change in hairstyle has done wonders. Oh, where's that little Bulma? I was hoping to see if she has developed any further. Lan Chi playfully delivered a chop to the Turtle Sage's head, causing him to wince as his eyes bulged and his sunglasses slipped off. Removing his hat, a red mark began to swell upon his head. The Turtle Sage grimaced, rubbing the tender spot. You remain as lively as ever, Turtle Sage. Bulma, didn't he come? This is Yu Zhao Qian, my girlfriend. Namu, as I mentioned before, this is the martial artist from the desert. These two are Peter and Bruce, students from my academy. Wang Quan chuckled awkwardly before introducing his companions to the Turtle Sage's group. He then gestured toward the Turtle Sage, saying, Namu, Yu Zhao Qian, this esteemed individual is the god of martial arts, the unparalleled master of martial arts, the Turtle Sage. These two young gentlemen are his disciples. Sun Wukong and Krillin. Do not let their youth fool you. Their strength is formidable, as you shall see in the forthcoming competition as for these lovely ladies. This is Sister Lan Fong, our academy's esteemed proprietor. And this is Miss Lan Chi, her sister, as Wang Quan introduced everyone. The turtle sage felt a twinge of embarrassment as he regarded the young faces before him. His image as a grandmaster had been entirely overshadowed. Yet, glancing at his two disciples, and then at Wang Quan and his companions, he felt unburdened by the weight of expectations in that moment when Sun Wukong surpassed him. The turtle sage had come to realize that his era had drawn to a close. Paving the way for the youth, his hollow titles of the world's #1 and god of martial arts could be discarded. He no longer needed to uphold the faade of a venerable elder. With this newfound perspective, the turtle sage ceased to feel awkward and instead began to appreciate Yu Zhao Qian's beauty. Wang Quan had an eye for exceptional individuals, whether it was Bulma or Yu Zhao Qian. Both were rare beauties indeed. The turtle sage, concealed behind his sunglasses, admired them while internally marveling at their allure. After the introductions, Sun Wukong rushed forward first. Wang Quan, I have become incredibly strong. I can hardly wait for the competition to begin. I am eager to challenge you. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with unadulterated, fervent combat spirit. Haha, Sun Wukong, there are many formidable masters here. If you wish to duel with me, you must prepare yourself, with a smile. Wang Quan extended his hand to gently stroke the crab-like head of the little Wukong. Upon hearing Wang Quan's words, little Wukong lifted his gaze towards the surrounding crowd, his eyes radiating a fierce determination. As his fighting spirit surged, the energy within him began to boil. In an instant, the previously buzzing contestants area fell into a profound silence. Nearly all the martial artists sensed the ominous presence of a terrifying beast, one that could effortlessly rend them apart and swallow them whole. The reason it was said to be nearly was due to a few ordinary individuals who had only practiced rudimentary martial arts. They were utterly oblivious to this overwhelming pressure, thus remaining blissfully ignorant of their peril. Cough, 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 little Wukong, how many times must I remind you to control your aura? The turtle sage coughed and gently tapped little Wukong on the head. Ah, Grandpa, I forgot. He. Little Wukong instantly retracted his imposing aura, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Wang Quan raised his eyebrows slightly, impressed. Goodness, his battle power surpasses 1,200, considering little Wukong's unique Saiyan nature. It is quite possible his battle power could exceed 2,000 during combat. This butterfly I've nurtured has undergone such remarkable transformation. At this rate, by the time his brother Raditz arrives on Earth, little Wukong may very well be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, this is of little concern to me. As long as my own power continues to grow, I shall not fear these extraterrestrial beings. The sudden eruption of little Wukong's power instilled a palpable sense of pressure among all present. The trio of Namu, Peter, and Bruce felt particularly disheartened, their spirits somewhat deflated. Indeed, it was daunting for them to witness a youth barely over a meter tall wield such formidable martial prowess, which left them doubting their own martial aspirations that, in the past, Namu would have remained steadfast, unwavering in his martial heart, for he believed martial arts was the sole means to alter his family's fate. Yet now, with the advent of the sky dance technique and the universal capsule, water scarcity in the village was no longer an issue. Martial arts had become merely a hobby. Faced with an unreasonable martial monster like little Wukong, self-doubt crept in naturally. Not overthink it. Little Wukong is unlike anyone else. Not only on Earth but throughout the entire universe, there are hardly more than a handful of martial geniuses like him. Comparing yourselves to him is futile. The essence of martial practice lies in conquering oneself. Noticing Peter and Bruce succumbing to this mental paralysis, Wang Quan immediately channeled his energy to his throat, his voice resonating deeply, akin to a bass that could synchronize with the heartbeat. In a moo, Peter and Bruce shuddered, their hearts suddenly lightened as the prior oppression dissipated. Thank you, Master Wang Quan. To Wang Quan, I appreciate it. Otherwise, I might have given up on martial arts. Namu clasped his hands together, clarity returning to his eyes. Do not blame yourselves. Little Wukong is simply astonishing. Wang Quan chuckled. Krillin swiveled his little head, observing the expressions of those around him, inwardly reveling in their plight. Humph, you've all been struck by little Wukong's prowess. Haven to you. What you're experiencing now, I, Krillin, endure daily. Little Wukong is a monster. No matter how hard I train, I can only watch him grow stronger, until eventually I can no longer even catch a glimpse of his back, that as someone who shares a bed with him every night. The pressure I bear is beyond your imagination. Krillin, you're not doing too shabby yourself. You're almost surpassing Master Wutian. Wang Quan remarked, noticing Krillin's silence as he scrutinized each person with wide eyes before glancing down at a small bald-headed boy from Myanmar. Wow, impressive. Over 800 in battle power. You're quite formidable. Krillin not at all. I still fall short compared to little Yukong. Krillin replied with a modest smile. Wang Quan, you Haven T explained why Bulma isn't with you. Have you changed girlfriends? Did you upset Bulma? Lan Fong questioned Wang Quan with a disapproving glare, her eyes directed menacingly at Yu Zhao Qian. It's been a while, Sister Lan Fong. You look even more beautiful. You might not know, but Satan has been managing the martial arts school superbly. Many students have become true martial artists. After this World Martial Arts Tournament, the school will surely flourish even more. Wang Quan continued, eager to elaborate. However, Lan Fong impatiently interrupted him. Who asked you to say all this? Wang Quan, just tell me honestly, have you been bullying Bulma? And what's the deal with this half-beast? Ignoring Lan Shi's attempts to restrain her, Lan Fong fixed her intense gaze on Wang Quan. Sister Lan Fong, please don't press him further. He has already said he'll explain after the competition. Wang Quan stepped forward, his tone pleading. Sister, please don't make it difficult for him. Wang Quan has already stated he will discuss it after the match, Lan Shi gently advised, holding on to her sister. At that moment, a booming voice resonated throughout the venue. The registration for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament has now closed. All contestants are requested to collect their competition numbers and proceed to their respective arenas to commence the matches. I repeat, the 21st. Little Wang Quan, just wait until I deal with you. Chapter 25. The birth of the top 8 with a resounding clang of the gong, the atmosphere of the grand venue was electrified. The highly anticipated World Martial Arts Championship had finally commenced. Over 150 contestants had signed up, and through a drawing of lots, they were divided into 8 teams, each vying for supremacy on their respective stages. The quest to identify the final 8 contenders was underway, drawing an eager crowd that surrounded each arena with fervent excitement. Except for a few charlatans, each participant featured formidable skills, performing astonishing feats that pushed the limits of human capability, which elicited waves of applause from the audience. The matches unfolded with intense fervor. Victories were often determined in the blink of an eye, with few drawn-out encounters lasting hundreds of rounds. The combatants engaged in cautious probing before unleashing thunderous strikes that swiftly decided the outcomes. As the competition progressed, several exceptional masters, whose prowess far surpassed that of their peers, emerged. Among them were a formidable dinosaur man, a scruffy giant, and a martial artist reminiscent of a middle-aged demon. The dinosaur man and the martial artist boasted combat powers nearing 70 or 80, surpassing their competitors by more than 20 points, effortlessly advancing until they encountered Peter and Bruce, who dispatched them from the stage with ease. The scruffy giant, despite possessing a rather pathetic combat power of merely a dozen points, wielded an overpowering stench that incapacitated all his opponents, leaving them overwhelmed by his foul odor. Perhaps it was fate that led him to face Krillin in the end this encounter. Young Krillin did not struggle as he did in the original Dragon Ball. Upon entering the arena, he delivered a single slap that conjured a gale, sending the scruffy giant tumbling off the stage. At this juncture, the champions of the other 9 arenas had already been determined. Wang Quan claimed the title on Arena 1. Sun Wukong on Arena 2, Krillin on Arena 3, Tamamoname on Arena 4, Peter on Arena 5, and Bruce on Arena 9. The remaining contenders on Arena 7 and 8 were also gearing up for their final battles. On Arena 7, the stoic Namu faced the relentless onslaught of Lan Fong, resorting to his unique ancient fist techniques for counterattacks. Despite the bizarre and unpredictable nature of his martial arts, he was steadily pushed back by Lan Fong. Just as he was about to be forced off the stage, Namu decisively employed the technique of sky dance, soaring into the air to avoid disqualification. However, when Lan Fong followed suit and ascended, Namu's defeat became inevitable. This battle was clearly on a different level from the preceding matches. The surrounding spectators gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide. unable to believe that two individuals were engaged in combat on the stage, save for the cacophony of their physical clashes and the occasional cracks appearing on the arena surface. Ultimately, as the duel escalated into the sky, the audience could see nothing but the rumbling sounds akin to distant thunder and the occasional flashes of white light. Only those contestants with combat powers exceeding 50 could vaguely discern the remnants of Namu and Lan Fong as confrontation. Their ability to glimpse a fraction of the battle's intensity allowed them to comprehend the vast gulf between themselves and the two combatants above, unlike the spectators who saw nothing at all. After more than 10 minutes of aerial exchanges, both fighters instinctively halted their movements. Lan Fong, clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, gracefully descended onto the arena, while Namu landed below, enamored. Will you not persist a little longer? Perhaps victory is still within your grasp, Lan Fong remarked, hands on her hips, her body slightly inclined as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The loose-fitting Turtle School garb accentuated her alluring figure. Hee, esteemed contestant Lan Fong, I am acutely aware that my strength pales in comparison to yours, Namu replied, standing serenely below the stage. Palms pressed together. Having secured her title, Lan Fong stepped down to observe the final arena, where her sister, Lan Chi, was engaged in a fierce exchange with an elder on Arena 8. Lan Chi, also donned in the Turtle School uniform, exhibited a fighting style starkly contrasting her beautiful exterior, brutal, aggressive, and unapologetically violent. While other contestants occasionally caused damage to the arena, Lan Chi was relentless. Each of her attacks was executed with full force. When her opponent, Cheng Long, evaded her strikes, the impact would reverberate throughout the arena. The granite slabs of the stage crumbled beneath her fists and feet like mere biscuits, showcasing the raw aesthetic of violence. To be candid, the audience, while aware of the formidable prowess of the final contenders, had not witnessed how Wang Quan and the others triumphed over their matches. It was only through Lan Chi's display that they grasped the sheer destructive power of a top-tier martial artist. And her popularity soared instantaneously. As the matches concluded at the other arenas, all eyes turned toward Arena 8. The juxtaposition of Lan Chi as a beautiful maiden with such a ferocious fighting style captured the hearts of many, rapidly garnering her a legion of admirers. Her demonstration of martial prowess attracted a significant following of force-worshipping enthusiasts. With a thunderous crash, a great hole appeared in the center of the arena. Lan Chi slowly straightened, extracting her deeply embedded arm from the ground, her expression shifting from wild fury to calm as she regarded Cheng Long, who stood a few meters away in his black training attire, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Old master, I am no match for you," Lan Chi admitted. Young lady, possessing such strength at your age is commendable, yet your mind lacks tranquility. Such reckless aggression will yield no fruitful results, Cheng Long advised with a smile. "Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember it," Lan Chi replied before decisively departing the arena. I won. Cheng Long, who moments ago had exuded an air of superiority, now raised both hands in victory, flashing a peace sign and throwing playful kisses to the audience. As the final battle concluded, the 8 champions had emerged. Shortly thereafter, several monks approached, leading the 8 finalists to a wooden box for a draw to determine their subsequent opponents. The results were as follows. First match, Wang Quan versus Cheng Long. Second match, Tamamonome versus Lan Fong. Third match, Peter versus Bruce. Fourth match, Sun Wukong versus Krillin. Upon witnessing the draw, Wang Quan felt the world's malice weigh upon him. Peter and Bruce, along with Sun Wukong and Krillin, 2 pairs of brothers, were doomed to fight amongst themselves. Such cruel irony was unparalleled. With a resounding clang of the gong, accompanied by the bark of a dog, the True World Martial Arts Championship commenced. The preceding matches had merely been preliminary rounds. From this moment forth, the official tournament was underway. The arenas were no longer the modest stages of before, but rather expansive squares measuring over 100 meters per side, elevated more than a meter above the ground, and constructed entirely of granite. The audience, no longer crouched at the arena's edge, now enjoyed the safety of dedicated seating. A young man in a suit, sporting sunglasses and slicked-back golden hair, confidently ascended to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the 21st World Martial Arts Championship is about to begin. This is an event for all martial artists to exchange their skills, and a feast for all combat enthusiasts to behold. The formal competition is about to commence. That I shall first outline the rules. During the matches, the use of props is prohibited, and intentional harm to opponents is forbidden. Should an opponent perish, they will be disqualified and concede defeat. Similarly, falling from the stage or losing consciousness will also result in failure. With the announcer's fervent voice echoing, the first match was set to commence, featuring the young and handsome Wong Quan, renowned for his formidable strength and ability to resolve battles in an instant. As the announcer's words resounded, Wong Quan sprang into action. Landing firmly upon the arena, he extended his palm, revealing a blazing crimson flame igniting within. Boom! As he clenched his fists, the flames in his hands extinguished as well, the scattered sparks dissipating between his fingers. How magnificent, isn't it? Wong Quan, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. That cursed pretty boy, seeking attention. The moment Wong Quan revealed this skill, the crowd erupted in excitement. The fighters below the stage displayed a myriad of expressions. How did Wong Quan manage this? Truly impressive, even more so than the Kamehameha wave. Little Wukong leapt up, gripping the edge of the stage with both hands. Indeed. Krillin was equally enamored by Wong Quan's move. Peter and Bruce looked on with eyes full of admiration, while Tamamo no Mei smiled faintly, and Lan Fang's gaze revealed a hint of infatuation, quickly followed by a vigorous shake of her head, her eyes reflecting a change towards Wong Quan. Jackie Chan listened to little Wukong, and Krillin expressed their disdain for the Kamehameha, his expression darkening. Ah, the host gasped in astonishment, but his professionalism immediately reigned in his emotions as he continued. The next contestant is a seasoned veteran. Please welcome Jackie Chan to the stage, as the host's words concluded. Jackie Chan ascended the stage step by step, exuding an air of mastery. Yet, upon reaching the center, his demeanor transformed entirely. His serious expression morphed into a playful grin. Embodying a whimsical spirit, he exclaimed, "Hee. I am Jackie Chan, your good friend. I love you all." Jackie bounced around the stage, spinning in circles and blowing kisses to the audience. It was evident that our Jackie was a playful old man at heart. But the host awkwardly reminded him, "Jackie, the competition is about to commence. Are you ready?" Oh, I am all set," Jackie replied, his playful demeanor vanishing as he adopted a more dignified presence. Since you are ready, shall we begin the match? Indeed, let us commence." Jackie extended his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Wong Quan, who stood several meters away. "Now, I declare the competition open," with the host's announcement, a thunderous clash echoed, accompanied by a gust of wind that nearly toppled the host. Struggling to adjust his sunglasses, he noticed the two contestants' fists had already collided. Jackie Chan firmly rooted himself, launching a powerful punch, while Wong Quan extended his right leg, bending his front knee, leaning forward to unleash a punch of his own. Their fists met with a resounding boom. The ensuing gust of wind sweeping across the stage, felt even by the audience. Master Roshi, what prompted you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Wong Quan's fist remained locked with Master Roshi's. It has been many years since I engaged in such activity. I wish to stretch my limbs once more. Jackie replied, not questioning how Wong Quan discerned his disguise. Then why the need for a disguise? Wong Quan inquired curiously, pondering if it was to teach little Wukong and the others the lesson that there are always greater powers beyond recognition. Cough, you impudent boy. Let's focus on the match and refrain from unnecessary questions. Jackie, or rather Master Roshi, coughed a couple of times, opting to disengage from the strength contest with Wong Quan and executing a backflip to create distance. Very well, Master Roshi, I shall not hold back any longer, Wong Quan stated, standing tall and lightly shaking his fists. Below the stage, little Wukong suddenly turned to Krillin. Krillin, why does Wong Quan refer to Master Roshi as Master Roshi? Where's the old man? Little Wukong. Focus on the match, Krillin admonished, his gaze fixed intently on the two fighters on stage. On stage, Master Roshi extended his hands, one forward and the other back, smiling as he said, Wong Quan, let us see how much you have progressed during this time. Haha, Master Roshi, you must watch closely, Wang Quan replied, tossing a sphere of crimson flames to the ground. The flames, like serpents of fire, traced a long path across the surface, rushing towards Master Roshi. Wang Quan followed closely behind, charging towards him. Taken aback by Wang Quan's unexpected assault, Master Roshi leapt back several meters, pivoting on his toes. Wang Quan relentlessly pursued, appearing beneath Master Roshi, flames igniting in both hands as his body spun like a dragon, the flames coiling around him like twin fire serpents as they protected Wang Quan. They also harbored formidable offensive power. Caught off guard, Master Roshi could not evade Wang Quan's whirling fist, which struck him squarely in the chest. He was instantly engulfed in bright red flames, his body soaring away at an angle. Bam! Master Roshi landed on the ground. Ha! A white aura erupted from his body, the flames extinguishing in an instant. That moment. Master Roshi no longer exuded the composure of a master. His black martial arts uniform was riddled with burn holes, exposing his frail physique, his face smeared with soot. The swift exchange of blows left the audience bewildered. They merely witnessed a flash of fire on stage, as if Jackie had just emerged from conflagration. Even the host, standing on stage, could not discern what transpired, save for little Wukong and his companions below, who grasped the situation. They had not anticipated such a utilization of qi, and in an instant, all attention gravitated towards Wang Quan. Wang Quan, what kind of technique is this? Master Roshi inquired, brushing off his clothes, casting a curious glance at Wang Quan. Master Roshi, I owe you my gratitude. I was inspired by your universal surprise palm, which led me to transform qi into flames and develop this combat technique. I humbly request your guidance on any shortcomings, Wang Quan stated, igniting a small flame atop his finger. Intriguing, I shall observe closely. Master Roshi replied, enveloping himself in qi and charging towards Wang Quan. And no longer intimidated by Wang Quan's flames, Master Roshi unleashed a barrage of fierce punches and kicks towards him. Wang Quan stood firm, responding with a series of strikes from various angles, each punch erupting with explosive flames. Master Roshi's attacks were intercepted by Wang Quan's counterstrikes. After a prolonged struggle, Master Roshi finally revealed a slight opening. Wang Quan, ever vigilant, seized the opportunity, executing a sequence of rapid strikes. 7 streams, 8 cuts, 9 wounds, each infused with fiery power, leaving Master Roshi no time to mount a counterattack. Just as Wang Quan believed he could execute a flawless combo to take down Master Roshi, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With another punch thrown, Wang Quan fell to jolt. Master Roshi had vanished like a mirage. Wang Quan halted his relentless assault and turned to the other side of the stage. There stood Master Roshi, disheveled and barely clad in tattered strips of cloth, his hair and beard singed away. The afterimage fist, Wang Quan declared confidently. You impudent boy, do you not know the value of respecting your elders? Master Roshi panted, gradually regulating his breath. Ha, in your presence, I dare not relax for a moment, Wang Quan replied with a grin. Humph, there is much for you to learn, young one. As his words fell, dozens of Master Roshi figures appeared on stage, each performing various movements and expressions, all appearing vividly lifelike. Wang Quan attempted to probe with his qi, but to no avail. Every silhouette bore Master Roshi's essence. Wang Quan, can you find the real me among them? Ha! The voice echoed from all directions that I cannot locate you. Truly, Master Roshi, you have taken the afterimage fist to such a remarkable level. With no other option, Wang Quan decided to break through with sheer force. He resolved, flames igniting in his hands, and then he bent low, striking the ground with tremendous force. The flames erupted, engulfing the entire stage, causing the myriad Master Roshi figures to vanish like mirages in the fiery sea. Ha! Master Roshi, it seems you have no place to hide now. Chapter 29. Lan Fang's defeat. The Chatterbox Peter incredible. Simply astounding. As the contestants Wang Quan and Chung Long made their entrance, they presented us with an unprecedented display of thrilling combat. Wang Quan possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate flames, a power that transcends imagination. Who would have thought that Chung Long would employ the art of shadow cloning? Could he be the legendary ninja? The commentator, who had long hidden beneath the arena, was fervently narrating the fierce battle unfolding above. As an ordinary individual, he could hardly perceive the clash between Wang Quan and the Turtle Sage. Yet he exerted himself to the utmost to provide commentary. Wang Quan, have you made remarkable progress, young man? The Turtle Sage, appearing somewhat disheveled, gazed at Wang Quan, a glint of time's relentless passage evident in his eyes. Turtle Sage, shall we hasten to determine the victor? Wang Quan unleashed a wave of dark flames upon the ground and charged toward the Turtle Sage. Confronted with a similar assault, the Turtle Sage opted not to leap away this time. Instead, he concentrated his energy into his fists and struck the ground. Boom! A massive crater instantly formed, extinguishing the serpentine dark flames in the process. Before the Turtle Sage could straighten his back, Wang Quan surged forward, executing a series of strikes. Wild Bite, 9 wounds, 8 cascades, and the core to the moonlit sun. Wang Quan raised his right hand high, firmly grasping the Turtle Sage by the neck. Boom! An explosion of fiery wrath erupted from Wang Quan's palm, engulfing the Turtle Sage's entire body in flames, sending him crashing heavily onto the arena floor. With a mighty roar, the Turtle Sage's muscles swelled. The frail old man instantaneously transformed into a muscular behemoth. Simultaneously, the flames that had enveloped him flickered out. Impudent wretch, behold my technique. The Turtle Sage extended his hands, channeling golden lightning between his palms, the crackling sound resonating incessantly. Universal thunderclap. The Turtle Sage thrust his hands forward, and the lightning coiled around Wang Quan like chains, enveloping him entirely and lifting him into the air. Young Wang Quan, do not assume you're the only one capable of manipulating energy properties. How do you fare against my universal thunderclap? Wang Quan cried out in agony. Beneath the arena, Lan Fang's face was etched with concern, while Yu Zhao Qian maintained a perpetual smile at the corner of her lips. Surrender, Wang Quan. You have already lost, unless you summon your true strength. The Turtle Sage began to persuade him. Impossible. Wang Quan gritted his teeth, flames erupting from his entire being, forcefully dispelling the Turtle Sage's electrical energy. Simultaneously, the flames began to coalesce around his fingertips. Receive my final strike, ultimate technique, Great Serpent. Wang Quan swung his right hand, conjuring a crimson fire dragon alongside him. Boom! The fire dragon exploded into a massive blaze. Completely enveloping the Turtle Sage, Wang Quan descended to the ground, observing the Turtle Sage ensconced in flames, showing no inclination to strike. With a surge of energy, the flames surrounding the Turtle Sage vanished, revealing him in his frail form once more. Turtle Sage, what do you think of my fighting technique? Wang Quan chuckled heartily. Younger generations are indeed becoming increasingly formidable at such a tender age. You surpass me not only in strength but also in technique. Now, do tell me, how much power did you employ just now? The Turtle Sage stroked his remaining whiskers, curiosity evident in his tone. Perhaps 1/10, or even less, Wang Quan replied, brushing his hair back with a somewhat bashful smile. What a little monster you are! Alas, the future of Earth lies in your hands. The Turtle Sage lamented before nimbly leaping off the arena, after standing on the arena for half a minute. Wang Quan noted that the commentator had yet to declare his victory, and he promptly turned to face the audience. Hey, hurry up and announce it. Cheng Long has forfeited, and the victor is I. Wang Quan, yes. The commentator scrambled onto the arena, gripping Wang Quan's right hand with trepidation and lifting it high. Ladies and gentlemen, the spectacular duel has concluded. Cheng Long has forfeited, and the winner of this battle is the one beside me. Wang Quan. Though the audience had not clearly witnessed the details of the match, Wang Quan's flames were undeniable, and many began to idolize him for his mastery over fire. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, Wang Quan descended from the arena, only to discover that the Turtle Sage had already vanished from beneath the stage. A slight smile graced his lips. He knew the Turtle Sage was likely hiding somewhere. Removing his wig, Wang Quan, you were magnificent. Yu Zhao Qian approached, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Lan Fang observed this with raised eyebrows. Of course. Do you not see who I am? Wang Quan replied with a grin. By the way, Yu Zhao Qian, when you take the stage, do not exert your full strength. Just go easy. Are you worried about that Lan Fang getting hurt? Yu Zhao Qian's tone was laced with sarcasm. What are you thinking? With your current combat prowess, if you were to unleash your full power, this island would be reduced to rubble. Keep it restrained. Do not exceed 200 points of power, Wang Quan firmly advised, grasping Yu Zhao Qian's small hand. Fine, but I refuse to lose to that Lan Fang. Humph. Well, if you truly cannot restrain yourself, you may ascend to the skies for battle. Just ensure the audience below remains unharmed. Wang Quan quickly cautioned. With a huff, Yu Zhao Qian soared onto the arena like a pink cloud. Simultaneously, Lan Fang also snorted, appearing on the stage as if she had teleported out on the arena. The commentator had already announced the names of the competitors for the second match. The venue erupted in a tidal wave of cheers, far surpassing the excitement during Wang Quan and the Turtle Sage's entrance. It seems the audience's preference for combat extends beyond mere fighting. They revel in the spectacle of beauty amidst conflict. Upon witnessing Yu Zhao Qian and Lan Fang take the stage, the commentator hurriedly jogged a few steps to the edge of the arena, leaping down with a hint of trepidation. Begin, the commentator declared. The match commenced, yet the two women on the stage remained motionless. Lan Fang regarded Yu Zhao Qian with evident disdain and curiosity, while Yu Zhao Qian maintained her smile. Observing Lan Fang with keen interest, Lan Fang's heart surged with indignation at Yu Zhao Qian's alluring smile, a fire igniting within her that she could scarcely contain. Yu Zhao Qian, perceptive to Lan Fang's emotions, raised her finely arched eyebrows slightly, her smile growing even more radiant. Sister Lan Fang, may I address you as such? Wang Quan refers to you in that manner. Sister Lan Fang, you seem to harbor quite a grievance against me. Have I offended you? Yu Zhao Qian delicately unfolded a red fan from her kimono, concealing her lips as she spoke. Humph, Vixen, let us see if you have the strength to continue speaking. With a roar, Lan Fang could no longer contain her fury, charging toward Yu Zhao Qian. Bang! Yu Zhao Qian was propelled backward in an instant. Creak! Her feet left long, deep marks upon the arena until she neared the edge, where she forcefully stamped her right foot, creating a large hole in the ground. Simultaneously, Yu Zhao Qian came to a halt. Her enchanting smile entirely vanished as she turned to Wang Quan below, her lips moving silently to form a few words. Do not, Yu Zhao Qian. Mind your limits, Wang Quan exclaimed urgently. Yu Zhao Qian shot him a fierce glare, yet her smile reappeared. Just as Wang Quan exhaled in relief, he witnessed Lan Fang crossing half the arena. Appearing before Yu Zhao Qian, her combat prowess unleashed. Her long legs rose like a battle axe, aiming a heel strike toward Yu Zhao Qian's head. Humph, let me see what you are capable of. Lan Fang's heel loomed above Yu Zhao Qian's head, her voice barely escaping her lips. Humph. Confronted by the aggressive Lan Fang, Yu Zhao Qian emitted a disdainful snort, her body spinning as a layer of crimson flames ignited upon her fiery red tail. The flames not only thwarted Lan Fang's assault, but also engulfed her entirely, while a formidable levitation force propelled Lan Fang directly into the sky. Yu Zhao Qian slightly crouched before leaping into the air, swiftly catching up to Lan Fang, who had escaped the inferno. The two aerial combatants ceased to restrain their prowess. With a resounding crash, the clouds above vanished, revealing a cerulean expanse. Lan Fang's attacking techniques bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the Turtle School. Her punches and kicks measured and fluid, each strike executed with precision. In contrast, Yu Zhao Qian moved like a nimble swallow, effortlessly weaving through Lan Fang's onslaught, each of her counterattacks inflicting considerable discomfort on her opponent. The initial probing gave way to a genuine clash. Although the Turtle School lacked a fixed defensive pattern, its solid fundamentals enabled Lan Fang to maximize her ordinary martial arts skills. Uncharacteristically, Yu Zhao Qian found herself on the defensive, compelled to retreat and create distance. Facing the relentless Lan Fang, Yu Zhao Qian let out a melodic laugh and waved her hands forward. Each movement sent swirling orbs of flame hurtling towards her adversary. A series of fan-like fireballs effectively obstructed all of Lan Fang's assault paths. Sensing the searing heat emanating from the flames, Lan Fang hesitated, allowing Yu Zhao Qian to concentrate her energy. enveloped in flames. Yu Zhao Qian commenced a rapid spin, resembling a colossal wheel of wind and fire as she charged at Lan Fong. The speed of this maneuver was astonishing, leaving Lan Fong unable to evade. And she was swept into the fiery vortex, leaving a long trail of flames in the sky. It was only after Yu Zhao Qian's flames extinguished, her form stabilizing mid-air, that Lan Fong managed to extricate herself from the conflagration. She plummeted like a stone, engulfed in flames, tracing a straight trajectory until she crashed heavily into the ocean. Naturally, this spectacle was witnessed by the esteemed warriors of the royal court, while the audience below beheld an entirely different scene. Following the announcer's signal to commence, the two beautiful combatants did not immediately engage in an all-out brawl. Instead, they exchanged glances and a few words. Then, with a thunderous roar, a massive hole appeared at the edge of the arena, soon followed by a conflagration that engulfed the entire stage. The sky echoed with tremendous booms as a streak of flame darted through the heavens, succeeded by the colossal wheel of wind and fire spiraling towards the distant horizon. To be frank, the audience's viewing experience was rather unsatisfactory. They witnessed the contestants ascend the platform, only to be left in darkness thereafter. Some spectators had begun vocally demanding refunds. Indeed, Sister Lan Fong exhibited no resistance. Swiftly overwhelmed and carried away by Yu Zhao Qian's formidable strike, in her current state, Sister Lan Fong appeared utterly disheveled. Yu Zhao Qian's unrelenting assault had drained her strength entirely, leaving her body ablaze. She could not control her movements. Crashing heavily upon the ocean's surface, boom! A colossal splash erupted, and Lan Fong tasted blood in her throat, collapsing like a delicate doll upon the water. With a swift motion, Yu Zhao Qian hovered above the waves. Hoo-hoo, Yu Zhao Qian, I have lost. Lan Fong gasped, struggling against the pain that immobilized her. It is only natural for you to lose to me. Your foundational combat prowess pales in comparison, and without your unique fighting techniques, you stand no chance against me. Yu Zhao Qian lifted Lan Fong from the sea, soaring towards the arena of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Your combat techniques harness flame energy, while little Wang Quan also employs flame energy. Yu Zhao Qian remarked, Indeed, my fighting style was specifically designed for me by Wang Quan. A smug expression graced her face as she spoke. Humph. Lan Fong scoffed, falling silent. Yu Zhao Qian soon returned to the arena, depositing Lan Fong beneath the platform before gracefully alighting atop it. The announcer exchanged glances with Yu Zhao Qian before reluctantly declaring her victory in this match. Below the stage, Lan Fong, her attire tattered and skin marred by burns, stumbled upon landing, nearly collapsing. Wang Quan reached out to grasp her arm, only to discover her skin blistered from the flames. The pain from such a grip would be unimaginable for her. Wang Quan stepped forward, grasping her clothing. With a rip, the heat-scorched martial arts uniform could not withstand Lan Fong's weight and disintegrated, leaving her upper body exposed. Before he could utter an expletive, Wang Quan swiftly pulled Lan Fong into his embrace, turning to shield her from prying eyes, and promptly draped his jacket over her shoulders. Alas, what a pity, I missed it, came a sigh from the side. Wang Quan turned to see the turtle sage, who had changed back into his attire, gazing at Lan Fong with regret. Turtle sage, as a senior, must you be so lecherous? Wang Quan expressed his exasperation. You young rascal, what do you understand? An old man is entitled to a few personal pleasures. Turtle Sage retorted, drooling as he eyed Lan Fong. Although she had donned Wang Quan's jacket, her lower garments had not fared any better in the battle, revealing large swathes of pristine skin marred by burns. Wang Quan produced a mystical bean, placing it in Lan Fong's hand. Sister Lan Fong, this is a senza bean. You must consume it. Trusting him, Lan Fong promptly swallowed the bean. A senza bean. Isn't that food from Corinne? Have you been to Corinne's place? But why are you giving Lan Fong a senza bean? Turtle Sage inquired. Suddenly, Lan Fong gasped, my strength has returned, and my wounds are healed. What is happening? As she spoke, she clenched her fists, feeling a surge of power coursing through her. Glancing down to find her burns had vanished. Sister Lan Fong, this is the power of the senza bean, no matter how severe the injury. Consuming one will restore your health and replenish your strength. Wang Quan explained, beaming as he elucidated the bean's properties. What? The senza bean has such incredible effects. The others expressed their curiosity, while only Turtle Sage appeared regretful. Little Wang Quan, those senza beans are quite precious. How could you waste one so easily? Upon hearing Wang Quan's words, Lan Fong grasped the value of the senza bean. Huh, Sister Lan Fong, what are you saying? It's merely a senza bean. How could it compare to your importance to me? Just as Lan Fong was about to continue, Yu Zhao Qian had already descended from the arena, and the announcer began to declare the commencement of the third match. Peter and Bruce both ascended the stage simultaneously. Contestants, could you refrain from flying so far during your battle? Please stay on the platform, the announcer timidly suggested. What? We can't fly while fighting? Why not? I mean, if we don't take to the skies, how can we showcase the prowess of our martial arts school? Oh dear, let me be blunt. Look at my outfit. Yes, right here. The martial arts school, indeed. You heard me correctly. We are both students of the martial arts school, and why are we participating in this competition? To promote the prowess of our school, of course. Oh dear, if you don't allow us to soar into the heavens. How can we demonstrate the might of the martial arts school? This is what the audience demands. They want refunds. No, no, no. Such an exhilarating battle. Why would they want refunds? As soon as the announcer finished speaking, Peter buzzed around incessantly like an annoying insect. Peter, be quiet. Look at the audience below, Bruce quietly reminded. Peter turned his head and noticed that Wang Quan's expression beneath the arena had darkened considerably. Oh no, Peter was in big trouble. Master Wang Quan was angry. Bruce, save me please. You two perform well, or else. Below the stage, Wang Quan raised his hand and clenched his fist, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 27. The Battle of Two Pairs of Brothers. Bruce, what should we do to appease Master Wang Quan? Oh, my curse quick tongue. Peter, I understand. Bruce, you truly are a genius you're a genius just slightly inferior to me. All right, Bruce, don't be mad. You are indeed more of a genius than I am. Is that acceptable? Oh, buddy, you actually launched a sneak attack? While Peter babbled incessantly, Bruce leaped high into the air, his robust physique soaring several meters before his fist came crashing down towards Peter. Boom! With nimble agility, Peter executed a perfect jump, narrowly evading Bruce's heavy blow. The arena, however, was not as fortunate. Bruce's powerful punch shattered it like a brittle cookie, leaving deep cracks. Bruce, you thick-browed fellow, how dare you sneak attack? Just watch. I, Peter, shall take my revenge. I strike. Peter dodged Bruce's assault, his mouth never ceasing to chatter, his slender frame surprisingly robust. He dashed forward swiftly, then leapt into the air, legs together, landing heavily on Bruce's back. Boom! Bruce's sturdy form was toppled to the ground. Sliding across the arena for several meters, Bruce flipped over, legs positioned front and back to counteract the force of inertia, his hands gripping the stage firmly. Squeak! The harsh sound of friction filled the air as Bruce's hands left 10 shallow marks on the arena before he finally came to a halt. Breathing heavily, he stood up, shaking his head from side to side, producing a series of crackling noises. Oh no, the big guy is getting angry. Peter felt a pang of fear, covering his mouth with his hands. That skinny fellow is too much. Big guy, take him down. Yes, big guy, I support you. Go for it. The audience began to cheer. Even those who had threatened to demand refunds were now engrossed in the contest unfolding on stage. Beneath the arena, a group of skilled fighters observed the two performers laboring on the stage and then glanced at Wang Quan, their eyes filled with disdain. Coughing awkwardly, Wang Quan remarked, "What can we do? The audience's level is too low that if we truly fought, they would see nothing that we must allow them to perform like this. Lan Fong, this is also to promote our martial arts school, isn't it?" Wang Quan felt somewhat embarrassed, ultimately concluding with this statement. Alas, it is unavoidable. For centuries, martial arts have been declining. Ordinary people who have never trained cannot comprehend the power of martial artists. They cannot even perceive their movements, as if they belong to different realms. I had thought that after an old crane pass, martial arts would vanish from Earth. To my surprise, this group of young individuals has emerged that it appears martial arts have not yet completely faded. The turtle sage felt a twinge of nostalgia that in his youth, martial artists were plentiful around the world, and various martial arts tournaments were numerous, allowing for exhilarating battles and exchanges. However, following the chaos of the Demon King Piccolo. The martial arts community has struggled to maintain continuity. Now, at the world's foremost martial arts tournament, the audience cannot even witness the movements of martial artists. What a tragedy. Teacher Wu Tian, you have also practiced my nation's martial arts. Do you think that if I completely disseminated our martial arts, it would change the current state of the martial arts world? Wang Quan suddenly spoke up. What? Wang Quan, you intend to fully propagate our martial arts. The turtle sage was taken aback, then furrowed his brows in contemplation. As a master of martial arts, he understood the potential consequences of such an action. In the world of Dragon Ball, martial arts training requires not only innate talent and diligence, but also guidance from esteemed masters. And most importantly, extreme training to break the limits of the human body. That we see that Goku and Krillin seem to effortlessly acquire extraordinary combat prowess under the turtle sage's tutelage within a year. Yet, every day they push their physical limits, something ordinary practitioners cannot achieve. Years of training can enhance their combat abilities, but without breaking through bodily limits, they remain ordinary. Take the turtle sage's disciple, the Ox King. His combat power is considerable, yet pales in comparison to his senior brother, Gohan, simply because he has never transcended his physical limits. Our martial arts differ. Practicing the horse stance subtly enhances physical strength, emphasizing perseverance. Unlike the traditional training methods in Dragon Ball, which Goku and Krillin undergo, ordinary individuals cannot endure such training and may become incapacitated before mastering the skills. Conversely, Wang Quan's current practice of the horse stance and spinal alignment is beneficial for health. There are only advantages. No drawbacks for the martial techniques that could harm the body. Wang Quan does not even practice them. Thus, as long as one learns the horse stance, they can gradually enhance their physical strength. Whether they choose to employ that strength in battle is a personal decision. Regardless, their physical capabilities will improve. At the very least, they will not be unable to perceive the actions of martial arts masters. Wang Quan, have you considered this? Such a move will lead to tremendous changes in the world. The turtle sage said gravely. He could already envision the immense upheaval in society when ordinary people suddenly acquired superhuman strength. Ha ha, turtle sage. Rest assured, I have already thought it through. Although the widespread dissemination of martial arts will inevitably lead some to succumb to their darker impulses and pursue a life of crime. At that time, there will be even more good people with power. They won't stir up too much trouble. And do you not have faith in us, in Krillin and Goku? No matter what happens, we can manage it. Besides, we have the Dragon Balls. Wang Quan declared confidently. Thus, a multitude of skilled fighters will emerge on Earth, ushering in a golden age of martial arts. The turtle sage gazed upward, envisioning such a scene. Indeed, at that time, we martial artists will no longer feel isolated as we do now. Wang Quan turned as well, looking towards the sky alongside the turtle sage. Boom! On the arena, Bruce slammed Peter heavily to the ground. Peter struggled several times before collapsing, motionless. The audience erupted in cheers, and after the host counted down, Peter remained on the ground, leading to Bruce's victory in the match. He then lifted Peter onto his shoulder and walked off the stage. This match was purely theatrical, yet in the eyes of the audience, it was the most thrilling performance. That Peter's agile and versatile moves combined with Bruce's sheer brute force created exaggerated displays of combat strength, such as the shattered stones on the arena, but they were not overly exaggerated, allowing some spectators to feel a sense of "I could do that too." Simultaneously, they firmly etched the dragon emblem and the words martial arts on the clothing of Peter and Bruce into their memories. Thinking that after the world's foremost martial arts tournament concluded, they would seek out a martial arts school to learn combat. Excellent. You both performed admirably. Upon our return, I could devise some combat techniques for you, Wang Quan said with a smile as Peter and Bruce descended from the arena. Really, that's wonderful. Master Wang Quan, mainly my performance was outstanding. Bruce here has absolutely no artistic flair. I apologize, buddy, but I must say, all you do in the arena is hammer away, and the audience will grow weary of it. Peter sprang from Bruce's shoulder and resumed his incessant chatter. Peter, if you do not cease your rambling, you shall forfeit your reward. Wang Quan interrupted loudly. No, Master Wang Quan, you cannot do that. Peter will be heartbroken. You will lose him, Bruce interjected, playfully pinching Peter under his arm. covering his mouth with his large hand. With a simple, honest smile, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Wang Quan. Promoting our martial arts school is our duty. Indeed, your disposition is quite suited for such combat techniques." Wang Quan regarded the towering and robust Bruce, whose laughter obscured his eyes, and with a subtle nod, he pondered which skill from the king of fighters he could employ to bamboozle him. At that moment, the host announced the commencement of the final match. Little Wukong and Krillin stood opposite each other in the arena. Both were diminutive in stature and donned identical attire, and the host's impromptu interview made it abundantly clear to the audience that these two youths were merely 12 years old. Both legendary disciples of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, marveled at the intersection of his life with that of the legendary figure, striving to suppress his excitement as he instinctively leaped off the stage to declare the match underway. Within the arena, little Wukong and Krillin assumed nearly identical stances. "Wukong, I've longed for a serious duel with you. To measure the gap between us." Krillin, aware of his inferior prowess, sought to earnestly discern the differences between them. He, Krillin, I too wish to engage in a proper fight with you." The fervor of battle was deeply ingrained in little Wukong's DNA. He relished any challenge. "Come on." Krillin initiated the assault, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at little Wukong, who did not shy away, and soon they were locked in a cacophony of combat. Wang Quan and the others observed intently, yet to the host and the audience, little Wukong and Krillin seemed to vanish from the arena, leaving only the sound of their physical clashes echoing. Alas, when martial arts masters truly unleash their abilities, ordinary spectators can scarcely witness the spectacle. Ahem, the competitors, Sun Wukong and Krillin, are engaged in an intense confrontation. Though we cannot see, the sounds of battle resonate through the air. The host hesitated before commencing his commentary, determined to avoid a repeat of the previous match where a throng of spectators clamored for refunds. Little Wukong's strength was evidently superior to Krillin's. Even when he restrained his combat prowess to match Krillin's level, his inherent physical qualities and natural battle instincts tipped the scales of victory in his favor. With a thunderous crash, Krillin fell heavily onto the platform, creating a massive crater, while little Wukong paused at its edge. A synchronized gasp arose from the audience. The two children, who had been obscured from view at the match's onset, had now revealed themselves, with the little bald head having created such a significant dent in the arena. This spectacle, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film, sent the audience into a frenzy. "Wukong, we are indeed worlds apart. However, I shall not concede so easily." Unsteadily, Krillin rose from the pit, slowly making his way out. "I know you possess hidden techniques, Krillin. Unleash them, please," little Wukong exclaimed, excitement evident on his face as his tail began to sway. Little Wukong, it will not be so simple for you to triumph over me. Oh, look, a flying saucer." Krillin suddenly glanced upwards towards the sky behind little Wukong. The audience was momentarily taken aback, questioning the bald child's absurd ruse. But soon their skepticism was shattered. Over there, little Wukong, without a hint of doubt, turned to gaze at the heavens. Krillin wore a sly grin. Little Wukong, a clever mind is also a part of strength. In the blink of an eye, Krillin struck, swiftly subduing little Wukong, his arms tightly encircling Wukong's neck, his legs coiling around Wukong's waist like a tortoise shell clamped down on his back. As Krillin tightened his grip, Wukong began to struggle for breath, gradually succumbing to the pressure and kneeling on the ground. "Wukong, concede. Though your strength surpasses mine, you cannot escape my hold." Krillin's voice remained steady as he continued to constrict his embrace. "Cough, cough, Krillin, you despicable fiend." Little Wukong had absorbed much knowledge from Master Roshi, including the concept of deceit. This is called deception in warfare. It is a strategy, do you understand? Regardless, you are about to lose, Krillin retorted. "Cough, cough. I shall never concede." Little Wukong's face flushed crimson, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. "Wukong, admit defeat. If you do not, you shall find yourself in peril." Krillin tightened his grip further, urging him to relent. As you can see, Krillin has successfully gained the upper hand. It is now a matter of when little Wukong will concede. What? Little Wukong has yet to concede? What a remarkable spirit of martial arts. We commend little Wukong's determination, but this only places him in a precarious situation. Look, Krillin appears to be at a loss. This segment of the battle was clear for all to witness, prompting the host to earnestly commence his commentary for the first time. He was not mistaken. Krillin had indeed found himself in a predicament, unable to truly harm little Wukong, while he stubbornly refused to submit, leaving him to maintain the status quo. Yet, little Wukong never ceased to struggle. Just as his consciousness began to wane, a powerful, wrathful force surged from the very depths of his being. I refuse to concede. Ahak! A roar erupted, and an enormous spectral image of a giant ape seemed to materialize above little Wukong. His combat power surged instantaneously, his aura exploding forth, and in a moment he broke free from Krillin's grip, spinning to lash out with his tail, delivering a heavy strike to Krillin. Boom! Little Wukong's sudden eruption caught Krillin off guard, and the subsequent tail attack left him no opportunity to evade, ultimately sending him crashing out of the arena. Following little Wukong's inexplicable surge in power, Krillin realized that victory was no longer within his grasp. Initially, while his combat strength could not match little Wukong's, the disparity had not been insurmountable. With some clever maneuvering and a grasp of the rules, he still held a glimmer of hope for victory. However, with little Wukong's inexplicable boost in strength, Krillin understood that no matter how hard he tried, he stood no chance. His foundational combat power was simply too inferior to be compensated for by mere cleverness. Thus, rather than employing his flight technique to return to the platform, he fell directly to the ground. Little Wukong emerges victorious. Indeed, they are worthy disciples of Master Wu Tian, providing us with a thrilling contest. With that, the 4 matches concluded and the martial arts tournament temporarily halted, allowing all competitors to partake in lunch. The afternoon matches would resume at 2 o'clock, and the audience was instructed to exit in an orderly fashion to avoid any stampede. As the host's voice rang out, the morning's competitions came to a close. Wang Quan and his companions, guided by the staff, made their way to the cafeteria of the martial arts tournament. After a hearty feast, the staff regrettably informed Wang Quan and the others that all the food had been devoured in the original timeline. Only little Wukong had been a glutton, this time due to Wang Quan's influence. Everyone had turned into one. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Wang Quan pulled out a few magic beans. Each person consumed one, instantly quelling their hunger and restoring the energy spent in the morning's matches. Wang Quan was not overly stingy with the magic beans. Ever since collaborating with the cat sage, the latter's enthusiasm for cultivating them had reignited, resulting in Wang Quan's supply of beans not only remaining stable, but gradually increasing. After the meal, camaraderie blossomed as Wang Quan and Master Roshi engaged in discussions about their interpretations of martial arts, while Krillin and Peter surprisingly found common ground. Little Wukong gazed enviously at Bruce's robust physique, while Lan Fong and Tome no longer held animosity, as the 3 women huddled together, whispering among themselves, the content of their conversation a mystery. Before long, the intermission concluded, and at 2 o'clock, the martial arts tournament resumed. Chapter 28, The Exhibition Match, The Unyielding Little Wukong. With the quarterfinals completed, the remaining 4 contestants were Wang Quan, Tamamo Namek, Bruce, and Sun Wukong. Next came the draw for matchups. The results revealed Wang Quan to face Tamamo Namek, while Sun Wukong would contend with Bruce. First to take the stage were Wang Quan and Tomo Make as they stood upon the arena, the host, displaying his keen insight, prepared to leap off the stage. Wait, you need not depart. Wang Quan extended his hand to halt the host. Beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on the host's forehead. Fear not. We shall not harm you. I sincerely hope you can provide a thorough commentary on this match. Wang Quan earnestly remarked to the host, It's impossible. Contestant Wang Quan, I can hardly see your movements. How am I to commentate? The host lamented, his face a picture of despair, desperately trying to evade the task. Rest assured, during this match, we will slow our pace to a level where everyone can clearly see. You may showcase your talents to the fullest. After all, you want this grand event, the World Martial Arts Championship, to proceed without a proper commentary. Would you? Wang Quan inquired with a smile. Will you truly slow down the movements? Can I really see? The host tightened his grip on the microphone, anxiety evident in his voice. The reason he had become the commentator for the World Martial Arts Championship was due to his passion for martial arts. Yet today, despite witnessing unparalleled martial arts masters, he could hardly perceive their actions as a professional commentator. Failing to provide effective commentary throughout the match will be a source of great embarrassment. Trust me, you will see that you notice the dragon pattern on my attire? Indeed, I am one of the instructors of the National Martial Arts Academy. My primary purpose for participating in the World Martial Arts Championship today is to promote our national martial arts. If no one can see, then what is the point of my presence? Wong Quan turned around, pointing at the coiling dragon emblem emblazoned on the back of his jacket. I see. But what about contestants Peter and Bruce? They are both students of our academy, Wong Quan assured confidently. Will this Yu Zhao Qian cooperate with you? The host, now understanding that Wong Quan's suggestion to slow down was essentially a performance, questioned further. I am also a student of the National Martial Arts Academy, Yu Zhao Qian said, lightly fluttering her fan. In that case, there will be no issue. After saying this, the host immediately brought the microphone close to his lips and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience, you are in for a treat. After our earnest discussions, we have secured a performance exhibition from contestants Wong Quan and Yu Zhao Qian from the National Martial Arts Academy. The two martial artists will slow their actions so that we may all appreciate the allure of martial arts combat. I now declare the match to begin." The host swiftly turned and dashed to the edge of the arena. Although Wong Quan assured him of safety, he felt a sense of security only when distanced from these formidable combatants. The match commenced. Wong Quan extended a hand, palm open, a brilliant crimson flame igniting in his grasp. He then clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame, which dispersed into a myriad of glowing embers. This display of effortless flair immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, predominantly from the female spectators. Yu Zhao Qian revealed a beguiling smile, grasping the sash of her kimono, and executed a graceful spin. Witnessing this familiar motion, Wong Quan felt a surge of jealousy rising within him, but it vanished the moment he beheld Yu Zhao Qian's appearance after return. She had not donned the iconic battle attire of the renowned warrior, but instead had changed into a striking red dress, casting a playful eye at Wong Quan. In the next instant, Yu Zhao Qian flicked her fan forward, sending a swirling flame hurtling towards Wong Quan. He sidestepped and leapt, narrowly evading the fire, while simultaneously spinning to deliver a kick, igniting a flame upon his toes. Yu Zhao Qian, using her hands to support herself, gracefully rolled to evade Wong Quan's strike. Seizing the moment while Wong Quan landed stiffly, she propelled herself forward, unleashing her signature move, the Killer Bee. Her elbow shot forth like a spear, while a torrent of flames erupted from behind her, propelling her with tremendous force. The elbow struck Wong Quan squarely in the chest, sending him sliding back several meters, suspended in midair, unable to move. Yu Zhao Qian capitalized on this opportunity, launching a rapid-fire assault of punches and kicks upon Wong Quan, culminating in a dramatic dragon flame dance. As her body twirled, flames trailed from her tail, crashing down upon Wong Quan. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames, crashing heavily onto the opposite side of the arena. Throughout this exchange, both Wong Quan and Yu Zhao Qian indeed slowed their movements, allowing the host and spectators to clearly observe every intricate detail of their combat. Consequently, the host was now flushed and hoarse, passionately narrating the exhilarating duel between the two martial artists. The audience erupted in applause, their cheers resonating as they not only enjoyed the combat, but also recognized the National Martial Arts Academy. After executing a series of strikes, Yu Zhao Qian paused, smiling at the rising Wong Quan, who upon regaining his footing, found the flames surrounding him now invigorating rather than harmful, transforming into his loyal servants. Finally, all the flames converged in Wong Quan's right hand. Dark Flame Drive. He flung his right hand towards the ground, the flames dancing like agile serpents, scorching a trail across the arena, racing towards Yu Zhao Qian. Wong Quan followed the Dark Flame Drive, charging at her. Just as Yu Zhao Qian sidestepped the oncoming flames, Wong Quan leaped forth from the inferno, delivering a barrage of explosive punches. Arid Bite, 7 streams, 8 cuts, 9 wounds. Each strike ignited with explosive fire. He then executed the unique leisure butcher, crossing his legs and launching a powerful upward kick, sending Yu Zhao Qian soaring into the sky. Ultimately, Wang Quan concluded with the 100 styles, demon fire, his fists ablaze with roaring flames, his body spinning elegantly, resembling two entwined fire dragons as he propelled Yu Zhao Qian far into the in the ensuing duel. It seemed as though the two were merely showcasing their skills, deploying every technique at their disposal, yet maintaining a pace and strength that remained within the realm of the ordinary. Thus, the audience was able to clearly witness every action, while the host diligently provided commentary on their match. Eventually, Yu Zhao Qian descended from above, executing the Phoenix Dance, her body transforming into a whirlwind of fire as she spiraled towards Wang Quan on the arena floor. In response, Wang Quan unleashed the Great Snake's tail, releasing a fiery dragon towards the sky. They remained locked in a stalemate for a moment before Yu Zhao Qian deftly flipped and landed outside the arena, declaring Wang Quan the victor. This match proved to be the most thrilling spectacle of the World Martial Arts Championship, captivating the audience with a striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women, each showcasing their distinctive fighting styles, the allure of flame manipulation, and most importantly, the clarity with which their battle unfolded. After Wang Quan exited the stage, under the host's introduction, Xiao Yukong and Bruce ascended to the arena. The disparity in combat prowess between Xiao Yukong and Bruce was significant. Bruce possessed a mere combat power of over 200, while Xiao Yukong's power initially surpassed 1200, having inexplicably soared to over 1800 after his earlier battle with Krillin. Such strength could even render him a mere pawn in the hands of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Fortunately, Xiao Yukong possessed a unique advantage. Regardless of how much lower his opponent's combat power was, he could always engage in a competitive exchange. In truth, the audience witnessed very little during this battle. To Wang Quan and the others, there were no highlights either. The two exchanged blows, appearing to engage in a spirited contest, yet it was merely Xiao Yukong playfully toying with Bruce. Ultimately, as Xiao Yukong's curiosity waned, he effortlessly delivered a gentle punch that sent Bruce tumbling off the arena. Following this, Yu Zhao Qian faced Bruce, who promptly forfeited, declaring Yu Zhao Qian the third-place winner. The stage was now set for the championship showdown between Xiao Yukong and Wang Quan. Upon reaching the arena, Xiao Yukong was a bundle of excitement, bouncing around without a moment's stillness. Contestant Sun Yukong, having just participated in a match, are you sure you do not need to take a moment to recover? The host inquired gently, observing Xiao Yukong's exuberance. Not at all. I have awaited this day for far too long. Let us begin. Xiao Yukong barely acknowledged the host, his eyes brimming with combat fervor, fixated intently on Wang Quan. Are you really certain you don't need a break? Then I shall. The host began to announce the match's commencement when Wang Quan abruptly interrupted him. Xiao Yukong, if we unleash our full strength here, it would pose a danger to everyone. How about we take this battle to the skies? Whoever lands first shall be deemed the loser. What do you say? Wang Quan proposed. Very well, it's settled. After the words left Xiao Yukong's lips, a radiant white aura enveloped his body, and with a swift whoosh, he ascended into the sky. My apologies, but the most thrilling battle will unfold before your eyes without you witnessing it. Wang Quan chuckled at the host, before soaring into the heavens as well. Boom! Xiao Yukong unleashed his full combat power, reaching an astounding 1800 points, creating a colossal storm in the sky, with the sea below churning violently and massive waves surging forth. The venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was similarly swept by fierce winds. Observing Xiao Yukong's current state, Wang Quan too ceased to hold back. With a resounding explosion, the sky transformed into a deep crimson hue. As if ablaze, Wang Quan was the sovereign of flames, the master of the inferno. Wang Quan, you are indeed formidable. I am positively exhilarated. I should have challenged you long ago. Xiao Yukong sensed that Wang Quan's aura surpassed his own. Yet his countenance bore no trace of fear, only an indomitable fighting spirit. Ha! Indeed. I have long desired to engage you in combat. I yearn to discover the distinctions between us Earthlings and your Saiyan kind. Wang Quan's face mirrored his excitement. What are you babbling about? Earthling and Scion. Enough of this. I shall attack now. In guard. In an instant, Xiao Wukong appeared before Wang Quan as if teleporting. His petite frame concealed immense power. Each punch and kick carried the potency to shatter mountains. Wang Quan, however, was unyielding, enveloping his fists and feet in flames, and he engaged Xiao Wukong in a fierce tussle. Xiao Wukong wielded no special techniques, only speed, swiftness, strength, and greater strength. Wang Quan utilized a myriad of techniques, quickly gaining the upper hand, causing Xiao Wukong to falter. Realizing he could not gain the advantage in their grappling, Xiao Wukong decisively created distance, launching energy blasts at Wang Quan with reckless abandon. This was the classic prince's technique among the Saiyans, famously employed by the Prince Vegeta, hence its moniker as the Prince's Method. However, this technique had never triumphed over an opponent. Today proved no different. All of Xiao Wukong's energy blasts were intercepted or evaded by Wang Quan, resulting in no damage whatsoever. Only a few mountains on the island vanished, transformed into serene lakes. Discovering that the energy blast bore no effect, Xiao Wukong remained undeterred. He had one final ace up his sleeve, the kimono wave. As Xiao Wukong assumed the stance, Wang Quan was instantly engulfed in flames. His speed, strength, and defense multiplying several times over, bringing his combat power close to 10,000. This technique bore similarities to the Kaioken, both serving to temporarily amplify combat prowess. Of course, in a lexicon of the King of Fighters game, it was akin to a power burst. In comparison to the Kaioken, the duration of this technique was brief, lasting merely half a minute, whereas the Kaioken could persist indefinitely if the body could endure. Yet it possessed its own merits. Utilizing the power burst inflicted nearly no harm to the body, and once it concluded, one could continue to use it again. In truth, this technique had roots in Wang Quan's national martial arts. Within this discipline, one harnessed energy from a horse stance, subsequently vibrating the spine, closing the pores, and utilizing this energy to nourish the body, fortifying it further. Wang Quan's power burst was a manifestation of energy generated from vigorous movement during combat, vibrating the spine to store this energy within the body, and when the moment was right, fusing this life-nurturing energy with the martial energy within him, resulting in an explosive surge of combat power. Once this nurturing energy was depleted, the power burst would conclude. Of course, as long as Wang Quan remained in combat, his body continued to generate this life force through vigorous activity. Once a sufficient quantity amassed, he could initiate another power burst. This method caused negligible damage to the body. However, if one were to persistently employ it, exhaustion would inevitably ensue. Though the energy clash was a hallmark of Dragon Ball, Wang Quan found it distasteful, perceiving it as two adversaries standing face to face, displaying expressions akin to constipation while screaming hoarsely, pushing a large energy sphere back and forth. It appeared utterly foolish. Thus, he had never studied energy clashes nor wished to engage in one, particularly with the Sun family. Upon his combat power soaring to 10,000, Wang Quan's assault on Xiao Wukong resembled a graduate student bullying a kindergarten child. Xiao Wukong's Kamehameha wave scarcely had a chance to be unleashed before Wang Quan seized him by the neck, lifting him up. Following the power burst, Wang Quan executed his final move, the Qin Yu Yang, transforming his body into a fiery afterimage, dashing towards Xiao Wukong, who stood 100 meters away. He first delivered an elbow strike that interrupted Xiao Wukong's Kamehameha, then extended his right hand, gripping Xiao Wukong's neck and lifting him aloft. At this juncture, he was poised to unleash a burst of flames from his palm, completing the full sequence of his technique. However, Wang Quan's overwhelming combat power posed a grave risk. Should he deliver the final blow, Xiao Wukong might perish in an instant, a fate Wang Quan did not wish to witness. Thus, he refrained from executing the final strike, merely holding Xiao Wukong before him, inquiring, "Xiao Wukong, you must see the chasm between us. Do you concede?" At this moment, Xiao Wukong had sustained severe injuries. Wang Quan's elbow strike had not only interrupted his Kamehameha, but it also fractured both his arms and sternum. This was still Wang Quan's mercy. If he had unleashed his full power, the disparity of 10,000 against 2,000 would have resulted in an instantaneous defeat. Cough, cough, cough. Wong Quan, you are indeed strong. Battling you is exhilarating. Yet I have not lost. Xiao Yukong coughed, trembling as he raised his arms, straining to pry Wong Quan's fingers away. His arms were fractured, rendering him incapable of exerting force. Yet he paid no mind, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His muscles taut, producing creaking sounds that I have not lost. I will not concede. In Xiao Yukong's gaze, there was no trace of pain, only a steadfast belief in his unwillingness to yield, a pure, childlike yearning for victory. Xiao Yukong, no. Kakarot, is this the conviction that propels you to transcend limits and ascend to the pinnacle of the universe? Ah, Xiao Yukong, you have truly imparted a lesson to me. Huh. My power burst is nearing completion. The heart of a child, the heart of a child. I comprehend now. As Wong Quan found himself moved by Xiao Yukong's unwavering belief, descending into the depths of martial understanding, Xiao Yukong too began to transform. With each roar that escaped him, his combat power surged rapidly. 1800, 1900, 2000, 2100, 2200, 2300, 2400, 2500. His combat power escalated from 1800 to 2500 in an astonishingly brief span. By this time, half a minute had elapsed, and Wong Quan's power burst concluded. His combat power plummeting to 2,500 as well. With Xiao Yukong straining against him, Wong Quan could no longer maintain his grip on his neck without risking being dislodged. Resolutely, Wong Quan unleashed the final move of Qin Yuyang, his flames erupting like a bomb, instantly propelling Xiao Yukong away. Ha! With a surge of determination, Xiao Yukong extinguished the flames engulfing his body. Now, both warriors were evenly matched, and the second round of their battle commenced. Chapter 29, The Decisive Battle, Earth's Great Crisis. The entire sky transformed into the battleground for the two combatants. This marked the most intense conflict on Earth in millennia. Previously, the pinnacle of combat power on Earth ranged between 200 and 300. And even then, it nearly led to global annihilation. Now, their fighting prowess had skyrocketed to an astonishing 2,500, placing them among the elite ranks of mid-tier warriors within the Saiyan race, who prided themselves on their martial prowess. The duel had transcended the confines of the martial arts tournament island, extending across the skies of the entire southern hemisphere. Blazing flames roared through the atmosphere, and a flurry of energy blasts filled the air, while the clouds above were shredded and ravaged as if they were mere rags. Wong Quan found himself entirely enveloped in flames, radiating a heat akin to molten metal. Likewise, Xiao Yukong was cloaked in a white aura, burning fiercely. Though he had not undergone any transformation like Wong Quan, his energy was the most primal and pure in that moment. Both fighters had forgotten the competition, oblivious to the spectators awaiting their turn at the martial arts conference. Their minds and hearts were singularly focused on one belief: to fight, to battle, to continue until they achieved victory. The clash between the two was so fierce it altered the very atmosphere, wreaking havoc on the layers of the sky, disrupting magnetic signals, causing glaciers in Antarctica to melt, and generating colossal tsunamis along the coasts. Unbeknownst to either Wong Quan or Xiao Yukong, the catastrophic consequences of their battle unfolded around them. In their eyes, there was only each other, and every punch thrown was delivered with sheer force. This was a clash of strength, a contest of combat techniques, a struggle of willpower, and the first collision between Earthlings and Saiyans. Neither of them had any reason to concede defeat. Wong Quan, as a time-traveling protagonist privy to the entire narrative, harbored a fondness for son Wukong, relishing the moments when he transformed into a Super Saiyan in dire situations. Especially during the Namek saga, after Krillin's sacrifice, Wukong's rage and power erupted from deep within, his anguished roars resonating across the Namekian landscape, a scene forever etched in the memory of young Wong Quan, an indelible part of his childhood. However, as an Earthling, witnessing various cosmic beings flaunt their might while humans merely played the bystanders, Wong Quan felt a pang of discontent. As he matured, he came to realize that, in a manga predicated on martial arts transformations, Earthlings were inherently disadvantaged. They could not transform. Wong Quan understood that the creators of the manga marginalized Earthlings for commercial and entertainment purposes, yet as a native of Earth, He yearned for his kind to compete alongside those cosmic titans, rather than being relegated to mere labels of negligible power. Moreover, his success in mastering martial arts bolstered Wang Quan's confidence in his own strength. In contrast, Xiao Yukong, with his singular focus, had little contemplation beyond three pursuits: eating, training, and battling formidable foes. Throughout his life, he had never once conceded defeat to an opponent, be it the formidable Frieza, the terrifying Broly, or even the god of destruction, Beerus, to whom he boldly issued challenges without a hint of trepidation. In stark contrast stood the proud Prince Vegeta, who had grown accustomed to triumphing over lesser foes. When faced with an insurmountable adversary, he would instantly lose all fighting spirit. This was evident against Frieza, Broly, and even Beerus. What ignited Vegeta's fighting spirit was not the pride of Saiyan nor jealousy towards Kakarot, but his affection for his wife, Bulma. Returning to the clash between Wang Quan and Xiao Yukong, although their battleground had ascended into the heavens, their sheer power generated gusts of wind with every strike. As their conflict intensified, the meteorological disturbances that began in the southern hemisphere began to ripple across the globe. The Earth faced escalating calamities: typhoons, tsunamis, torrential rains, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Within a mere half hour, apocalyptic rumors proliferated. Various religions and previously unheard-of cults fervently propagated theories of divine retribution. Amidst this global turmoil, some morally dubious individuals, emboldened by the chaos, abandoned any semblance of decency, resorting to violence, looting, murder, arson, and rape. The military and police forces mobilized en masse. Yet their efforts proved futile. Some officers and soldiers even cast aside their uniforms to join the ranks of the rioters. Despite the worldwide upheaval, the most severe losses were not due to natural disasters, but rather human-induced calamities that end this catastrophe. The island hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament, safeguarded by powerful martial artists, remained largely unscathed. Similarly, West City, under the leadership of Satan and his martial arts students, maintained order, while the long-absent Supergirl swiftly subdued the rioters, minimizing the damage. Observers noted, however, that Supergirl had donned loose-fitting attire, concealing her figure rather than wearing her customary stylish clothing. In another locale, an area occupied by the Red Ribbon Army remained free from widespread insurrection, largely due to its sparse population and the Army's formidable methods, which deterred would-be instigators. In a dimensional space on Earth, the aging deity raised his hands high, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead. He exerted all his strength and divine authority to tenuously maintain the balance of the Earth's cycles. Beside him, Mr. Popo, though deeply concerned, lacked the divine power to assist, instead silently cheering him on. Meanwhile, Wang Quan and Xiao Yukong remained engrossed in their exhilarating duel, with the surrounding environment and the planet's upheaval fading into oblivion for both. After an extended bout, as their strengths remained nearly equal, Wang Quan relied on his systematic combat techniques, gaining a slight edge in speed. Xiao Yukong, benefiting from the unique physical attributes of Saiyan, could endure greater damage than Wang Quan. The two were thus evenly matched, their battle persisting from dusk till the moon rose high in the night sky. At that moment, Wang Quan seized upon a fleeting opening in Xiao Yukong's defense that he swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique, the Great Serpent Strike, gathering energy as flames coalesced in his hands. As he compressed the flames, the temperature soared, and as he could no longer contain the inferno, he lunged forward, unleashing a tidal wave of explosive fire towards the exposed Xiao Yukong. By the time Xiao Yukong became aware, the searing flames had completely encircled him, leaving no avenue for escape. Yet refusing to succumb, he summoned every ounce of his strength to generate a thick protective barrier around himself, isolating the flames. Although this shield prevented him from harm, it rapidly depleted his inner energy. Once the flames of the Great Serpent Strike subsided, Xiao Yukong found his energy nearly exhausted, unable to maintain his levitation as he began to descend slowly. In the sky, Wang Quan, who had maintained the Great Serpent Strike, exhaled heavily, finally having subdued Xiao Yukong. The latter lacked the energy to remain airborne. Once he touched the ground, the outcome of their contest would be determined. It was then that Wang Quan became acutely aware of the grave disasters unfolding in the skies and upon the earth. Impossible. How could this happen? I merely engaged in a battle with Xiao Yukong. How could it result in such devastation? What should I do? What can I do? In the midst of a moment when royal power seemed to be in disarray, it became evident to Wang Quan that the energy of the diminutive sun Wukong below was rapidly expanding, soon surpassing his original combat strength of 2,500 points, and continuing to grow stronger. Simultaneously, a roar akin to that of an ancient behemoth resonated from below. With a tremendous bellow, a colossal beam of light, measuring several meters in diameter, shot directly towards the sky where Wang Quan hovered. In a perilous maneuver, Wang Quan narrowly evaded the oncoming beam and gazed downward, where he beheld a gigantic ape, towering at least 40 to 50 meters, wreaking havoc upon the ice mountains. With a single step, the immense glacier crumbled, and a castle-sized ice mass was uprooted and flung several dozen kilometers away. From its gaping maw, it periodically unleashed massive beams of light, each capable of transforming a mountain into a basin or a plain into an abyss. Wang Quan glanced up at the sky and noted. Indeed, it was a full moon, a Saiyan. Sun Wukong had not severed his tail, and upon witnessing the moon's radiance, he uncontrollably transformed into a colossal ape devoid of any rationality, commencing a frenzy of destruction. This beam of light he emitted must have represented the last vestige of his will. Fortunately, as the two engaged in battle, they had been moving through the sky and had now reached the skies above Antarctica. Had they still been above the venue of the world's martial arts tournament, the transformed giant ape Sun Wukong would have faced dire consequences upon landing. Wang Quan surveyed the massive ape below, reminiscent of a heartbroken figure on Skull Island, and then turned his gaze to the moon, decisively opting to descend. What? You suggest striking the moon down. Have you not seen the state of the Earth? Should Wang Quan destroy the Earth satellite, the moon, the tidal movements and gravitational forces would undergo cataclysmic changes, and the Earth itself would truly be doomed. As he soared downward, Wang Quan resolutely unleashed the life force stored within his body, merging it with his martial energy. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him, and his combat power surged tenfold, escalating to 9,379,29299 points, reminiscent of a station in a fantasy narrative. In a matter of moments, Sun Wukong had nearly obliterated the Antarctic glaciers. Upon Wang Quan's arrival, he had no intention of engaging in combat. Leveraging his size advantage, he swiftly maneuvered behind Sun Wukong, targeting the thick tail that measured over 2 meters in girth. With a decisive strike of his palm, Wang Quan severed the massive tail, which crashed heavily onto the icy surface. As the tail broke, the giant ape abruptly ceased its roaring, and its form began to shrink rapidly. Its height diminished, fur receded, legs straightened, arms shortened, and the protruding jaw and fangs retracted, until soon, the enormous ape transformed back into the naked Sun Wukong, sprawled atop the ice and soundly asleep. Sun Wukong, it's time for your meal, Wang Quan called out, bending down to announce. What? Sun Wukong sprang up from the icy surface, his head swiveling as he searched for the source of food. Oh, it's so cold. Where am I? A gust of frigid wind laced with ice crystals swept past, causing Sun Wukong to shiver. Only then did he realize he was completely unclothed. Hey, where are my clothes? Here, wear this. Wang Quan retrieved a t-shirt and shorts from his universal capsule. After donning them, the t-shirt transformed into a dress, while the shorts morphed into oversized trousers. Hey, where's my tail? Sun Wukong exclaimed, noticing the absence of his tail as he put on his pants. Just as Wang Quan was about to explain, Sun Wukong dismissively replied, well, it'll grow back anyway, so who cares? Once dressed, Sun Wukong looked up at Wang Quan. Wang Quan, have we determined a victor in our battle? Observing Sun Wukong's spirited demeanor, Wang Quan realized that if he claimed they had yet to discern a winner, Sun Wukong would likely press on with the fight. Sun Wukong, you fell from the sky first, thus you are the loser, Wang Quan clarified, for he had no time to continue the duel. His aura expanded as he surveyed the catastrophic aftermath of their battle on Earth. Pondering solutions to, so I lost. Indeed, I am not your match, Wang Quan. However, I shall double my training efforts. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Sun Wukong accepted his defeat with remarkable equanimity, embodying a spirit of resilience, unlike a certain prince, who, despite proclaiming the pride of Saiyans, would cower at the prospect of facing an insurmountable foe. Sun Wukong, this is not the time for us to compete. Have you not noticed the calamities erupting across the earth? Wang Quan reminded him, seeing that Sun Wukong remained fixated on training. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, extending his aura, and in an instant, images of earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes flooded his mind. How could this be? I hope Master Roshi and the others are safe. I need to find them. As Sun Wukong ascended into the sky, he realized that they were currently atop the Antarctic ice mountains, rendering him unable to locate the small island hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong's attempts to sense the presence of Master Roshi and the others yielded no results. Their energies were too weak to detect. Suspended in midair, Sun Wukong was at a loss for where to fly next when Wang Quan swiftly approached. Follow me, he instructed, darting in a specific direction, and Sun Wukong had no choice but to trail behind. Their speed was remarkable, and within mere minutes, they arrived back at the small island where the tournament had taken place. However, now half of the landmass had sunk beneath the sea. Nearly all the island's inhabitants had congregated at the tournament venue. Master Roshi, Krillin, the Lanfang sisters, Peter, Bruce, Temamo, and that Mookie, those masters of Chi were positioned at the island's edge, continuously unleashing energy blasts to fend off the oncoming waves. At that moment, Wang Quan and Sun Wukong descended from the sky. Wang Quan, Sun Wukong, look at the trouble you two have caused, Master Roshi admonished as he forcefully unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave. Turning to reprimand the duo, Master Roshi, I had no foreknowledge that such a calamity would ensue. I merely engaged in battle with Sun Wukong in the sky. Wang Quan explained, raising his hand to obliterate a towering wave several meters high. Teacher Wu Tian, this is unsustainable. My energy is nearly depleted. Mookie's voice echoed from a distance. Hurry, eat the senza beans. Everyone eat the senza beans. Wang Quan distributed the beans, and all regained their full strength in an instant. Yet this is still insufficient. We cannot remain here to protect this island indefinitely. Krillin lamented as he fired off another energy blast. Not just here. Disasters are unfolding across the entire Earth. This will not do. I must devise a plan. Master Roshi, hold on a little longer. Wang Quan handed a generous supply of senza beans to Master Roshi before exploding with energy and ascending into the sky. Such a monumental disaster could only be resolved with the Dragon Balls. The issue was that the Dragon Balls had been utilized 6 months prior, and now they lay dormant as mere stones. Therefore, Wang Quan resolved to seek out the Eternal Dragon, imploring its divine power to restore the Dragon Ball's functionality. Before long, Wang Quan spotted the towering Kirin Tower. He paid no heed to the cat sage at its summit, but instead continued to ascend, breaking through layers of clouds as if piercing through delicate bubbles. Wang Quan arrived at a celestial temple suspended in the sky. The moment he landed on the temple's plaza, the dark-clad Mr. Popo approached him. Wang Quan, you have arrived. The kami is eager to meet you. Please, follow me. The kami knows about me? Wang Quan inquired, his curiosity piqued. As Mr. Popo spoke, he guided Wang Quan to an empty chamber within the kami's temple. Wang Quan, your growth has truly exceeded my expectations. An aged voice emanated from within the room at that moment. Wang Quan also beheld the celestial being, whose green skin bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Demon King Piccolo, adorned in a similar fashion. However, while the Demon King's attire featured a prominent character for demon, the celestial being's garments displayed a grand character for God. You seem rather indifferent to my appearance. Do you not? Ahem. The celestial being's eyes gleamed with intensity. Indeed, I am aware that you and the Demon King Piccolo are one and the same, so I am in no way surprised by your likeness. However, celestial being, our discussion should not dwell on your connection with the Demon King. Rather, the urgent matter at hand is how to save the Earth. Wang Quan, lacking the time for cryptic exchanges with the elderly figure, spoke directly and forthrightly. Chapter 30. Oh, Dragon, grant my wish. How did you come to know that I am the same individual as the Demon King Piccolo? The celestial being inquired, astonished. Even the usually nonchalant Mr. Popo widened his eyes in surprise. Now is not the time for such discussions. Celestial being, Wang Quan urged anxiously. He had flown from the south to this place, only to discover that the calamities on Earth were far more severe than he had imagined. It was not merely natural disasters, but human tragedies that weighed heavily. All he desired was to restore everything to its former state as swiftly as possible. Yes, yes. The celestial being nodded promptly. I have already discerned your intentions. Long before your battle commenced, I instructed Mr. Popo to gather the petrified Dragon Balls. Now, I merely need to imbue them with divine power for them to be utilized. As he spoke, the celestial being unwrapped a cloth bag, revealing several smooth, white orbs that rolled forth. Then I shall entrust this to you. Please be swift, for every moment counts as humanity suffers. Wang Quan clasped his hands together in supplication. Very well. The celestial being raised his hand. Channeling his sacred golden energy into the orbs, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted, transforming the white stones into transparent orange Dragon Balls. Phew, it is done. The Dragon Balls are now usable. What wish do you wish to make? The celestial being wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired of Wang Quan. I have made up my mind. This wish will surely restore all that has been lost and all lives claimed. Wang Quan declared with unwavering confidence. Very well, then. The stage is set for your desire. The celestial being seemed to harbor great faith in Wang Quan. Wang Quan wrapped the 7 Dragon Balls in the cloth and proceeded to the plaza of the temple, pouring them out. Come forth, dragon! With a thunderous shout from Wang Quan, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder crashed, and the world dimmed, culminating in a radiant beam of golden light erupting from the Dragon Balls. As the light subsided, a verdant dragon emerged from the clouds, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon Wang Quan. State your wish. Any wish shall I grant. But only once, the dragon intoned. My wish is to restore all things on Earth to the state they were in before the commencement of my contest with Goku. Wang Quan proclaimed confidently. Should this wish materialize, all losses on Earth and the lives lost amidst the chaos would be reinstated to their former selves. The dragon's eyes flared with a crimson light, and after a prolonged 3 minutes, they returned to normal. Your wish is simple. It has been granted. Farewell. With those words, the dragon transformed into a cascade of golden light, vanishing into the horizon, while the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, scattering in all directions. Wang Quan's gaze remained fixed on the 4-star ball, as he recalled that it was a treasured relic from Goku's grandfather. By intercepting it here, he could spare Goku the arduous journey of seeking it out a year later. Yet, just as Wang Quan prepared to take flight, his form dissipated like a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the temple. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing upon the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament, facing the equally bewildered Goku. The host, the audience, and Master Roshi's group below the arena remained silent, all gazing in astonishment at the familiar yet strange surroundings. Moments ago, they had huddled together, bracing against a relentless tide, uncertain of when they might be swept away into the abyss in an instant. It felt as though a nightmare had lifted, with everyone now positioned in different places, devoid of any peril. After a brief silence, all rose in excitement, embracing both acquaintances and strangers alike, celebrating their miraculous survival. Though none understood what had transpired, the calamity had passed, and safety was restored, which was of utmost significance. Wang Quan, what have you done? Master Roshi and the others leaped onto the stage, aware that the extraordinary events were surely linked to Wang Quan's sudden reappearance. I made a wish with the Dragon Balls, restoring everything to the state it was in before my contest with Goku. Wang Quan explained with a smile. Dragon Balls? Were they not still unusable? How did you manage to locate them in such a brief span of time? Lan Feng inquired, her eyes alight with curiosity. I sought out the celestial being who created the Dragon Balls and asked him to restore their powered AS for the Dragon Balls. They had already been gathered by the celestial being before my arrival. Wang Quan replied with a grin. The celestial being? Everyone inquired with intrigue. The host's eyes widened, realizing he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Indeed, the celestial being. Let us discuss that matter later. Must we converse about it in this arena? Wang Quan chuckled. Wang Quan, you have triumphed. Yet I assure you, next time, I shall not be defeated by you. Goku conceded, marking the official conclusion of this World Martial Arts Tournament. In truth, this tournament had unfolded rather imperfectly. Many battles had gone unseen by the audience. The final championship match had been particularly anticlimactic, with both competitors vanishing shortly after taking the stage, followed by a global climatic shift that drew attention away from the tournament. Ultimately, in a perplexing turn of events, Goku conceded, and Wang Quan claimed victory, receiving a prize of 500,000 yuan. Thankfully, the audience, having survived the catastrophe, cared little for the outcome. They simply wished to depart the perilous island and return to safety. Unaware that this crisis was global in nature, affecting every corner of the earth. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The dragon had restored everything to its original state, bringing peace back to the world. Yet, those heroes who had stood firm amidst the disaster and the vile individuals who engaged in plunder would face vastly different fates. Wang Quan had overlooked one detail in his wish: the erasure of everyone's memories. Consequently, while all physical destruction had been repaired, the memories of the calamity lingered in the minds of all. The martial arts tournament concluded. Though it lacked resolution, Wang Quan's martial arts academy had nonetheless gained renown. The group had no intention of lingering on the small island. After bidding farewell to Tanmu, they employed the technique of flight to return to Master Roshi's beachside cottage. Master Roshi, unable to perform flight, was carried by Goku, much to the chagrin of the elderly pervert who stubbornly refused to practice the technique. This time, the Lanfang sisters returned to gather their belongings, preparing to leave Master Roshi's abode and return to their home in West City, which now served as their martial arts academy. As the group touched down on the sandy shore, a great sea turtle, shedding tears, rushed towards Master Roshi. "Wah! I thought I would never see you again. It was so terrifying. Our island is gone. Our home is gone. And all the comic books you hid are gone too. What? My prize collection of alluring ladies." Master Roshi instantly tossed the sea turtle aside and dashed back into his home, soon emitting a sound of great relief. "Wah! Thank goodness, my treasures. You are all safe?" As Wang Quan and the others entered the dwelling, they discovered Master Roshi pulling a cardboard box from beneath the television cabinet, treating it as a cherished relic. "Master Roshi, do you have something special hidden away?" Goku exclaimed, noticing the box and assuming it contained delectable treats. Rushing over to "This contains my cherished collection." "Goku, you are still too young. You cannot comprehend, thus you must not look." Master Roshi, with great solemnity, pushed the box beneath the television cabinet. "Master Roshi, have I not already stated that everything has returned to its original state? Even the deceased among humanity have been revived. Let alone your trivial Liu Bei." Wang Quan jested. Although Master Roshi was unfamiliar with the term trivial Liu Bei, he could sense that Wang Quan was up to no good. Noticing the glances from several women directed at him, Master Roshi offered an awkward smile. The Lanfang sisters swiftly gathered their belongings, and after bidding farewell to Master Roshi and the others, Wang Quan and his entourage departed from the Turtle Hermit's abode, soaring back to the West City. Upon returning to the National Martial Arts Institute, Wang Quan observed that, despite the late hour, the institute was still bustling with activity. Outside, a throng had gathered. Fortunately, Wang Quan and his companions had flown directly back from the sky. Had they attempted to enter through the main gate, they likely would have been unable to do so. Under Satan's explanation, Wang Quan learned that the calamities plaguing the earth today were a result of his battle with Little Yukon. Not only were natural disasters rampant, but man-made catastrophes loomed larger still. As if in the face of impending annihilation, all manner of malevolent entities had emerged. Point 1 can never truly fathom the depths of human darkness. The entire West City had descended into chaos, teetering on the brink of destruction. The military and police were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. It was during this tumultuous time that Satan, leading the students of the National Martial Arts Institute, intervened to restore some semblance of order. When Wang Quan used the Dragon Balls to wish for everything to return to its former state, those saved by the Institute retained memories of the ordeal. They were unaware of the true events and could only perceive it as a divine miracle, although they did not know which deity to worship. The existence of the National Martial Arts Institute was undeniable, leading a multitude to spontaneously express their gratitude to Satan and his comrades for their salvation. Wang Quan. That is the situation as it stands. We too are perplexed as to what transpired today. Calamity struck without warning, and fear gripped everyone, Satan remarked, still unable to conceal his bewilderment. As Satan's words hung in the air, he noticed Izkin and the Lan Fong sisters gazing at Wang Quan, prompting him to turn his attention in the same direction. Satan, actually the disaster did not appear out of nowhere, Wang Quan said, rubbing his nose. Are you aware? Did you not attend the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? How then do you know of the calamities in West City? Satan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Cough, cough, Satan, it is not merely the divine city. The entire earth is undergoing upheaval. Wang Quan coughed awkwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Could it be that those people were correct? Have the deities abandoned Earth, and is it doomed to destruction? Satan's complexion turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting, Satan? What are you rambling on about? Upon hearing Satan's increasingly erratic discourse, Lan Fong, assuming the role of the elder sister, interjected loudly, Lan Fong, it is as follows. After the disaster struck this afternoon, several sects began parading with their scriptures and revelations, proclaiming that humanity is sinful and that divine retribution is upon us. Earth is on the brink of annihilation, and only by converting to the divine can one enter the realm of the gods. In front of Lan Fong, Satan maintained the demeanor of a subordinate, utterly unlike the formidable figure in the minds of the students. Puffed. Little Wang Quan, did you hear that? Divine retribution has descended. Lan Fong giggled, casting a teasing glance at the slightly flushed Wang Quan. Yuzokian discreetly covered her mouth with her fan, her fox-like eyes betraying her amusement, while Lan Chi, seated beside Lan Fong, shook with laughter as well. Elder sister Lan Fong, Yuzokian, what is so amusing? Satan asked, utterly bewildered. This is a grave matter of world destruction and divine punishment. Why are you all so flippant? Satan, cough, cough, if what you're saying is true, that the deities have unleashed their punitive wrath, then, cough, the deity stands right before you. Wang Quan laughed uncontrollably as he finished his statement. Really? Satan began to scan the surroundings. All right, little Wang Quan, do not tease Satan further. Satan, the global disaster this afternoon was not divine retribution at all. Lan Fong said, her expression turning serious as she looked at Wang Quan. What was it? Satan asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. It was I. In my battle with little Wukong, I exerted my full power. Even though we relocated the battlefield to the skies, we still caused significant disturbances in the atmosphere, leading to various disasters across the globe, Wang Quan explained gravely. What? It was the fight between you two that caused this. You once mentioned that a strong warrior could obliterate a planet with a single punch. I found it hard to believe, but now I do, Satan admitted, secretly pleased with himself for not participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I knew it. The tournament must be perilous, filled with experts. Just the clash between Wang Quan and another nearly led to humanity's obliteration. If I were to encounter a particularly irate powerhouse, would I not be instantly doomed? I must continue to practice diligently until I too can obliterate a planet with a single punch before vying for the title of champion, he resolved. Little Wang Quan, how strong are you now to create such a commotion? Lan Fong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, I have a battle power detector I obtained from Brief. IT indicates that my battle power is 2500 and little Wukong's is also 2500. However, we can augment our battle power, which can escalate to 937929299, as referenced in FFF novels. Wang Quan continued, in the universe, warriors with a battle power exceeding 1000 are termed cosmic warriors, capable of undertaking missions across various planets, including the annihilation of surface civilizations. Those with battle powers exceeding 10,000 are the elite among cosmic warriors, serving as squad leaders whose strength can devastate a planet's core. This means that if I were to unleash my full power against Earth, its core would perish, and it would become a mere firework in the cosmos. Wang Quan elucidated the classification of battle power in the universe and its potential for destruction. Wang Quan, how do you possess such knowledge? Yuzokian asked, tapping her fan against her palm, puzzled. Did I not mention it? Perhaps I forgot. All this information was imparted to me by the celestial beings, Wang Quan replied, diverting the source of knowledge to the divine, knowing they could not verify it with the celestial beings. Celestial beings? Satan exclaimed, utterly confounded. Could there truly be deities? Are those religions genuine? Should I consider joining one? Indeed, little Wang Quan, at the tournament you stated you would seek the celestial beings. And then everything returned to normal. What transpired? Lan Feng leaned forward, her bosom prominently displayed. Wang Quan and Satan, seated opposite her, were momentarily entranced, torn between admiration and restraint. Lan Feng, casting a flirtatious glance at both, coughed delicately and leaned back, concealing her charms. The truth is, we have a celestial being on Earth who oversees everything. For instance, when someone dies, this being sends them to the underworld, where Yama judges whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell. The Dragon Balls were created by the celestial being .my visit today aimed to request assistance in infusing the Dragon Balls with divine power, allowing them to be used immediately. Following that, I summoned the dragon and wished for everything on Earth, including humanity, to revert to the state it was in before my battle with little Yukong. After this lengthy explanation, Wang Quan felt parched and grabbed a drink to quench his thirst. Lan Shi extended her hand, only to let it fall slowly, her face visibly flushing. Neither Wang Quan nor Satan noticed her unusual behavior. Only Yuzokian and Lan Feng exchanged knowing glances at Lan Shi and then at Wang Quan's drink. Remaining silent, celestial beings, Wang Quan, you speak of them. Are they truly real? How do you know? Where do these celestial beings reside? How dare you seek their help without fear of retribution? Satan fired off a barrage of questions. Having asked everything the three women were eager to know, gulping down the remainder of his drink, Wang Quan licked the bottle clean before responding, firstly, I must assure you that celestial beings do exist, as do heaven and hell. Therefore, you must all exercise caution and refrain from engaging in wrongdoing, for it may lead to damnation. Particularly you, Lan Shi. You have committed your fair share of misdeeds, so make sure to perform more good deeds in the future. Wang Quan unexpectedly mentioned Lan Shi, only to find that the young lady was blushing fiercely, as if her face were a crimson cloth, and she wouldn't lift her gaze to meet his. Wang Quan felt a bit perplexed. Although he was not well acquainted with Lan Shi, the amalgamation of three personalities into one should not leave her with such a demeanor, especially considering the audacity of the golden-haired Lan Shi. Nonetheless, as their relationship was still in its infancy, he merely offered a gentle reminder and chose not to dwell on her behavior, continuing instead, the celestial god is not frightening at all. He was once a martial artist, indeed the most formidable on Earth at that time. It was only after he ascended to the position of celestial god that he became what he is today. Moreover, while the celestial god possesses certain extraordinary abilities, his personal combat prowess is not particularly high. All of us here could vanquish him. So why should I fear him? Chapter 31. The celestial god's spaceship, the proud little Piccolo, after finishing his thoughts on the celestial god. Wang Quan remarked, today was indeed perilous, but fortunately, with the celestial god's aid in restoring everything with the Dragon Balls, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Upon reflecting on this, Wang Quan felt a pang of fear. He had merely engaged in a spirited battle, coming perilously close to sending Earth's sovereign away. Hearing Wang Quan's words, Satan and the others were similarly reminded of the chaotic calamity from that afternoon, a sense of trepidation washing over them. Although they were all powerful martial artists capable of moving mountains and shattering boulders, they were adept only at destruction, not restoration, and in the face of catastrophe. They found themselves equally helpless. What should we do then? Are we to cease our training? Yu Zhao Qian inquired, tapping her fan against her palm. No, we cannot allow fear to stifle our growth, since Earth cannot accommodate greater combat power. We shall make it more resilient, Wang Quan replied earnestly. With a combat power of only 2,500, even if he were to unleash a brief surge, it would barely equate to the might of FFF Novel Transit Station 937929299. Such power would be inconsequential in the Dragon Ball incident. Hardly worthy of surrendering his training, he aspired to elevate the national martial arts and compete with the universe's strongmen. Make Earth more resilient? Little Wang Quan, are you feverish? Such nonsensical talk. Lan Fong leaned forward, her delicate hand pressing against Wang Quan's forehead. Sister Lan Fong, how many times must I say it? Do not call me little Wang Quan. Wang Quan awkwardly dodged her hand, then continued. Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? The Eternal Dragon can grant any wish. Dragon Balls? Wang Quan, didn't you say they've turned to stone and cannot be used for a year? Well, it seems we must refrain from unleashing our powers for that duration. But that is just a year, Yu Zhao Qian remarked, closing her fan and lightly tapping her lips, and no need to wait a year. Wang Quan replied with a smile that, Wang Quan, do you intend to seek the celestial goddess favor? Asking him to recharge the Dragon Balls? It seems rather inconsiderate to trouble him with our mundane issues, Satan said, scratching his wild hair quietly. I do wish to consult the celestial god, but not to infuse energy into Earth's Dragon Balls. I intend to borrow his spaceship to visit his homeland, Namek, and use the Dragon Balls there to make our wishes, Wang Quan explained, still smiling. While the Dragon Balls could indeed grant any wish, their effectiveness depended on the strength of their creator. The Namekian Dragon Balls were evidently far more potent than those on Earth and could fulfill 3 wishes. Naturally, Wang Quan yearned to utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls. What? A spaceship? Namek. Little Wang Quan, what are you talking about? Lan Fong inquired, having caught on to some intriguing details in Wang Quan's word. Oh, the celestial god is not from Earth. He hails from the alien planet Namek. Did I not mention this before? Wang Quan asked innocently. Not at all. For all right, perhaps I forgot. Now that you know, the creation of Dragon Balls is a special ability of the Namekians, so there must be additional Dragon Balls on Namek that we can use to wish for Earth's environment to withstand our powers. Wang Quan stated proudly. Are there truly aliens? What do they look like? Are they like those from the movies, resembling octopuses? Perhaps aliens look just like us Earthlings, but with tails, as Wang Quan's words hung in the air. Satan and the others began to discuss the topic of aliens. Lan Shi recalled that half a year ago, Wang Quan had mentioned that little Goku might be an alien, leading her to conclude that aliens might have tails, which prompted everyone to glance at Yu Zhao Qian's rear, where Fluffy Tail was gently swaying. How did the celestial god arrive on Earth? Could it be that, like in the films, his planet was destroyed, and he was sent here by his parents? Surely not. If his planet was destroyed, how would we find the Dragon Balls? In no time, the group began to chatter casually about the celestial god and aliens. Wang Quan sat back, amusedly observing their nonsensical analyses. Knock, 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 that a sudden rapping sound came from outside the window. What was that? I'll take a look, Satan exclaimed, drawing back the curtains and opening the window, revealing a dark figure with 2 white dots for eyes amidst the gloom. Who goes there? Startled, Satan realized that the figure was a person, entirely cloaked in darkness, with only their eyes shining white. In the pitch blackness, he could only see those 2 points. Satan quickly sensed something was amiss. His current cultivation level allowed him to feel no trace of this person's presence. If he had not seen the eyes, he would have thought he was merely gazing at empty air, devoid of any being. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this individual was standing on a floating carpet. Realizing the peculiarity of the person, Satan immediately adopted a defensive stance that, it's Mr. Bobo. What brings you here? Wang Quan recognized the figure as Mr. Bobo from the temple and approached the window. You know him? Satan asked, turning back. Yu Zhao Qian and the other 2 ladies also approached, curiously observing the strange individual. That he is Mr. Bobo, a servant of the celestial God. By the way, Mr. Bobo, is there something you need? Wang Quan inquired after introducing. Wang Quan, the celestial god, is looking for you and wishes to ask a few questions. Mr. Bobo replied, his expression unchanging. All right, I shall accompany you at once. Wang Quan understood immediately that the celestial god must have heard about his comments regarding him being an alien. After exchanging a few words with Satan and the others, Wang Quan followed Mr. Bobo to the temple. The celestial god appeared quite agitated, waiting for Wang Quan and Mr. Bobo in the plaza of the temple. Wang Quan, is it true? Am I indeed an alien from Namek? How did you come to know this? As soon as Wang Quan alighted in the temple plaza, the celestial god approached him, leaning on his staff that, Celestial god, please do not be overly excited. You are indeed a Namekian. Wang Quan affirmed, though he refrained from disclosing how he had obtained this information, that, yes, that's so. Is that so? No wonder I look different from others. No wonder I possess such an unusual home. Reflecting on it now, that must have been the spaceship that brought me to Earth. The celestial god did not dwell on the source of Wang Quan's information, only wishing to confirm his identity as a Namekian. Before long, the celestial god raised his head to look at Wang Quan and continued, Wang Quan, I can grant you the spaceship to visit Namek, but I hope you will take someone with you. You wish to revisit your homeland? Certainly. Wang Quan replied with a smile. He remembered that the spaceship was entirely voice-controlled, and to pilot it safely, he would need to learn the Namekian language, given that he struggled with English in his past life. Mastering an alien tongue seemed daunting. If the celestial god were to accompany him, that would be ideal. No, I am the celestial god of Earth and cannot leave. Piccolo, come forth. The celestial god turned to call someone from within the temple. With that, a small Namekian emerged from the shadows. Piccolo. Wang Quan gazed at the rather adorable little Piccolo, then turned back to the celestial god. Humph, you summoned me just to see this little fellow? Do not forget, if I perish, you too will vanish. Are you not weary of life yet? Little Bick watched Wang Quan with a wary eye, his muscles taut and ready to flee at a moment's notice. While still reminding the deity, the little Bick glared at Wang Quan with eyes full of hatred. There was a trace of hidden fear. Yet, Wang Quan exhibited no hint of malevolence with his chubby green face. He appeared utterly adorable. Ahem, Wang Quan, you must have realized by now that I and Bick are two sides of the same coin. Years ago, in my pursuit of becoming a deity, I separated the evil persona within me, giving rise to the great demon king Bick. Subsequently, the great demon king began to wreak havoc, and I, newly ascended as a deity, lacked the power to control him. Fortunately, he was sealed away by a martial artist from the human realm. Recently, the great demon king Bick broke free and was fortuitously defeated by you. However, before his demise, he left behind an offspring. This child has inherited all that the great demon king possessed. He is yet another incarnation of the great demon king and also a part of me. The deity elucidated the relationship between himself and the great demon king Bick. You want me to take little Bick to Namek? Wang Quan inquired. Indeed, since Namek is our homeland, returning there may purify the malevolent aura within him, transforming him into a benevolent Namekian. The deity gently replied. What are you all talking about? Purify the malevolent aura within me. You must be dreaming. One day, our demonic race shall rule the earth. Just wait. Little Bick roared with ferocity that if you wish to dominate the earth, perhaps you should wait until you've grown up and stopped wetting the bed. Wang Quan bent down, extending his right hand to pinch little Bick's cheeks, eliciting a surprisingly pleasant sensation. You scoundrel, you are offending me, the great demon king Bick. Little Bick spat, unleashing a ki blast. Wang Quan effortlessly caught it with an outstretched hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, causing it to vanish with a soft pop, like a deflating balloon. Ah! Little Bick exclaimed in disbelief. Although he had only recently been born, he had already regained a significant portion of his power. From his memories, this individual's strength seemed comparable to his own. How could he so effortlessly intercept his ki blast? Little Bick remained unaware that during Wang Xuan's battle with the old Bick, he had been gravely injured and had not even unleashed half of his power. Moreover, his strength had been steadily increasing during this time. This little fellow has quite the temper, Wang Quan remarked nonchalantly, reaching out with his left hand to tug at little Bick's cheeks. You are doomed. I will not let you escape. Little Bick snapped back, but he lacked the strength to free himself from Wang Xuan's grip. Ahem! The deity coughed a few times. Essie and Bick were two sides of the same coin. He felt a peculiar discomfort witnessing Wang Xuan's treatment of little Bick. Upon hearing the deity's cough, Wang Quan sheepishly smiled, releasing the now slightly purple little green face, and cheerfully said, No problem. You can leave him in my care. I will ensure he reaches Namek safely. I don't want to go Namek. I want to rule the earth. I want to revive the demon race. Little Bick protested vehemently. With a swift motion, Wang Quan pressed down on his head, instantly releasing 2,500 units of battle power. Little fellow, come with me to D. Oh, you have any objections? Wang Quan asked with a warm demeanor, and no. Little Bick stammered, his two antennae straightening, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body stiffening as he trembled, barely managing to utter two syllables. That's good. Now that's what a well-behaved child sounds like. Wang Quan said, retracting his aura and patting Little Bic's shoulder with a smile. Having pacified Little Bic, Wang Quan, along with him, was led by Mr. Bobo to the Yunza Baiman Plateau, where they located the spaceship that had transported the deity to Earth. The spacecraft resembled a bizarrely shaped beetle. After Mr. Bobo uttered a peculiar phrase, the ship's door opened, and the three of them stepped inside. The interior of the ship featured a control panel, but the trio was clueless and dared not press anything. Fortunately, a voice-controlled system was available, and under Mr. Bobo's command in the Namekian language, the spaceship started up smoothly. Mr. Bobo, let us fly to the moon first and gauge the speed of this vessel, Wang Quan proposed. And no sooner had he spoken than Wang Quan felt the ship vibrate, and a powerful force acted upon his body. He quickly stabilized himself and reached out to grab Little Bic, steadying him as well. In less than a minute, the ship trembled again, and an opposing force surged through, but Wang Quan remained unfazed, and Little Bic did not fly away either. At this moment, the spaceship came to a halt, and Wang Quan noticed Mr. Bobo standing at the control panel. Unmoving, he recalled that in Dragon Ball, Mr. Bobo had served as a martial arts teacher to Goku for a time. Evidently, Mr. Bobo's martial prowess was quite formidable. Wang Quan, we have arrived at the moon, Mr. Bobo's emotionless voice announced. Wang Quan released Little Bic and approached Mr. Bobo, whereupon the control panel displayed a pockmarked lunar surface. Indeed, it was the moon. The speed of the spaceship was remarkable. After all these years, it could still fly. Was Namek's technology once so advanced? Wang Quan marveled. Humph, what an AV bumpkin. Little Bic crossed his arms, his expression one of disdain. Oh, have you seen it? Wang Quan chuckled, looking down at him. I lived here when I was a child, Little Bic retorted. That can't be right. Wasn't it the deity who lived here? Wang Quan replied with a smirk. You, humph. Little Bic turned away, refusing to acknowledge Wang Quan any further. All right, Mr. Bobo, let us head back. After Wang Quan spoke, Mr. Bobo began to pilot the spaceship back to Earth using the Namekian language. Little Bic promptly jumped into a seat and fastened his seatbelt. 2 minutes later, the spaceship landed on the Yunza Baiman Plateau. Suddenly, a red light illuminated the control panel, and an alarm sounded. But Mr. Bobo, what is happening? Wang Quan inquired anxiously. The intelligence system reports that the fuel aboard the spaceship is nearly depleted. Mr. Bobo replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Fuel. Well, let me think of a solution. Wang Quan recalled that in Dragon Ball, Bulma had modified the spaceship, but he could not trouble her now. However, Dr. Gero was also one of the most skilled scientists on Earth. If Bulma could accomplish it, surely he could as well. With that thought in mind, Wang Quan devised a plan. Mr. Bobo, can the ship still fly? Wang Quan asked. Mr. Bobo responded in a string of Namekian, and the ship's voice control system echoed back in the same language. No, the remaining fuel is insufficient for the next launch. Mr. Bobo turned to Wang Quan and stated, I see. I understand now. Mr. Bobo, you return to the divine realm. I will handle the remaining matters. I will notify the deity when we are ready to depart. Wang Quan said to Mr. Bobo, then turned to Little Bic seated in the chair. Little rascal, do you still remember our native tongue? Humph. Little Bic turned away, ignoring Wang Quan. All right, Mr. Bobo, then Little Bic shall remain here. After Wang Quan concluded his statement, Mr. Bobo opened the spacecraft's hatch and ascended upon his flying carpet, soaring into the skies. Wang Quan similarly exited the spacecraft, gliding beneath it, extending his arms to locate a center of gravity, and effortlessly lifted the vessel into the air. Subsequently, a faint crimson glow emanated from Wang Quan's body as he elevated the spacecraft, propelling it towards the northern headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, in the information department of the Red Ribbon Legion. Alarms began to blare, accompanied by flashing red lights. The duty officer, who had been sipping coffee to stay alert, hurriedly approached the display screen to scrutinize the source of the impending danger. This afternoon, an unexpected catastrophe had engulfed all members of the Red Ribbon Legion, claiming the lives of many amidst both natural disasters and man-made calamities. However, what transpired afterward remained a mystery. Everything reverted to its state prior to the disaster, as if the deceased were bewilderingly resurrected, oblivious to the calamity that had transpired, with time inexplicably slipping into the evening, as if those 2 hours had been stolen away, despite the restoration of normalcy. The duty officer maintained an unwavering vigilance, aware that should disaster strike again, early detection would afford them a greater chance of survival. The officers soon identified a threatening entity on the radar, a colossal energy source approaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and soon a crystal-clear image was transmitted from the satellite. A gigantic creature, reminiscent of a beetle, was soaring towards the headquarters, accompanied by an immense life force. Wang Quan had bequeathed the martial arts training techniques to Zi Luo Lan, and over the past 6 months, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion had experienced a rapid enhancement in physical capabilities. With some even mastering martial arts to a remarkable degree, Dr. Gallo had developed a combat power detector based on the strength of energy, allowing for a more intuitive assessment of a soldier's combat prowess. At that moment, the duty officer stared in disbelief at the screen, displaying a combat power reading of FFF Novel Transfer Station 937929299. Chapter 32. Wang Quan and Zi Luo Lan reunited. A thunderous alarm reverberated throughout the night sky of the city. The slumbering metropolis awakened instantly as soldiers swiftly donned their gear and armed themselves, awaiting further orders. Others also mobilized, orderly evacuating to safer locations. Despite the chaos, everyone remained composed, with not a hint of disorder. It must be said that the earlier disaster had provided them with a most authentic drill. "Soldier, report your findings immediately," commanded an officer with a stern expression on the massive screen in the duty room. "Yes, General Duke, radar has detected a massive, unidentified flying object approaching. And what?" General Duke inquired, furrowing his brow in displeasure. "And the energy detector indicates that there are 2 enormous energy sources. One measures 3,000 gallo." The officer responded, "However, there is no need for concern, as several generals within our Red Ribbon Legion possess energies surpassing 3,000 gallo, not to mention our marshal, upon hearing of a creature with 3,000 gallo energy." General Duke's interest peaked, and his admiration for the marshal was unmistakable. "General Duke, there is another source, with an energy reading of FFF Novel Transfer Station 937929299. The duty officer swallowed hard, his face betraying his fear. "What? FFF Novel Transfer Station 937929299 gallo. Are you certain? You did not misread that?" General Duke exclaimed, his shock palpable. He understood the magnitude of such energy. It possessed the potential to obliterate an entire city. And, crucially, the Red Ribbon Legion lacked combat strength of that caliber. The duty officer continued to type furiously before raising his head with certainty. "There is no mistake, General. It is indeed FFF Novel Transfer Station 937929299 gallo." As the officer's words hung in the air, the screen displaying General Duke abruptly turned black. In the marshal's office of the Red Ribbon Legion, Zi Luo Lan stood in her impeccably tailored military uniform. Gazing out the expansive window, arms crossed, overlooking the tranquil scene below, she reflected on the 138 days since Wang Quan's departure, missing him deeply. That boy, akin to a younger brother, had effortlessly altered the fates of many, transforming the world's largest terrorist organization, the Red Ribbon Legion, into its current formidable state, safeguarding countless lives, especially during those 2 hours this afternoon. Although the reasons behind the subsequent restoration remained unknown, the contributions made by the Red Ribbon Legion during that brief period were unprecedented. As the world's second military-political power, the Red Ribbon Legion's intelligence network spanned the globe. Zi Luo Lan had comprehensively grasped the circumstances of the disaster worldwide. The first 2 places to quell the unrest were the West capital and the small island hosting the world's foremost martial arts tournament. The former was where Wang Quan resided, with students from his martial arts school intervening, alongside the resourceful young lady, Bulma. The latter was a location where all participants were present, thus averting any chaos. In contrast, other areas were not so fortunate, descending into utter disarray, with all manner of chaos erupting. Ultimately, it appeared that the regions governed by the Red Ribbon Legion experienced the least turmoil and incurred minimal losses. Contemplating these matters, a hint of pride graced Zi Luo Lan's countenance. Yet her thoughts shifted, her brow furrowing, and her pearly teeth gently biting her lip. For a fleeting moment, She appeared less like the formidable Grand Marshal of the Red Ribbon Legion and more like a slightly jealous woman. On her desk, meticulously arranged materials coexisted with scattered photographs that seemed out of place. Upon closer inspection, Wang Quan's image predominated, accompanied by photos of Bulma, Temamo, and the Lan Fong sisters. Initially, after Wang Quan's departure, Ziluo Lan had thought of him often, primarily out of concern for her absent brother. However, as a mature and beautiful woman, she also harbored certain physical yearnings during the crucial period of reform within the Red Ribbon Legion. As Grand Marshal, she had a plethora of responsibilities, leaving little time to dwell on Wang Quan. Yet once the Legion found its footing and her schedule lightened, her thoughts of Wang Quan evolved from a brotherly affection into a profound, romantic longing. The moments spent with Wang Quan lingered her mind, bringing her joy even in solitude within her office. Eventually, she exercised her authority to investigate Wang Quan, during which Bulma, Temamo, and even the Lan Fong sisters caught her attention. Ziluo Lan once contemplated leading her troops into the West capital to reclaim Wang Quan for the Red Ribbon Legion, desiring to share her life with him. However, she ultimately restrained herself, understanding that if Wang Quan were unwilling, no one could compel him to choose differently, and such an action might only serve to alienate him. Ultimately, Ziluo Lan resolved that she would cultivate the Red Ribbon Legion into the most formidable military-political entity, positioning herself as an indispensable woman in Wang Quan's life. As she pondered Wang Quan, a sudden cacophony of alarms erupted throughout the city. Ziluo Lan's brow knitted in concern. What was amiss today? The miraculous disaster had just occurred this afternoon, and now alarms blared anew, leaving little room for respite. However, witnessing the orderly preparations of those outside brought a faint smile to her lips. This was her Red Ribbon Legion. And indeed, Wang Quan's as well. 2 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Enter, Ziluo Lan commanded, returning to her desk to tidy the scattered photographs. Yes, General Duke, with a hint of disarray in his gaze, hurriedly entered the room. Upon reporting to Marshal Duke, his eyes swept across the photograph held by Violet, revealing a strikingly familiar young man, his smile radiant and bright. If one were to remove his sharply parted hair and replace it with a shaved head, would it not resemble the very lad whom Violet had brought to the base for treatment 6 months prior? General Duke! As the general's voice faltered, Violet lifted her gaze, calling out his name. General Duke's eyes fixated on the photograph in Violet's hand, his voice tinged with bitterness. Address me as Marshal, General Duke. Violet solemnly placed the photograph into the drawer of her desk. Marshal, the on-duty soldier reports that a massive, unidentified flying object is approaching. And there are 2 energy sources aboard, one of which corresponds to the FFF Novel Transfer Station 937929299, FFF Novel Transfer Station 1937929299, Gero. General Duke exhaled deeply, once more burying his emotions, and spoke with grave seriousness. An unidentified flying object with energy sources linked to FFF Novel Transfer Station 937929299, FFF Novel Transfer Station 1937929299, Gero. After a moment of contemplation, Violet promptly raised her head and declared, "You must immediately inform Dr. Gero to prepare the final plan. I shall ascend to ascertain the situation." Having spoken, Violet emerged from behind her desk, ready to soar into the sky and confront the unknown entity that is far too perilous. "Allow me to go." In a moment of desperation, General Duke reached for Violet's arm. She deftly evaded his grasp with a casual turn. "Your abilities are insufficient. Should the adversary harbor ill intent, you would have no chance to escape." "Enough said. Only my combat prowess suffices as she spoke. Violet approached the floor-to-ceiling window, pressed a button on the wall, and the window gradually opened. Instantly, a white aura enveloped her, and she launched into the night sky like a white comet. Standing at the window, General Duke's clothing flapped in the wind. He gazed upward at Violet's vanishing form, his fists clenched tightly. Subsequently, he pressed the button on the wall, and amidst the humming sound of the window closing, he swiftly departed the marshal's office, heading toward Dr. Gero's laboratory. Having flown a considerable distance into the night sky, Violet began to sense a formidable presence in the distance. Initially appearing solemn, she suddenly hovered in midair, closing her eyes to fully attune to that power. Uncontrollably, her lips curled into a smile, and when she opened her eyes, they sparkled with glistening tears. "Stupid little brother, you finally came to see me." Violet uttered a sound that was both joyous and resentful, one she herself could not fully comprehend, before her body shot forth into the night. High above, Wang Quan carried the immense spacecraft for over an hour. He could have increased his speed, yet the vessel was too large. Should he attempt to fly at full throttle, calamity would surely ensue. As for why the ship had managed to traverse the distance between Earth and the Moon in merely 2 minutes without disaster. It was due to the extraterrestrial technology installed aboard, which eliminated resistance and friction, thereby enhancing speed without harming the environment. However, the ship was now out of fuel, rendering even the most advanced technology mere scrap metal, compelling him to adhere to the fundamental laws of physics. Nevertheless, Wang Quan was not anxious. Rather, he found himself hoping for a slower journey, relishing the extended duration. Bulma had stormed off in anger, and he found it difficult to seek her assistance, just as Violet had. Having recently undergone a series of events that left him feeling reckless, he had abandoned Violet for over half a year without so much as a phone call. And now he too felt apprehensive about facing her. Did he truly have feelings for her? Wang Quan questioned himself. Undoubtedly, he was fond of her, even in love. Initially drawn by her looks, he had come to understand her circumstances and the tenacity of her spirit. And he was captivated by this strong woman. Yet if he cherished and loved her, why did he fear seeing her, even going so far as to avoid contacting her? Wang Quan probed his own heart. He found no answer. Perhaps he was simply a cad, or perhaps he had not yet descended into complete depravity. Just as Wang Quan wrestled with his inner turmoil, a familiar aura emerged within his detection range. "Sister Violet," he exclaimed, his heart racing as the earlier confusion and fear dissipated, leaving only the joy of impending reunion. Unconsciously, he quickened his flight, the sound of rushing air echoing around him, threatening to form a tornado. Wang Quan immediately reduced his speed, suppressing his excitement as he continued onward. Before long, he noticed that Violet's presence had halted in place, no longer advancing. That a pang of anxiety struck him. She must have sensed him, and now she was upset with him. Would she, unlike Bulma, refuse to acknowledge him again? Just as he fretted, he observed Violet's aura rapidly approaching him. His spirits soared as if on a bungee jump, having just plunged to the depths only to ascend to the heights. In what felt like mere moments, Violet spotted the unidentified flying object in the night sky, though her eyes were fixated on the figure beneath the spacecraft, entirely oblivious to the enormous vessel above. "Stupid little brother." "Sister Violet." Violet's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Wang Quan, who raised his hands in a somewhat comical manner. All the resentment she had felt vanished at the sight of him, leaving only a profound sweetness. Violet flew to Wang Quan, extending her small hands to caress his forehead and cheeks. After 6 months apart, he had grown even more handsome and matured. The remnants of boyishness had completely faded. The once bald head had sprouted dark hair, styled into a dashing center part. Countless words hung in the air, yet none could be spoken. Simply being able to see him and to have him by her side was enough to bring her contentment. Wang Quan, too, admired Violet before him. The half years a marshal had imbued her with not only the essence of a steel rose, but also an air of authority and regal elegance. Yet, the way she looked at him with unabashed affection made her seem like a simple, lovesick girl. All his inner conflicts faded away under her gaze. How could he, with a sister so devoted to him, remain indifferent? He truly was a despicable person. After a moment of self-reflection, Wang Quan smiled and said, "Sister, I missed you. I miss you too." Tears finally fell from Violet's eyes as she embraced Wang Quan tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the familiar scent, whispering dreamily, "Hold me tight. Just like in my dreams, hold me." Wang Quan, filled with passion, longed to embrace her, but found himself unable to. "Sister, I really want to hold you, but I'm still carrying something." His voice was tinged with embarrassment. Violet released Wang Chuan's embrace, also feeling a bit awkward as she brushed her hair aside. "Wang Quan, what on earth are you carrying?" Violet glanced up at the odd contraption, both curious and eager to change the subject. Hee hee, sister. Let's talk as we go. As he spoke, Wang Quan resumed his flight, Violet keeping pace beside him. Sister, this is a spacecraft. Though it currently lacks fuel, that's why I'm carrying it. With enough fuel, it could traverse between Earth and the Moon in just 2 minutes. Wang Quan boasted a spacecraft? Where did you get a spacecraft? Our Red Ribbon Army has never researched spacecraft, and I've never heard of any from the world government that you're not trying to deceive me. Are you? Violet's expression shifted to one of skepticism, but her eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Sister, how could I deceive you? Who said this spacecraft is from Earth? Just look at its design. It clearly doesn't align with human aesthetics. With a furrowed brow, Wang Quan remarked, are you suggesting that this spaceship is of extraterrestrial origin? Violet chuckled at this notion, but her expression suddenly shifted. Extraterrestrials, do they truly exist? What do they look like? Are they benevolent towards us, or could they potentially invade Earth? It was no surprise that Violet, the Grand Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army, would first consider the possibility of an alien invasion upon the mention of extraterrestrials. Well, sister, of course, aliens exist. You can't possibly think that in such a vast universe, we're the only inhabitants, Wang Quan replied. As for whether these aliens are friendly, that remains uncertain. Some extraterrestrials cherish nature and advocate for peace, while others revel in conflict, igniting countless fires of war across the cosmos. With a slight smile, he continued, if you wish to encounter aliens, there's a little fellow aboard this ship from Namek. From Namek? Did he arrive on the spaceship? What kind of alien is he? Is he a peaceful being, or does he yearn for war? Violet inquired, her demeanor turning serious. Well, he certainly traveled to Earth aboard this vessel. The Namekians are generally gentle and peace-loving. However, as for this little one, he has aspirations of ruling Earth and enslaving all of humanity, Wang Quan said with a chuckle. Wang Quan, how can you laugh when such a dangerous alien exists? Moreover, why do you say he merely traveled here? Unlike other Namekians who are peace-loving, why does he desire to enslave humanity? Violet asked, her expression grave as she voiced her concerns. Sister, do you remember our first encounter? Wang Quan suddenly posed. Completely unclad, with no sense of modesty, Violet recalled, thinking back to when she first discovered the injured Wang Quan, lying naked in a sandpit by the beach, despite his frail state. He had still exuded an air of bravado. Sister, I was engaged in battle with the Demon King Piccolo, and my clothes were obliterated. Wang Quan laughed lightly, then added, you have no idea how the Demon King Piccolo came to be, do you? Allow me to explain. Long, long ago, Chapter 33. The foolish Earthlings, so that's how it is. Violet expressed enlightenment after Wang Quan elucidated the connection between the god of Earth and the Demon King Piccolo, as well as the relationship between the current Piccolo and his predecessor. So, your purpose in bringing the spaceship here is to have Dr. Gero refuel it, Violet asked calmly. Indeed, Dr. Gero is one of the foremost scientists on Earth. Only someone his caliber could handle such advanced alien technology, Wang Quan affirmed. Have you considered anything else? Violet's tone hinted at something amiss. What should I be considering? Wang Quan inquired cautiously. You? Oh, I meant to say that I have long wished to see you. Sister, I was merely preoccupied with training for the World Martial Arts Tournament, which is why I hadn't come sooner. Now that the tournament has concluded, I couldn't wait to see you. I emerged victorious, claiming first place. Aren't you happy for me? Wang Quan exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. Violet's face lit up with a proud smile as she responded, in my heart, you will always be the best. You are not only the greatest on Earth, but also the best in the world, the universe. As they bantered, they soared above the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. High-powered searchlights illuminated the night sky as fighter jets and mechas patrolled above, while soldiers adept in aerial maneuvers took to the skies on the ground. Various armed forces were also mobilized. Although the Grand Marshal had already gone ahead to negotiate, they were fully prepared for battle. Attention all units! Attention all units! An unidentified flying object has entered the designated attack range. Prepare for a saturation strike immediately. The crackling orders echoed over the radio. Dr. Gero, what do you think? Do we have a chance? We need to find a way to ensure the Grand Marshal's safe escape, General Duke said anxiously to a small old man clad in a lab coat beside him. They had detected through the combat power sensor that Marshal Violet was in proximity to a massive energy source. They believed she had been captured by the adversary, as she could not possibly match its combat prowess. Rest assured, my masterpiece has just been completed, and it is the perfect opportunity to test its capabilities. Dar, Gero said, grasping a remote control with a slightly maniacal grin. General Duke turned to observe the 10-meter-tall giant approaching from a distance, his eyes reflecting determination. Sister, surely they can't all be here to welcome me. This is rather excessive, Wang Quan remarked with a smile as he surveyed the elaborate reception awaiting them. You are the founder of the new Red Ribbon Army. Such a welcoming ceremony is only fitting. Violet replied with a charming smile before swiftly flying to meet several generals hovering in the sky. Marshal, a group of junior officers, upon recognizing their superior, immediately surrounded her with joy. All right, this is no longer your concern. The crisis has been averted. Return to your respective units and stand by in the barracks. General Stan, take your science team and establish a secure zone in the research area. Execute promptly, Violet commanded, and all the officers descended, leading their troops away until they vanished into the city. The elaborate web of defenses quickly dissipated, and all precautionary measures were lifted. Wang Quan was left in awe of the Red Ribbon Army's efficiency. Wang Quan, how would you assess the quality of our soldiers? Violet asked with a hint of pride. Sister, you are truly remarkable. The Red Ribbon Army is so well trained that my admiration for you flows like an unending river. Akin to the relentless floods of the Yellow River, impossible to contain, Wang Quan exclaimed, holding the spaceship aloft. Otherwise, he would have surely given Violet a double thumbs up. Enough with the flattery. Let's first find a suitable place to land this spaceship. Violet instructed as she led the way. Curious about the spaceship Wang Quan was carrying, General Stan followed closely behind Violet, eager to learn why she had insisted on his presence. If this was indeed a spaceship, his science team would not let such a valuable opportunity slip by. Under Violet's guidance, Wang Quan gently placed the spaceship on an open patch of land at that moment. A large contingent of soldiers in specialized uniforms, led by a bespectacled general, secured the area. Marshal, I have secured this location. Is there anything else you require? General Stan inquired seriously after arranging the soldiers to create a tight perimeter. Excellent, General Stan. Now, please summon Dr. Gero, Violet instructed promptly. Yes, General Stan replied before departing. A few minutes later, a thunderous vibration echoed from a distance. Wang Quan looked up in irritation to see a 10-meter-tall giant approaching. When he probed the giant with his energy sense, he detected no signs of life. That is Dr. Gero's latest creation, Robot Number 10, Violet explained as she too gazed up at the advancing giant. Is it purely a robot? I felt no life force emanating from it. Wang Quan queried, Of course it's a robot. Do you think it was modified from a human? I would never allow Dr. Gero to use people to create a robot, Violet retorted with slight irritation. As they spoke, the soldiers surrounding the area parted to create a pathway, allowing General Stan, Dr. Gero, and a burly general to enter, while the massive robot number 10 remained outside the perimeter. Marshal, you summoned me, Dr. Gero began. Noticing Wang Quan standing beside Violet and raising an eyebrow in surprise, without waiting for Violet to issue a command, he stepped forward to grasp Wang Quan's wrist. Of course, Wang Quan did not wish to engage in any frivolous interaction with a frail old man. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he deftly evaded Dr. Gallo's grasp. Smiling, he remarked, Dr. Gallo, it's been half a year, yet you remain unchanged. However, I have no desire to find myself upon your experimental table again. Look, I have brought you something splendid. I am certain it will pique your interest. As he spoke, Wang Quan swayed his body from side to side, skillfully dodging Dr. Gallo's persistent attempts to reach for him. Interest? My only interest lies in your physique, young man. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to conduct a full-body examination, Dr. Gallo insisted, undeterred. Are you truly uninterested? Not even in extraterrestrial technology or spacecraft? Wang Quan inquired with a chuckle. Whatever it may be, nothing holds a candle to your body. You speak of extraterrestrial technology and spacecraft. Dr. Gallo was momentarily taken aback, only to then notice the enormous beetle-like spacecraft situated behind Wang Quan and the violet-clad figure. Is this extraterrestrial technology? A spacecraft? Dr. Gallo completely disregarded Wang Quan and Violet, weaving past them to caress the rusted surface of the spacecraft. Indeed, it was not of terrestrial origin. Its peculiar design and remarkable alloy were unlike anything found on Earth. Ah, were that old Briff to behold this, he would surely suffer a heart attack from excitement. Alas, a scientist remains a scientist, and upon encountering something of interest, he immediately retreats into his own world. Marshal Violet, it is truly splendid to see you unharmed. General Duke stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as they fell upon Violet. Wang Quan quickly discerned that this T-800-like figure was gazing at his Violet with an unsettling intensity. And instinctively, he clasped Violet's small hand in front of her subordinates. Violet sought to maintain her marshal's dignity and instinctively attempted to pull away from Wang Quan's firm grip, but then paused, shifting her stance to stand beside him. Appearing almost like a delicate bird seeking solace, wearing a somewhat aloof yet professional smile, she addressed Duke. "Thank you for your concern, General Duke, but there is nothing for you to attend to here. Please return and continue monitoring for threats." "Yes, Marshal Violet." General Duke saluted before turning to depart. As he retraced his steps, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Marshal Violet and Wang Quan's intertwined hands. It was then he recalled that the man was the very same individual depicted in the photograph held by Violet in her office. "Sister, is that T-800 pursuing you?" he pondered aloud after leaving. "What T-800? His name is General Duke," Violet replied, rolling her eyes. "Sister, you cannot possibly have feelings for him, can you?" Wang Quan tightened his grip on Violet's small hand, his voice tinged with impatience. "What are you thinking?" "Silly brother," Violet chuckled lightly, shaking their joined hands. Wang Quan gazed at Violet's hand in his, understanding her sentiments, a broad smile illuminating his face. Observing Wang Quan's foolish grin, Violet let out a soft sigh, feeling a mix of sweetness and melancholy. Wang Quan's jealousy was a testament to his care for her, yet he was also entangled with numerous other women. It was as if he did not consider her feelings, which could also stir jealousy and discomfort within her. Ultimately, lost in thought, Violet allowed a serene smile to grace her lips, tightening her grip on Wang Quan's hand even more. As the two indulged in their affectionate exchange. General Stan of the Scientific Battalion had astutely led his soldiers to clear a larger space for Wang Quan and Violet that moment. Dr. Gallo was already engrossed with peculiar tools, tapping and prodding at the spacecraft. How astonishing! Why did I not consider this? The arrangement of metal atoms can be so diverse, he mused, simultaneously employing various instruments to examine the spacecraft. "Doctor, I entrust this spacecraft to your care, that I hope you can ascertain the type of propulsion fuel it utilizes and replenish it, as I have a use for it." Wang Quan interjected, breaking Dr. Gallo's reverie. "What? This spacecraft can still be operational?" Dr. Gallo inquired, astonished, as he surveyed the rust-laden exterior, initially believing it to be merely a decrepit vessel. "Of course it can fly. Just over an hour ago, I took it for a spin around the moon. Doctor, please do not damage it." Wang Quan continued, striking the spacecraft surface with his fist. "Bick, are you going to lay your eggs inside? Come out quickly. The spacecraft needs to be examined by this gentleman before we can set off." With a hissing sound, a valve opened, revealing a circular aperture beneath the spacecraft, from which a ladder descended. And a small green figure named Bick emerged. "There are indeed others aboard. I knew it. 2 energy sources. You, my friend, are the energy source from that FFF novel. And this little green companion is the source of 3,000 Gallo." "Dar," Gallo exclaimed, his expression one of realization as he beheld Bick. "What FFF novel? 3,000 Gallo? Doctor, what on earth are you talking about?" Wang Quan asked, utterly bewildered. "Brother, this energy scale was devised by Dr. Gallo himself. After you departed, the Red Ribbon Army's warriors began to harness chi, prompting Dr. Gallo to invent a device capable of detecting the chi within living beings. He designated the chi of a robust, healthy adult male, who had never trained in martial arts, as 100 Gallo. The greater the chi, the stronger the combat capability, allowing for a clear assessment of each soldier's prowess. Just like you, Wang Quan, you possess an unprecedented energy level, surpassing that of 3,000 Gallo. In Dr. Gallo's calculations, such power, if fully unleashed, could yield catastrophic consequences, which is why we have initiated a full-scale mobilization," Violet explained, not neglecting to clarify the previous entanglements of, "I see." Dr. Gallo, your ingenuity is indeed commendable. However, this method of detection already exists in the cosmos, albeit with different units, Wang Quan remarked, giving Dr. Gallo a thumbs up, acknowledging his prowess in researching artificial warrior technology. What such detectors already exist in the universe? What units do they use? Dr. Gallo queried with curiosity, prompting both Violet and Bic to turn their attention toward Wang Quan. Currently, the Universal Combat Power Scale indicates my combat power at 2,500 points. While Bic stands at 150 points as he spoke, Wang Quan used his chi to assess Violet and Dr. Gallo's physical conditions. Continuing, sister, your progress is remarkable. Your combat power has surpassed 1,000 points as for you. Dr. Gallo, you only possess 2.5 points. You must take care of yourself. Your health is rather poor. Ordinary adult males typically have a combat power around 5 points, which means that in the eyes of extraterrestrials, we Earthlings are merely a bunch of weaklings with a combat power of 5. Wang Quan's tone turned increasingly indignant as he reached the conclusion. Though the tales of Dragon Ball unfold on Earth, the protagonists have never been Earthlings. We Earthlings serve merely as NPCs to support the heroes, dying and resurrecting as if life were a mere game, to be trampled upon at will. With a combat power of only 5. How pathetic! Weak Earthlings, you are destined to be ruled by the great King Piccolo. Bic suddenly sneered, hands on his hips, tilting his head with pride. Do not add to the chaos. As Wang Quan extended his hand, it struck with a resounding crack, causing a noticeable bump to form on the forehead of the young Bic. Despite possessing all the memories of the great demon King Bic, he remained a mere child, unable to restrain his emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. Upon hearing the young Bic's words, Violet, who was aware of his true identity, felt a wave of disdain, yet her anger dissipated the moment she beheld his pitiful expression. She knelt down and reached out to wipe away his tears. Humph! Foolish Earth woman! I, the great demon King Bic, shall not allow you to touch my noble form. Young Bic attempted to evade her, but Violet effortlessly pressed down on his shoulder and gently brushed away the tears from the corners of his eyes, even leaning forward to softly blow on his forehead a few times. Do not cry, do not cry. A gentle blow and the pain shall fade. Wang Quan, how can you hold a grudge against a child? While comforting young Bic, she did not forget to scold Wang Quan, whom she had always affectionately referred to as her younger brother. This was due to her genuine regard for him as a sibling, as well as a playful rapport between them. Yet now, she audaciously addressed him by his name. Women, after all, are indeed swayed by appearances. Dear sister, he is no ordinary child. He is the great demon King Bic, who harbors aspirations to conquer the world and annihilate humanity. Wang Quan replied with a hint of exasperation. He then glanced down at young Bic, who was similarly gazing up at him, a faint purple hue appearing on his green visage. He turned his head away, casting a haughty profile at Wang Quan and Violet. Humph! Foolish Earth woman! How dare you touch the esteemed body of the great demon King Bic? Once I conquer the world, you shall be the first to be cast into the depths of hell. Since discovering his extraterrestrial origins, young Bic had developed an inexplicable sense of superiority. What a charming child. Albeit one with an overly vocal disposition, Violet remarked, delivering a playful flick to young Bic's head before standing up. Thankfully, her touch was light, so his head did not swell to 2 lumps, but remained singularly prominent. Accursed Earth woman! Just as a flicker of sentiment began to blossom within young Bic, it vanished without a trace. Speak another word, and I shall flick you again, Wang Quan threatened, prompting young Bic to fall silent. Foolish Earthlings, I, the great demon King Bic, am merely retreating strategically. Once my strength surpasses yours, you shall witness how I deal with you 2 wretched beings. Chapter 34. The weakling with a power level of 5 having been subdued by Wang Chuan's forceful display. Young Bic ceased his antics. Violet, her expression grave, inquired, Brother, do Earthlings truly possess a mere power level of 5? How formidable are the other races in the universe? When Dr. Gallo initially suggested measuring a person's internal energy with specific units, he set the standard for an ordinary individual at a power level of 1. This proposal was met with unanimous dissent, as everyone understood that while this measure pertained only to internal energy, it would inevitably correlate with combat prowess. Consequently, Dr. Gallo amplified the scale by 100, elevating the ordinary human's power level to 100, while martial artists boasted levels in the hundreds or even thousands, thus appearing far more impressive. Given that extraterrestrials had designed such a power detection device, they would undoubtedly establish appealing figures, implying that ordinary aliens would possess power levels in the hundreds, equating to over 2,000 in Gallo's measurement. Contemplating this, both Violet and Dr. Gallo wore troubled expressions. Earthlings had long prided themselves as the pinnacle of life forms, even believing themselves to be the most powerful race in the universe. The sudden revelation that they were not only not unique, but also possessed a paltry power level of 5, was a bitter pill for two of Earth's most intelligent and influential individuals to swallow. Indeed, Earthlings were feeble. The vast majority of intelligent beings in the cosmos were superior, with some exceptional races born with power levels in the thousands or even tens of thousands that I refer to the universal standard, not the arbitrary Gallo scale. Consider young Bick. Among the Namekians, ordinary individuals have power levels in the hundreds or thousands, while those of a combat-oriented lineage boast levels reaching hundreds of millions or even billions, capable of obliterating solar systems in an instant. For Dr. Gallo and Violet, Wang Xuan's words sounded akin to a mythological tale. Yet for young Bick, the meaning was clear. He began to hope that he was of the combat-oriented Namekian type, which would allow him to eradicate these detestable humans entirely. Millions, billions. Violet's eyes seemed to lose their focus as she reflected on her own power level, which had already surpassed 1,000, rendering her akin to a deity. She rarely dared to unleash her full potential, knowing that each of her movements could wreak havoc upon her surroundings. The prospect of having a power level exceeding 100 million was beyond her imagination. If such a powerful being were to become displeased and casually wave their hand at the solar system, would she not simply vanish without understanding? It would be akin to a human unwittingly trampling an anthill. To humans, it is inconsequential, yet for the ants, it is a cataclysmic disaster. Noticing Violet's complexion pale, Wang Quan took her small, cold hand in his, transmitting his courage to her. He understood her feelings intimately, as he had experienced a similar sense of fear since traversing into the world of Dragon Ball. Initially overwhelmed, then exhilarated, but upon reflecting on the narrative, he recognized a myriad of terrifying details. This world was fraught with danger, inhabited by beings capable of annihilating planets, galaxies, and even the universe, coexisting with mortals possessing a mere power level of 5. The safety of mortals was utterly unguaranteed in the past. When watching the animation depicting Earth destruction, Wang Quan was deeply shocked. However, as the frequency of such occurrences increased, he became numb to it. After all, he watched Dragon Ball to witness the Saiyans transform in battle. Who would concern themselves with the potential obliteration of Earth? Even if it were to be destroyed, there existed the Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls failed, one could simply abandon this universe and transition to another parallel dimension. As the timelines and spaces of the Dragon Ball universe seemed to weave like a sieve, allowing the powerful to traverse freely. For a mere comic, such a premise was immensely captivating. Yet for those living within this world, it felt akin to a hellish existence. Wang Quan, having crossed over, found himself ensnared in this very hell. Why should he strive to cultivate strength rather than cling to the protagonist's coattails, relying on foresight? One reason was to earn a measure of dignity for Earthlings, but more critically, he could not ascertain whether this world was indeed the authentic realm of Dragon Ball. What if it were the world of the infamous Trunks or that ravaged by Zamasu? Even within the canonical Dragon Ball universe, was Goku, who participated in the universe tournament, still the same Goku who once searched for Dragon Balls alongside Bulma? Wang Quan could not be certain. Such thoughts were best left unexamined. The deeper one delved, the more daunting the waters appeared. Wang Quan realized he had but one path, to strive for mastery while disseminating his training methods, enabling others to potentially ascend to greatness. In times of peril, they would not be left defenseless, for effort and strength remained steadfast allies. Clutching Violet's icy hand, Wang Quan spoke softly. "It is all right. I too felt fear upon learning these truths, but as I gained more knowledge, that fear dissipated. We shall be fine, and Earth shall endure, provided we diligently train." Earthlings are not without the potential to become such formidable beings, and there are cosmic enforcers of justice. Our planet will not be so unfortunate as to attract the attention of villains. Though Wang Quan sought to comfort Ziluo Lan, deep within his heart, he still hoped that nothing of great consequence would transpire in the universe during these years. Much like the original Dragon Ball, he envisioned that only after many years, with the arrival of Raditz, would Earth catch the attention of the powerful beings in the cosmos. By then, Wang Quan harbored the confidence that he could become a formidable force in the universe, capable of protecting those he cherished and safeguarding the Earth. As for the cosmic police, that was merely a means to soothe Ziluo Lan. Relying on that malnourished Ultraman, Jike, was utterly futile. Nevertheless, such reassurances evidently lifted Ziluo Lan's spirits, and she remarked, "Indeed, brother, you are right. Earth has existed for so many years without an alien invasion." As she glanced down at the adorable little Piccolo, she amended her statement. "Humans have not been annihilated by extraterrestrials. Perhaps I have been overly anxious at that moment." Piccolo ceased his antics, having been lost in a delightful daydream of himself as a combat-type Namekian, wielding immense battle power and easily ruling the world. However, listening to Wang Quan and Ziluo Lan's conversation made him break into a cold sweat. Regardless of his potential, it was a future possibility, and his current strength was still inferior to these two individuals. Should he encounter the kind of experts Wang Quan spoke of, he too would have no chance of survival. Thus, before aspiring to rule the world, he resolved to diligently cultivate his abilities. Otherwise, even if he were to conquer the world, a mere wave of someone's hand could obliterate it entirely, rendering his efforts meaningless. Piccolo buried his ambition of world domination deep within, focusing solely on his training. "Let me examine your body closely, as well as this green one," Dr. Gero suddenly interjected. Upon hearing Wang Quan's revelations about cosmic secrets, Dr. Gero was equally astonished, yet as a scientist devoted entirely to the study of androids and genetic modifications. His first thought was to research the body of Earth's strongest being, Wang Quan, and the extraterrestrial Piccolo. Through this, he aspired to create powerful androids. Only this could provide him with a sense of security. "Absolutely not," both Wang Quan and Ziluo Lan exclaimed in unison. "However, if you wish to study him, that is permissible," Wang Quan said. Lifting Piccolo like a chick and presenting him to Dr. Gero, he continued, "My strength is the result of training. Our Earthling bodies are quite similar, but this little fellow is different. They're known as the Dragon Clan in the cosmos. However, you must not harm him. You must gain his consent. You can study his body, and this spacecraft possesses an intelligent voice control system that only recognizes Namekian language. This little one can assist you in your research on the spacecraft." "Very well. I entrust him and the spacecraft to you. Please ascertain the type of fuel it utilizes and ensure it is fully stocked." After Wang Quan concluded, he took to the skies with Ziluo Lan and departed from scene, leaving the matters of Dr. Gero and Piccolo to unfold as they would, while Wang Quan could patiently await the outcome. In the night sky, Wang Quan gazed down at the city, feeling a profound sense of reflection. In the 6 months since their last meeting, the changes here were remarkable. The previous atmosphere of tension and menace had dissipated, replaced by tranquility. In Dragon Ball, little Goku's relentless fighting was undeniably exhilarating. And indeed, many within the Red Ribbon Army deserved their fate. Yet, as the world's largest terrorist organization, they posed a formidable challenge to the Earth Federation, instilling fear even in Master Roshi, who dared not act against them. Countless lives were intertwined with its existence, and Goku's efforts to dismantle the organization not only represented acts of goodwill, but also irrevocably altered the lives and destinies of many. Among these changes were both positive and adverse transformations. Dr. Gero, for instance, despite his obsession with androids and genetic modifications, remained fundamentally an innocent child at heart. He could create robots like Android 8, who, despite his unattractive appearance, possessed a gentle nature, as well as Android 19, who cherished nature and would not harm a single bird. This serves as evidence that Dr. Gero is not inherently malevolent. The true villains among the androids include Android 17, 18, Cell, and those appearing in the movies, such as 13, 14, and 15. Following the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army by Goku, all androids shared a singular ultimate objective: to eliminate Son Goku. None of them could defy this final command. Android 19 only executed this order, maintaining a warm demeanor otherwise and ultimately sacrificed his life to save Gohan. Despite being a purely robotic entity. In contrast, androids 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, and Cell were either clones or bioengineered beings, or human-modified creations, and while executing their mission to kill Goku, they also engaged in various nefarious acts that is Dr. Gero the true villain. Not at all. The fault lies with them. They possess rational thinking, their own moral compass. Hence their variability. Although Android 19 could think and seemed indistinguishable from a true human, this was merely a testament to Dr. Gero's exceptional research. The foundational logic of its thought processes have been locked by Dr. Gero. Therefore, aside from his obsessive hatred towards Goku, Dr. Gero bears no moral blemishes that in contrast, within another universe, there exists a similarly gifted individual, a certain mustachioed figure who professes to seek peace, yet ends up creating a robot whose sole purpose is to annihilate all life in the universe. Plunging the multiverse into catastrophe in this light, Dr. Gero could be regarded as a saint. Though the topic may have strayed, Wang Quan felt a profound sense of pride regarding the transformation of the Red Ribbon Army. Sister, the changes here are truly remarkable. This is all thanks to you. Without your influence, the Red Ribbon Army would not have undergone such a transformation. I might have become a mere executioner, following orders blindly. Ziluo leaned her head on Wang Quan's shoulder, her smile more tender than ever. Indeed, in just half a year, the changes are astonishing, and there is almost no negative news about the Red Ribbon Army in the media anymore. However, this is not solely my achievement. It was under your leadership that the Red Ribbon Army transformed. Those who have survived the brink of death should regard you as a benevolent deity. Wang Quan replied, wrapping his arm around her waist and grinning. After sharing their reflections in the air for a while, they returned to Ziluo Land's residence. Throughout the day, Wang Quan had flown to the island to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, encountering numerous events along the way. Now, in the late hours of the night, after 6 months apart, the two of them did not engage in much else, but embraced one another, recounting the happenings that transpired during their separation and expressing their longing. Ultimately, it was unclear who fell asleep first, but both slipped into a deep slumber. Of course, for a couple in the throes of romance, expecting them to do nothing at all was an impossibility. The following day, Ziluo, who had been tirelessly working for half a year, failed to make an appearance. The generals reporting for duty could not find her, but they heard that the food prepared in the marshal's exclusive kitchen today was 2 or 3 times greater than usual. All delivered directly to the marshal's residence. Some generals in the know could only lament the marshal's fervor and Wang Quan's might. Furthermore, it was reported that General Duke had trained frantically throughout the day and had ultimately sustained injuries, seemingly being sent directly to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Naturally, these rumors had nothing to do with Wang Quan that moment. He was busy feeding Ziluo while discussing his future plans that you intend to go to Namek. Seeking those, what they call Dragon Balls. Oh, Dragon Balls. Then wish for Earth to withstand our power. Indeed, but is that even possible? I dare not unleash my full strength. Last time, I nearly caused a catastrophe. Using your words. My battle power is still only around 1,000. We will surely continue to grow stronger, and by that time, won't Earth still be able to bear our strength? Fear not, the power of the Dragon Balls is truly miraculous. They can certainly achieve that. Not forget what transpired yesterday afternoon. The Dragon Balls restored everything to its original state. That I was unaware that yesterday's disaster was caused by your battles at the tournament. Was he truly that formidable? Who on earth is he? Violet curiously inquired. Unlike Satan, who believed there were truly combatants with extraordinary prowess on Earth, Violet, possessing intelligence on all the formidable warriors through her command of the Red Ribbon Army, had nearly all the information regarding these masters at her disposal, from the records of their engagements. Even the so-called god of martial arts, Master Roshi, hailed as the world's greatest, had a combat power of merely around 200, comparable to that of the generals within the Red Ribbon Army. By the way, after learning the universal standard for measuring combat power from King Power, Dr. Gallo discarded the self-deceptive Gallo measurement unit. Thus, Earthlings with a combat power of 100 were reduced to mere weaklings with a power level of 5, and indeed, He was quite formidable. His power level was similar to mine. His name is Sun Wukong, and he is only 12 years old, a disciple of Master Roshi. King Power, offering Violet a morsel of food, continued, a disciple of Master Roshi at 12 years old. How could he possibly possess your level of strength? Master Roshi himself only has a combat power of just over 200. Violet paused her feeding of King Power, astonished. King Power plucked a grape and placed it in her mouth, simultaneously closing her astonished mouth. How do you know Master Roshi's power level is just over 200? That was a year ago. After my conversation with him, his current combat power is around 1800, King Power explained. Ugh, Violet spat out the grape skin, her brow furrowing in confusion. You taught your martial arts cultivation methods to Master Roshi. That cannot be. How can a 12-year-old child surpass his master in power and be as strong as you? Ordinary children certainly cannot, King Power sighed, gently stroking Violet's smooth back. But this child is no ordinary person. Stay still. Do you still have the energy? Violet caught King Power's large hand, rolling her eyes, then asked, what makes him so extraordinary? Is he a half-beast? Through her comprehensive training in martial arts with the Red Ribbon Army, Violet had observed that half-beasts generally possessed greater physical strength than pure humans. Thus their progress was also more rapid. Violet's eye roll made King Power face the reality. As the old saying goes, only the exhausted ox is not harmed by the field. After an entire day, he indeed felt utterly drained. In an instant, King Power's mind became tranquil, and the beautiful Violet in his arms merely seemed a pale shadow of beauty. He is not a half-beast. He is not even an Earthling. King Power said lazily, then, is he like Piccolo, a Namekian? Although Violet knew there were many types of extraterrestrials, the first that came to her mind was indeed the Namekians. No, he is a notoriously infamous alien in the universe, a barbarian, a war profiteer, a mercenary, a butcher. These are among their names. They call themselves the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. Chapter 35. Franchise Martial Art Academy, though Dr. Gallo's research focused on bioengineered and modified humans. He was nonetheless one of the foremost scientists on Earth. With assistance from other scientists within the Red Ribbon Army, they synthesized a special fuel within just a few days to power the spaceship. With everything prepared, King Power was about to take Little Bic aboard the ship. Violet insisted on following, and King Power thought that since the Grand Elder of Namek could enhance one's potential, bringing Violet along would allow her to experience a rapid increase in strength. Ever since hearing about the dangers of the universe from King Power, Violet had developed a phobia of her own inadequacy. Although she no longer expressed this fear due to King Power's comforting presence, he could still sense the trepidation within her. This fear stemmed from her own weakness. If she could possess great power, the fear would naturally dissipate. This was the principle of supremacy of power that Violet, having always lived in the Red Ribbon Army, firmly believed in. Of course, he could not favor one over the other. If he were to bring Violet, then Tamamo would also need to be included. King Power felt it necessary for them to be aware of each other's existence and to get to know one another. However, this time, he would not abandon either of them. All right, sister, arrange your work, and let us embark on an extraterrestrial journey together, King Power replied with a smile. However, I wish to bring someone else, King Power added. Who? Bulma, Tamamo, or perhaps those sisters at the Martial Arts Academy? Violet asked with a teasing smile. Hey, sister, you know too much. I wish to bring Tamamo along, King Power replied, his smile becoming somewhat awkward. Humph. Violet turned and left to attend to her own tasks. Sister, I'll take that as your agreement, King Power called after her, but Violet did not look back. Yes, King Power clenched his fist, instantly bursting with energy as he soared into the sky, heading straight for West City. Upon arriving at the heart of West City, King Power hovered several hundred meters above, sensing a combat power exceeding 2,000 below, in a grand estate resembling a forest park by the swimming pool under a sunshade. Bulma lay on a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. As the chair creaked, a gentle breeze swept through her flowing skirt, rendering her a vision of beauty, akin to a painting. Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Bulma's eyes as she closed her book, her gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds to behold King Power hovering above. The quick shift in her blue eyes reflected a whirlwind of emotions: surprise, anticipation, sorrow, desolation, culminating in a profound sense of loss. She rose from the rocking chair, leaving the book on the table, and walked back to the villa with a forlorn figure. King Power hesitated in the sky for a while. Had he not broken up with Bulma, he would certainly bring her to Namek this time. After all, she had visited Namek in Dragon Ball. But those were mere thoughts. Bulma could not tolerate betrayal that in Dragon Ball she had cast aside the fickle Yamcha. And she would not forgive King Power for his infidelity. King Power understood that he could not provide her with all his love, so he had to let go, merely hoping she would find happiness in her future. After lingering in the air for some time, King Power finally directed his course toward the martial arts academy on the outskirts of the city. After a few days' absence, the academy had seen a significant increase in students. As news of the martial arts tournament had been broadcast worldwide, the Turtle School and the Martial Arts Academy had become the two most popular martial arts factions, with Master Roshi residing on a small island overseas. Nearly impossible for ordinary people to find out. In contrast, the Martial Arts Academy was located right in West City, actively recruiting students. Many individuals, having watched the martial arts tournament, became interested in martial arts and flocked to enroll in the academy. Furthermore, the performance of the academy students during the recent disaster had astonished the citizens of West City, revealing that so many superhumans existed in their midst. Now, it was clear that becoming a superhuman required neither technology nor mutation. Simply enrolling in the academy and diligently training could lead to transformation, prompting enthusiastic registrations. The pressing issue was that the influx of applicants was so overwhelming that the academy simply could not accommodate them all. When King Power returned, Satan and others were in a meeting, deliberating a solution. King Power, where have you been these past 2 days? The gods haven't caused you any trouble, have they? Come here. Let us brainstorm solutions together. Upon noticing King Power enter the living room, Satan stood up and grasped his arm. What are you discussing? When I came in, I noticed a crowd outside clamoring to enroll in the Martial Arts Academy. Why hasn't anyone attended to them? They are our benefactors, King Power asked, puzzled. Although he'd been living off others, first Bulma and now Violet, he still remembered the hardships faced when he first arrived. We are deliberating this matter. It's not that we are unwilling to accept students, but rather that there are simply too many applicants. The academy cannot handle such an influx of students. Moreover, if we accept everyone, many of our competitors will be left without patrons. That we are all in the martial arts business, and we might be ostracized by them, Lan Fong said, pinching her brow in frustration. Is that so? King Power pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Little King Power, you are the most resourceful. Think carefully about what we should do. Not forget that half of the academy's shares belong to you. Lan Fong encouraged. Wang Quan began to ponder. Lan Fong felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over her. She had grown accustomed to relying on him. I have an idea, Wang Quan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. What is it? Do tell. Satan immediately inquired. Lan Fong, along with Yuzhao Qian, was equally intrigued about Wang Quan's potential solution. My thought is this. Our martial arts hall is not sufficiently large, so we could establish branch locations. Among our students, those who have already mastered the control of their internal energy could be sent out as instructors. Before Wang Quan could finish, he was interrupted by Lan Fong. That won't work. We lack the necessary funds. Opening a branch requires money, and without it, how can we proceed? Lan Fong dismissed Wang Quan's suggestion. Although the martial arts hall had experienced rapid growth over the past year, with an increase in both students and tuition fees, the rigorous training had turned everyone into voracious eaters. Little Wukong could consume the entirety of Master Roshi's championship prize in a single meal, and Wang Quan and the others were no exception. They occasionally had to forage in the mountains for sustenance, or else the martial arts hall would face bankruptcy. Who says we can't open a branch without funds? Sister Lan Fong, didn't you mention that other martial arts schools are struggling to attract students? We could collaborate, allowing them to affiliate with our martial arts hall, and we could send instructors to teach. This way, they would earn money, our martial arts could spread, and martial arts enthusiasts could learn authentic skills. Isn't that a win-win situation? After Wang Quan finished speaking, everyone's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. But what if they refuse? Many martial arts schools have legacies that span generations. Wouldn't joining us sever their own traditions? Lan Chi suddenly voiced her concerns, recalling her own struggles with mental health stemming from the overwhelming focus on tradition that had neglected her feelings as a child. If someone is unwilling, we can simply approach the next school that if no one enrolls, their legacy will inevitably fade that in the end, they will all consent. And if anyone resorts to underhanded tactics, do they truly believe our martial arts hall would shy away from taking action? Wang Quan concluded with a cold smirk. Wow, little Wang Quan, your smile is quite sinister. Lan Fong suddenly joked. Sister Lan Fong, how many times must I say it? I've grown up. I'm an adult now. Just call me Wang Quan. Please refrain from adding little. Wang Quan protested for the nth time. Indeed, you're not little. Quite the opposite. Puffed. Yu Zhao Qian's unexpected interjection caused Satan to spray his tea everywhere. Wang Quan stood there, momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sudden suggestiveness of the fox spirit's remark. Lan Fong initially seemed flustered, but soon grasped the implications behind Yu Zhao Qian's words. Sister Lan Chi turned beet red. Her petite ears flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. In contrast, the alluring Lan Fong wore a knowing smile, her gaze sweeping over Wang Quan's form, as she playfully licked her lips and teased. It seems little Wang Quan has truly matured. Wang Quan now understood the sensation that beautiful women felt when leered at by lecherous men. He could feel Lan Fong's gaze penetrating his clothing, exposing his bare body beneath. The experience was unsettling. Right? I returned today to invite Yu Zhao Qian to accompany me to Namek. Sister Lan Fong, Satan, I'll leave the martial arts hall in your capable hands. The method I proposed is sure to yield success. Evade the lecherous gaze. Wang Quan took Yu Zhao Qian's hand and prepared to depart. Tio Namek. Wang Quan. Does that mean the spaceship is ready? Lan Fong suddenly adopted a serious tone. Indeed, all fuel and preparations are in place. We can depart at any moment. With Lan Fong no longer regarding him with a predatory glint, Wang Quan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Going to an alien planet is not something just anyone can experience. Wang Quan, does your sister treat you well? Lan Fong's expression turned vulnerable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Of course, Sister Lan Fong. You have always taken such good care of me, Wang Quan quickly replied, recalling how she had treated him like a true brother during his early days after crossing over. Sister has been so kind to you. Yet now that you have a girlfriend, you seem to have forgotten about me. Boo-hoo-hoo. Lan Fong buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. Sister Lan Fong, what is the matter? You and Satan are my family. Wang Quan stepped forward, reaching for her arms to pull them away from her face. You said it yourself. We are family. Why aren't you taking me with you to the alien planet? Lan Fong lowered her hands, her face devoid of any signs of tears. I thought you needed to manage the martial arts hall. There are so many responsibilities right now. Wang Quan stammered, justifying his reluctance to bring anyone along. Violet and Yu Zhao Qian were his women, and had he not broken up with Bulma, he would have wanted to bring her too.